Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. Our school's awakening work has ended. This year, there are 160 awakened in our school, and 2 of them have been promoted to lords. Awakened students who failed to be promoted to lord, don't worry. Although you have missed the path of the Lord since then, you are still awakened and have the potential to awaken extraordinary power. You can be vassalized by a lord, be given arms by him, awaken extraordinary power, and become under one person and above 10,000. This is a place where ordinary people in the ordinary class will never compare to the awakened people in our awakening class. Ordinary people don't have the potential to awaken, and even the lords can't give them power, they can only obliterate everyone. Ching'an Number 1 Middle School. 3rd grade. Awakening Class 3. After the teacher narrated his words, he took the materials and left the classroom. However, there was still silence in the classroom. There was no chaos at all because the teacher left. Because there is still one person sitting on the chair beside the podium. Lin Ming. That is, Ching'an Number 1 Middle School, one of the only 2 people who became the Lord this year. The classmates looked at him in awe, because he had awakened as a Lord, the most honorable handful of people in the world. At the same time, there are expectations for him. They all hope that he can choose him, give him arms, let him gain strength, and become an existence beyond ordinary people. However, Lin Ming, who was sitting on the podium, was rubbing his head with a headache. It hurts too much. What's the situation? He and his girlfriend were eating hot pot and singing, when suddenly the pot exploded, his face collapsed, and he passed out. When I woke up, it was a strange place before my eyes. Blue Star, awakened, Lord of Myriad Realms. He crossed. This is Blue Star, there is a noble person called the Awakened, who can be endowed with arms and gain extraordinary power. The lucky ones among the awakened ones can awaken again and become the Lord. They can contract and dominate the awakened, and empower their arms. Awakened people have a noble status in Blue Star. The Lord is even more above it, and it can be said that he is the Tian Longren among the Tian Longren. And Lin Ming is Ching'an Number 1 Middle School, the only person who became the Lord this year. Tian Hu started. Lin Ming was amazed. One day, he can travel through time, and directly travel through time to become a winner in life. His gaze swept down the podium. But he found that at this moment, everyone in the 3rd class of the preparatory class was quietly looking at him with fiery eyes. He has just become a lord, and there are only 3 awakened ones who can contract and bestow arms. And the entire class 3 are all awakened ones. The awakening class is not an ordinary class. This is a gathering place for awakened people, and every student is an awakened person. Lin Ming only has 3 places to be bestowed, and there are too many monks. The whole class 3 was very nervous and felt a lot of pressure from competition. They are all waiting for Lin Ming to choose. Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. This situation made him temporarily put aside the complicated thoughts after time travel, and play himself well first. Following the situation, he asked. In our class, who are the top 10 awakened in the test for their potential scores? The atmosphere in the class froze for a while. The next moment, a cautious voice sounded. I. Lin Ming followed the sound and looked. Seeing a girl with slightly fluffy hair and a C covering part of her cheeks, she stood up. Lin Ming closed his eyes and thought for a while. From the memory, I found the girl's information. Su Jing. They are the study committee members of Class 3 of the Awakened. He is also a member of the school library. Impression is a scholar. I just sit in my seat and read books on weekdays, and rarely care about other things. He didn't have any interaction with Lin Ming, a loafer who doesn't study, and didn't say a word. For Lin Ming, she is also an untouchable girl. However, this girl took the initiative to introduce herself to him today. In this awakened potential test, I am the 4th in my grade. I have managed the school library for 3 years before, and I have dabbled in a lot of knowledge. If you don't mind, here is my resume, you can take a look too. I hope you can consider me. It has always been my goal to make a contract with the Lord. Su Jing took a piece of paper, walked quickly to Lin Ming, and handed it over. Hey guys, do you have a resume? Lin Ming was shocked, thinking that the awakened person was looking for the Lord, as if he was applying for a job. Lin Ming read the resume pretendingly. After a while, he took a look at Su Jing. This is a good-looking girl, with a fair and delicate face, very seductive. I remember that she wore thick-soled glasses for a while, but the awakening potential of the awakener has the effect of nourishing the body. Later, after she awakened for a long time, her eyesight improved, and she never wore them again. Lin Ming was a little moved. It's good to be able to contract such a beautiful girl. The important thing is that as a classmate, Lin Ming knows that this girl has a very good character. Lin Ming pinched his resume, looked directly at Su Jing, and gave the answer. It meets my contract standards, and I can contract you. Real. Su Jing had a happy face, as if she was very pleasantly surprised. She was just trying, she knew that after the lords awakened, their eyes were scary. You can figure it out, the entire number 1 middle school, or even the entire high school in the city, usually can become a lord, rarely more than 3. And how many awakened people are there in high school? At least several thousand, far exceeding the needs of the Lord. Most awakened people may not even have the chance to meet the Lord. Now that Lin Ming opened his mouth to make a contract with himself, Su Jing was directly pleasantly surprised. Let's make a contract. Lin Ming ordered, and did not give Su Jing any time to prepare. Su Jing nodded immediately without any pause. To save Lin Ming from repenting, she won't repent anyway. Although she was unprepared for many things, it was a good thing for her to be contracted by the Lord so soon. Under the envious eyes of the whole class, a contract magic circle rose around the two of them. The bodies of Lin Ming and Su Jing were gradually enveloped in light, and disappeared in front of everyone. Opening his eyes again, Lin Ming saw a vast white ice world. This is the 10,000 Realms continent. The total plane above the intersection of countless worlds. The place where the lords of the 10,000 realms landed and conquered. Chapter 2. It seems that he was teleported to an ice field in the infinite continent. There is a tall building next to it, which is the altar of Lin Ming's arms. Su Jing followed behind him. It was the first time to come to the 10,000 realms continent, and the quiet Su Jing was a little excited. This is the 10,000 worlds continent that can only be successfully landed under the leadership of the Lord. She came here, which meant that the contract with Lin Ming was successful, and she could log in by herself in the future, using the altar of her Lord's arms as the landing point. At the same time, it also meant that her life was bound to Lin Ming and held in Lin Ming's hands. The Lord's contract is very overbearing. After all, the awakened need to gain power from the Lord. So naturally something needs to be paid. This payment refers to almost everything of the awakened person. For the awakened, it is an unequal treaty. After the contract, the awakened can no longer do anything to harm the Lord. Sometimes even individual emotions are sensed by the Lord. In addition, there are many restrictions. However, Lin Ming was the beneficiary, so he had no objection to the contract. The contract is completed, and next, Lin Ming can use the granted authority to give Su Jing the power of the arms. But he didn't do that just yet. Su Jing was still observing the environment, and Lin Ming took advantage of this time to open his Lord information panel to take a look first. Lin Ming. Occupation, Lord. Rank, None. Contract field, 1/10. Gift field, 0/3. Slave field, 0/3. Soldier type, Icefield Fox, lower black iron. Talent, probe, consume a certain amount of mental power to probe target information. Talent, synthesis, select a subject, use the same level and the same kind of target to feed, can improve the level of the subject. Lin Ming didn't pay attention to his own arms. At the beginning of the awakening, all the lords got the black iron low-ranking units. And the quality of this unit can never be improved. Only by cultivating the awakened, expanding the power, and completing some events and achievements, can it be possible to obtain the advanced arms rewarded by the world. So the Lord has just awakened. The comparison is not the arms, but the Lord's talent. It is the foundation of the Lord. For some lords, the talent is to speed up the advancement speed of the awakened. For some lords, the talent can increase the combat effectiveness of the awakened to a certain extent. But this detection and synthesis talent, Lin Ming has never heard of it. I heard that the Lord's talent is divided into white, green, blue, and so on according to strength. But why is he in black? Moreover, I have never heard of a Lord with multiple talents. He has two. This should also be through the golden finger. Anyway, both talents seem to be very useful. Lin Ming is very relieved. Are you looking at the Lord talent? Su Jing asked timidly. She didn't know when she looked at Lin Ming. There is a bit of cowardice in the action. In front of her is the Lord who she must never offend. Because she had just signed the contract and she was not familiar with the other party, she was very careful. I'm afraid that something is not done well, so that the other party will have an opinion. She hopes to please Lin Ming so that she can live in harmony with her Lord in the future. So she said softly. The Lord's talent is divided into common white, excellent green, and rare blue, but you don't need to care about those. As long as we awakened people have enough talent, we can help you bridge the gap between the Lord's talents. Lin Ming glanced at Su Jing, who didn't know anything, but tried to comfort Su Jing gently, and said to her, "Don't worry, my talent is not bad, the talents you mentioned are not as good as mine." Then, are you talented in purple epic? Su Jing was taken aback for a moment, and then a flush of excitement appeared on her small face. Pick up a big leak. Being able to contract with such a lord is a blessing from 8 generations of cultivation. She was smart enough not to ask too many questions. This level of talent involves too much, so it's inconvenient to say more, and she understands everything. She just carefully added a question. Is it a training talent, or a combat talent? It's a special talent. Special talent is amazing. Su Jing suddenly became excited. Special talents are rarer than the 2 common talents, including medicine refining, crafting, and cursing wealth, which are very practical and extensive talents. He actually contracted a special talent lord with guaranteed epic quality. It's hard to win. Let's help you awaken your arms first. Lin Ming was relatively calm. As a time traveler, there must be something in hand. Su Jing immediately nodded obediently. After learning about Lin Ming's talent, she became more obedient. In front of the troop altar, Lin Ming's troop information is displayed. Icefield Fox Altar, Black Iron Subordinate. Generate the power of a Ice Fox every day to summon the Ice Fox, or grant awakening to the awakened. Upper limit, 1/100. Normal form, Icefield Fox, Lower Black Iron. Awakened form, Fox Demon Larva, Black Iron Lower Rank, Ice Fox Half Demon, Black Iron Middle Rank, Icefield Fox Demon, Black Iron Upper Rank. 2 forms. One is the directly summoned Icefield Fox. The other is given to the awakened, resulting in the form of the awakened. Icefield Fox summoned directly, the rank is fixed as the lower rank of Black Iron. But if the power is bestowed on the awakened person, there is a chance to break through this fixed rank, and there is a chance to become a middle-ranked Ice Fox Half Demon or a high-ranked Icefield Fox Demon. It depends on the talent of the awakened person. But no matter how good the awakener is, he can only awaken as the Icefield Fox Demon at the highest level of Black Iron. Because the level of this altar is too low. The upper limit is there, and the potential of more awakened people cannot be discovered. For Lin Ming at the current stage, it is enough for him. Lin Ming turned his gaze back to Su Jing, raising his eyes was a probing technique. Name, Su Jing. Occupation, awakened. Talent, rare. Arms, none. Rank, none. Rare quality awakened. Lin Ming felt that he had found a treasure. Don't look at Su Jing in number 1 middle school ranked 4th. Qing'an number 1 middle school is the city's key point, and she can be regarded as the 4th in the city. But after all, the talent test in school, the score is just an estimate, not comparable to Lin Ming's probing talent. There may be cases where high-quality talents are placed in low rankings. Therefore, even if it is ranked 4th, the talent may be excellent. Excellent is 1 in a million, rare is 1 in 1,000, or even less, and the city's 3rd year of high school is only 2 or 3 rare. These 2 or 3 people were hiding in the top 10 or 20 miles of the city. Lin Ming managed to capture Su Jing, a rarity class, without using probing skills. It's really a lot of luck. Chapter 3. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Ming staring at her, Su Jing asked weakly. She didn't know she was a little treasure yet. She would not respond if she knew about it. In front of her lord, Su Jing felt humble. It's okay, I'll wake you up. Lin Ming also shook his head, putting aside distracting thoughts. Infuse the awakened power of the arms into Su Jing's body. Feeling the strength gushing out of her body, Su Jing quickly closed her eyes. Light blue energy enveloped her body. Su Jing began to wake up. Lin Ming prayed secretly, hoping that she could break the fixed rank of the black iron lower part of the altar. An awakener of rare quality should be enough to surpass the first stage fox demon hatchling of the awakener form. At least be able to awaken to the second stage ice fox half demon. There is even hope to sprint to the 3rd stage. A few minutes later, the blue halo around Su Jing's body gradually restrained. She slowly opened her eyes. His complexion was slightly red. Because she could feel that her body was different from before the awakened arms. For example, the ears grow onto the head and become fluffy white fox ears. There is a small and light fox tail behind it. Gaining the power of the arms, her body also changed towards the arms, and she became a fox girl. Cute. Lin Ming couldn't hold back. The awakening was over. He went up and grabbed Su Jing's fox ears and rubbed them. By the way, I glanced at Su Jing's information after she woke up. Name, Su Jing. Occupation, awakened. Talent, rare. Soldier type, Icefield Fox Demon. Stage, Black Iron upper rank. Made it again. After Su Jing gained the strength of the arms, she started as the Black Iron leader. There is a big gap between lower, middle, and upper ranks. You can understand it by looking at the altar, 1 order, and 1 form. The improvement of each small step is an evolution. Su Jing, the Black Iron high-ranking Icefield Fox Demon, is placed in the hands of other newcomer lords. In any case, it takes 3 to 5 years to cultivate it before it can be owned. After all, even an awakened person with a rare quality may not be able to break through 2 ranks in a row, which is a matter of luck. And not all lords can find awakened ones of rare quality. It was because of Lin Ming's quick action that he snatched Su Jing away as soon as he became the lord. Awakened ones of rare quality are actually like trump cards for rookie lords who have just entered the industry for a few years. Then, can you stop touching? Lin Ming was still happy for Su Jing's success. He completely forgot that he was still stroking the fox ears. After being reminded by Su Jing, Lin Ming realized that he was about to rub off the hair on Su Jing's ears. A fox's ears, you can't touch them for too long. Su Jing didn't dare to resist. Just muttering and generally telling Lin Ming. It was only then that Lin Ming remembered that Su Jing had become a fox demon now, and her physical sensations were already different from those of humans. He immediately laughed. Why, you don't even want to rub your ears for the Lord? Lin Ming kneaded harder. The fox demon's soft ears swayed like sails. Su Jing blushed, and hurriedly told Lin Ming. It's not that I won't let you touch it, it's that if I touch it for a long time, I will become very strange. The smile on the corner of Lin Ming's mouth froze. Looking at Su Jing's pupils that are as moist as spring water, Lin Ming glanced at the ice field where the cold wind was howling. Forget it, it's not so good here, in the wilderness, you can only use ice and snow as quilts, what to do if you catch a cold? Lin Ming put away his hands and said seriously. You have awakened the arms, how do you feel about your strength now? Very powerful. After Su Jing whispered these 3 words, she suddenly disappeared in front of Lin Ming. When Lin Ming reacted, he found that Su Jing had rushed to a bush in front of her. A few snow-white shadows flashed in the forest. Lin Ming took a closer look and found that it was a few dire wolves who had ambushed over at some point. The dire wolf was at least 2 meters long, with bright red pupils and iron-sharp claws. The violent appearance was far beyond the beasts Lin Ming had ever seen. The huge body of the dire wolf, after Su Jing approached, rushed towards her. However, Su Jing was not in a hurry. There was a blue icy glow on his body, and the covered fist looked very petite, but he punched the dire wolf's head off. In the blink of an eye, several dire wolves ambushing nearby were cleared out by Su Jing. Su Jing flicked her loose hair with a flick of her hand, her face was a little excited for the first battle. After Lin Ming walked over, he used the detection technique to see the information of several incoming dire wolves through the corpse. Dire wolf. Strength, black iron subordinate. No wonder Su Jing handles it so easily. For Su Jing, who is in the position of high tai, no matter how many dire wolves come, she can beat them unless she is exhausted. These few dire wolves are not strong enough to ambush us. It is estimated that there is a territory with a dire wolf altar nearby. The 10,000 worlds continent connects 10,000 worlds and is vast and boundless. There are countless lords from all continents on it. Next to Lin Ming's birthplace, there must be many other lords. Su Jing immediately asked him. Are we going to kill him? Territories are adjacent, and each other must be a threat. Not only because of the need to grab resources and territories, but also because of racial hatred. Myriad realms contain so many planes, the adjacent ones are definitely not from the same plane. Not urgent. Lin Ming shook his head. It's only been the first day to become a lord. Our top priority is not to attack the 10,000 realms continent, but to awaken the contract awakeners and wait for the formation of the Icefield Fox group. Furthermore, there may be a middle-ranked alpha wolf or even a high-ranked wolf king in the dire wolf's territory. If you go alone, you will inevitably be out of control. Su Jing answered immediately. Even if it's a high-ranking wolf, I'm not afraid. I'm an awakened one, and I'm naturally stronger than monsters of the same rank. Su Jing, who has just awakened, is very confident in herself. What if there are awakened people on the other side? Lin Ming kept calm all the time. Although we were born in the newcomer area of the 10,000 realms continent, there is still a gap of 1 to 3 years between the newcomer lords, so we still have to be careful. In the end, Lin Ming and Su Jing left the 10,000 realms continent. The exploration of the 10,000 realms continent has been slowed down. For the time being, focus on those who are awakened by the contract. There is more than one lord in their school, and good awakeners still have to strike first. Chapter 4. When Lin Ming and Su Jing appeared in the classroom again, the familiar envious eyes lit up. Everyone in the class turned their attention to Su Jing. I envy that she can be chosen by the Lord, gain power and become extraordinary from then on, surpassing human beings. But soon, after seeing Su Jing's current appearance clearly, the boys cast their envious eyes on Lin Ming again. What happened to the white-haired beast-ear girl? How could you turn Su Jing into a beast-ear girl wagging her tail? I'm so envious. What has changed is the little beauty of the study committee member. Su Jing has a pretty appearance and has always been the white moonlight of many boys in the class. It's just that she is usually quiet and difficult to get in touch with, so sometimes it gives people the illusion that she doesn't get up too late. Needless to say, after Su Jing, a quiet girl, became a white-haired fox, she was a little timid, which really attracted people's love. Several boys in the class thought about whether they should also ask their girlfriends in the future. Let them vassalize a lord who can transform into a beastier girl, and turn them into what you like. Thinking about it makes me feel happy. Lin Ming ignored these ambiguous gazes. Open your mouth and ask. Su Jing has made a contract with me, do you still have someone who is confident that she can compete with Su Jing? Let me see the talent. After the words fell, the people in the class immediately restrained their thoughts. The boys don't want any beastier girls anymore. Awakened arms are still important. Awakened arms have extraordinary power. What can you want in the future? Immediately, several people with good grades and quick minds stepped forward. With flattery, trying to get Lin Ming's favor. But Lin Ming swept it away with the probing technique and was a little disappointed. There are only 2 good quality awakeners. The rest are all normal quality. Think about it too. How could there be so many rare quality awakeners? It is said that those awakened with good qualities are the only ones in 100. Su Jing is the first in the 3rd class and the 4th in the school. It is already very good to be a rare quality. The other people in class 3 whose grades are not as good as hers are less likely to be of rare quality. However, the grades of classes 1 and 2 are better than those of class 3, so you can consider going to have a look. Ching'an No. 1 Middle School is the city's key point, and there are quite a few awakened people with good talents. Lin Ming decided not to pay attention to the people in the class. It is planned to enlarge the pattern to the whole school. There is no way, the first contract was the rare quality Su Jing. Lin Ming's vision is very high now. Awakened people with less than rare quality don't want to see it. Thinking about it, he first asked the classmates in the class. Speaking of which, who is the awakener with the best talent in our entire school? Lin Ming opened his mouth and came. Since you have decided to find someone who is not less talented than Su Jing, then speak louder. The original intention was to inquire about the results of the awakening test and the information of the 3 people who ranked ahead of Su Jing. If there is anyone in the city with talent, it is most likely to be comparable to Su Jing. Bear the brunt of those 3 people. Thinking about asking myself, those 3 people would all be mentioned. After all, the awakened ones are so good at rolling. Lin Ming thought that the top 3 had taken turns to take the position of best. But I didn't want to. When the problem came up, there was only one voice in the class. The awakened person with the best talent in the school is of course Shui Qinghan from class 1. The people in the class looked at him strangely. It seems that the question asked by Lin Ming is very boring. It's a question the world knows the answer to. Shui Qinghan. Lin Ming was slightly taken aback. Searching the memory, I quickly remembered what the name represented. All in all, it seems to be a rather mysterious girl in the school. His origin is mysterious, his family background is mysterious, his talent is mysterious, even his own whereabouts are mysterious. She is often not in school, because of her strong background, the school doesn't care about her. Shenlong often sees the beginning but does not see the end, and few people have seen her. But the long one is very beautiful and has a remarkable temperament. People who have seen her can't forget it, so they spread it by word of mouth. Therefore, even if she is basically not in the school, her deeds are still circulating in the school. Belongs to a legend in Ching'an No. 1 Middle School. Lin Ming still remembers that someone in the class once squatted at the school gate every day in order to see Shui Qinghan, and could not be moved for several months. I don't know if I've seen Lin Ming or not, but there are countless people who yearn for her. A true campus goddess. Recalling these, Lin Ming couldn't help but be speechless. It's a bit outrageous. But being so famous proves that Shui Qinghan must be somewhat pretty. For a while, Lin Ming also became a little curious about this rumored school belle. Because I heard that Shui Qinghan's talent is also the same as her own appearance. All a legend. Thinking of this, Lin Ming couldn't help but nodded and said. That's right. As for the most talented awakened person in our school, there is no one else except Shueking Han. As soon as the words were finished, there was an echo in the class. That's for sure. Senior sister, although she repeated the grade for an extra year in order to awaken to become a lord, she hasn't fallen from the number 1 seat in the city in the past 2 years. The whole city? Not to mention the whole city, the talent of senior sister is one of the best in our province. I heard that senior sister went to the awakened elite training class organized by the state this year, and she was among the top group of people there. Really? I heard that those who can participate in that training class are all awakened at the national level. Lin Ming was listening with great interest to the gossip about the senior sister told by the students in the class. At this moment, Lin Ming's expression changed when someone said something. That is to say, the senior sister is so talented, she must be able to awaken as a lord. The 2 lords awakened in our school this year should be Lin Ming and her, right? What? Shueking Han is the lord? Then tell me fart, what I want to hear is the news of the awakened ones. Why are you mentioning the lord to me? I can't make a contract. Lin Ming suddenly felt angry. Why did you tell me something that you can see but can't eat? Let's go. Lin Ming felt that these guys in the class couldn't give him any good advice at all. Immediately, I don't want to chat and fart with them anymore. While everyone was discussing Shueking Han, Lin Ming led Sujing out of the classroom directly. Just go to another class to see for yourself. Sujing followed closely behind him. On the first day after the Lord's awakening ended, she was contracted and granted awakening. She is still a bit dreamy until now. Chapter 5. Lin Ming felt that if Class 3 could find Sujing, and Class 1 and Class 2 had better overall talents, it would definitely be more rewarding. As a result, seeing this made my heart a little cold. The top 3 in the school were not found. And the 5th and 6th ranked, although the ranking is only a little lower than Sujing, but the talent is 1 level behind, and they are all awakened people of good quality. He was immediately disappointed. Before he came, he thought he could pick up the leak. The so-called talent ranking is just a test and estimation method, which is not so accurate. It happens from time to time that high-quality awakened people are placed in low positions. Lin Ming has a talent for probing, and is a walking awakened discoverer, the king of leaks. But my eyes were sour, but I didn't miss it. Because there are not many good quality awakeners, and rare quality can't come out, the base number of awakeners is too small. If you want to pick up the leak, the pattern has to be opened again. At least, look at the city. There must be loopholes in the city, but Lin Ming is still in school. Here, in fact, there are people he has never known. So, Lin Ming stopped and asked Sujing one last question. Can you talk to me about the specific things about the top 3 talented people in our school? Your talents are only behind them, and you should know them better than me. There are no traces of these 3 people anywhere in the school. Lin Ming felt that they and Shueking Han might be the same kind of people. Somewhat mysterious. Are they? Sujing thought for a while, then nodded and told him. The talent of the top 3 in the school actually, stably surpasses everyone behind us. They are all people who came back from the National Awakened Talent Base. Hearing this, Lin Ming understood. It is estimated that the talent is at least rare level, no worse than Sujing. That training base is national in nature. Sister Shueking Han, the number 1 student in the school, needless to say. Xiao Cheng, the second student in the school, is very powerful. It is said that his family has a background no less than that of Senior Shueking Han. Both he and Senior Shueking Han came to our Qing'an city from above. It seems that Xiao Cheng and Senior Sister had some feud and chased them here. They often confront Shueking Han everywhere. Wang Hao, the 3rd student in the school, the monitor of the 2nd class, is called Xiao Cheng's running dog. You should have heard of it. We can't make a contract with him. He is bound to be Xiao Cheng's person. If Xiao Cheng becomes the lord, he is Xiao Cheng's contractor. If Xiao Cheng fails to become the lord, he will only follow Xiao Cheng to choose the lord. In short, these three people have complicated relationships and each has its own origin. It would be more troublesome for Lin Ming to intervene. First of all, he didn't even know the identity of the other lord who awakened these three people. Secondly, the contract also has hatred, joint and several liability and so on. Just like in the game, if you want to get a powerful character, you have to complete the event task. Forget it, Qing'an number 1 middle school will be like this, let's go home. The key is that he can't find anyone now, and he can't accept the tasks of those three people. Why don't you just rely on your probing talent to pick up his loopholes? The person who got it in the end was definitely no worse than those three people. You can wait and see the situation of these three people in the follow-up, mainly to inquire about people from other schools in the city. Make a decision. Lin Ming led Su Jing straight out of the teaching building. Just downstairs, passing a classroom window. A conversation suddenly caught Lin Ming's attention. Hey, have you heard, Senior Shueqing Han failed to awaken the Lord. Someone in the window turned pale with shock. What? Isn't she the most likely person in our school to become the Lord? Luck is bad. If you want to be a Lord, you need talent and luck. Let me tell you, there are two Lords in our school this year, one is Xiao Cheng, who is second only to the senior in talent, and the other is from class 3. As for senior sister Shueqing Han, after failing to awaken, she left in a daze. Didn't come back. Senior sister is so frustrated? That's right, she shouted so loudly before awakening, but she fell directly from the sky. She fell so badly, wouldn't she be unable to accept it? What do you know, senior sister didn't become a lord, but she's still a top awakened person, she's beautiful and talented, and in the eyes of those boys, she's still a goddess in the sky. Shueqing Han failed to be the lord? Lin Ming took Su Jing out of the school while pondering over this hearsay news. I don't know if it's true. If true, that would be really sensational news. But the man in the window was right. Whether Shueqing Han becomes a lord, her legendary color will not fade. Because her beauty and talent are there. It's just that there are two more people on the head. Except for these two lords, Shueqing Han is still the high and mighty Shueqing Han. It's just, what kind of posture will this lofty goddess take after meeting those two lords? No one knows. Just thinking about it, when Lin Ming walked to the school gate, he met an unexpected person. Student Linear. Ming. A cold voice. Lin Ming raised his eyes, and saw a girl with long hair, a tall figure, a cold and arrogant face, and a bit ridiculously good-looking. I'm Lin Ming, are you? Lin Ming was taken aback for a moment, with a puzzled look on his face. The girls were wearing their school uniforms, nothing special. Simple but can't hide her temperament. The snow-white and picturesque skin seems to have aura hidden on it. With an exquisite figure, the school uniform can't cover her a bit. The face is also so delicate that Lin Ming has never seen before. In my impression, there doesn't seem to be such a beautiful girl in their school, right? If there is, Lin Ming will definitely remember it. Lin Ming was wondering. The girl spoke suddenly. I am Shueqing Han. The moment she spoke, she faced Lin Ming and lowered her somewhat haughty head. Please, make a contract with me. Please. Chapter 6. Lin Ming looked at Shueqing Han, who bowed down respectfully to him. Her dark hair covered her lowered face. But come to think of it, the expression is very humble. Lin Ming was surprised, but felt that there was no surprise. Not surprisingly, the status of the Lord. It was beyond ordinary people's imagination, even Shueqing Han, who was once aloof, would bow his head when seeing him. Unexpectedly, Shueqing Han found him. With her talent as an awakener, even if she goes to another lord, someone will want her. But in short, her attitude was not wrong. She failed to become the Lord, and there was an insurmountable gap between her status and the Lord. The previous cold attitude was not suitable for her to present to the Lord. Otherwise, if she offends the Lord, it is her luck not to be contracted. Once the contract is made, if she doesn't give her an awakened unit, but just takes revenge on her for the rest of her life, she won't be able to die even if she wants to. Lords are lofty, and for noble reasons. How can I find me? I have read the notice. Our city has 3 lords this year. There are 2 in our school. The other lord, Xiao Cheng, has been to the national base with you. Are you more familiar with it? Lin Ming looked at Xue Qinghan and asked. He was sure that he had never met this senior before, and he had never seen her before. That being the case, with her talent, when she was looking for other lords and there were others who wanted her, she chose to find him, Lin Ming. Makes people feel strange. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Xiao Cheng's name from Lin Ming's mouth, Xue Qinghan clung tightly to the skirt of her school uniform. It seems that they have a lot of grudges with each other. I can't let Xiao Cheng make a contract with me. Xue Qinghan still lowered her head and replied. We have always been in the enemy's position. He has been against me and made a contract with me. I'm afraid he will torture me for the rest of my life. Oh! Lin Ming thought to himself, just now he thought about how cruel the Lord would be if he took revenge on others. Never thought that Xue Qinghan would be the target of other lords wanting revenge. Xiao Cheng did not get along with Xue Qinghan, Lin Ming had heard it many times. Su Jing also told him before that both Xiao Cheng and Xue Qinghan were from above. Xiao Cheng deliberately chased him over to deal with Xue Qinghan. What kind of enmity did you two have? I heard that he has been against you all the time. It's a long story. Xue Qinghan thought about it. Without waiting for Lin Ming to ask, he took the initiative to tell Lin Ming this matter that he had never told anyone else. Xiao Cheng has a family sister who has been fond of since childhood, and her name is Xiao Hongyu. This woman came from a collateral branch of their family. Her parents died carelessly in the 10,000 Realms continent. She lost a large part of the Xiao family's resources and was expelled from the Xiao family. But Xiao Hongyu is very talented. She was given a chance by the Xiao family in her 3rd year of high school. As long as she gets the 1st place in the province that year, she can be trained by the Xiao family and get her parents a name. But that year was last year. You should know that I repeated my studies for a year, and the person who competed with Xiao Hongyu last year was me. Later Xiao Hongyu lost, so she simply quit the Xiao family and disappeared. Xiao Cheng got the news and hated me. At the Lord's Awakening ceremony last year, I was plotted against, so I had to recuperate and postpone my awakening for a year. This year, he came here to fight me personally. It's so complicated. After hearing the reason, Lin Ming felt a little delicate at the moment. It's hard to tell who is right and who is wrong. It can only be said that each has its own pursuit. The Xiao family is huge and complicated inside. Xue Qinghan's Xue family is probably not bad. The Xiao family let the tribe take the 1st place in the province, and the Xue family must also let Xue Qinghan take it. Not to mention, the Xue family even let Xue Qinghan suppress the talented Xiao Hongyu. Both are competitors, there is no right or wrong, this is just a microcosm of competition in the era of Lords of Myriad Worlds. Lin Ming listened with gusto, and Xue Qinghan became nervous when he saw that he had been silent. After a while, she lowered her body again and pleaded slightly. I failed to awaken the Lord, and I have nowhere to go. The Xue family abandoned me. Seeing that Xiao Cheng had successfully awakened, in order to repair the relationship with him, they planned to send me to him. If I go, I will die. I can only come here and ask you to make a contract with me. I don't even have time to find other lords, Xiao Cheng will stare at me. Xue Qinghan's slight trembling made Lin Ming speechless. No one would have thought that Xue Qinghan, who was brilliant on the surface, had actually come to such a dead end. Doomsday is about to happen. No wonder she is so humble. Xue Qinghan is supposed to be a proud person, so normally she wouldn't be so humble. It turned out that she was really helpless. Only her side is her only way out. Lin Ming smiled, looked at her, and asked. Then have you ever thought that begging me to contract you is equivalent to transferring Xiao Cheng's hatred to me? I will bear Xiao Cheng's attack for you in the future, and even I will offend the Xiao family behind him, this giant. Having said that, the smile on Lin Ming's face remained unchanged. It's just the background, no one has any family background yet. As a time traveler, talent, family background, and handsomeness, if you lose at the starting point, you are unqualified. With such poor grades, he can enter the awakening class of the city's Qiqing and number 1 middle school. The people above have to ask themselves. But Xue Qinghan still lowered her head and didn't see his expression. Just listening to the meaning in his words, his eyes suddenly darkened. Also, who would want to offend a behemoth like the Xiao family? Others don't know what the Xiao family represents, but Xue Qinghan, as a person from this kind of family, knows the horror of those people best. Thinking of this, although she felt it was impossible, she still told Lin Ming weakly. I'm willing to give everything I have, as long as you make a contract with me. If I encounter danger, I will use my life to exchange your life with Xiao Cheng. In the worst case, he will really be imprisoned by him for a lifetime. I just don't want to give up fighting. My talent is very powerful, maybe we can find an opportunity. At the end of Xue Qinghan's speech, her voice was a little low. She also understands that even if she is talented, it is not enough to face Xiao Cheng and the Xiao family behind him. It's just that she, Xue Qinghan, has been working hard to practice until today, and has been helping and obeying the family, claiming to have done nothing wrong. In the end, it suddenly failed. He also ended up being abandoned and allowed to be trampled by his former enemies at will. She was just not reconciled, and wanted to resist one last time. Lin Ming looked at her and saw Xue Qinghan's head move. I don't know if I thought of the sad place and cried. But in short, Lin Ming can understand what people like Xue Qinghan are thinking. With her heart, she probably also found a final escape for herself. When she rejected her, she probably should seek death. It is impossible to give Xiao Cheng a chance to trample on his dignity. The big deal that Xiao Cheng was imprisoned just now was based on Lin Ming's willingness to contract her. For Lin Ming, for those who are willing to help her at this time, she is definitely willing to do that. Thinking of this, Lin Ming shook his head. In fact, he didn't intend to reject Xue Qinghan at all. Walking up, Lin Ming lightly patted Xue Qinghan's trembling shoulder, smiled and said, "Why are you crying? I didn't say I wouldn't make a contract with you. I think I can try it for you, Xiao Cheng and the Xiao family." Chapter 7. Real. Xue Qinghan suddenly raised her head. Eyes were red with tear stains. Coupled with her frosty temperament, it has a special flavor. At this moment, she was stunned. It seems that I heard wrong. But after seeing Lin Ming's expression and nodding in approval, she immediately believed in Lin Ming. Immediately said, "What I said is also true. If you are willing to save me, I am willing to give you my life. If we really can't handle Xiao Cheng, I'm willing to be killed by him, as long as I can save you." After a pause, she added, "However, regarding Xiao Cheng's matter, there are other ways out. I just lack time. As long as we have time, we still have a way. Although Xiao Hongyu and I were in a competitive relationship at the beginning, we didn't have any hatred in private, and we still have a certain friendship. If we can find her who is missing, maybe we can ask her to help and persuade Xiao Cheng." Xue Qinghan said that her debts are not without a peaceful solution. If it is really a dead end and there is no hope of a solution, even if Lin Ming is found, she will still end up in Xiao Cheng's hands. Then she might as well kill herself. Coming to Lin Ming, Xue Qinghan naturally remained confident about the current situation. It depends on whether Lin Ming has the courage and confidence to accompany her. If she wanted to, Shui Qinghan felt that even if she had been proud all her life, it would be worth it to give everything to such a person in the end. Let's make a contract first. Lin Ming didn't take Shui Qinghan's words to heart. Because even if he confronted Xiao Cheng head-on, he wouldn't feel any pressure. Shui Qinghan didn't know this. She only knew that Lin Ming was willing to make a contract with her, and she was very moved at the moment. Decided that no matter what she will become in the future under Lin Ming's contract, she will work hard for him in the future. The light of the contract fell. Correspondingly, it is the panel that has not disappeared in front of Lin Ming after using the probe. Name, Shui Qinghan. Occupation, awakened. Talent, legend. Golden legend. That's why Lin Ming, bearing Xiao Cheng's pressure, also made a contract with Shui Qinghan. He didn't know what the awakener of the legendary potential meant to this world. But if you want to come, the opportunity will never come again. He has seen the best talent so far, and only Su Jing's is rare. I have only seen Su Jing, a rare one. He has never heard of the purple epic above. Now that an orange legend came directly, no matter what the cost, Lin Ming had reason to contract her. What's more, it's a price he can afford. After the contract was completed, Shui Qinghan opened his eyes. The next step is supposed to be to awaken her arms. But Lin Ming didn't do that. Icefield Fox Altar, rare talents have a chance to awaken the highest level form. Legendary talent, overflowing. Lin Ming intends to wait and study his synthesis talent. See if you can raise the rank of the altar, and then awaken Shui Qinghan. Shui Qinghan was not in a hurry. After completing the contract, she relaxed a lot. Facing Lin Ming, she gave a rare smile. With her appearance, it is like a lightly unfolded picture scroll. The contract is completed, and I will follow you at any time in the future. Shui Qinghan said such a sentence very seriously. Without waiting for Lin Ming to answer, Su Jing took a step closer to him and said hastily. Me too. As the awakened person of your contract, I will accompany you at any time in the future. What are you grabbing for this? Lin Ming shook his head, thinking to follow me, you will be busy in the future. Qing'an No. 1 Middle School provided him with 2 awakeners. 1 rarity, 1 legend. Lin Ming is also quite satisfied. The remaining 2 are Xiao Cheng and his running dogs, and he can't get them either. There are no awakened people to dig in the school, so Lin Ming can change the picture and go home for the time being. Going to start visiting other schools tomorrow. At night, when Lin Ming opened the door of his house, the first thing he saw was a middle-aged man in a vest with bare arms. The man looks mature, with the word tattooed on his arm. Sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing Lin Ming coming back, he seemed to sense that there were other people behind him. The middle-aged man quickly put on his coat to cover the writing on his arm. Came back. The middle-aged man has a gentle voice. Seeing this, Lin Ming called out according to memory. Uncle Linear. When I was still young, I was brought to live in Qing'an City. And this Uncle Lin in front of him has been taking care of himself. Go to my room first, it's over there. Lin Ming dismissed the 2 girls first, and then sat down by himself opposite Uncle Lin. The other party is his guardian, and he has to talk to the other party about such a big matter as becoming a lord. First of all, Uncle Lin didn't respond to him taking the 2 girls home. Just eating sunflower seeds and watching TV, he asked him nonchalantly. I heard that you have awakened the Lord. Very good. After a while, a few awakened people will come down from the family. If you see someone you like, you can make a contract. After saying this, Uncle Lin didn't speak again. Watching TV intently, seems to be addicted to the drama. Although I praised him, there was no surprise about his awakening as a lord. There is nothing to ask. Seeing that Uncle Lin had nothing to say to him, Lin Ming got up and went back to his room. Uncle Lin has always been like this, and he rarely talks to himself. Never ask him for anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have poor grades. Occasionally, I would just ask him if he was in any trouble and if he needed help. Lin Ming offered to ask him for help, and he would not refuse. In short, he is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and the original body is already used to this way of getting along. In the room. After entering, Lin Ming found two girls sitting on his bed stiffly. The only chair in the room was piled with debris. They also dare not tamper with Lin Ming's things. Lin Ming walked over and put the things aside, and sat on the chair. Looking at the two people sitting upright, he couldn't help but smiled and asked. How about it, is my bed very soft? Do you want to stay and sleep together at night? Shui Qinghan was a little speechless. He didn't expect to be molested suddenly, so he kept silent. In short, if Lin Ming really thinks so, can she refuse now? Su Jing next to her panicked. She has not experienced these. But when she found that Shui Qinghan didn't move, she thought that the senior sister had acquiesced. A person as proud as Shui Qinghan agreed. How could Su Jing think she had the right to refuse? Immediately speak. I know. Just kidding, don't be so nervous. Lin Ming looked at Su Jing, who was terrified like a bunny, and felt like a scary villain. Chapter 8. Can you tell me about Su Jing? Shui Qinghan didn't care about Lin Ming's frivolity at all. Instead, he turned his attention to Su Jing. Now Su Jing, with a pair of fox ears, has obviously awakened the arms. For this awakened companion who will fight side by side in the future, she is very concerned about the result of Su Jing's awakening. No need to ask, Su Jing is very talented. Lin Ming answered Shui Qinghan without hesitation. She has just awakened the arms, and she has the strength of the Black Iron Superior. Black Iron Boss. Even Shui Qinghan was also surprised. I couldn't help turning my head to look at this somewhat unremarkable girl. Her talent is so good. That is, after all, she is ranked 4th in the city, only lower than the three of you who came back from the national training base. That's right, she can be directly awakened to become the leader of the Black Iron, and if we get rid of our 3 exceptions, there is no problem saying that she is the number 1 in the city. Shui Qinghan had a cautious expression. As she has been working hard to learn about awakened people, Shui Qinghan understands the value of Su Jing's talent better than Lin Ming. Su Jing's talent is already the pinnacle of ordinary people. It can even be compared to the talents of those awakened families. In general, there are at most 1 or 2 people who can compare with her in the city. Su Jing told Lin Ming very seriously. The Black Iron leader is almost the limit that the awakened under the novice lord can reach. We now have an awakened person who is in the position of Black Iron, and he has lost several years of walking. With Su Jing, we can already get rid of the identity of newcomers, and we can be regarded as a member who has truly integrated into the 10,000 Realms continent. A rookie lord usually needs to work hard for 3 to 5 years before he can take off this hat. According to Shui Qinghan, the 10,000 Realms continent is very dangerous and wild beasts are everywhere. Those who have just entered, if they only have the low-ranking strength of Black Iron, they may die at any time inside. Even with good luck, the lord who got the middle awakened person in the Black Iron at the beginning is still in crisis. Only by cultivating an awakened person who is a Black Iron leader can he truly have the power to protect himself. Can wrestle with lords from other worlds and compete for some resources. You're lucky. You got a contract with this baby Su Jing just after you awakened. In 2 days, she might be taken away by someone else. Shui Qinghan said with a slight smile. She was a little happy when she learned that the awakener of Lin Ming's first contract was strong. Su Jing also looked happy. Was praised. One is her own lord, and the other is Shui Qinghan, a high-ranking senior she could only look up to before. She couldn't help saying embarrassingly. I'm not so powerful, the lord is the one who is powerful, and his talent is at least epic level. Epic talent. Shui Qinghan looked at Lin Ming in surprise this time. Unexpectedly, I picked up the treasure, and the lord and teammates I found when I had nowhere to go were all very powerful. In this way, maybe we can smooth out some gaps. Shui Qinghan muttered to himself thoughtfully. Then he looked at Lin Ming seriously. Let me help you find the remaining quota of contractors. I have been preparing to become a lord. For future contract awakeners, I have recorded a lot of information about excellent awakeners. I can provide you with a lot of information. This is what we're waiting for. Lin Ming nodded happily. Shui Qinghan's intelligence combined with his scouting talent will definitely be able to dig out the person he wants. In a few days, Lin Ming, Shui Qinghan, and the others have been running around in Qing'an City, various districts and towns. For convenience, Shui Qinghan and Su Jing lived with him. They visit colleges and universities during the day and stay in hotels at night. There are quite a few colleges and universities in Qing'an City, and they haven't visited them in a week. The result is not ideal. Lin Ming's vision is too high, he is not an awakener with rare qualities like Su Jing, he doesn't want it. Shui Qinghan said that Su Jing is already the pinnacle of awakened civilians in the city. It is very difficult to find another person similar to her. Except for Qing'an No. 1 Middle School, the top ranks of other schools are the highest level of excellence. Until today. In a township college affiliated to Qing'an City, Lin Ming met a pair of twins. What's wrong? It's running time. The awakened seniors and ordinary students of this university are lining up downstairs together, running and exercising. Shui Qinghan suddenly found Lin Ming beside him, staring at not far away without saying a word. Shui Qinghan looked towards his gaze. A pair of well-developed beautiful sisters came into view. They were running, and the little rabbit followed their steps, jumping and jumping. Shui Qinghan glanced at it. I don't think Lin Ming is paying attention to this. If there is any need, it's not that I can't solve it for him. Shui Qinghan understood her own looks. Taking a step back, Lin Ming really has a need, and the target must be her. Shui Qinghan. Even if the pair of sisters are beautiful, they can't compare with her. She knows what those men are after her. Lin Ming would not abandon her and go outside to go crazy. Knowing this, Shui Qinghan asked Lin Ming clearly. Have you seen their qualifications? Lin Ming moved his gaze from the little rabbit back to the panel. By the way, he nodded. Name, Angzan. Talent, rare. Name, an XI. Talent, rare. Rarity class. I can see at a glance that you two are very talented. Oh no, it's excellent. Lin Ming thought to himself, it's true that he led people around these few days and finally got something. An XIN and an XI are the more famous awakened sisters in this town. Shui Qinghan flipped through the notes he had collected. There are also records about the sisters above. She told Lin Ming. Not only because of their outstanding appearance, but also because of their awakened talents, which are very popular among their peers. From many years ago, they have been very sought after by schoolboys, but they have a correct attitude and are dedicated to studying hard to get the contract, and have no interest in that. In general, they are more worthy of our contract targets. Chapter 9. Shui Qinghan's words were more worthy of a contract. In addition, Lin Ming has also heard that it is very worthy of the contract. Sister Shui Qinghan's evaluation was a bit low. It was because the talent ranking of the sisters did not even rank first in this township school. It can be seen that Blue Star's unstable talent testing system made a mistake here again. Lin Ming immediately decided to pick up this leak. Playground. A teacher waved at the running crowd. Be at ease, the Lord has come to see you. After saying this, an XIN and an XI stopped at the same time. Their eyes lit up. They looked at each other, thinking about the opportunity. Lin Ming is standing in the distance, this is not the first time he has seen this situation. Every time he came to the school, he showed his lord's visiting status. The top few elite students in the school will see Shendo become fiery, and they are full of flattery to him in their actions and words. What is the root of the efforts of the awakened? It's not just to get the appreciation of the Lord. This is especially true for an XIN and an XI. They don't even have the title of number one, but there are lords who are willing to look at them. They naturally know how to work harder than others to seize the opportunity. Hello, X2. An XIN and an XI came to Lin Ming. They bowed to him one after another, and then the two looked at Lin Ming together, expectantly, waiting for the Lord to speak. They dare not speak up. After all, he didn't know what Lin Ming wanted to say to them, for fear of being abrupt and losing the contract opportunity. This is the first time for an XIN and an XI to be called face-to-face by the Lord and interviewed in person. Feel deeply valued. Grateful, but at the same time very apprehensive. Lin Ming looked at the two sisters again. I found that my sister and XIN looked quiet and gentle. And the younger sister looked at him with big eyes blinking, as if she always wanted to talk to him, and seemed more lively. Lin Ming nodded secretly, no nonsense. Just say. I am very optimistic about you, make a contract with me. The younger sister, Angzi, almost jumped up unhappily. Sister and XIN had a look of disbelief. This requires a contract? Didn't ask anything? So optimistic about their sisters? In fact, it was not that there were no other lords before, and they found their sisters. It's just that what the other party likes is not their talent, but their beauty. The other party asked their sisters to be concubines. An XIN and an XI refused. They know what the other wants, and it's not their talent at all. Let alone the awakened arms, they are definitely not even given a contract. Now there is a lord who is willing to contract them directly. Although I don't know why the other party wants to contract their humble sisters. But since the other party gave them such trust in their talents, an XIN and an XI secretly decided in their hearts to dedicate everything to the Lord. Thank you for your appreciation, my sister, and I will definitely live up to your expectations. An XIN hurriedly took her younger sister's hand and bowed to Lin Ming to thank her. Lin Ming took an XIN and an XI away. Little did he know that as soon as he left, an extended car appeared at the gate of the town's high school. A person who looked like a secretary wearing glasses got out of the car and went to the school to ask some questions. After a while, he made a call with an ugly face. Hello? My lord, the pair of sisters you were looking for were taken away by a lord. What? In the villa in the central district of Qing'an City, Chen Long answered the phone. Hearing that someone had snatched away a pair of concubines he was looking for, Chen Long subconsciously felt angry. But soon, his expression turned pale. Could it be Xiao Cheng? Qing'an City has awakened 3 lords this year. Among them were him and Xiao Cheng. Thinking of Xiao Cheng from the Xiao family, Chen Long showed fear on his face. But soon, he thought of. No, Xiao Cheng has no shortage of good-looking women, and he has recently left Qing'an City, so it is impossible to go down to the villages and towns below Qing'an City to find women. Is that another lord of commoner origin? Thinking of this, Chen Long showed a look of ferocity on his face. How dare a lord who was born as a commoner provoke people from aristocratic families? Find out who took them away. If it's a civilian lord, I'll do it myself, and let his lordship end here. When Chen Long learned that an XIN and an XI had been taken away, he was gnashing his teeth angrily. The other side. Lin Ming and Xue Qinghan have come to the 10,000 Realms continent. Looking at an XIN and an XI, they have completed the awakening of their arms. Name, Angzan. Talent, Rare. Soldier type, Icefield Fox Demon. Stage, Black Iron upper rank. Name, an XI. Soldier type, Icefield Fox Demon. Stage, Black Iron upper rank. The awakening of the two belonged to the lucky one. Using the lower altar of Black Iron, with the talent of rare quality, he jumped 2 levels in a row when awakening the arms, and became the Icefield Fox Demon of the upper rank of Black Iron. At this moment, in front of Lin Ming, there were two more white-haired fox girls. The elder sister felt the strength gained in her body with peace of mind. The younger sister, Angzi, pays more attention to the changes in their appearance, chattering non-stop around the older sister who has animal ears and a tail. Elder sister and Xin couldn't help but patted her dishonest hand lightly, and taught her a lesson. Okay, don't move around, the Lord is looking at us, how decent are you? Oh, it's okay, maybe the Lord wants to touch our ears too. Saying that, an Xi shook her ears towards Lin Ming. It seemed to be asking him if he wanted to come over and touch him. An Xin blushed when she saw her younger sister's actions. But it didn't stop it. If the Lord wanted to touch her, then she would not refuse. After all, the changes of their sisters were bestowed by the Lord. If there is no Lord, she and her sister will not get the chance to awaken their arms if they look at their sisters who are not as talented. However, before Lin Ming went to touch the animal's ears, Shui Qinghan stopped Lin Ming first. She asked nonchalantly. Did you already know that their sisters are so talented? Shui Qinghan was indeed curious about this question. The awakened people they visited before had better test scores than Sister and Xin. But Lin Ming chose them. As a result, an Xin Angzi's talent exploded, and after the awakening of the arms, they were all Black Iron superiors. Obviously, the actual talent of this pair of sisters is at the same level as Su Jing. My lord's talent tells me that they are worthy of a contract. Lin Ming replied like this. Shui Qinghan was startled, then couldn't help lowering her head and secretly smiling. She has never heard of the Lord talent that can detect the actual potential of the awakened. But if you think about it, the grade is frighteningly high. Shui Qinghan suddenly felt that the person she chose in a desperate situation seemed quite reliable. On Lin Ming's side, he was opening the map of 10,000 Realms continent and taking a look. Sister and Xin asked him to touch the fox ears but was interrupted by Shui Qinghan, and he couldn't do it now. He can only focus on his territory in the 10,000 Realms continent. Currently, he has 3 Black Iron high-rank awakeners in his hands. It was enough for him to start exploring the 10,000 Realms continent. Chapter 10. Next to the arms altar, there lay the corpse of a huge beast. This is the corpse left by the assailant that Lin Ming encountered just as he decided to explore the vicinity. From this, it can be seen that Shui Qinghan was right. The 10,000 Realms continent is very dangerous. There are Black Iron beasts everywhere. At some point, a Black Iron beast will burst out and try to devour you. For example, the owner of this huge corpse right now. Icefield Bear. Stage, Black Iron middle rank. Just suddenly rushed into his territory in a frenzy. This shows how difficult it is for a new lord to be here. Even the lord who was lucky enough to have a Black Iron mid-level awakened person was still unable to move forward. If you are not careful, a beast with the same Black Iron center will pop out and let you come back. It is impossible to leave the continent during the battle, and once the lord and his men die in the 10,000 Realms continent, they will lose all awakening abilities and become ordinary people from then on. Fortunately, Lin Ming is involved. At the beginning of the game, there were more than one awakened person in the upper rank of Hai Tai. At this moment, Angzi was standing on the corpse of the giant ice bear, showing off his might. It was she who killed this giant bear that was as tall as 2 people with a few moves. An Xi was proud of easily solving the attacker. Lin Ming didn't relax his vigilance just because an attack was resolved. Even if it is the strength of the Black Iron superior, you may not be able to rest assured if you are nearby. Even with 3 Black Iron high-level awakeners in his hands, Lin Ming still decided to put caution first. This is the mysterious and unknown continent of 10,000 realms. Lin Ming squatted down first, and stroked a huge white fur fox more than 1 meter long at his feet. This is the Black Iron subordinate Icefield Fox summoned from his Icefield Fox altar. After giving the Ice Fox a command to explore the surroundings, Lin Ming reopened the map. His location is called Icefield Valley. The location in the 10,000 Realms continent is a first-level map. Generally, it is the place where some lords who have not awakened for 3 to 5 years stay. Take a closer look. This Icefield Valley map is divided into 3 parts. One is the fringe area where Lin Ming lives. Exploring forward, it is a forest area. Finally, after crossing the forest, it is the deepest part of Icefield Valley. A narrow river valley. At this time, Su Jing came back. She patrolled around the territory and brought Lin Ming a message. The beasts nearby all like to drill into the forest. It seems that in the forest, or in the deepest valley, there is something good to attract them. Hearing what Su Jing said, Lin Ming made a decision immediately. Let's go to the forest to have a look. Forest area. Guarded by 3 black iron high-ranking awakened ones. Lin Ming walked with Shui Qinghan in the bare forest of the ice field. Lin Ming didn't intend to waste her talent by awakening Shui Qinghan to a too low-level unit. Shui Qinghan had no objection and completely followed his arrangement. Now I have been acting as Lin Ming's secretary and following him. The progress of several people's exploration is not fast. There are too many wild animals around the main. In the afternoon, he had just entered the forest area not long ago. After encountering along the way, Lin Ming also learned that the map Icefield Valley, the main wild monster is a white, crystal-clear Icefield cave spider. The strength of black iron subordinates. The evolutionary unit is Icefield giant spider, the black iron middle. Lin Ming has also encountered it. For example, right now, Sisters an Xin and an Xi are cleaning up the ice spiders in an ice cave. Among them, there are 2 Icefield giant spiders in the middle of the black iron. My lord, after entering the forest area, the surrounding beasts seem to be stronger. An Xin and gentle voice came. I don't know if we go on like this, will we meet the beast of the black iron? Maybe. Lin Ming was a little absent-minded. While touching the little hand of the senior sister next to her, she thought. This 10,000 worlds continent is full of challenges, and there is no reward for killing monsters, which shows that wild monsters are all survival tests for the lords. Threats are everywhere. Thinking of this, Lin Ming couldn't help rubbing the senior sister's little hand a few times. Shui Qinghan on the side was speechless. It's not that I don't want to touch him. It's just touching her hand, she doesn't care about this little thing. The other party is her lord, and in addition to the previous events, Lin Ming is willing to help her when she encounters a dead end, and it is her only shelter. Shui Qinghan has been relying on him involuntarily in her heart. It's just that he pinched himself. You just can't take it easy. Shui Qinghan thought so. At this moment, a howl of wolves came from her ears. The long cry was heard by everyone present. Sister and Xin was suddenly a little strange. There are still dire wolf beasts in the river valley? We haven't encountered them along the way. Probably not wild. Lin Ming pondered. It is very likely that the territory creatures of other lords of the 10,000 realms. The wild monsters in the river valley have been identified, mainly ice spiders. That being the case, the sudden sound of a wolf is not necessarily a beast. Lin Ming remembered the team of dire wolves he met when he first landed on the 10,000 realms continent. Since then, the dire wolf has not been seen again. Most likely, those dire wolves were a scouting party, creatures raised by a certain lord. Thinking of this, Lin Ming immediately said. Fumble towards the location of the cry, let's check how the lord is developing. Are you about to clash with other lords? Shui Qinghan nodded, but did not stop. Even though Lin Ming has just awakened as a lord for a few days, but the power in his hand is in the first level map, which is a very powerful lord. She is not afraid of conflicts between Lin Ming and other lords. Not long after, Lin Ming and the others came to a camp. Hiding from a distance to observe, a group of dire wolves were guarding outside the camp, while inside the camp, there were 2 or 3 werewolves dragging some beast corpses around. This place seems to be just a material warehouse. The original beast of 10,000 realms continent, the meat is delicious and has nourishing effect. The furs of wild animals are also very precious. If Lin Ming doesn't accept them, there is no one. Generally, the lords will collect the carcasses of the wild animals they kill and sell them. Right now is a material camp. It's the territory of the werewolf lord. The knowledgeable Shui Qinghan immediately made a judgment. The lords in the 10,000 realms continent come from the 10,000 realms, so humans are naturally not the only race here. There are also orcs, such as the current territory, which comes from the lord of the werewolf clan. Chapter 11. This werewolf camp is just a material warehouse, so there are not many defensive forces. Except for the dire wolves guarding the outside, the 3 werewolves inside had no rank. Obviously it was only contracted, but not given the existence of arms. Just like the snow is clear and cold. Therefore, the 3 werewolves in the camp were responsible for the coolie work. Su Jing, rush in and try. Lin Ming let the study committee take the lead. The camp must be guarded by awakened werewolves, but they didn't show up. He also only sent Su Jing, an awakened person, to test the water first. But after Su Jing rushed up, she was a little overwhelming. The black iron subordinates guarding the gate were not Su Jing's opponents at all, and they lay dead in the blink of an eye. The 3 werewolf peons were even more invincible. Although they are more powerful than humans, they can't beat the awakened ones, and lie down faster than the dire wolves. Wait until the werewolf awakened in the camp tent spots the intruder and come out of the tent. All I saw was a mess. The eyes of the werewolf awakened were red at that time. Who is it? Dare to invade the Lord's camp warehouse, don't you want to live? The werewolf awakener in the middle of the black iron. The moment he appeared, Lin Ming learned about the strength of the enemy with probing techniques. It's not bad, there is an awakened person in the middle of the black iron, and it is not some general nameless lord. Because a lord can have at least 3 awakened people, maybe that lord has a stronger existence in his hands. At the same time, the red-eyed werewolf also saw the attacker clearly. Awakened. The blood in the eyes of the red-eyed werewolf dropped a little. Because the opponent must have some strength to deal with those dire wolf guards after all. At least like himself, he is a black iron median. Even so, the red-eyed werewolf said viciously. I haven't seen you, you are sent by the new lord of the edge. Go back and tell the new lord of your family. Don't think that when you become a lord, you can be defiant if you get a good luck contract with a black iron mid-level awakener. My lord is one of the great lords who has lived in this Icefield Valley for many years and occupied the forest with the other 2 lords. It's not something you provoked. If you are sensible, go back wherever you came from, and then bring your lord over to make amends. Facing the clamor of the red-eyed werewolf, Su Jing did not answer. I just shook the fox's ears, feeling a little unhappy. It's okay to look down on her, but even look down on her lord. Without saying a word, Su Jing jumped up and hit him. The red-eyed werewolf sneered, and met the opponent's attack without fear. But when the 2 fists collided, next second, the red-eyed werewolf groaned, clutching his broken arm in pain. Cold sweat broke out from the red-eyed werewolf's forehead, and he looked into Su Jing's eyes with panic. You are the awakened one of the Black Iron Master. Damn it! How could there be a Black Iron high-ranking awakened person coming from the edge area? No, your lord is definitely not a new lord. You came from other maps. You covet our Icefield Valley territory. The red-eyed werewolf knew he couldn't beat him, so he turned and ran. He just wanted to go back quickly and tell his lord about this matter. This is a major event that endangers the safety of your own territory. It's a pity that he can't outrun Hai Tai. Before taking 2 steps, Su Jing stepped on the ground. Before he died, he yelled unwillingly. Dare to come to our Icefield Valley. You are not afraid. Before he could finish speaking, he was dealt with by Su Jing. Lin Ming also brought Shui Qinghan and the others to the camp. Looking at the corpse of the red-eyed werewolf, Lin Ming said. From what he said, Icefield Valley and the Lord get along well. How can it be? Shui Qinghan snorted and replied. The 10,000 continents come from different worlds, and they can all be said to be mortal enemies, and there will be no alliances. Everyone is robbing each other. Whoever kills whomever is done depends on his own ability, and no one will control him. And the map is so big, lords rarely meet each other, and alliances are not very effective. He just wants to scare us and create a gap between us and other lords. After hearing this, Lin Ming nodded. It doesn't matter, if I meet other lords, I will solve him as well. First of all, the werewolf lord. It shouldn't be long before he finds out that the awakened one under him is dead, so he brought someone here. The fact is as Lin Ming said. The werewolf lord led people towards the warehouse camp as soon as he received the death of his awakened one. But 10 minutes later, the camp was surrounded by dozens of dire wolves. The dire wolf was also led by a red-eyed werewolf. Black Iron Median. Lin Ming glanced at it and didn't bother to answer. It was a luxuriously dressed werewolf who came out from the gap of the wolves, which attracted Lin Ming's attention. The werewolf lord. Behind the werewolf lord was a tall werewolf awakener. The tall werewolf awakened caught Lin Ming's attention the most. Because the information displayed by the exploration technique is that the black iron is superior. Sure enough, this werewolf lord is an awakened person with a black iron superiority. That's right, the forest area is no different than the edge area, there are a lot of black iron median beasts here. To be able to gain a foothold here, the help of the high-ranking awakened person of the black iron must be indispensable. Be at ease, solve them. Lin Ming attacked directly. The werewolf lord was dumbfounded. Why don't you say anything, just fight? But when Lin Ming's awakened person showed his strength, the werewolf lord was shocked. Why are they all black iron low-rank awakeners? An XIN and XI deal with the awakened of the werewolf lord. Su Jing protects Lin Ming and the others against the dire wolves. When the werewolf lord lost everything and his soul returned to his own world, his eyes dimmed. He squinted at Lin Ming, leaving only one paragraph. You are a lord from another map, right? You want the territory of our Icefield Valley, it's not that simple. I'm just the weaker one among the 3 lords who control the forest area. There are more powerful lords in Icefield Valley, be careful not to kick a nail. The werewolf lord completely disappeared in the 10,000 Realms continent. Lin Ming didn't care what the other person said. He only heard the prompt message from 10,000 Realms continent. Congratulations, Great Lord, you have won the control of a part of the forest area of the first level map Icefield Valley. Your altar is raised from the edge to the forest. You have gained control of one of the 3 treasures in the forest Shuiying grassland. Chapter 12. Hey! Solved the werewolf lord and got so many rewards. It seems that the werewolf lord has been operating in the Icefield Valley for so many years, and he didn't do it in vain. He kept cleaning up the beasts, launched a war, and took control of a part of the Icefield Valley forest. Lin Ming opens the map function. There are 3 copies of the control right to discover the forest area. A copy originally belonged to the werewolf lord, but now he has seized it. It has been changed to his name. At the same time, as one of the 3 controllers, Lin Ming also obtained one of the 3 treasures in the forest area. Water Grass Field. The remaining 2 treasure lands are naturally in the hands of the other 2 forest controllers. No wonder the red-eyed werewolf said before his death that their lord was one of the 3 lords who controlled the forest. It turned out to be true, and even this controller has side benefits. The conquest system of 10,000 Realms continent was originally like this. It was the first time Lin Ming came into contact with it, and it felt quite novel. He looked at the map again. Found Icefield Valley in 3 areas. There is no control over the fringes, which are up for grabs by lords. Forest land has 3 control rights. Inside the valley, there is only one control right. These control rights have their names written on them. Looks like it all belongs. On one of them, his Lin Ming's name was naturally written on it. Lin Ming walked over according to the location of the name on the map. Here I found my moved ice fox altar. Next to it is a piece of soil soaked in water. Blue, fluorescent grass grows on the soil. This is the treasure land that belongs to him. Water grass field. It is said to be a grassland, but it is actually only a small piece of land, with a dozen or so grasses sparsely planted on it. That's it. Lin Ming is disdainful. I feel that the layout of this so-called treasure land is too small. Su Jing squatted down cautiously, and murmured in disbelief. This is a strange thing in the 10,000 Realms continent. It is used to cultivate awakened people and improve the strength of awakened people. I have seen it in books. That's right. Shui Qinghan also came over at this time, nodded and replied. This should be Shui Yingko, a black iron level strange object, which is specially used to cultivate black iron level awakened people. It can digest a certain amount and allow black iron level awakened people to advance. Obtaining the treasure land where this strange thing was born means that our identities have also been transformed. From a survivor of the 10,000 Realms continent to a controller of the 10,000 Realms continent. Although it is only the bottom controller for the time being. As Shui Qinghan said, she glanced at Lin Ming. Too fast, the development speed of my own lord. In just a few days, he became the controller of the 10,000 Realms continent, and has enjoyed the wonders of the 10,000 Realms continent ever since. This speed is faster than that of the lords from the awakened family. Lin Ming didn't pay attention to Shui Qinghan's eyes. He is looking at the information of this treasure land. Treasure land, Water Yinko Field. Stage, Black Iron Strange Object. Introduction, 10 water fireflies grow every year. Reserve, 12 plants. The werewolf lord also left a little reserve for him. The moment he received the reserve, Lin Ming's talent suddenly popped up. Synthetic talent activates. Acquisition formula, Black Iron High Rank Awakener plus Black Iron High Rank Flesh and Blood Essence plus Black Iron Strange Object X10 equals the awakened person's bronze low rank form is promoted. Help the Black Iron Upper Rank Awakener directly advance to the bronze lower rank? Lin Ming was startled. This is the first time I have seen the synthesis talent move. But I didn't expect that the first time there was a movement, it could directly help his awakened person to advance. Lin Ming read the prompt carefully. It is not difficult to understand that his talent is obtained by extracting the flesh and blood essence of the Black Iron Superior Awakener, plus the energy essence in the Black Iron Strange Thing. Forcibly upgrade the rank of the awakened ones under him. The effect is a bit against the sky, and it is completely a means beyond the realm of rules. Lin Ming lamented that his talent was completely unreasonable. At the same time, I also looked up this Black Iron Superior Flesh Essence, how to get it. Before the Black Iron upper unit dies, it is easiest to extract when it is dying. Lin Ming murmured about the hints in the synthesis talent. The awakened under the previous werewolf lord is no longer available. After the awakened person dies completely, he will disappear in the 10,000 Realms continent, and his soul will return to the original world. However, it's just a Black Iron upper unit. What is the most indispensable thing in the 10,000 Realms continent? It's wild monsters. When the lords came here, they would not only attack each other, but also compete for survival. Survive from the native wild monsters that are as numerous as cow hair in the 10,000 realms. In the fringe area before, there were Black Iron low-level creatures everywhere. Now coming to the forest area, the Black Iron mid-level wild monsters began to become everywhere. That being the case, there must be some mixed Black Iron high-ranking wild monsters nesting among them. Lin Ming opened the map. In the forest area where he is now. In addition to the 3 places marked with red dots, the 3 control rights that record the name. There are also 3 skulls, listed next to the 3 controls. A skull is supposed to be a symbol of a monster. It can have its own logo on the map, which is probably where several boss monsters in the forest area are located. Just like the 3 controlling lords who also have logos on the map. The Lord of Control is the leader of the Lords of the Worlds. The Skull Monster is the leader of the native monsters in the 10,000 realms. Su Jing, go and help me solve a monster nest. After this battle, I'll show you a treasure. Lin Ming planned to upgrade Su Jing first after getting the essence of flesh and blood. She is the awakener of her first contract, so she will naturally be the first to enjoy the upgrade service. As a result, Su Jing heard what he said, and wondered if she had misunderstood something. Little blushed, did not answer, just nodded coyly. Lin Ming opened his mouth, thinking that Su Jing's blush should be due to misdirection. But after a while, he still shut up without explaining. Forget it, he wouldn't really say that to Su Jing in front of Shui Qinghan and the others. Thinking about it, Su Jing also understood that she was joking with her. With a few awakened ones, Lin Ming went directly to the boss point next to him. Chapter 13. An ice cave in the forest area. Lin Ming found the place marked by the skull according to the map. Find yourself poking a spider's nest. Hundreds of ice spiders rushed out of the ice cave. These wild monsters from the 10,000 Worlds continent have a particularly sensitive sense of smell. Lin Ming just approached here, and was going to observe the situation of this monster's lair from a distance first. It was attacked by a large number of monsters gushing out. Fortunately, the hundreds of thousands of ice spiders are basically black iron subordinates. Lin Ming commanded Sister and Xin to guard him and Shui Qinghan. Su Jing is the main attack, constantly cleaning up these monster waves. A large number of monsters died every minute, and Su Jing's physical strength was also exhausted relatively quickly. After most of the monster tide gushing out was resolved. Squeak, squeak. A piercing scream came from the ice cave. There was a bang. A snow-white fluffy spider broke through the ice wall and stepped out. Icefield Spider Leader. Stage, Black Iron Upper Rank. The owner of the ice cave, seeing his slave laborers being slaughtered, showed up out of anger. He broke through the ice hole and jumped out. The huge sharp pincers scratched pieces of shattered ice and smashed them on the ice spiders blocking the way in front, roughly driving them away. The leader of the ice spider who cleared out a prop quickly jumped towards Su Jing. He pinpointed the target of killing its companion very precisely. Su Jing, who was protected by the power of the ice fox, directly took the pincers of the leader of the ice spider with her fist. However, this ice spider leader not only has weapons, but also has great strength and fast speed. Su Jing fought with it, and it was evenly divided for a while. Lin Ming knew that Su Jing and the ice spider leader were in the same rank. If she wanted to defeat the leader of the ice spider, Su Jing might have to pay some price. Lin Ming hurriedly said. An Xi, go and help Su Jing. Got it, my lord. An Xi rushed out of Lin Ming with a whoosh. The lively and active Angzi likes to join in the excitement of battles, and Lin Ming naturally gives her the most exciting battlefields. Quiet and Xin guards Lin Ming calmly, without being affected by other things at all, and is the most suitable protective role. With Angzi joining in, the leader of the ice spider could only be beaten passively. The spider-tide mobs were gradually being dealt with by an Xin. Seeing that the situation has stabilized, Lin Ming is also relieved. At the same time, I complained in my heart. There are really a lot of these ice spider monsters, nearly 1,000 ran out of one ice cave. In other parts of the forest area, the number of densely packed small ice caves is estimated to be even more terrifying. The Ice Spider clan is probably the overlord of the local wild monsters in the entire Icefield Valley map. They have various forms from Black Iron Lower to Black Iron Upper, all over the entire Icefield Valley. I don't know if there is a unit of the Ice Spider family that is more powerful than the leader of the Ice Spider and is commanding them. The battle is over. Lin Ming went to the dying Ice Spider leader to get its flesh and blood essence. Seeing the leader of the Ice Spider who had no ability to resist, his body quickly shriveled up. And Sujing and Sister and Xin stood aside, panting tiredly, resting. Obviously dealing with so many miscellaneous soldiers, they felt tired. Lin Ming secretly scolded the pervert. It is quite difficult to fight the wild monsters in the 10,000 Realms continent, he has such a strong power now. 3 black iron upper rank awakeners. But it still consumes a lot. Among them, of course, is the reason why the group of Icefield foxes on his altar did not take shape. But it was also because the intensity of wild monsters in 10,000 Realms continent was too high. After playing, there is no reward yet. If it wasn't for the flesh and blood essence of a high-ranking black iron, who would usually fight? It's better to hide from the wild monsters. Anyway, if there is a conflict, the treasure will not be dropped. Lin Ming still doesn't know what the reward mechanism for clearing the original wild monsters in the 10,000 Realms continent is. For the time being, these wild monsters can only be used to increase the difficulty of survival for the lords. Acquisition, Black Iron Superior Flesh Essence X1. The prompt came. The leader of the ice spider turned into a pile of dry wood. Lin Ming no longer cares about wild monster rewards. Turning around, he took out 10 water fireflies. Then he walked up to Sujing and patted her on the shoulder. And shouted. It's up to you, let's evolve, Sujing. Sujing is cute, she hasn't reacted at all. I can only feel the strength in my body rapidly filling up. She quickly closed her eyes and adjusted her body. There was a snap. A cold wind blew in the camp. Shui Qinghan and the others watched Sujing float up in surprise. Fox tails get bigger. The ice fox power that was about to overflow filled his body. The cold wind from the camp circled around, and finally wrapped around Sujing's body. Gradually formed an icy frost aura. The frosty aura is exposed, which is the sign of the advanced bronze of the awakened. Sujing, has she advanced? Shui Qinghan opened his mouth wide. Rao, how much she praised Lin Ming's rapid development in her heart before, but she never thought of the current situation. Lin Ming squinted his eyes and checked Sujing's current information panel. Name, Sujing. Soldier type, Frost Fox Demon. Rank, lower bronze. Synthetic talent did not lie to him, Sujing has indeed advanced. The names of the arms are no longer place names, but are named after their own strength. From then on, Sujing stopped fighting with her fists, and could use the frost power in her body to strangle the enemy. Sujing's promotion is not over yet, she is still floating in midair with her eyes closed. Lin Ming was wondering why the advancement was so slow this time. Suddenly I heard Shui Qinghan beside me, staring at Sujing in a daze, while muttering to him. Do you know what it means for Sujing to be promoted to the lower position of bronze? What? Lin Ming tilted his head to express his doubts. Shui Qinghan did not get an answer. But he saw that Sujing, who was floating in midair, suddenly had a dazzling light on her arm. The light continuously distorted, vaguely like a word, slowly forming on Sujing's arm. In the end, a word extreme was printed. The moment the word extreme appeared, Shui Qinghan turned to look at Lin Ming, and gave him a helpless smile. It means that you have found the way for the Lord to advance. It means that you, a guy who has just become a Lord for less than a week, is about to prepare for promotion. Chapter 14. Sujing landed. There is a faint cold air flowing around the body. The awakened ones of the bronze rank are already fundamentally different from those of the black iron rank. It just looks like it has its own aura, which is much more reliable than the black iron awakened. For a while, Sujing was in the limelight. Angzi went up and watched without stopping. Lin Ming didn't move. His attention was no longer on Sujing. You just said that I found the advanced method of the Lord, what do you mean? Lin Ming looked at Shui Qinghan. My mind was completely attracted by Shui Qinghan's words. Lords can progress. He admitted that he was moved by the statement. Why? It's for the awakened slot. His current quota is 10 for contracts and 3 for awakening. There are also 3 slave quotas that I don't know what to use. Too few, especially the awakening quota. Now the quota for awakening is full, Sujing and Sister and Xin, the 3 quotas are tightly occupied. Next, he would not be able to awaken Shueking Han's arms. He doesn't know how to increase the column. But if the Lord can advance, then the field will definitely expand. Isn't it inevitable to upgrade the unlocked slot? However, Lin Ming only knows how the awakened ones advance, but has never heard of the Lord's advancement. There is very little knowledge about Lords learned in school. There is no mention of the Lord's advancement. Lin Ming guessed that the school didn't know that the Lord could advance. It must be that there are very few Lords who can advance in the common people, so the news of the advancement can only be controlled by the aristocratic family. But he vaguely felt that it should have something to do with the character on Sujing's arm. There are very few advanced lords, at least among the common people, so there is little news about this. Shueking Han told him. Not to mention civilians, even lords from awakened families rarely get promoted. The secret of promotion lies in the word on Sujing's arm. Shueking Han has an unusual background and a wealth of knowledge. She patiently explained to Lin Ming. The worlds contained in myriad realms cannot be counted, and the number of awakened people in these worlds combined is even more incalculable. However, most of these awakened people are at the black iron level. If you go beyond the black iron, break away from the majority, and come to the lower position of bronze, you will also break away from the uncountable range. The bronze lower ranks of the entire myriad realms can be counted in terms of extreme digits. 10,000, billion, trillion, Beijing. Gai, Zi, Rang, Dich. Jian, Zheng, Zhe, extreme. These are the numbers used by 10,000 realms to count awakened people. Starting from the lower rank of bronze that can be counted by extreme numbers, the number of awakened people of the same level will be greatly reduced, and his ranking will also be reduced. Reduced from to, reduced to, reduced to. These cannot be mentioned first. In short, as long as you have 3 awakened people who are ranked extreme in 10,000 realms, you will be recognized by 10,000 realms, and you will be recognized as the Lord who can command the extreme ranked awakened people. You will pass the approval of myriad realms and be promoted from an ordinary lord to an extreme lord. The so-called extreme rank lord is the lord who controls the awakened people who are ranked in the extreme rank. It's that simple. Shueking Han said a lot in one breath. But it does sound simple. Anyway, Lin Ming understood. In short, if he wants to be promoted, he only needs to have 3 awakened people with the word extreme on their arms. It is to cultivate 3 bronze subordinates. To get rid of Sujing, you only need to train Sister and Xin to bronze. At that time, he will be able to be promoted to the extreme rank lord. This is easy. Lin Ming set his sights on the map, and there were 2 remaining control marks in the forest area. The werewolf lord who previously had control over the forest area provided him with a set of advanced bronze lower level resources. Then as long as he finished the remaining 2, wouldn't he have 2 more sets? When the time comes, Sister and Xin advances, and he also advances. Good for everyone. It's the 2 of you, let me see the development of your territory. As soon as Lin Ming clapped his hands, he had a new goal. Before the werewolf lord also had black iron high-ranking awakeners. He also said that he is the weakest of the 3 controllers in the forest area. Lin Ming was a little apprehensive towards the other 2. Now that Sujing has advanced to the lower bronze position, he can walk sideways in the forest area directly. What are you afraid of? There are no bronze ranks in the entire forest area. Whether it's an awakener or a native beast. Lin Ming waved his hand. Started by Sujing. He led the others to rush towards the territory of the 2 lords. Just brush all night tonight. Strive to be promoted to extreme rank lord tomorrow. Lin Ming found his life goal here. Villa in Central District, Qing'an City. Chen Long also found the person who took away Sister and Xin. It was the last of the 3 people in Qing'an City who had awakened as lords this year. His name is Lin Ming. Chen Long frowned when he saw the name. Some are not sure whether the other party is a lord of civilian origin. Because, in Qing'an, there are 3 awakened families who control the city behind the scenes. One of them is the Lin family. If it's from the Lin family, forget it. Although the awakened family has a long history. Each family is a family founded by a famous person who has been to 10,000 worlds in history. The descendants of each generation of them are basically awakened, and some of them are very talented. Compared with those civilians outside who may not necessarily produce an awakened person, they have inherent advantages. They took advantage of their advantages, accumulated strength, and secretly controlled the city. Behind every city now, there are 1 to 3 awakened families like them in the hands. Even if the civilians are awakened to become lords, they will not be able to step on the family of the awakened. He, Chen Long, was a lord from an awakened family. But if Lin Ming was also from an awakened family, Chen Long would have to think about it. This will cause a war between the 2 families. It's not worth fighting against other families for a little conflict. Chen Long was thinking about it, but his secretary beside him replied. Lin Ming is not from the Qing'an Lin family. Qing'an's Lin family has never had any contact with him. Besides, Lin Ming used to come from outside the city, so how could he be related to the Lin family who have been rooted in Qing'an? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Chen Long's face again. So, he is a commoner lord. Very good. I want him to know that even if he becomes a lord, there are still differences between commoner lords and family lords. As he spoke, Chen Long slapped a piece of talisman paper on the table. Invitation letter to death match of myriad realms. It is used to resolve personal grievances after the lords return to their respective worlds. Once the duel is agreed, after the end, the winning party can take away everything that the loser has. Of course, Chen Long didn't think he would be the loser. How can a lord born in a common life compare to a lord born in a family? Chapter 15. How can a lord born in a common life compare to a lord born in a family? But I'm different. I'm the lord of the myriad worlds. It's hanging. In the forest area. Lin Ming muttered some gibberish words. Beside Shui Qinghan watched Su Jing alone, and rushed over to deal with the last lord who had control over the forest. She secretly sighed. What you said is right. You really can't use common sense to describe it. Maybe, just like what you said, you should just hang up. Oh? You also know how to cheat. I haven't played games, but at least I've heard of the term cheating. Shui Qinghan's understanding of hacking seems to be still in the aspect of playing games. Lin Ming didn't explain to her either. He just grabbed Shui Qinghan's small hand again, put it in his own palm and kneaded it. Senior sister's little hands are awesome. He was also not afraid that Shui Qinghan would reject him. To be honest, after spending a week with Shui Qinghan, the relationship between him and his senior sister is already very cordial. It's not the first time to grab the little hand of the senior sister, I don't know how many times. It is estimated that the senior sister is used to it, and he will grab her little hands when she has nothing to do. Moreover, after getting used to it, the senior sometimes even took the initiative to hold his hand. Although the senior sister looks cold, she is actually very active. Speaking of this, Lin Ming became angry. The senior sister is so good, but those people in the school call her a goddess, saying that she is high and high, and she rejects people thousands of miles away with just one look. Where is the senior sister so cold and unreasonable? The senior sister is obviously very kind to people, she is very obedient, okay? Damn, whoever spread these bad words all over the school dared to slander the senior sister. Congratulations, great lord, you have obtained all control rights of the Icefield Valley forest area. You have obtained the last of the 3 treasure lands in the forest cold chi crystallization well. Wanjidala seemed to be unable to stand it any longer, and jumped out to give him 2 reminders. Interrupted his imagination. Lin Ming also hurriedly started packing up the materials on his body. Flesh essence of awakened high-ranking black iron X5. This is the contribution of the 2 lords who control the forest area to him. There are a total of 5 black iron high-level awakeners in the 2 families. Before Sujing was promoted, he really couldn't get it down. But all of this is due to the strength of his lord's talent and Sujing's promotion. Become a gift of nature. Black Iron Strange Object X21. These are the remaining 2 treasure lands, plus the 2 remaining strange objects from the Werewolf Lord's treasure land, and 20 Black Iron level strange objects that were barely made together. Resources are ready. Lin Ming summoned Sister and Xin. This time it's your turn to evolve. Following Lin Ming's words, an Xin and an Xi also rose into the air one after another, stirring up the chill, and entered the state of promotion. Shui Qinghan responded silently. She became more and more sure that Lin Ming had the means to steadily upgrade the awakened ones. She had never heard of such a terrifying method. Remember that Lin Ming can also accurately determine the awakened talents. She had never heard of this technique either. The more she gets to know Lin Ming, the more Shui Qinghan feels that Lin Ming is in a fog. It's hard to figure out what kind of character he is. Even she, who was always serious and never imagined a joke, began to think about it. Does the 10,000 Realms continent really have any illegitimate children? I actually contracted this kind of character in a desperate situation. Maybe, that's not her way out at all. It is the beginning of guiding her on the broad road. Shui Qinghan's eyes flickered. Maybe I should try harder. Although she has always been very confident in her talent, but now compared to Lin Ming's Lord talent, Shui Qinghan suddenly felt that her awakener talent was nothing. An Xin and an Xi's promotion ends. There is also a character on their arms. Almost at the same time, Lin Ming received news from the 10,000 Realms continent. Congratulations! You have 3 awakened who have reached the extreme rank under your command. You have been recognized by the 10,000 Realms continent. You have become an extreme rank lord. You've come a long way in Lord of the Realms. You get extreme promotion treasure chest X1. At the same time, Lin Ming's personal panel also changed. Lin Ming. Occupation, Lord. Stage, Extreme. Contract field, 1/20. Gift field, 3/5. Effort column, 0/5. Fields have finally been added. There is no longer any need to worry about Shui Qinghan not being able to awaken the arms. You can even contract more awakened people. Then Lin Ming set his sights on the extreme treasure box obtained after upgrading. Before killing monsters, you won't lose rewards. Now I have beaten a few lords, controlled a map, not only dropped strange objects, but also gave treasure land, and then even treasure chests came out. I don't know what's in it either. Lin Ming chose to open the treasure chest. Acquisition, Ice Stone Man Altar, Black Iron Lower Rank, X1. A new unit altar? Lin Ming frowned. I feel that this reward is not as good as expected. Because the grade of the new altar is the same as that of the initial altar, the Black Iron ranks lower. This is the level up reward for extreme level lords? For others, it is of little use. You can only expand the selection of arms. For example, Lin Ming's Ice Fox is better at spells and agility. The current Stone Man is estimated to be more defensive. It will be better to use together. But this arms altar is like this to others, but to Lin Ming, it means much more than that. Lin Ming looked at his synthesis talent. At this moment, the synthesis talent popped up again. You have new synthesizable materials. Black Iron Lower Altar plus Black Iron Lower Altar equals Black Iron Middle Altar. Lin Ming immediately threw the 2 altars in and synthesized them. In the next second, the altar in his territory was gradually surrounded by a breath of ice. The altar is advanced. You got Frost Fox Altar, Black Iron Center. Other lords cannot upgrade altars. Altar grades are fixed and immutable. Only in extremely rare cases, there is a chance to obtain a high-level altar. But Lin Ming is different, he can rely on synthesis to continuously improve the level of his own altar. Chapter 16. The altar has been raised to the middle of the black iron. The highest awakened form that can be bestowed has also become a bronze-ranked Frost Fox Demon. It is Su Jing's current unit. At the same time, the demand for hidden talents of awakened people has also become higher. Lin Ming predicted that if he continued to upgrade the altar, rare talents would be affected. It's hard to jump 2 levels in a row. When it comes to the bronze altar, it is estimated that the epic talent will be affected. Because it is said that the real high-level altars are even limited to those below good quality and rare quality. At that time, only the potential of the awakened is huge enough to activate the power of the arms in the altar. Unlike now, the power of the altar is used to activate the huge potential of the awakened. The power in the altar was originally small, but it was the huge potential of the awakened, which mutated into a form of an awakened person higher than the level of the altar. At the same time Lin Ming calculated. To awaken Shueqing Han, it is best to wait until the altar is promoted to the bronze rank. Only then will she have the opportunity to fully display her legendary talent potential. Why do you say your talent is so good? Lin Ming pinched Shueqing Han's little hand again, and said to her in a rambling manner. The talent is too high and it's hard to find a suitable unit. I don't even have a unit that can fully realize your potential. I will provide you with awakening. Shueqing Han was silent. After a while, she said. Actually, you can just let me awaken. It doesn't matter if the initial unit is low. My talent is high, and the follow-up upgrade is very fast. It doesn't take many strange items to help me upgrade. The lords are generally like this. No matter how talented the awakener is, they basically awaken directly with the initial altar. One is because few people can get the high-level altar, and the other is that the awakened ones with high talents can also advance quickly, and there is nothing to lose in the early stage. The third is to gain combat power as soon as possible, in order to get more in the 10,000 Realms continent, otherwise it is too dangerous here, and it will be difficult to even survive. After Shueqing Han finished speaking, Lin Ming shook his head. That won't work. If you come to me, you have to get the treatment you deserve. Digesting strange things also takes time. Why don't you just awaken a higher level unit for you, which will save you a lot of practice. Moreover, the lords directly use the initial altar to awaken high-quality awakeners because the way they count the talents of the awakeners is too general. I can't see the specific classification, and I don't know how many levels will be wasted with the initial altar. So just throw away the good and the bad. Anyway, the high-quality talent advances quickly, and it will be revealed later. Most importantly, none of the other lords felt like they had a chance at the high altar. Most people use the initial altar until they die, so they don't have to think about it so much. Lin Ming is different, he understands Chu Tian's quality mechanism, and his altar can also be upgraded. When you encounter a treasure like Shueqing Han, you have to save it up. Thanks. Shueqing Han felt that Lin Ming valued her. She couldn't help but thank you softly. This gratitude is not only because Lin Ming values her, but also includes many things. Including Lin Ming's willingness to protect himself from Xiao Cheng. Shueqing Han felt that there was a lot she wanted to say, but she didn't know how to express it. In the end, Lin Ming could only hold his hand tightly when he needed his little hand. Seeing this, Lin Ming smiled. If you thank me, let me touch your little hands more in the future. Shueqing Han nodded lightly, and handed over her other little hand. In fact, Lin Ming didn't know that in ancient times, awakened people with high talents had a way to awaken high-level arms. That is to commit oneself to the lord of the older generation. Look for the kind of lord who has deep qualifications and already has a high-level altar. But later, This method gave birth to an unhealthy atmosphere in the 10,000 Realms continent. Young and talented awakened people like to seek refuge with powerful old lords. As for the new lord, it is basically impossible to get excellent awakened ones. Created a monopoly. The old lords are getting stronger and stronger, and the new lords are getting weaker and weaker, and they all died in the survival period. There was a time when the 10,000 Realms continent almost lost the shadow of the new generation of lords. Afterwards, the 10,000 Realms continent changed the rules. It's too unreasonable to get everything just because you were born early. In this way, no matter how talented the new lord is, he has no chance to show it. Therefore, in the 10,000 Realms continent, the lords are prohibited from contracting awakened people who awakened more than 1 year later than themselves. Unless there are special circumstances. Otherwise, you can only contract with the same generation, or the awakened people of the previous generation. If you are talented, you can find awakened ones who are older than you, and it is no problem at all to rob people from the previous lords. But people who cannot snatch offspring. It is necessary to give future generations of lords room to develop. In this way, the 10,000 Realms continent will continue to grow from generation to generation. Sister, have you noticed that the relationship between Senior Shueqinghan and the Lord is a bit unusual? When Lin Ming and Shueqinghan were whispering, an Xin and an Xi had already completed the advanced stage. They showed their faces for a long time, only to find that the Lord only had Shueqinghan in his eyes. Sister and Xi couldn't help but ask. Sister, I remember the awakener of the first contract of Lord, it should be Su Jing. Obviously she came first, but her relationship with the Lord is not very good. The Lord doesn't hold hands with her, but Shueqinghan's. Does that mean that the Lord doesn't care about the first come first served issue, and we two latecomers also have a chance to please the Lord? An Xin hasn't answered yet. But not far away, Su Jing didn't catch her breath and almost suffocated. What are you two talking about? I heard it all, okay? It's just that he didn't hold my hand, so why did the relationship between me and the Lord become bad? Is it okay to hold hands? The relationship between the Lord and the awakened is not that kind. I have a very good relationship with the Lord. We were even in the same class before. Thinking of this, Su Jing couldn't help but look towards Lin Ming and Shueqinghan. Seeing the two holding hands, talking and laughing. It feels like their atmosphere is better than when they were with me. She couldn't help thinking again. But if the Lord wants to hold my hand, I won't refuse. After all, Lord, he is so outstanding. And he is his own Lord, not that kind of relationship, better than that kind of relationship. If the Lord and the awakened person are of the opposite s*x, they will usually develop that kind of relationship in the end. After all, the Lord is their reliance, fighting side by side with them, and has a close relationship. Chapter 17. Don't talk nonsense. An Xin tapped her sister on the head lightly. Education sister said. The Lord already likes us very much. Is he willing to bring us, who are not very outstanding, into this world? If he hates us, how could he do that? I'm not talking about this kind of liking. An Xi said with a dissatisfied face. Oh, sister, don't play dumb, I mean the kind that can hold hands. An Xi tilted her head to look at Shueqinghan and the others, and secretly said to her sister. Sister, why don't you give Lord a little hand? If the Lord becomes a brother-in-law, I will be able to be honored by your sister and be favored by the Lord, and I will not have to worry about resources in the future. Before she finished speaking, she was answered with a violent knock. An Xin knocked hard on the forehead of her younger sister who didn't have a long memory. Then he blushed and said. How can you say such a thing? The Lord is not the kind of partial person. Whispering sound. Angzi was taught a lesson continuously, her forehead hurt from being knocked, and with tears in her eyes, she muttered to herself. Sister, you are too conservative, and you obviously respect the Lord. As passive as you are, if you really fall in love with the Lord one day in the future, when you find out what you want, the daylily will be cold. I understand. Since sister, you like to be passive, then I'll let the Lord take the initiative. Go and touch my hand for the Lord first. My sister and you are twin sisters, and your hands feel the same, so take my hand and let the Lord try the goods. When the Lord likes it, he will definitely talk about you every day, sister, and you will not be able to refuse if you want to. An Xin listened to her younger sister's muttering, with a dazed expression on her face. What are you saying? Don't mess around. During the day, after sister and Xin's advanced stage is over, Lin Ming left the 10,000 Realms continent with Shui Qinghan and the Xin sisters with strange faces, and went back to catch up on sleep. Yesterday, in order to clear the 2 control rights in the forest area, they stayed up all night until almost noon. In the end, the harvest is full, and it is time to take a break. At the same time, the Icefield Valley map is almost complete. There are few resources to grab at the fringes. The 3 control rights in the forest area have been put into Lin Ming's hands. In the end, there was only one river valley left, which remained untouched. There is only one control over this place. According to the depth of the map, the valley area should be the boss area of this Icefield Valley map. The monsters inside are estimated to be a level higher than the forest area. Even Lin Ming, who already had 3 bronze low-level awakeners who could roam the forest, didn't dare to break into it easily. The entrance to the valley is narrow, and if there are monsters inside that cannot be defeated, the entrance is blocked, and the car will easily overturn. Before he left 10,000 Realms, he sent 2 frost foxes in the middle of Black Iron to explore the bottom. The altar has been upgraded, and the units that can be summoned also start from the middle rank of Black Iron, although it may not be able to play a big role in the battlefield of the Awakened. But they are still very reliable for exploring the road and obtaining some information. When the bottom of the river valley is found out, Lin Ming decides whether to control the entire Icefield Valley, or change to a Tagu for development. Dusk. Lin Ming was suddenly awakened by a palpitation. He opened his eyes bewilderedly. There was a blood-red panel floating alone in front of him, which shocked him. After he saw clearly the words written on it, Lin Ming muttered something strangely. Invitation to death match of myriad realms. Someone invite yourself to paid PvP? Lin Ming glanced at the signature on the invitation letter and found that the initiator was Chen Long. He knew this person, Shui Qinghan mentioned, was one of the 3 lords of Qing'an City this year. Why are you staring at yourself? Lin Ming didn't agree recklessly, and took a look at the phone first. I found that my phone was full of messages at some point. Inside, they were all asking him how sure he was about the chances of winning this duel, whether it was stable or not. It seemed that the entire city knew about the duel. After all, it is about Qing'an City, 2 of the only 3 lords this year. With the spread of caring people, the news spread quickly. It is said that the duel will be tomorrow, in front of Colonel Qing in number 1. At that time, the awakened geniuses from all colleges and universities in Qing'an City will be present to watch the battle. Hearing this momentum, Lin Ming's heart was moved. Not to mention whether there is any reward for winning. This prestige alone, and the opportunity to show off one's lord's skills in front of many awakened people, are very precious. If there is an unstoppable victory at that time, it will definitely be respected by many awakened geniuses. At that time, I don't know how many awakened people will come, begging him for a contract. But the problem is, before he accepted the invitation, the news spread all over the sky. It's not difficult to guess that it was the method used by the other party to force him to agree. Oh, a small trick. Lin Ming laughed. Without rushing to agree, I clicked on the phone contacts first, and sent a text message to Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin, Chen Long invited me to a death match, do you think I can win? One must be cautious, even though the world would never have guessed that Lin Ming is now an extreme lord. Qianlong is no longer his generation. But what if Qianlong also has an ultimate hole card? Within 10 seconds, a reply came from the phone. Uncle Lin didn't answer his question directly, because he didn't know Lin Ming's strength, so he just told him. That boy Qianlong is average, the only one he can see is an awakened person with a high position in the Black Iron, who was trained by his family. It's the Black Iron leader. There is only one. Isn't this the same strength as the weakest werewolf lord, one of the 3 former forest controllers? Then it wasn't worth his caution. Lin Ming clicked agree on the invitation letter. The bloody panel disappeared immediately. At the same time, another message from Uncle Lin came on the phone. Can you handle it? If I'm not sure, I'll shut up those who spread the word. It seems that Uncle Lin has heard about the dual invitation for a long time. Seeing that he didn't respond, he didn't take the initiative to mention it. In this regard, Lin Ming clicked on the input field, and only replied 3 words to Uncle Lin. I kill randomly. Chapter 18. Lin Ming was not interested in knowing why Qianlong wanted to duel with him. Just a small role. In his eyes, this Qianlong is nothing but a cannon fodder for chance. Just give money to the boy. What Lin Ming cares more about is the reward after winning the duel. The invitation says that the winner can dispose of everything of the loser. I hope the other party can come with more strange objects or something. Lin Ming needs this thing now to synthesize upgrades for the awakened ones. Furthermore, after distributing my prestige, I hope that there will be outstanding awakened people who will come to visit me on my own initiative. Tomorrow's Lord Duel, the people who will come to watch the battle must not only be the awakened ones from the high school. The awakened of the previous generation will definitely watch the battle. I hope to attract a beautiful big sister. Lin Ming was lying on the bed, fondly touching a small hand and thinking. Only after recovering did she realize that Xue Qinghan was sleeping on the next bed. Lin Ming couldn't help but startled. Since Xue Qinghan is sleeping next door, whose hand is he holding? Turning around, I found that it was an Xi, the younger sister of the Fox sisters. At this moment, an Xi was looking at herself with an unknown smile. It should have been her just now, and while she was thinking about the duel, she handed over her hand. Then he subconsciously grabbed this little hand and rubbed it. After all, he was used to rubbing Xue Qinghan's little hand before. Does the Lord like it? Angzi asked him with a wicked smile. Lin Ming nodded naturally, and continued rubbing his little hands. Since the master agreed, then he is impolite. Unexpectedly, Angzi started to say some unclear words. My sister and I are twin sisters. My sister's hand feels the same as mine, right? So, if you like my hands, you will definitely like my sister too. Oh. Lin Ming nodded in a daze. Some didn't understand what an Xi meant by these words. Anyway, just keep silent. Lin Ming grabbed an Xi's little hand and said nothing. An Xi thought it was because Lin Ming liked their sister's hands very much, so she didn't want to say anything. Seeing this, Angzi was very satisfied. The plan went well. As long as Lin Ming gets used to holding her little hand, if one day he won't let him hold her, he will definitely ask his sister. With my elder sister's character, I will definitely not reject the Lord. At that time, the two held hands, and the relationship will never return to the past. Then the Lord will become her brother-in-law. I'm so smart. An Xi had a planning expression on his face. But he didn't notice Lin Ming, who looked puzzled. There is also an Xin, the sister who is sleeping with her back to them not far away. An Xin woke up early. Naturally, she also noticed her sister's actions. She was panicked at the moment. Bad, silly sister, she actually really went up. She really wanted to ask her sister. Is there a possibility that the Lord didn't understand you at all? He was just prostitution you. It's bad, I usually protect my sister too much, which makes her too innocent, and oftentimes I can't change my mind. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from an XIN's side. An XIN was so frightened that she hurriedly closed her eyes. Pretend you're still asleep and don't see anything. What happened? Shui Qinghan's voice came from beside her. Senior sister also woke up at this time. The first time she woke up, Shui Qinghan saw Lin Ming and an XI staying together. She was silent for a moment. Then, Shui Qinghan got up and went over, sat next to Lin Ming's bed, and of course squeezed an XI's seat. An XI also hurriedly made room for her, and ran back to her sister. Seeing Angzi covering the quilt and falling asleep, Shui Qinghan looked away, turned to look at Lin Ming, and asked him with a bit of concern. Why did you wake up so early, what happened? Shui Qinghan's intuition is very keen. Lin Ming told her. Chen Long suddenly asked me to fight to the death. Just now, I accepted his invitation to the fight to the death. Chen Long. Shui Qinghan thought for a while, then nodded. It's fine if you accept it. They don't know your true strength, they only know that you suddenly became the Lord. Winning a Chen Long can also show everyone your strength, so that many people will not dare to trouble you again. After all, Chen Long has some gold content. He is a lord from an awakened family. In the past, when Shui Qinghan heard that Chen Long was going to fight him to the death, it would definitely not be so calm. But Shui Qinghan now knows what Lin Ming is capable of. At the beginning, he surpassed the rookie period when the lords worked hard to get a black iron high-ranking awakened person. Then he crossed over to the period of senior lords fighting towards the bronze lower awakened. Successfully promoted to extreme lord. Today's Lin Ming, among the civilian lords, is already at the top. Even for some awakened families. If there is a black iron leader, he is already a child of the elite. There are several black iron superiors, which are the backbone of an awakened family. It seems that the kind of person who can have a bronze subordinate and work hard towards the extreme lord is already a senior level figure in the awakened family. As for the real extreme lord like Lin Ming, he can be the patriarch of the awakened family. Because of the rapid development of Lin Ming's strength, Shui Qinghan doesn't worry much about Xiao Cheng's affairs now. One is because Xiao Cheng is not in Qing'an, so he went to another city to recruit awakened ones. Second, even if he came back, he couldn't beat Lin Ming. The only thing that makes Shui Qinghan afraid is the Xiao family behind Xiao Cheng. The Xiao family is still different from ordinary awakened families. Speaking of which, is there really such a big gap between a lord from an awakened family and a commoner lord? Chen Long dares to be so arrogant. Shui Qinghan came back, and Lin Ming's little hand was also there. While pulling her habitually, Lin Ming inquired about the family of the awakened. Although Lin Ming also has a family, but their family is a free-range education, and they have never told him anything. Shui Qinghan came back to her senses and told Lin Ming. In a family of awakened people, only a few can become lords. The main reason is that there are many awakened people in the family. Basically each of them is an awakener, and there will naturally be a few very outstanding talents. These people will be cultivated by the family, and when a lord appears in the family, he will be offered a contract. So, the lords from the awakened family have better awakened talent and stronger strength. Just like that Chen Long, there will definitely be an awakened person that the family helped him cultivate under his command. We just need to pay attention to that person. Of course, no matter how good the training is, it is impossible to be a bronze rank awakened, and there is no way to compare with us. Shui Qinghan also felt that Chen Long was a little trash. Following Lin Ming, after getting used to the rapid development of lords and awakened ones. Looking back, she felt that Chen Long and Xiao Cheng were nothing more than that. His vision was also raised by Lin Ming. Sleep. Lin Ming immediately stopped caring about Chen Long who disturbed his rest. After I plan to recharge my batteries, I will stop by Qing'an No. 1 Middle School tomorrow to pick up the gift from the boy who gave me money. The main attention has to be on the last area of Icefield Valley in the afternoon. Chapter 19. The next day. At the gate of Ching'an No. 1 Middle School. Today's Ching'an No. 1 Middle School is very lively. Although the school had a day off, almost all the awakened ones in the school came. Everyone knows that today is the day when the two lords duel. At the gate of the school, a temporary schoolyard was built high. After all, it is a matter of great concern to the two lords. Even the city attaches great importance to it. The battle platform was set up outside the school overnight. Around the battle platform, there are countless onlookers. Not only the people from Ching'an No. 1 Middle School, but also many talented awakened people from other schools have asked for leave today. Some are to meet the Lord and see if he can get the Lord's appreciation. Some are to see who is the most powerful Lord of Ching'an City this year. By the way, beg him to accept himself. Of course, many awakened people from society also came. These awakened lords who missed the same year as the lords of the year were restricted by the continent of 10,000 realms, so they had no way to find lords who awakened earlier than them. You can only look down, pay attention to the newly awakened lords every year, and see if there are any young people who are willing to ask for them. School reception room. This is generally the place where school leaders use to entertain guests. However, even the headmaster is not qualified to enter the reception room of No. 1 Lieutenant Colonel Ching'an today. Chen Long sat on a chair, waiting for the start of the duel outside. On the opposite side of him sat a tall and thin middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked dignified, but when facing Chen Long, his expression was very peaceful. City Master Zhang, I have caused you trouble this time. Chen Long took the lead in greeting with a smile. The so-called City Lord Zhang is the mayor of their Ching'an city. It's just that the lords often stay in the 10,000 realms continent, and they are more used to referring to the administrator of a city as the City Lord. City Lord Zhang spoke with compliments. Where is it? I am of course willing to serve you at the request of Lord Chen Long. Don't look at him as the mayor, he is powerful and powerful in front of others. But there is no way to show off in front of people from the awakened family. After all, a word from the aristocratic family is more reliable than him in the city. I don't know how the other lord offended Mr. Chen Long. City Lord Zhang asked Chen Long cautiously. This year's new lord of Ching'an City must be reported by him. Now that there is such a big conflict, he bites the bullet and asks a question. Regarding this, Chen Long waved his hands quite indifferently. The lord of a commoner family doesn't know the difference between the noble family and the commoner, just trying to provoke me. It's not a big deal, I'll teach him a lesson. Lin Ming looked down on Chen Long, and Chen Long also didn't take Lin Ming seriously. Regarding this, City Lord Zhang could only laugh ha 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 for a while, and didn't dare to take care of it. Seeing that Chen Long didn't want to say more, City Lord Zhang had no choice but to chat with him instead. I don't know Mr. Chen Long, how is the development in Wanja? Barely, I am now preparing to gather resources to take my first control over the map of 10,000 realms. That's amazing. Lord Chen Long is a dragon and a phoenix among men. If he can win this control, Lord Chen Long will surpass those old lords who have not had control for several years and completely break away from the newcomers in a week. The identity of the Lord. City Lord Zhang couldn't help admiring. Chen Long smiled proudly. He was just being humble. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the building. City Lord Zhang spoke immediately. It seems that your opponent is coming. Chen Long also restrained his smile at this moment. Turning his head, he looked at the tall and slender Lady Yu behind him. Chen Long said with a bit of respect. The battle is up to you, clan sister. Tall sister Yu nodded coldly. Sister Yu's name is Chen Yun, and she is a highly talented awakened person who was cultivated by the Chen family in Ching'an since she was a child. She has been the jewel of the Chen family since she was a child, and the most prestigious person among her peers. Chen Long also admired this clan sister when he was a child. So much so that now that he has become the lord, the family has assigned this elder sister to him as an awakener, and he still respects this woman very much in his heart. City Lord Zhang made way for the two of them. After Chen Long left, he stood by the window, squinting at the situation below. Lin Ming was stuck in the duel time and had already arrived at the duel site. At the moment he appeared on the stage, out of respect for the Lord, the awakened onlookers were very quiet. But when Shueking Han behind him followed, the atmosphere changed immediately. The field was filled with whispers. It's Shueking Han! It's Shueking Han! It's Shueking Han! Wow, I actually saw Shueking Han! Shueking Han's reputation is too terrifying. Not only Qing'an No. 1 Middle School, but even other schools have heard of her legend. It belongs to the goddess of all people. Then, a discordant voice came from the crowd. Sister Shueking Han, why was she also contracted by the Lord? Haven't you heard that she failed to awaken the Lord? With her talent, it is not inevitable that she will be taken away by the Lord after she fails. Wow, how can senior sister commit herself to others? She can be a lord and contract others, but she cannot commit herself to the Lord. The goddess has fallen into the mortal world, and my heart hurts. Ha, your goddess will dress up as others like in a short time. Have you seen the outfits of the awakened ones behind that person? White-haired fox-eared lady. This person's taste suits my taste. He won't want senior Shueking Han to become like this in the future, will he? He won't, he won't? Come and tell me he won't. Chen Long, who had just played, was a little annoyed by the noisy voices around him. Snow cold. Chen Long looked at this woman quite cautiously. This is a woman that even Xiao Chang before could not deal with. Fortunately, she doesn't seem to have been granted the awakening of arms. Otherwise, the clan sister really might not be able to fight. Chen Long glanced at it and confirmed that the biggest threat was not taken seriously by Lin Ming, so he was relieved. Then he set his sights on the other awakened people of Lin Ming. When he saw the appearance of Sister and Xin, Chen Long couldn't help showing a sneer at Lin Ming. Oh, how capable I am of you! As a result, you took away their sisters to be awakened for you. I admit that the two of them are not bad in appearance, but in terms of talent, they are far behind. Lin Ming couldn't help laughing when he heard Chen Long's words. Really? Do you think their sisters are not talented enough? That way, I will let you. You choose one of their sisters as your opponent. You can ask your awakened ones to fight together. As for me, I will only use one of an Xin or an Xi. You can try it, can you beat it? Chapter 20. You wanna die? Chen Long thought Lin Ming was insulting him. Immediately roared and said. Clan sister. Kill those awakened ones, and leave this kid to me until the end. Dare to humiliate me, Chen Long, I will make him pay back 10 times. Chen Long angrily made his awakened men move their hands. On Lin Ming's side, it was much calmer. Seeing that Chen Long didn't respond to his words, he had no choice but to say. Since you don't choose an opponent yourself, let me pick one for you and let an Xi be your opponent. An Xin has a calm personality. When Chen Long said that she was not talented, she ignored it and completely ignored him, treating him as air. On the contrary, Angzi lost her temper, gnashing her teeth and looking very angry. Lin Ming felt that since she was so angry, she should take revenge with her own hands. An Xi volleyed into the arena. As soon as I entered the arena, a cold wind rolled up. Over there, Chen Yun and the other two awakened members of Chen Long had just stepped into the arena. With the cold wind, Chen Yun and the others immediately felt as if their bodies were condensed. The power seems to be frozen, and it is difficult to move. He had just stepped on the stage, and the next second he was blown out of the stage by the cold wind surrounding an Xi's body. With a bang, Chen Yun was thrown out of the field. She cried out. The aura of the cold element. You can control the aura. You are already a bronze rank awakener. There was an uproar all around. Chen Long himself was taken aback when he saw this scene. Then I lost my mind. It's impossible. What talent do you have, and you can also be promoted to the bronze rank? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Long muttered. Then, he turned and ran. He said it was impossible, but he ran faster than anyone else, which made Angzi a little unresponsive. I can't run away. What is the strength of the bronze rank? His father is not so powerful. Where is he able to deal with it? Didn't you see that Chen Yun, the strongest clan sister in his hands, was blown off with one move? As for his remaining 2 awakened ones, they had already been buried. That's just 2 black iron medians. Damn it, how could it be the bronze rank? How could I possibly beat it? I have to run, I can't win this battle. Chen Long regretted it. Unfortunately, Chen Long was blocked by an invisible wall of air before he ran far. The 2 were carrying invitation letters, and the awakened ones had already entered the field, and the death match had already started by default. Here, there is no escape. Feeling that he had no way out, Chen Long's expression changed drastically. At the same time, Chen Long only felt a chill on the back of his neck. Turning around, I saw an Xi rubbing an ice gun with ice with an unhappy expression, and it was already on his neck. You. Before Chen Long could say a word, he felt the point of a gun being pushed on his neck. A warm liquid trickled down his neck. It's his blood. Chen Long was frightened at the time. He didn't care to speak harshly, the cold touch on his neck was like the scythe of death, which made his heart feel cold. Without saying a word, he raised his hands in surrender. Don't kill me. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The Lord's duel, which was spread throughout Qing'an, ended in such a hasty way. The process seemed to be a farce, and the mighty Chen Long was beaten by only one awakened person. After watching the whole battle, the onlookers had only one thought. Lin Ming is really strong. If any awakened person can kill Chen Long randomly, then his other awakened people must also be able to. The awakened people under this lord have awakened to a height that people can only look up to. He should be the model lord that the awakened ones want to make a contract with. Of course, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. In the crowd, there were still a few people who knew the goods, and they knew who Lin Ming had killed. This is the lord from the awakened family. Even Chen Long lost so badly, this Lin Ming must be someone who can crush this kind of lord. A mysterious woman at the corner of the street outside the arena looked thoughtfully at the wrists of the 3 awakened people beside Lin Ming. There, the word extreme is faintly reflected. 3 awakened people who are ranked in the extreme position. Then, that lord is already an extreme rank lord who has been promoted. This person's lord talent is so strong? Even I have never heard of it. From Lin Ming's side, he looked at Chen Long who was lying on the ground in despair. He has lost all related talents of lord and awakened. Erased by Lin Ming. This is his right as a death match winner. He can deal with the loser Chen Long as he likes. On an Xi's side, Chen Long's 2 awakened were captured and sent to Lin Ming to erase their awakened power. Only when there was only one woman left, an Xi rolled her eyes. If I remember correctly, this woman's name is Chen Yun. It's Chen Long's sister. She was an arrogant woman who had always looked cold when facing her lord before. At this moment, she no longer had the brilliance she had before, and she looked devastated. She is anxiously waiting for others to deal with it. If she guessed right, she felt that her life as an awakened person would end here from today. Seeing this woman's expression, an Xi immediately took care. As a player in this battle, Lin Ming said that she has the right to decide the fate of these losers. So Angzi came to Lin Ming's side, posted it quietly and said to him. My lord, that woman over there is a bit talented, it would be a pity to destroy her. Do you want to consider using the slave pen to restrain her? The loser in a death match can be enslaved by the winner. After Angzi finished speaking, Lin Ming was surprised. How do you know such a thing? He had previously wondered what the slave slot in the panel was for. Can it be used at this time? Where did an Xi get such trivial knowledge? Unexpectedly, Angzi told him with a oops. I checked. I have thought about it for you before, some ways to bully my sister. Later, I found out that I could still throw my sister into the slave pen. What do you think of this way of playing? Where did the pit sister come from? Lin Ming hurried away from Angzi to prevent himself from being infected by him. If an Xin heard these words, no matter how good-tempered an Xin was, she would beat up her younger sister violently. Chapter 21. After leaving Angzi behind, Lin Ming used a probing technique on Chen Yun. Name, Chen Yun. Talent, rare. An Xi is right, this talent does have a reason for him to keep it. After thinking about it, Lin Ming walked up to Chen Yun and told Chen Yun about Angzi's decision. What do you think? Are you going to be abolished as an awakened person and become an ordinary person, or join us? Hearing this, Chen Yun raised his pale face from the defeat. She pursed her lips. Look at the two awakened people who have lost their talents. Watching them look downcast and full of worries about the future. It's like seeing my future self. And she was a pretty woman. If the halo of the awakened person is removed, they will fall from the sky. I am afraid that there will be many people who will fall into trouble. As the proud daughter of the Chen family, she has offended many people. But no one can do anything about her. Everything is because of her status as an awakened person. Once she loses this identity, the consequences will be disastrous. Chen Yun thought a lot for a while. His complexion also kept changing. In the end, Chen Yun looked at the two awakened people who had become ordinary people and were kicked out of the ring. This step into another world from now on. This life has nothing to do with the aristocratic family, the awakened, or the upper world. Chen Yun's lips moved. But they couldn't take that step. After seeing the prosperity and secrets of the world, it will be difficult to go back in disgrace. She still doesn't want to lose everything she has as an awakened person. She whispered. I don't want to be an ordinary person. Lin Ming nodded, showing that he understood her euphemism. Immediately increase your slavery slot by 1. He wasn't worried that Chen Yun would have rebellious intentions. This field is much stronger than the control strength of the contract field. Lin Ming took care of Chen Long's matter. On the school building not far away, the city lord Zhang, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, was already dumbfounded. Chen Long was defeated so easily. This Lin Ming can cultivate such a powerful awakened person in a short period of time. Is he really born as a commoner? Don't blame him for making a fuss. In fact, a few minutes ago, Chen Long was still sitting in front of him and talking nonsense. I didn't expect to lie there after going down. City Lord Zhang wondered if he had an illusion. At this time, a person suddenly appeared behind him. It's true that Lin Ming didn't come from a commoner, but even if he wasn't a commoner, he shouldn't be able to reach this height so quickly. That's very... The visitor stopped talking halfway through. But City Lord Zhang suddenly turned around. What do you mean? Doesn't it mean that this Lin Ming is not from the Qing'an Lin family, but from a commoner background? If it weren't for the fact that the person who came here was his backer, one of the 3 awakened families in Qing'an, a member of the Wang family. City Lord Zhang thought someone was coming to amuse him. In this regard, the awakened member of the Wang family told him solemnly. It's true that they are not from our Qing'an Lin family. But, Lin Ming's Lin is Lin from the Lin family above. City Lord Zhang's pupils shrank suddenly. The expression showed fear. He asked with a trembling voice. Then why don't you remind Chen Long, if you know that Lin Ming is a disciple of the Lin family above? Chen Long is crazy to dare to offend the family of the Lord with the family of the awakened ones. Regarding this, the awakened person from the Wang family also smiled bitterly and said. Where do we dare to remind? Chen Long has already offended him. It is said that he has overreaching thoughts about the awakened ones. Based on this, someone from the Lin family will definitely come out to cleanse them. The majesty of the Lord's family cannot be tarnished by anyone. If we remind you, we are helping the Chen family, and we will be liquidated by the Lin family. Having said that, the awakened members of the Wang family couldn't help but smile when they saw City Master Zhang's complex expression. Taking a step back, this is also a good thing. There are too many awakened families in our Qing'an, there are 3 families, and there should be one less family competing for benefits. You are an extreme lord. By choosing to join Lin Ming, he has some understanding of several awakened people under him. After knowing that they all have the word extreme on their arms, Chen Yun was quickly convinced. Such a young extreme rank lord, even if it is a lord family, there will be no. Our Chen family, a family of awakened people, is even more. Chen Yun swallowed his saliva, thinking in horror. Extreme rank lord, the head of their Chen family is that. The other 4 clan elders all have bronze low rank awakened ones, but they are not extreme rank lords. Because it is not easy to gather 3 bronze lower positions. It's not a matter of time. The elders of the Chen family have cultivated awakened people for decades. If the awakened ones could automatically advance as long as they had time, then these awakened ones would have already crossed the bronze level directly. Mainly the wonderful object issue. Awakened people of the black iron stage can still be raised with ordinary black iron rare objects. But if the black iron ranks up to bronze, the ordinary black iron strange object is useless. It needs a special extreme grade black iron rare object. Otherwise, the strength of the awakened will stagnate. Their Chen family, as a family of awakened people, also has certain influence in 10,000 realms. He holds a complete first-level map in his hand. There is only one treasure land that can produce superior black iron rare item on a first-level map. Production is also extremely rare. This led to the awakened family giving everyone 1 point every year, and each clan elder of superior black iron strange item would not get 1 or 2 points. As a result, most of the black iron masters are stuck at the bottleneck and cannot be deposited. The awakened who can rise to bronze are all people who have made many meritorious deeds in the clan, have good aptitude, and absorb strange objects very quickly. What kind of treasure does Lin Ming have in his hand, which can feed 3 bronze awakened people in a week? While Chen Yun was thinking, his throat felt a little dry. She groaned and swallowed. If there is something good, can you feed me too? I'm hungry. If she can also get this treatment, she, Chen Yun, doesn't mind being a dog to the Lord. The awakened ones desire power the most. Promotion is always the first in their eyes. There are ranks, they are the stars holding the moon, and they are the awakened people who are regarded as celestial beings. Chapter 22. Don't think too much, follow me and work hard, and you will naturally become an awakened person of the bronze rank. Lin Ming saw the longing in Chen Yun's eyes. He patted Chen Yun on the shoulder in understanding. Among the awakened people, the most indispensable thing is her kind of fanatical pursuit of power. Chen Yun nodded immediately. Stretching his body, he stood up from the ground and obediently stood behind Lin Ming. She thought about it all at once. Why bother? Isn't it just a change of lord? She, Chen Yun, was an awakened person yesterday, and she is still an awakened person after today. Hasn't everything changed? As for Chen Long, she has no relationship with this clan brother. When she was a child, she was the apple of the eye of the family, and Chen Long was just an ordinary disciple, and the 2 of them didn't know each other well. Chen Yun has no impression of this clan brother. After growing up, the other party suddenly became her lord, but also without any communication. Chen Long has always respected her, and usually dare not talk to her, and the communication between the 2 is very rare. Usually she stays in the family to practice, and occasionally goes to help Chen Long fight, and at other times Chen Long doesn't care about her. She herself felt that Chen Long was dispensable as a lord. Now that the lord has changed, it is not a big problem. Knowing Lin Ming's ability, what else can she not think about? Even after leaving the Chen family, isn't Lin Ming himself a family of awakened people? This is the patriarchal lord. These young awakened ones never had the opportunity to attach themselves to the patriarch level before. She made her own thighs and brought Chen Long's 2 awakened ones. Now, she can finally hug her thigh. Chen Yun decided not only not to hate Lin Ming in the future, but also to behave well in the future. The death match event is over. Lin Ming packed up the harvest. The main thing is strange things. There are only 2 or 3 pieces of black iron level strange things, other than that, there is nothing else. Lin Ming scolded Chen Long for being unreliable as a rich boy. I go to the first level map to gain control, and the rewards are more than yours. But fortunately, in the end, Chen Long offered his clan sister to Lin Ming. An awakened with a rare quality talent. This is something Lin Ming can't exchange for how many 10,000 worlds continent maps he has played. On the whole, Lin Ming is quite satisfied with this reward, and he didn't waste his whole morning. The crowd dispersed. Lin Ming also led people away from the duel venue. However, before leaving, Chen Long passed by the distraught Chen Long. Chen Long suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Yun, who was following Lin Ming. Clan sister. Chen Long's throat surged, and he suddenly spit out these 2 words. Hearing his voice, Chen Yun paused. However, he just gave Chen Long an indifferent look, and followed Lin Ming to leave. Anyway, she, Chen Yun, ended up like this today, not because Chen Long, as the lord, was too arrogant and arrogant. Because of a duel, her career as an awakener was almost ruined. Because of this, Chen Yun doesn't have a good face towards Chen Long now. She could also tell the difference clearly. She clearly knew the bad nature of Chen Long, and now it was hurting herself even more. She already hated Chen Long in her heart. Seeing this scene, Chen Long couldn't hold back. Chen Yun has always been the white moonlight in his heart. The other party was the clan elder sister whom he had admired since he was a child. He held her in his hand all the time and dared not even touch her. Looking forward to one day, my waiting can wait until the clan sister understands. However, before this day came, the clan sister was taken away by another man. He lost his talent as a lord, and he also lost the chance to recover his sister. Thinking of this, Chen Long, who didn't even cry when he lost his lord talent, suddenly burst into tears. Lin Ming didn't notice the voice behind him. At the moment he is holding the phone. Since Chen Long was defeated in the death match, Lin Ming's cell phone has received a lot of messages. There are more people looking for him than before the death match. All in one color. After discovering that the duel was over, he received a message. The message came from an unknown number, who claimed to be from the Shui family. The content is to question why he took Shui Qinghan away, and why he dared to oppose their Shui family. And invited him to meet in a coffee shop on the street outside the school. Shui family. Lin Ming looked around and gave Shui Qinghan a cold look. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Sister, you and Sister and Xin, take Chen Yun back to my house first. Visit Uncle Lin and ask me about Chen Yun's previous conduct and whether it is worth our acceptance. Su Jing, follow me to a place. If the other party is really from the Shui family. With the current relationship between senior sister and the Shui family, it is better not to let them meet." Lin Ming just called Su Jing and followed him to have a look. Shui Qinghan heard the words, but froze in place, at a loss. She has been in contract with Lin Ming for more than a week. From the day of the contract, Lin Ming took her with him in everything, and she followed Lin Ming like a secretary, never leaving her. Today, Lin Ming suddenly asked her to stay and took Su Jing away by herself. This is the first time Lin Ming has dropped him. She suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Sister Shui Qinghan. Seeing that Lin Ming had left, but Shui Qinghan was still in a daze, an Xi couldn't help calling her. On the contrary, the sensible and Xin seemed to have seen something, and hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, senior sister, the Lord is probably in a hurry and needs a capable guard. Didn't he leave us a task? Let's go and complete his order. Hearing in Xin's words, Shui Qinghan came back to his senses, put away his thoughts, and hurried to fulfill Lin Ming's request. Lin Ming took Sujing on the way to the coffee shop. Halfway through, I suddenly felt something was wrong. The person who sent the message to himself was not from the Shui family. Why did he feel this way? Because if members of the Shui family came to Qing'an, they would definitely attract Uncle Lin's attention. In this place of Qing'an, if there are powerful people from outside, Uncle Lin will definitely know about it immediately. Because Uncle Lin is well informed and cares about the news, he wants to protect himself. If it is the Shui family, a family that is a little sensitive to me, Lin Ming can be sure that if their people come to Qing'an, Uncle Lin will tell him and remind him immediately. Instead of waiting for everyone from the Shui family to find him, there is still no movement from Uncle Lin. Someone is pretending to be the Shui family and wants to ask me to meet? Chapter 23. Who wants to see him? Lin Ming thought about it. Get rid of enemies first. Except for that inexplicable Chen Long, Lin Ming didn't think he had any grudges against anyone else. He reported all the grudges, or was solved by Uncle Lin. Don't be one of my fans, right? Some awakened person wants to use this method to lure me out to meet him, begging me to give him a chance? It's possible. If it was because of this, then the other party would know about Shui's family and get his contact information. Presumably, he is also an awakener with a complicated background. Really can see, give him a chance. Before he knew it, Lin Ming arrived at his destination. A coffee shop on the corner. Mr. Lin Ming. Before entering the coffee shop, Lin Ming was patted on the shoulder. Looking back, Lin Ming saw a woman of the same age with fluttering long hair and a worried face. There is a charm between the woman's eyebrows, and she looks mature and beautiful. Although she is a beautiful girl, Lin Ming is not polite at all. Are you the guy pretending to be the Shui family? The woman looked stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect him to expose himself when he first met. Afterwards, the woman chuckled and didn't mind the other party's directness. Flicking her hair, she said. Now that you've guessed that I'm an imposter, why don't you guess what my real identity is? Lin Ming glanced sideways at the information box of the exploratory technique on her forehead, but said nothing. Name, Xiao Hongyu. Talent, epic. This woman is so stupid, she doesn't know that she has been completely seen through. But her name is very interesting. Lin Ming recalled who she was. Xiao Hongyu, the elder sister of Xiao Chenxinyi. It was because of her that there was a grudge between Xiao Cheng and Shui Qinghan. According to Shui Qinghan, Xiao Hongyu left the Xiao family later and disappeared. Unexpectedly, she suddenly found him. Since he was an awakened person with epic talent who had once fought against Shui Qinghan, Lin Ming doesn't mind flirting with her. You asked me to guess your identity, and you didn't say what I could get if I guessed right. Who will do things that are not beneficial? Lin Ming seemed not very interested in her. But Xiao Hongyu didn't care about his attitude either. She kept looking at Lin Ming with a smile on her face. Lin Ming asked her for benefits, and she didn't refuse, she just followed Lin Ming's meaning and asked. I don't know, Mr. Lin Ming, what benefits do you want? Let me remind you first, the little girl is lonely and not worth much, so don't ask for anything too expensive, I can't afford it. Go buy me a cup of coffee first. Lin Ming turned around and gestured to the coffee shop behind him. Xiao Hongyu glanced at her, her face remained unchanged, she still nodded with a smile on her face. Of course this request is acceptable. After speaking, she opened the door and entered the store. Lin Ming stood outside, watching her walk slowly to buy coffee for herself. Being so obedient, Lin Ming probably knew why she came. I guessed right before. When Xiao Hongyu came out with the coffee, Lin Ming took it without drinking it, but muttered as if talking to herself. I guess your surname is Xiao. The hand Xiao Hongyu passed over the coffee hung in the air. The smile on her face froze for a moment. Can you guess this too? She has nothing to do with Lin Ming at all, and her past with Shui Qinghan has nothing to do with Lin Ming at all. For Lin Ming, she is just a passerby. How could he even call out the names of passersby? Don't think about it, my secret is something you can all understand after thinking about it. Lin Ming signaled her not to add trouble to herself. Hearing this, Xiao Hongyu smiled again. That's right, Mr. Lin Ming is amazing, I've already known about it. If the other party wasn't so mysterious and powerful, she wouldn't have come to him. Xiao Hongyu regained her natural expression. Since the other party said it was a secret, she was smart enough not to ask more. For her, the more capable Lin Ming is, the better. Xiao Hongyu didn't bother about being able to call her own name anymore. Then she asked him softly. Then Mr. Lin Ming, can you guess why I came to you? Isn't that simple? Lin Ming gave her a sideways glance and replied. You came to me with such a good attitude, and you obeyed my words so much. It's too obvious that you are trying to please me. You want me to make a contract with you. Xiao Hongyu nodded with a smile. Now that Lin Ming has seen through it, she will stop pretending. She came here this time with the intention of applying for a job, and she didn't need to hide it. It's better to be more direct. I'm sorry to ask you out in the name of the Shui family. Xiao Hongyu apologized to him first, and then explained. I watched the duel between you and Chen long before. What you show is powerful. But because I'm too powerful, I'm worried that even if I declare myself, you will look down on me, and if you don't come to see me, I can only make a bad move. I hope you don't blame me. Seeing that Lin Ming's expression was normal, and she didn't feel angry after hearing her words, Xiao Hongyu continued. I'm Xiao Hongyu, you should have heard about me a long time ago. I once played against Shui Qinghan from your family, and I think I have some talent. It's just that the lords who were in the same class as me last year had mediocre qualifications. I didn't like them, so they simply didn't have a contract. I thought this year's lord was the same, until I saw your duel. Honestly speaking, your development speed is somewhat beyond my imagination, which makes me, a guy with high-sighted eyes, feel a little unconfident in myself. No, I quickly contacted you and tried to make you happy. I hope you can make a contract with me. What do you think of me? Xiao Hongyu finally asked her purpose. Lin Ming thought for a while. He still remembered Shui Qinghan saying that Xiao Hongyu disappeared because she lost to her. Now after listening to Xiao Hongyu's own words, I realize that she is not so narrow-minded at all. She is just waiting for a lord who can control her. Now, after watching Lin Ming's duel, she felt that the lord who could control her was none other than Lin Ming. Chapter 24. Facing Xiao Hongyu's question, Lin Ming thought about it and only asked her one question. You asked me to make a contract with you, and you met Shui Qinghan, aren't you embarrassed? Hearing this question, Xiao Hongyu felt helpless. I don't know what you've heard, maybe that troublesome Xiao Cheng is to blame. But Shui Qinghan and I have no enmity. We even admire each other. I am very happy to work with her. After Xiao Hongyu finished speaking, Lin Ming made a judgment. This woman is unyielding and open-minded, she is worthy of a contract. I would like to make a contract with you. Lin Ming smiled and gave an answer. After Xiao Hongyu heard it, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, from today onwards, I will call you Lord. Xiao Hongyu felt genuinely happy, and spoke with a little compliment to him. Lin Ming nodded. Xiao Hongyu has already agreed to the contract, but Lin Ming's thoughts are gradually not on Xiao Hongyu. Instead, he looked at the detection panel above Xiao Hongyu's head, and Lin Ming kept glancing there. The reason is not only because he saw the word epic talent for the first time, but because, after seeing it, he discovered it. The talent has reached the level of epic, and it is fundamentally different from the low-level talent. Name, Xiao Hongyu. Talent, epic. Awakening direction, magic department. When the awakened unit matches the awakening preference, the unique ability of the epic talent epic state will be unlocked. Each epic awakener has a different epic state. Xiao Hongyu has an epic state, Red Moon state. Red Moon state, you have the Red Moon factor in your body, and you will enter the Red Moon state after activation. In the Red Moon state, the energy recovery is endless, the strength of the spell move is doubled, and it has a stronger spell casting ability, and the effect is comparable to a temporary advancement. Among the same level, those who have not entered the epic state are invincible. The talent of epic quality actually started to have skills. According to the introduction, all epic awakeners, as long as they awaken to the right unit, can activate a state during battle. This state is called an epic state. Everyone's epic state is different, but the effect is very against the sky. After it is turned on, it will be invincible at the same level, unless the opponent also turns on the epic state. Otherwise, a person with a higher rank is required to fight. Based on this alone, Lin Ming cannot give up on Xiao Hongyu. Epic talent has something special, in fact, Xue Qinghan also has it. It's just that I didn't plan to give Xue Qinghan a unit in a short period of time, so I didn't read her information column carefully. He always thought that those were special effects unique to the Golden Legend. Unexpectedly, it turns out that the awakened one has become different since the epic talent. After agreeing to Xiao Hongyu's application, Lin Ming returned home with the new baby. After entering the door, I met Uncle Lin who was about to go out. Uncle Lin gave Lin Ming a rare look, as if he wanted to say something to him. While Xiao Hongyu and the others came in to look at the house, Uncle Lin whispered in Lin Ming's ear. Xue Qinghan asked Chen Yun for you. I heard that although she is a bit proud, she is very trustworthy. But I didn't expect you to abolish Chen Long and snatch his Bai Yue Guang. You have the demeanor of our lord family, ha 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 ha. At the end of Lin Chu's words, he grinned and went out. As if trying to give him space at home. Lin Ming was speechless. What kind of villain is this lord family? He didn't mean anything to Chen Long. Who made him upset sister and Xin? Lin Ming didn't take Uncle Lin's words to heart either. He encountered an accident on the way back today and picked up a big surprise. His mind is now on Xiao Hongyu and her epic talent. Lin Ming hurriedly sent Uncle Lin away, and brought Xiao Hongyu into the room. In the room, Xue Qinghan was inexplicably relieved when he saw him come back. But seeing Xiao Hongyu behind him, Xue Qinghan was somewhat surprised. Let me introduce, this is your new companion, named Xiao Hongyu. Lin Ming introduced the awakener of his new contract. Lin Ming is now an extreme lord, and the contract field has been increased. They will find new contractors, an Xin, and the others are not surprised. So Lin Ming asked Sujing and the others to introduce themselves and get acquainted with Xiao Hongyu. And he himself pulled Xue Qinghan, intending to talk to her about Xiao Hongyu and epic talent. On Lin Ming's side, Xue Qinghan understood what he meant when she saw him pull herself over. Opened his mouth and told him. Xiao Hongyu is very talented, even in the national training base, she can still rank among the top few. The character is also very good. I have a good relationship with everyone in the training base. I never do small things. I am just competing with me, not an enemy. There is no problem with you contracting her. Lin Ming nodded, naturally knowing that Xiao Hongyu's talent is worthy of her contract. It's just that he was worried about whether Xue Qinghan had ever been upset with her. But obviously, Xiao Hongyu never hated Xue Qinghan, and Xue Qinghan would not have any unpleasant thoughts about Xiao Hongyu. Seeing that Xue Qinghan didn't mind Xiao Hongyu joining, Lin Ming asked her the second question. Do you know about the epic state? It is a skill that awakeners can use. Epic status. Xue Qinghan was confused for a moment. After a long time, she finally came to her senses and suddenly said, "You mean status skills, right? Many names that Blue Star uses are different from the real names detected by Lin Ming. The epic status that Lin Ming understands is also called status skills by them. This is something that only awakened people who are really talented have. It is said that they have to awaken the correct type of arms. People from the 10,000 Realms continent have studied the type of arms of the awakened people." "Where did you hear that?" After Xue Qinghan explained, she was a little puzzled. But after a pause, she remembered who Lin Ming met today, and Xue Qinghan subconsciously glanced at Xiao Hongyu. "Immediately, I understood who Lin Ming learned about this thing from. She is indeed a provincial awakener talent." Xue Qinghan muttered to himself. After Lin Ming heard it, his heart moved. Provincial awakened talent, can all have an epic state? Yes, but the talents of provincial awakeners are not as simple as the literal meaning. It would be good if each province can produce one in a few years. Provincial awakener talent, you can understand it as an awakener talent that is unmatched in the province. Chapter 25. Xue Qinghan looked at Lin Ming and explained to him slowly. Provincial awakened talent, you need the first talent score in the province. But the position of the first in the province, in fact, a talent at the first level in the city like Sujing can compete for it. Lin Ming remembered that Xue Qinghan said that Sujing was actually the number one in Qing'an. The two monsters in front of her can't be considered human beings, and the other one has almost the same talent as her. But the kind of provincial first place that takes turns will not be recognized. Only by truly suppressing all the awakened people in the province and making them unable to hold their heads up is the number one in the province that everyone recognizes. It's the provincial level awakener talent that everyone often says, and those who fail to meet this requirement are city level awakener talents. Lin Ming understood after listening. The general standard for this world to measure epic awakeners is whether they can perfectly suppress a province. He remembered the goal that the Xiao family gave Xiao Hongyu at the beginning. Let her become the first in the province. It is estimated that Xiao Hongyu is testing whether she is a provincial, that is, an epic awakener. But in the end she lost to Xue Qinghan. The Xiao family felt that the person who was easily defeated by Xue Qinghan was definitely not the kind of awakened person they imagined, so they did not continue to focus on training. God is pitiful, Xiao Hongyu is really an epic awakener. Who knew that in the province that year, there was not only her, an epic awakener, but also a more divine Xue Qinghan. Xiao Hongyu died unjustly. Untimely. Lin Ming couldn't help looking at Xiao Hongyu who was chatting with an Xin and the others. Some pity her. I really don't know how she passed this year. Listening to her, she should know her talent. It was because the Xiao family didn't believe her that she was angry and left the Xiao family. She should have been looking for a lord who can display her talent, and then let her slap the Xiao family in the face. The lord she found was Lin Ming. Is the aristocratic family as snobbish as the Xiao family? I don't think Xiao Hongyu is an epic talent, so I don't pay so much attention. Lin Ming whispered to himself. After Xue Qinghan heard it, she told him. That's because provincial talent is so rare. The Xiao family thought she was a provincial talent at first, and they were happy, but suddenly they found out that she wasn't. They felt a big gap in their hearts, and felt a little angry at her. The influence of provincial awakened people is so great. Naturally, even the awakened family can't produce provincial level awakened ones. Generally, it is only possible to meet them in behemoths of the Lord's family level. The Lord's family. Lin Ming nodded. He also knew that the family was divided into the family of the awakened and the family of the Lord, and there was a big gap between them. It's like the gap between civilians and awakened ones. Several families of the awakened family control a city, and the family of the Lord. A family can control several provinces, including the awakened family in the city below. So now, you have a provincial awakened person, you already have the potential to become the top figure in the Lord's family, and you can be proud of yourself. Shui Qinghan hugged his arm lightly. Tell him that he doesn't need to be in the foreign land every day, and he can be complacent once in a while. Lin Ming couldn't deny it, and then couldn't help but asked again. Is there no more powerful awakened in the Lord's family? Have it. Speaking of this, Shui Qinghan also answered with some uncertainty. I heard that the most powerful awakened person in the Lord's family, that is, the strongest awakened person in the world, uses state skills, which is a bit different. After he uses his skills, it's not just a matter of state, but his whole appearance and momentum will change. It is said that it is called a posture skill, and it is a level higher than a status skill. One level beyond status skills? Isn't that you? Lin Ming looked at Shui Qinghan strangely. In Shui Qinghan's skill column, there is indeed a legendary stance column. Epic state and legendary stance. This should be the thing born from the solidification of talent above the rare quality awakener. Shui Qinghan was a little embarrassed to be stared at by him. She didn't know that her talent was also the top, so she said absently. In short, Hongyu's talent is so powerful, it is not easy for you to find her who has disappeared for a long time. Naturally, it was the Lord who I took the initiative to find. Xiao Hongyu's voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Ming and Shui Qinghan turned their heads to look. When they saw Xiao Hongyu, they didn't know when they came to their side. Xiao Hongyu first smiled kindly at Shui Qinghan who had said good things for her. Then asked them. What whispers are you talking about? The few of us have been curious for a long time watching the two of you muttering together for a long time. Lin Ming immediately saw Su Jing and the others sitting opposite, all looking at him and Shui Qinghan. It seems that ever since Shui Qinghan hugged his arm unintentionally and the two hugged each other, Su Jing and the others would glance here from time to time. Lin Ming coughed lightly before answering. We are talking about your talent, we are praising you for your talent, why are you curious about this? Lin Ming had no choice but to let Shui Qinghan go and let her chat with them. Shui Qinghan and Xiao Hongyu knew each other, and with her introduction, Xiao Hongyu became acquainted with Su Jing and the others very quickly. Only Chen Yun stood aside and did not speak. After all, she was the one who lost to Lin Ming from other lords, so her status was somewhat low. She was used to being proud again, thinking that her talent was no worse than Su Jing and the others, so she didn't intend to blend in with Su Jing and the others with a low face. Her self-esteem can allow her to be humble to the new lord, but Su Jing and the others can't. There were two more people, and it was a little more lively. Lin Ming waited for them to get acquainted, and then took them back to the 10,000 Realms continent again. In front of the arms altar. After Chen Yun came in, he saw a piece of precious land planted next to the altar of the arms, showing envy. Open the Wanja map again, there are several names of Lin Ming on it. Chen Yun was immediately speechless. Think about her previous lord, Chen Long, who was still trying his best to gain control. Lin Ming has almost filled the map with his name. In this way, Chen Long dared to provoke Lin Ming. The more Chen Yun thought about it, the more ridiculous he felt. At this moment, see everything Lin Ming has. Chen Yun couldn't help puffing out his chest proudly. From now on, I will be the awakened Extreme Lord. Chapter 26. After Lin Ming logged in, his complexion was not very good. Lin Ming originally wanted to come to see his home, and the Frost Fox sent out to scout the river valley had returned. As soon as I logged in, I found a person standing outside the territory. A lizard man. Still an awakener. It seems that they have been waiting for them outside the territory for a long time. Who? What are you doing here? As soon as he saw that it was an awakened person, Lin Ming felt that the person must have come from a bad place, so he couldn't help frowning. Seeing them log in, the lizardman finally made a move. I am the messenger. The lizard man opened his mouth, and said words of unknown meaning. Lin Ming couldn't understand what he was saying at all. But he quickly explained to Lin Ming. I am an envoy sent by the great map master. We heard that you have occupied 3 areas of the forest area, and we are here to congratulate you. But you don't have to worry. Although the great map master has the ability to occupy this place, he doesn't like it. He is already ready to enter the second level map. As long as you can pay tribute to the Lord of the map every once in a while like the previous forest controller, he will allow you to continue to occupy the forest. Lin Ming understood what the lizardman said this time. Lord of the map. He remembered this title. Lin Ming opened the map and looked at the deepest part of the first level map, Icefield Valley, the valley area he had never been to before. Over there, on the name of the only control right in the valley area, there are a few shiny big characters. Title: Lord of the Map. In other words, the Lord who holds the right to control the river valley is the map master of the entire first level map Icefield Valley. Combined with what the lizardman said before, it turned out that he was the Lord in the valley who sent him to collect tribute. Did all the tribute go to Lin Ming? With such arrogance, Lin Ming was almost bluffed. May I ask the map master of Icefield Valley, what kind of strength is it? He is a real extreme lord. The lizard man answered complacently. He is a powerful figure with 3 bronze lower level awakeners. As the controller of the river valley, he also controls a black iron mid-level altar in the river valley. Oh! Lin Ming nodded. He likes the honesty of the lizardman very much. Of course, the lizard man didn't think so much. He took the initiative to reveal the strength of his lord in order to frighten Lin Ming. Let him pay tribute honestly and don't think too much about it. Lizardman revealed more to Lin Ming. You don't know, if you want to occupy the control of the valley for a long time, you have to face a Spider King inside the valley. That's the boss of the entire Icefield Valley map. It controls the tens of thousands of ice spider monsters in the entire Icefield Valley. It is very difficult to deal with it. Our Lord can protect his territory while sending people to suppress it, and we can also send people to make the lords in the entire Icefield Valley area surrender. My lord, his deep background is not comparable to those of you lords who are still active in the forest area. After the lizard man finished speaking, he didn't notice Lin Ming's eyes lit up. Lin Ming suddenly said. According to what you said, one of the 3 bronze lower awakened under your lord has gone to suppress the ice spider, and the other is now in front of me. Then let me ask you a question. If I keep you now, does it mean that there is only 1 bronze awakened person left guarding your lord's territory? As soon as the words fell, the lizard man's small eyes suddenly stared. He retreated quickly, releasing his aura immediately. He sensed danger in Lin Ming's words. He didn't expect that his threatening words would put him in danger. Facing the awakened person sent to the door by the enemy, Lin Ming rubbed his hands, but he didn't intend to let him go back. Originally, Lin Ming's plan was to awaken Xiao Hongyu first. The altar of the middle rank of black iron can awaken Xiao Hongyu into a lower rank of bronze. But she is an epic talent. When the epic state is turned on, she can fly spells randomly in the red moon state, directly piercing through the territory of the Lord in the valley. He felt that the Lord in the valley was at best an extreme lord like him. The awakened ones can't surpass the bronze lower ranks. Because, if he had a bronze median awakener with the character Z, then he would have gone to the second level map to compete for resources. How could it be possible to stay on the first level map and dominate the world? It is even more impossible to have an epic awakener like him. This thing is hard to see on the map of the current level. Now, listen to the lizard people. Lin Ming's plan suddenly changed. There is no need to awaken Xiao Hongyu first. Because I heard that in the river valley, there is a black iron median altar. If this altar is sacrificed, wouldn't his altar directly become the black iron superior? At that time, I will awaken Xiao Hongyu. Even if she doesn't use the epic state, she is directly the bronze median of Zhe. In addition, now that the Lord in the valley is heard, the awakened people under him have dispersed one by one. In this way, Lin Ming is enough to deal with him with his current strength. I advise you not to ask for trouble. People who provoke our Lord will not end well. The lizardman still couldn't figure out how the Lord, who was once not well known in the forest area, dared to offend the Lord of the map. He condensed a huge amount of blood, stepped on the ground, and shattered the ground of the ice field, threatening Lin Ming. It's not easy for me to be left behind. I advise you to think carefully before doing it. Once you really make a move, there will be no possibility of reconciliation between you and the Lord Master of the map. The lizardman also knew that the other party could control the entire forest area, and he was probably a lord who had touched the edge of the extreme level. There may also be a bronze awakener under his hand. So the lizardman showed the strength of his bronze inferior. Indicate to the other party, I am a bronze subordinate, and your awakened person is also a bronze subordinate, and no one can do anything to the other. It's better not to have this grudge. Unexpectedly, just after the show, he was surrounded by 3 awakened people. At the moment of being surrounded, a huge icy aura came from the opponent's body and pressed towards him. His aura didn't resist for a long time before it shattered. His body was exposed to the oppression of the cold air, and the lizard man suddenly trembled. 3 bronze subordinates. Chapter 27. You are also an extreme rank lord. The lizardman's eyes were about to burst. He really didn't expect this situation to happen now. How come? You obviously didn't have a good reputation in Icefield Valley before. How could you be an extreme lord? If you are an extreme rank lord, our lord should have heard about you long ago. I see, you are not a lord from our Icefield Valley at all, you are from another map. You have taken a fancy to our Icefield Valley. The lizardman said the same thing as a werewolf lord once did. Lin Ming was helpless. Why do you all think about where I am from? Is there a possibility that I'm really a newbie? It's just that the speed of development is a little faster. Shut him up. Lin Ming couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense, and waved to Sujing and the others. In the afternoon, Lin Ming brought his awakened ones to the entrance of the river valley. Through the narrow entrance, looking at the cold, like the inside of the fairyland valley. Lin Ming's gaze was firm. Today, it is time to write his Lin Ming's name on the entire Icefield Valley. In the territory of the lizardman. The lizardman lord was sitting in a hall in the valley at the moment, watching his concubines dance. However, the plump white lizard in his eyes in the past did not arouse his interest at the moment. The lizardman lord looked outside the hall. My heart was beating wildly, and I felt faintly that something bad was about to happen. At this moment, a flash appeared in front of him. A prompt from the 10,000 Realms continent popped up. After seeing this reminder, the lizard lord rushed out of the hall with a straight stride. His awakened is dead. Still one of the 3 bronze awakeners. Who is it? Who has the strength to kill the bronze awakened? Could it be that something went wrong with the Spider King? His thoughts changed quickly, but when he came outside and saw Lin Ming who brought a few awakened people to his territory, the lizardman lord suddenly understood everything. At the other side's feet, he was familiar with the bronze awakener who had just been dispatched to the forest area. On the other side of the forest area, an iron plate appeared. Lin Ming deliberately kept the lizard man under his feet, and waited until here to deal with him. The purpose is not to alarm the lizardman lord. Now, I saw a few awakened people faintly surrounding behind the lizardman lord. As soon as the probing technique was used, Lin Ming felt relieved. Only one is a bronze rank. There was no error in the intelligence, and there were no accidents in between. The bronze awakeners of the lizardman lord are all scattered. Lord, my awakened offended you, so let me apologize to you on his behalf. The lizardman lord did not intend to conflict with him. Since the opponent can solve the first bronze median, they can solve the second one. The opponent's strength must be more than 1 bronze awakener, the specifics are unknown. The lizardman lord also knew that there was only 1 bronze awakened person beside him. Although at first when he saw the corpse at Lin Ming's feet, there was a moment of anger. But he adjusted his mentality quickly. Quickly sort out the situation and straighten your posture. He is not a fool to survive in the 10,000 realms continent for so long. Back off when you know it's time to back off. His life should be an apology to you. Let's be friends. How about coming to my territory to talk about it? If you need anything, you can take something from my territory. What the Lizard Lord hinted at was obvious. Facing this disaster where the strength of the enemy is unknown, he is willing to spend money to avoid disaster. There's no other way. If I die a bronze awakened person, the opponent may have more than one bronze awakened person. Now that the awakened ones he dispatched came back, they couldn't win. So he simply retreated to the end. Lin Ming chuckled and ignored him. There is no such thing as letting the enemy go in Wanja. What's more, for Lin Ming, the awakened people under the Lizard Lord are all the best flesh and blood essence. Regardless of whether the Lizardman Lord wanted to delay time or do something, Lin Ming directly asked Sujing and the others to do it. An icy aura unfolded in the territory of the Lizardman Lord. The Lizardman Lord saw that he ignored him at all. He didn't even mean to discuss it with himself. The Lizardman Lord finally couldn't control his anger. Stop! Stop it! However, no one paid attention to him. The war unfolded in the lizard people's territory. Lin Ming stood outside the battle area, watching all this. He suddenly patted Chen Yun who was guarding beside him. Your chance to perform has come. When you chose to join me, weren't you eager for power? Now I will give you a chance to deal with his awakened. If you perform well, I will help you upgrade to bronze. After all, you are a transfer. I can't let you come and enjoy it for nothing. You have to do something for me. After Lin Ming finished speaking, Chen Yun was overjoyed. She only heard 4 words in a long paragraph, promoted to bronze. Arms with words, but the common pursuit of every awakened person. She, Chen Yun, had a bronze dream in the Chen family for a long time before, and she didn't have this opportunity. Now that Lin Ming is willing to give it to her, Chen Yun is immediately full of energy. She had no doubts about Lin Ming's words. After all, didn't Sujing and the others just make a contract for a few days, and then they arrived at the bronze? I, Chen Yun, have this opportunity too. Chen Yun immediately excitedly wanted to show his strength and show the Lord. The foot is lifted halfway. She suddenly remembered. No, the front is the bronze battlefield. She is a black iron leader, what can she use to fight bronze? Although the current bronze lizardman was pressed and beaten by Sister and Xi. But if Chen Yun joins the battlefield, there is no guarantee that he will not become a sacrifice on the battlefield. I can't beat him. Chen Yun told Lin Ming a little aggrieved. The gap between the black iron superior and the bronze is not small. He just frees up his hands and gives me a few moves, which will be fatal. If I fight him, I may be killed by him. What Chen Yun said was very bachelor. But she also decided that if Lin Ming insisted on her going over, she would grit her teeth and rush, which was wise. As a result, Lin Ming scolded her for being stupid. Who told you to snatch the monster of Sister and Xin? Didn't you see that the Lizard Man Lord still has 2 black iron high-level awakeners? Find one to be your opponent. Hey? Oh, I didn't notice. Chen Yun admitted that she was too excited just now and didn't turn her head around. Quickly pick your opponent and rush to the battlefield again. Chapter 28. Valley in the other direction. Outside a huge ice sheet cave area. A lower-level bronze lizardman awakened who has been guarding here all year round, learned from an ice-field lizard that the territory was in danger. He was shocked. Hastily left the task of monitoring the Spider King and rushed back. However, when he returned to the territory, what awaited him was the territory turned into ruins. Companions died. Only the Lord was on the verge of dying, and he still had a sigh of relief. Coming. Lin Ming looked at the lizardman awakened. It's been a long time waiting for him. The lizardmen in the territory are vulnerable. The lizard man who is the Lord actually has a certain combat power after being promoted to the extreme level. But it is impossible to turn the tide of battle. There is only the last lizardman left. In this regard, the lizardman gave a wry smile after seeing the situation clearly. His eyes were gloomy. I know I have no way out. But there was no way, he couldn't run. The Lord died, and so did he. Let's fight. Lin Ming gave the lizardman awakened a heroic death. Then turned him into essence of flesh. Even lost the last breath of the lizardman lord. The moment the lizardman lord disappeared into the territory. In front of Lin Ming, several messages popped up, swish swish swish. All are his rewards for solving the only lord in the valley. Congratulations! Take control of the river valley. Congratulations! Successfully became the map master of the first level map Icefield Valley. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate black iron level treasure, cold copper stone mine. Congratulations on obtaining the right to use the black iron median altar in the valley. You have become the master of the first level map, and the barrier between you and the second level map disappears. You can continue to go to other first level maps, but you can no longer snatch control of other first level maps. Leave some space for future generations. If you want to gain more control over the map, please go to the secondary map. After becoming the master of the map, Lin Ming did not pay attention to other news. Synthesize the altar first, and advance Xiao Hongyu. He has always been thinking about this epic card. The altar synthesis is complete. Frost Demon King Altar, Black Iron Upper Rank. Normal Form, Frost Fox King. Awakened Form, Icefield Fox Demon, Frost Fox Demon, Bronze Lower Rank, Two-Tailed Frost Fox Demon, Bronze Rank. The altar is upgraded to the upper rank of Black Iron. The highest form of the Awakener has reached the Bronze Median. Su Jing used Black Iron to lower the altar before, and was lucky enough to be able to jump 2 steps in a row. But if you switch to an altar of the quality of the Black Iron upper rank, you may not be able to jump 2 steps if you are lucky. But Su Jing can't do it, Xiao Hongyu will definitely do it. Because she is epic talent. The epic talent that Lin Ming has seen for the first time and also has skills. Lin Ming grabbed Xiao Hongyu directly. Before she could react in astonishment, she was brought to the altar by Lin Ming. Facing the altar, Xiao Hongyu also understood what Lin Ming was going to do next. She smiled slightly, stroked her long hair, and asked, "Are you going to wake me up?" Lin Ming looked at her meaningfully and used awakening on her. Before the awakening started, Lin Ming patted her on the shoulder and kindly reminded her, "My altar is very powerful, bear with it." Xiao Hongyu still didn't understand what it meant. Suddenly, I felt a huge amount of energy being driven by the altar. Rampage inside yourself. Xiao Hongyu almost couldn't hold back from the sudden increase in terrifying strength. Outside, Lin Ming and the others could only see Xiao Hongyu's whole body, and a severe cold wind suddenly blew up. The cold wind howled, and crystal clear ice condensed around Xiao Hongyu's body. This powerful aura is much stronger than when Su Jing and the others were promoted. Even Su Jing and the others felt tremendous pressure in the bitter cold wind. This is the aura of the Bronze Center. Red Moon, is so strong. Su Jing and the others were dumbfounded. Xue Qinghan also judged that Xiao Hongyu's awakening would probably turn out to be stronger than Su Jing and the others. The Lord is hanging up again. Lin Ming's mysterious ability to discover Xiao Hongyu's powerful talent, and the combination of the two to form an awakened person who surpassed Su Jing and the others, Xue Qinghan took it for granted. A character Z slowly formed from Xiao Hongyu's arm. This is something Su Jing and the others have never seen on an awakened person. It ranks higher than the pole on their arms. Z the word is formed, and the cold air is slowly restrained. Xiao Hongyu landed from the sky. Feeling the surging power in his body, he waved his hand and tried to condense into frost. Xiao Hongyu had a look of joy. As soon as the awakening was completed, she ran to Lin Ming and kissed him on the cheek uncontrollably. "Thank you. I waited for a year, thinking that my life would continue to dim. I didn't expect it to be unexpected." There were tears in Xiao Hongyu's eyes, and she was too emotional to express. Lin Ming could see that something was wrong with her. It's okay to be excited, but it doesn't have to be this exciting. It seemed that Xiao Hongyu was so excited when she took this opportunity to express her many complicated feelings. It is estimated that it is something about the Xiao family. Xiao Hongyu's parents were expelled from the Xiao family, and in the end she left the Xiao family on her own initiative. It's very complicated. It is estimated that the relationship between her and the Xiao family is already against each other. Xiao Hongyu didn't say anything, so Lin Ming didn't ask. Silently wiping the drool off her face, Lin Ming also congratulated her on her successful awakening. Xiao Hongyu's awakening is over, and she shared her experience as an awakened person with everyone. It seems to be happy and harmonious, but in reality, each has its own thoughts. Everyone saw what Xiao Hongyu had just woken up and ran to Lin Ming's side. They made a note of it. Of course, they still sincerely congratulated Xiao Hongyu on her awakening. There was only one woman who did not surround Xiao Hongyu. That is Chen Yun. She glanced enviously at Chen Yun, who had gained great strength. He looked at Lin Ming anxiously again. The newcomers have awakened. And me? What about helping me advance? Seeing Lin Ming's indifference, Chen Yun almost cried. Chapter 29. Before, Chen Yun fought very hard to get Lin Ming's affirmation. Barely defeated a black iron boss, and now he is still covered in injuries. As a result, the Lord will not turn around and forget her, will he? Wronged to death. Chen Yun waited dryly. Until the end of this battlefield harvesting session, Lin Ming announced that they became the masters of the map and wiped out the monsters on the map for a day. Neither mentions her. Chen Yun finally stopped in Bengbu, almost recurring his injury, and sat down on the ground. But before she stumbled and fell, Lin Ming helped her from the side. "Okay, don't bear it if you are hurt. Your performance this time is also very good. I will help you advance to the next level now. The full energy after the advanced level should also be able to help you recover from your injuries." Chen Yun finally heard what he had always wanted to hear, and was so moved that he almost cried. "Good." Chen Yun nodded quickly. "Remember not to talk about me outside. Never tell." Facing Lin Ming's reminder, Chen Yun agreed very quickly. Immediately, Lin Ming used the synthesis talent to advance her. This time defeat the Lizardman Lord. He inherited Fang Fang's warehouse, obtained more than 50 black iron strange objects, and a whole 10 pieces of top-quality black iron strange objects. There will be no shortage of materials for raising the ranks of the black iron high-ranking awakened ones. The most profitable is the essence of flesh and blood, not to mention 2 more black iron upper ranks, and now he even has 3 flesh and blood essences of the bronze lower rank. It's a pity that the bronze lower rank awakener needs a bronze rank rare item to synthesize a bronze middle ranker. He doesn't have that. Fortunately, there is still the up-and-coming Xiao Hongyu. Even without the materials, she was promoted to the middle rank of bronze. Also unlocks epic status. The Fox Demon is a spell system, which fits with the direction of her arms. With Xiao Hongyu here, even if Lin Ming went to the second level map after that, he still has a solid foundation. At the end of the day, by the way, let Xiao Hongyu show off her combat power after awakening, especially the skills in the epic state. Lin Ming muttered, and opened the map. As for his so-called finishing, it was to clean up the nearby monsters. Otherwise, monsters will frequently harass his treasure land. He will leave this map in the future, but he doesn't want to come back often to save him. There are the most troops left here. Since it is necessary to clear monsters, there is only one primary goal. That is the boss of the entire Icefield Valley, the king of the Ice Spider clan. As long as it dies, the monsters on the whole map will be messed up. Bring people and get to work. Not long. Lin Ming and the others came to the east of the valley, where the boss was marked on the map. Along the way, leaning against Xiao Hongyu, who is in the bronze position. Wherever it passed, there were patches of cold wind. Before the monsters approached, they were strangled one after another. Even the ice spider monster in the upper rank of Hai Tai couldn't escape. Seeing Xiao Hongyu aggressively cleaning the ground in the first level map, Lin Ming couldn't help thinking. Now is my all-powerful turn. The group of ice caves in the east. Xiao Hongyu destroyed the ice cave together with her hands. The spider wave that once dragged Lin Ming down seemed useless in Xiao Hongyu's hands. In the face of group attacks, it is useless for the ice spiders to come and die as many as they come. When there is no spell energy, the epic state will be activated. It was as if there was a red moon rising from behind Xiao Hongyu. Immediately, Xiao Hongyu's blue volume soared, and the speed of returning to blue was also fast. The attack range expanded instantly, the sharp ice peaks, and the ice spiders would die if they touched them. After the red moon state ended, Xiao Hongyu's mana had already recovered to 7 or 88. The intensity of casting spells in the red moon state is not as fast as returning to blue. Such is the horror of the epic state. The only pity is that the epic status is also limited. It is best to only open it once a day. If it is prescribed for the second time, there will be side effects, and it will enter a period of weakness after use. If it is opened 3 times in one day, then the awakened person will encounter life-threatening and be backlashed by talent. Although talent is good, it should not be abused to excess. In the ice cave group, the ice spiders seemed to have sensed the danger, and they didn't dare to attack anymore. They all retreated into the ice cave and hid underground. But it didn't prevent Xiao Hongyu from pulling up the ice cave and destroying it. After 3 to 5 minutes, the vast river valley ice caves became dilapidated and desolate, and most of them were destroyed. Lin Ming stood right behind Xiao Hongyu, waiting for the Spider King to appear. As a result, this wait is to wait until now. There was no movement in the ice cave group. Only Xiao Hongyu's ice was roaring and raging. What about the Spider King? Lin Ming was puzzled. Another 5 minutes passed. The ice cave was destroyed in 7s and 80s. The valley is filled with dead ice spiders. Lin Ming stood behind, looking even more puzzled. No, what about the Spider King? It didn't come out. Lin Ming almost thought the boss was dead. Until Xiao Hongyu had almost filled the ice caves. The Spider King didn't even come out in a daze. Lin Ming was thinking about whether they should retreat. In front of my eyes, several messages from the 10,000 Worlds continent suddenly popped up. Congratulations! Your prestige makes Icefield Valley Map Boss, Icefield Queen Spider tremble. Facing your mighty power, the Ice Queen Spider hides in the ground in fear and refuses to show her face. You continue to show your majesty, which has deepened her fear of you. You persist in showing your majesty, and the Icefield Queen Spider's fear of you has turned into a heart of submission. Ice Queen Spider tries to surrender to you. Whether to contract the Icefield Queen Spider. Need to consume slave slot X1. Hey, can it still be like this? Lin Ming was stunned. This is the first time I realized that the wild monster system that won't kill the rewards in 10,000 Realms continent is bound to the slave function. Stop! Lin Ming stopped Xiao Hongyu from wreaking havoc. Lin Ming decided to take a look at that boss before making a decision. After all, it is a spider. If it looks too disgusting, don't mind it. The cold wind stagnates from the valley cave area. It seemed to feel the attack above the head paused. The Ice Queen Spider, who had been hiding underground, finally showed her head. There was a bang, the sound of ice breaking. A huge figure with a height of 3 to 5 meters jumped out from under the ice cave. It showed her appearance. Before Lin Ming, he had only heard about the Spider King boss from the Lizardman, but this is the first time he has seen the real body of this boss. It was a tall halfling. The upper body is a woman with a slender figure, and black spider silk covers her important part of the skin. The lower body is a huge spider sac. There are 8 long and narrow spider legs growing under the spider sac, as sharp as a sickle, quite aggressive. Chapter 30. Ice Queen Spider. Rank, Lower Bronze. As soon as the Icefield Queen Spider appeared, she jumped in front of Lin Ming. Before Sujing and the others wanted to make a move, they crawled at Lin Ming's feet. Leader, Lord, don't kill me, I am willing to dedicate my loyalty to you. As soon as the Icefield Queen Spider appeared, she lowered her head in fear. There is no sense of resistance at all. It seems that the storm that raged above her house for a long time before really scared her a lot. Up to now, the huge shoulders are still trembling a little. You sure? Lin Ming looked at the Ice Queen Spider and asked her if she was willing. As a result, the Queen Spider crawled on the ground very calmly. Beasts worship power the most, and Lin Ming's strength completely overwhelmed her, and she surrendered willingly. Seeing this scene, Shui Qinghan next to him said a little miraculously. It turns out that the beasts in the 10,000 realms can be tamed. Ordinary lords rarely take the initiative to provoke them. After all, there are no rewards. Fighting with them is thankless, but few people find this out. Of course, Shui Qinghan didn't say anything. That is, taming them requires extremely strong strength. There is a chance to tame the awakened who exceeds the level of the map. But the lords have a hard time just surviving, and how can they surpass the level of the map, and not everyone is Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the Queen Spider of the Icefield who was kneeling and motionless, waiting for his reply. With the intention of accepting her. The Queen Spider is powerful and looks good. At least the upper body is beautiful. I can keep you and let you make a contract with me. But you have to tell me first, you can do anything for me. What Lin Ming said was obvious, already implying that she took an oath of allegiance. You don't need to die with your brains dry, you can just treat him like a cow or a horse. As a result, the Queen Spider didn't look very smart and didn't understand his hints. I thought Lin Ming was blaming her for not paying the nomination certificate. The Ice Queen Spider immediately became panicked. Fearing that Lin Ming would be attacked again, she didn't want to die, she hadn't lived enough, so she hurriedly said. I can do anything for you, my lord. First of all, I know the location of a first-level trial tower. I can tell you this. As the master of the first-level map, you are about to conquer the existence of the second-level map, so you must be very interested in this. Level 1 trial tower? Before Lin Ming understood what it was, Shui Qinghan suddenly reached out and grabbed his hand. Promise her. At our current stage, we just need that. Although he didn't understand it, but seeing Shui Qinghan's eager look, Lin Ming knew that it was something very important to himself. He spoke directly. Okay, I will make a contract with you, and then tell me the location of the trial tower. Lin Ming immediately made a contract with the Ice Queen Spider. After the contract ended, the Queen Spider felt the invisible connection with Lin Ming in her body, and smiled. Survived. Although she will be controlled by others from now on, she has also escaped the fate of often living in the river valley and being beaten. It's not bad to be attached to a lord. The Ice Queen Spider got up from the crawling ground. After she stood up, her tall body immediately crushed Lin Ming and the others. Lin Ming looked at the Queen Spider of the ice field and looked up. Looking up, I happened to see the Queen Spider looking down at him. This height difference, at least 2 or 3 meters, made Lin Ming feel a little uncomfortable. What are you looking at? After standing up, you feel that the master is small, and you dare to look down on the master. No. The Queen Spider of the ice field shook her head immediately. Then, after hesitating for a while, she lowered her head in embarrassment and told Lin Ming. Your lord, you are so cute even when you are small. Lin Ming was silent. Feeling offended. Seeing that Lin Ming stopped talking, the Queen Spider thought he was upset. Lin Ming is not happy, and the Queen Spider will suffer. Lin Ming controls her contract and can make her life worse than death at any time. So the Queen Spider hurriedly said, "Lord, don't be angry, I can give you a mount." With that said, the Queen Spider picked up Lin Ming and placed it on her shoulders. Although her upper body was human, it was much taller than ordinary people, and her shoulders were barely wide enough for Lin Ming to sit down. Protecting him with another hand, the Queen Spider said, "Look, in this way, you are taller than me." This Queen Spider is quite good at acting like a cow and a horse. As expected of a beast, with a single mind. Lin Ming patted her on the head, signaling her to run 2 steps. The Queen Spider did so. Soon, Lin Ming found himself finding a good mount. The Queen Spider's legs undulated very smoothly, and Lin Ming didn't feel any jolts at all. Moreover, the 8 wheels were much faster than his 2 legs. Being carried by the Queen Spider, Lin Ming suddenly didn't want to walk by himself anymore. With a car, there will be a lot of appearances in the future. And, you can also experience the feeling of looking down on others. Earned. Lin Ming praised himself. Fortunately, he made the decision to clean the map and picked up a big bargain. Leaving Xiao Hongyu to rest, she also worked hard on this huge map cleaning work. Lin Ming sat on the Queen Spider and started running back and forth in the ice cave area, finding the simplest happiness. Lin Ming rode the new mount and played for a while. Only then did I see Shui Qinghan standing there waiting for him. As if there was something to tell him. Lin Ming patted his forehead, and then remembered the problem about the trial tower that the Queen Spider just mentioned. So, what exactly is the trial tower? Lin Ming got off his mount and hurried to the senior sister. Let the smart and capable secretary tell herself what she was in a hurry just now. The trial tower is the 10,000 realms continent. In order to allow the lords who have just entered the high-level map from the low-level map to quickly integrate into the high-level map, a trial-style reward is issued. In the tower inside, every time you pass a floor, you can get rewards. The rewards include deathmatch invitations, strange objects, even altars, and some unknown magical things. Just like the first-level trial tower we encountered this time. Shui Qinghan explained to Lin Ming. Halfway through, her expression became serious. She reminded Lin Ming. The second-level map, after all, starts with the existence of extreme lords. The lord who can have control on the second-level map may even have completed the second advancement of the lord. It's difficult to develop new past lords, but if you are talented enough and get enough rewards in the trial tower, it will be easier to survive in the second-level map. Chapter 31. Shui Qinghan explained the existence of the trial tower to Lin Ming. Then tell him. Not every map has the trial tower. If we can meet it, we can't miss it. The first-level trial tower can only be entered before entering the second-level map. If you miss this opportunity, it will be gone. Then check it out. Although Lin Ming's threat to the second-level map, he will not comment for the time being. After all, never been there. But when he heard the strange thing, he couldn't sit still. This is not a good place for him to upgrade the awakened. Lin Ming waved and asked the Queen Spider. Where is that trial tower? Your lord, come up. The Ice Queen Spider put him on herself first. As if preparing for a long journey, he told Lin Ming. It's a long way, so I'll take you there. In a first-level map that is separated from us, I also heard from other ice field spiders that our ice field spider family is quite powerful here in the ice field. The journey was a little longer this time. In between they stopped and rested a few times. Shui Qinghan told him that going to another first-level map this time would inevitably lead to conflicts with others. The trial tower is generated by the energy of the myriad worlds, and it has a number of uses, and it will disappear when it is used up. Other lords will definitely regard it as a treasure, and outsiders will have to pay a huge price if they want to use it. If he dares not let me use it, I will make him pay a huge price. Lin Ming wondered, on the first level map, would anyone dare to provoke him? In the end, it must become the essence of flesh and blood. Outside world. The duel in which Lin Ming defeated Chen Long in seconds with an awakened person has already spread among the awakened person's circle. Xiao Cheng, who had visited other provinces, naturally heard the news. Extreme level lord. Xiao Cheng was stunned for a while when he heard the news of the servant. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Cheng showed a hint of ruthlessness and determination on his face. No, I want to go back and have a look. After finishing speaking, he waved away the servant who was whispering in his ear. He looked at a beautiful woman beside him. Did not tell the other party the news he just got, just continued the previous conversation. Don't worry, Miss Feng Yin, it was the right choice for you to betray Shui Qinghan and vote for me. Shui Qinghan failed to become the lord, so naturally you don't have to follow her anymore. Before Shui Qinghan asked you for help to escape, you ignored her, you did the right thing. The place where the first level trial tower is located is a first level map called Ice Valley Land. This map is divided into the edge area at the foot of the mountain, the valley promenade area, and the center of the deepest valley. The trial tower is in the center of the deepest valley. As soon as Lin Ming entered here, he saw a towering stone tower standing there. There is also a field next to it. It seems that the map owner of this map has moved his territory here and occupied this tower. Lin Ming first silently looked at the awakened people in the territory. Then he raised his footsteps and came to the front of the tower. However, before he got close to the entrance, he was stopped by a bronze-ranked Bearman Awakener. To use the tower, pay the money, 30 top-grade black iron strange objects. The Bearman Awakened spoke very rudely. Hearing this, Lin Ming frowned. I came to use the tower to give you face, why do you want me to pay? Ah! The Bear Awakener smiled softly, knowing that he had encountered a thorn. However, this is not the first time he has encountered such a person, and he told Lin Ming calmly. I advise you to think about it before you speak. Our Lord has the ability to guard this tower, and he has the ability to throw you out of this map. Xiao Hongyu, let him think it over before speaking. Lin Ming didn't talk nonsense, and directly asked people to do it. There was a loud impact with a bang. The huge icy energy smashed the Ursine Awakened into the ground. The Bear Awakened also resisted, but he found that his strength was too weak, and he broke a leg when he resisted forcefully. Bronze Median Awakener. The Bear Man was shocked. How could it be the Bronze Median? You are the one who came down from the second level map. No, people on the second level map cannot use the first level tower. But you are not a person on the second level map, how can there be enough strange things to cultivate the Bronze Awakened to advance? The Bear Awakener felt that his brain had been hit, and he couldn't turn around. Around them, there were more bear people awakened and surrounded them. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming sighed. The Bear Awakened was too reckless to actually dare to deal with him. In the end, the bears got their hands on him. Lin Ming had no choice but to ask Xiao Hongyu to accept some flesh and blood essence for herself with tears in her eyes. The bears are not weak, with a total of 6 bronze lower ranks. One of them was also a slave of another race. It seems that they guarded the tower and collected a lot of rent. It's a pity that this power is still not enough for him. Solved the Ursine Awakener episode. Lin Ming walked to the door of the first level trial tower. I found a notice posted at the door of the tower. Note, each person can only enter the first level trial tower once, and if he fails, he will automatically exit and cannot continue to challenge. The trial tower has a ranking, which records the top 10 results of the lords who have challenged here in the history of the 10,000 worlds continent. If you can be on the list, there will be mysterious and unknown changes. How many floors the tower has, and the precautions are not mentioned above. But Lin Ming noticed that there was still a stone tablet standing at the entrance of the tower. The steel is the leaderboard mentioned in the notes. Lin Ming looked up. It was found that the number 1 player had passed the 8th floor. The second place passed the 7th floor. The 3rd to 5th places have cleared the 6th floor. After 5, they are all people who have cleared the 5th floor. There is no record after that. Lin Ming estimated that there should be some people who cleared the 5th floor later, but it took too long to be recorded. According to leaderboard, Lin Ming judged the difficulty of this trial tower. It is estimated that it will be very difficult for the extreme level lord. The 10,000 Realms continent existed for an unknown number of years. In the past few years, I don't know how many extreme level lords have challenged the first level trial towers that appeared in their respective regions. However, these extreme level lords, those who can clear the 6th floor of the trial tower, can be counted with one hand. You can imagine how cruel it was inside. Chapter 32. Go inside and have a look. Lin Ming led the awakened ones into the first level trial tower. Is this what the inside of the trial tower looks like? As soon as he came in, Shui Qinghan took his hand naturally and looked around. Lin Ming also discovered that inside the trial tower is a huge platform space. There's a console on the edge and nothing else. Give them enough ground to fight. Do you want to open the first floor of the trial tower? At the console, there is a voice prompting. Lin Ming ignored it. He let the awakened ones rest and get ready. Anyway, the rest time is not included in the customs clearance time. Today, Lin Ming has a total of 4 awakeners who are given slots, 2 slots for slaves, and Shui Qinghan who is in a slot for contracts. A total of 5 G characters are lower in bronze, and 1 Z is in the middle of bronze. At critical moments, the middle bronze player can burst out with the power of the upper bronze player. Finally, there is Lin Ming himself. As a extreme rank lord, he also has a combat power of around the lower level of extreme bronze. After counting up the combat power, Lin Ming took a deep breath, went to the console, and started the first trial. The moment the trial begins, on the opposite side of the platform, something fell with a snap. After the piece landed, a large amount of black energy gushed out from the tower, forming a tall, fat figure with a big belly around it. Trial Tower Monster, Ogre. Rank, Lower Bronze. This is a monster formed from the energy of the Trial Tower. It's hard to say that it has a real body, it's just a shadow, but its strength is comparable to the main body. After the monster appeared, it waved the big stick in its hand and roared at Lin Ming with its ugly face. Lin Ming used probing techniques to read the introduction. What goblins, ogres, belong to the classic monsters of Western fantasy games. And right now, this monster only has a lower rank of bronze. There is a pole printed on the forehead. For the trialists who entered the trial tower, generally extreme level lords, who had at least 3 bronze lower ranks, they were quite weak. This first level of trials is obviously just a welfare level. You do it, Xiao Hongyu. Since Xiao Hongyu's awakening, Lin Ming kind of pampered her alone. One is because she is the first epic talent awakener that Lin Ming saw, possessing skills, and Lin Ming has not seen the second until now. The second is that she is the strongest and can play with a crushing momentum. A cold wind howled. The violent ogre turned into a pile of ice. Congratulations on clearing the first floor of the trial tower. Obtain the ultimate black iron strange object times 10. Fuliguan provided him with 10 top-grade black iron strange objects. Plus the 10 provided to him by the earliest lizardman lord. And just now, more than 50 people were dropped after solving the bear man's territory. The bear man's territory is worthy of occupying the trial tower, collecting tolls, and has a rich family background. Lin Ming has now accumulated more than 70 top-grade black iron strange objects. If you use the highest grade black iron wonders to synthesize the middle bronze to the lower one, it takes 100. He is still 30 short, and he can use the synthetic talent to raise a bronze low-rank awakened person to the middle rank. Keep it up. The reward behind the trial tower will definitely feed him. With anticipation, Lin Ming led the awakened people into the second floor. The layout of the second floor is the same as that of the first floor, and Lin Ming directly pulls down the console mechanism. The second trial begins. In the pitch-black space, 3 chubby figures suddenly formed. 3 ogres. The difficulty of the trial tower finally began to be a little challenging. The 3 bronze lower ranks are about the same strength as the extreme rank lords. Only some extreme level lords who have special opportunities and have more than 3 extreme awakened people dare to talk about stabilizing the pressure. For example, the bear lord outside. But it's still nothing to Lin Ming. This time he simply asked Sujing and the others to fight in groups. Let Xiao Hongyu take a break instead. Everyone takes turns, there are rests and warm ups, the arrangement is more reasonable. Congratulations on clearing the second floor of the trial tower. Obtain top grade black iron strange object X30, death match invitation X1. Not long after, the monster in the trial tower on the second floor also exploded and disappeared. As soon as he got the second layer of rewards, Lin Ming called Sujing over. As soon as 100 top grade black iron strange objects were enough, they were emptied in an instant. Together with a bronze inferior flesh and blood essence, Lin Ming slapped it on Sujing. Lin Ming's first choice for the awakened to advance to the bronze position is still Sujing. Sujing jumped into the air and advanced at that time. The temperature in the entire space inside the trial tower dropped several degrees. Xue Qinghan was no stranger to this scene. Even Sister and Xin didn't respond. The Lord is very powerful, they already knew it. Only the newcomer Xiao Hongyu watched this scene quite curiously, feeling Lin Ming's masterpiece up close. I didn't expect that I would be overtaken just after I gained such a powerful strength. The Lord's hidden methods are really terrifying. Of course there was also Chen Yun, she looked devoutly at Sujing who was empowered by Lin Ming and was becoming stronger. The Lord has made his awakened ones stronger again. I don't know when it will be my turn. I am getting more and more envious. The character A was formed from Sujing's arm, replacing the previous G. Sujing, like this, advanced to the middle bronze position in the trial tower. Very good, I will have another whole card when I go to the second level map in the future. Lin Ming nodded in a murmur, and didn't think too much about Sujing's advancement. Right now, this trial tower is a good place to hone one's strength. Gotta get some more quickly. Continue to test. Lin Ming kept walking, entered the third floor and opened the console. The third floor trial is open. Immediately, 10 familiar figures with wide bodies and fat bodies formed in the combat space. This scene happened, Lin Ming was surprised. 10 bronze subordinates? The difficulty of this trial tower has increased so quickly. On the third floor, you have to face 10 bronze subordinates. Sweep this group of ogre monsters again. Spot the 3 ogre monsters behind, holding staffs. Ogre spellcaster. Although it is still a monster with a bronze lower rank, it can cooperate with the other 7 melee ogres. The combat effectiveness of this level is no less than that of a real bronze center, right? Chapter 33. Sujing is the main attacker. Xiao Hongyu, you can assist her, let her adapt to the power of the bronze center as soon as possible. Don't be careless about other people, let's help together. Lin Ming simply let everyone FK. But the battle is still dominated by Sujing. After she gets used to her strength, with the current difficulty of the trial tower, there will be plenty of opportunities for her to play in the future. For a moment, the howling of the cold wind and the roar of the ogre flooded the entire space of the trial tower. Fortunately, the strength of the 2 bronze figures is remarkable. Even with 10 ogres, they cooperate with each other. With Sisters and Xin and the others dividing the battlefield, Sujing and Xiao Hongyu were still unharmed and took them down easily. Congratulations on clearing the third floor of the trial tower. Obtain top grade black iron strange object X100, death match invitation X3. A total of 100 top grade black iron strange objects. It's enough for Lin Ming to advance directly to a bronze center. Although the difficulty is really high, the rewards are really delicious. Be at ease. Lin Ming waved to the Fox Demon Sisters. The second candidates for promotion are naturally them. But in the past, both of them advanced together, but this time there is only one opportunity to advance. That being the case, Lin Ming can only leave the advanced places to the two of them to decide. You two, who will advance? Of course it's my sister. Before the Steadian Xin could speak, an Xi pushed her out, and then hid behind Xiao Hongyu and the others. An Xin looked at her sister helplessly. She naturally wanted to give up the spot to her younger sister. But seeing her sister hiding in the crowd and refusing to come out, an Xin knew that getting out of the way would only waste Lord's time. Forget it, I'll come. An Xin had no choice but to top it by herself. It's also good that she gets the power to protect her sister. And with the Lord's ability, it won't take long for an Xi to advance. An Xin floated into the air and started to advance. This time, Lin Ming didn't pay attention to her. Because, soon, energy also poured into Lin Ming's body. He is an advanced lord. If you want to be a Z-level lord, you don't need all the 5 awakened who have given the position to be in the bronze position. At least, the next 4 lords have been only focusing on training 3 awakened people before they can be promoted. Lin Ming's 3 bronze medals are all in place. His personal information panel has also changed. Name, Lin Ming. Occupation, Lord. Order, Load. Contract field, 1/20. Gift column, 5/10. Slave slot, 2/10. Slots have been doubled in size. The slots for bestowing troops, which were already almost full, suddenly became full again. I'm doing it again. Lin Ming was secretly happy, and he could let go of contracting the awakened ones again. My lord, my advancement is over, thank you. After an Xin advanced to the middle position of bronze, she came to Lin Ming to express her thanks. Lin Ming couldn't help rubbing her head, and pinched her fox ears. Thank you, you are my awakener, we are already a family. An Xin blushed and lowered her head, and nodded. She was a little shy, and she didn't know if it was because her ears were pinched, or because Lin Ming said they were a family. Beside, an Xi, who was smiling happily because her sister had gained power, shook her ears and looked a little strange. Just now, I suddenly had a strange feeling in my heart. Originally, she was very happy when her elder sister was promoted, but she was always a little uncomfortable when she saw how her elder sister was able to be intimate with the Lord. Forget it, it may be an illusion. An Xi felt that it was a good thing for her sister to be intimate with the Lord, so she stopped thinking about it. After packing everything up, Lin Ming once again set foot on the road to conquer the trial tower. The 4th floor of the trial tower is open. This time, only one monster slowly formed in the battle space. The figure was much taller than the previous ogre, like a small building. After the monster was formed, it had a stick in its left hand and a staff in its right hand. It roared vigorously, and even made 2 sounds. 2-headed ogre. Rank, middle bronze. The monster level has actually reached the bronze median. Even Lin Ming had already guessed, but at this moment he couldn't help but want to curse. The 4th floor is in the middle of bronze. What kind of monsters are there above? What kind of monsters are those lords who have cleared the level 5, 6, 7, or even the 8th floor? They are all old dogs. Goze is the extreme lord, trying his best to improve his strength, but he just doesn't go to the 2nd level map. An old dog who only wants to challenge the limit of the trial tower. Lin Ming cursed and cursed. But this did not affect him to let Su Jing, Xiao Hongyu, and others do it. The 2-headed ogre stepped on the ground, and the huge force seemed to shake the entire trial tower. The queen spider of the ice field was so frightened that it didn't dare to move. The strength and bloodline suppression of beasts can sometimes be serious. Lin Ming looked at her performance and secretly scolded her as a coward who only deserves to be ridden. Fortunately, Su Jing, Xiao Hongyu and an Xin were not cowardly at all, and completely suppressed the two-headed ogre. The Icefield Queen Spider also made her efforts and still went up to help. Boom! With the last frost hammer, no matter how rough the two-headed ogre is, he still died quickly under the bombardment of 3 awakened people of the same level. Congratulations on clearing the 4th floor of the trial tower. Get bronze rare item times 10. At the end of the 4th floor, there is only one reward. But it's normal, don't look at the bronze rare object in the synthesis talent, you can use the top grade black iron rare object to convert it 110. In fact, in 10,000 realms, bronze oddities are far more than 10 times more expensive than top grade black iron oddities. The reward was enough for him to be promoted to a lower bronze rank, and Lin Ming decisively gave it to an Xi. At this moment, it was less than an hour before he entered the trial tower. But the strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. And this change is still increasing with time. But his strength was growing, but Lin Ming couldn't laugh anymore. Because he understands what challenges he will face next. The challenge on the 5th floor is open. The moment the beep sounded, in an instant, 3 huge figures formed on the opposite side of the battle space. Every figure has a bright word "Zay" reflected on it. Coming. 3 bronzes. It is almost equivalent to dealing with a Zay level lord. Chapter 34. Let a person who has just finished the 1st level map and has not experienced the cruelty of the 2nd level map directly face the forces equivalent to Zay lords. This trial tower is really funny. If someone really can beat it, they would have gone to the 2nd level map to get resources, why bother to challenge the trial tower? No matter how rich the rewards of the 1st level trial tower are, it is also a derivative of the 1st level map, and it is impossible to have too many supermodels. But at this time, Lin Ming remembered the note posted on the entrance of the trial tower. If you can be on the list, there will be mysterious and unknown changes. Perhaps there are other secrets involved in the Tower of Trials. The meaning of existence may not be just for rewards. When Lin Ming thought this way, Su Jing and the others had already fought 3 double-headed ogres without him saying much. Ahead is a battlefield of frost and pure power. The 3 bronze double-headed ogres have already put Su Jing and the others under pressure. Even with the assistance of Queen Spider and Chen Yun. Lin Ming glanced at it and thought about it for a moment. Simply let Xiao Hongyu use epic skills. Entered the Red Moon state. Even though Xiao Hongyu uses the epic state, she has a long CD. But Lin Ming only needs to clear this level, take a day off and wait for the CD to be turned before entering the next level. The trial tower, as long as you don't quit after losing the battle, you don't have any problem staying in it for as long as you want. The moment Xiao Hongyu entered the Red Moon state, the ice in the entire trial tower immediately suppressed the 3 monsters. Xiao Hongyu in the Red Moon state is comparable to a bronze leader. It is still very easy for the bronze top to deal with the 3 bronze middles. So, under Xiao Hongyu's outburst, the awakened under Lin Ming still cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower without injury. The price is that they will stay on the 5th floor for a day to repair. Congratulations on clearing the 5th floor of the trial tower. You get Black Iron Median Altar X1, and you get 24-hour guard contract coupon X1. Finally saw the most important altar reward. But what is the reward at the back? Lin Ming took out the reward to take a look, and then he understood. The rare ticket that only drops from the high-level trial tower. Purpose: make a contract with any awakened person, allowing the other party to become your contractor for a short time within 24 hours. Note: this item can only be used in the local world of the Lord, and cannot enter the 10,000 Realms continent within 1 day after use. In short, this is a ticket that Lords use to protect themselves in their own world. The 10,000 Realms continent has produced a lot of things that can only be used in the local world of the Lords. For example, deathmatch invitations. It seems that in many cases, the 10,000 Realms continent also pays attention to the lives of the Lords in the local world. Lin Ming thinks this reward is not bad. specifically used for PvP. In the future, to see who is unhappy, let Uncle Lin sign one, and then directly start a death match. Let Uncle Lin beat him up. And only the high-level trial towers are dropped, so the blue star should be hard to see. After reading the harvest, the most worthy of Lin Ming's attention is that he entered the trial tower leaderboard. The 5th floor can enter the list. And he directly made Xiao Hongyu open, which can be regarded as crushing the 5th floor. The speed is very fast among all the lords who have cleared the 5th floor. It even made it to the top of the charts and currently ranks 9th. Congratulations on entering the leaderboard. Your reputation is gradually spreading among the monsters in the 10,000 realms. After entering the list, so much news about Wanja continent was mentioned. Lin Ming thought for a while before suddenly realizing it. Does this mean that it will be easier for him to enslave the wild monsters native to the 10,000 realms in the future? If this is the case, then the hidden benefits of this trial tower are too worthwhile. Lin Ming suddenly swept away the previous haze, and felt that it was nothing to climb a tower hard. Mood ups and downs. I feel like I have been tested by Pua. Today there is no tower to climb. Lin Ming asked all the awakened ones to stand by and wait for Xiao Hongyu CD to be refreshed tomorrow. Although waiting for one more day, if the awakened ones are injured, I am afraid that there will be more than one day to wait. Being with a bunch of pretty girls, Lin Ming feels like the day has passed in the blink of an eye. The only problem is that I haven't eaten all day. If I knew it would take several days to come to the trial tower, I would bring some food for a picnic. But they are all extraordinary, and it doesn't matter if they don't eat for a few days. The next day, trimming is over. Lin Ming lifted his spirits and opened the control mechanism of the trial tower. Keep absolute vigilance in your heart. It's the 6th floor. According to the previous routine, there should be 10 bronze medians this time. Toughest battle ever. Lin Ming has already made preparations for Xiao Hongyu to immediately release Hongyu's state. However, the imagined scene of a group of monsters did not appear. The space in the trial tower was empty, but it was quiet for a while. In the next second, Lin Ming's eyes went dark. Immediately lost consciousness. The 6th floor trial is open. This floor is Nank Yimen, which tests the Lord's all-round ability and is the only scene-based test in the trial tower. The test event is being drawn. Scene task is being formed. You have drawn an event, Dragon Slaying Princess. The roar of the dragon destroyed the empire, and the young princess went into exile overseas. 10 years later, the princess got the imperial inheritance, and with the assistance of various forces, she planned to avenge the evil dragon. The princess summoned you with the imperial heritage, and you will play a brave man to help the princess. The first step to help the princess slay the dragon is to kill the dragon's minions, the dragon knights. The final task of the scene, solve the attacking dragon knights within 30 days. Lin Ming opened his eyes. What caught my eyes was a beautiful woman who was glamorous, noble yet youthful. The woman's eyes are like stars, and her face is impeccably delicate. This appearance reminded Lin Ming of Xue King Han. They are of the same rank. While Lin Ming was looking at the other party, he was distracted, and then he spoke to the convenience. Brave, we don't have time to be dazed. The dragon knights have arrived nearby. They used to be the most powerful knights in the empire. On the battlefield of the empire's demise, they took refuge in the power of the evil dragon. The princess didn't notice Lin Ming's dizziness. Since he woke up, he has been chattering to him. You are the existence I summoned, please guide me, the magic books in the imperial heritage, which one should I learn? Which book can you learn to help the dragon slaying plan? In the hands of the princess, a series of magic books depicting magic circles fell. The moment these books landed in front of Lin Ming, another message came from the 10,000 Realms continent. Main Task 1, contract the princess and choose the altar of the most suitable unit for her. Those books surrounded by the magic circle turned out to be military altars. Chapter 35. Is this a trial scene in the trial tower? Lin Ming regained consciousness and glanced at the place where he was. This is an empty hall, and there are only him and the princess in the mission description. There was no sign of Shui Qinghan or the others. Lin Ming didn't know if they came in with him. Open the personal information interface. After looking at it, I realized that my lord position was gone, the list of awakened ones was empty, and even the altar was empty. He began to determine that this place should be an illusion. Otherwise, personal information will not start from scratch. He probably entered here alone. Lin Ming began to explore the task. First look at the princess who needs his contract in the mission. Seeing him looking over again, the princess blinked at him with a vivid expression. It's not like a dull NPC anymore. Seeing that he had been watching, the princess did not urge her this time. Just now she seemed to be just to give Lin Ming the task, but the actual princess was very patient with her. Of course, it's also possible that she doesn't have many lines. Before Lin Ming was familiar with the scene, he couldn't make a judgment. Make a contract with me first. Lin Ming planned to follow the task. Good. The princess nodded and didn't ask any more questions, as if she had given everything to him. Lin Ming put his hands together with the princess. The moment of contact, the contract is completed. In the personal panel, there is finally an awakened person. Naturally let go of the princess' hand, but Lin Ming found that the princess was nervously entangled with her fingers after she left his hand. With the jerky after just being in contact with a stranger. Does it have the same aura as a real person? Lin Ming was thoughtful. Then Lin Ming lowered his head and looked at the altars of arms that looked like magic books on the ground. The task needs to awaken the princess. It is natural to choose the most suitable altar with the highest rank. Isn't this his forte? Other lords may have to judge the princess's talent, as well as the rank and attributes of these altars, based on their vision and methods. But for Lin Ming, it's a matter of probing. Lin Ming first threw the probing technique to the princess. Valina. Talent, Legend. Talent bias, Star System. Legendary stance, Princess of the Stars, unlocked. Is it the direction of the star system? It's rare. I don't know how to detect if it is another lord here. Lin Ming went to investigate those magic book altars again. These are some ancient inheritances collected from the Empire's thousands of years of history. These imperial heritages are all stolen, and I don't know much about them. The princess introduced him. Lin Ming nodded without answering. Check all of these on the ground, most of which are more than 100 books that were originally placed here. Then I discovered that the power level system of this scene is different from Wanja. It's called a magic apprentice, a magician, or something. Lin Ming judged the level of power here based on his experience of reading novels in his previous life and the number of altars. Apprentice level, magician, magician level, sage. Most of the ground is a magician level altar. With a small amount of apprentice level mixed in, more than 100 books can be eliminated at once. There are 20 magic level books left, and only 3 sage level books. On the side of the princess is a western sword. It is also said to be the legacy of the empire. Talk to her, and she will even tell you about her experience of learning swords in the palace when she was a child. If it weren't for her probing skills, it would be easy to give people the feeling that she is suitable for the awakening of the melee sword system. There are 3 sage level books, and there is 1 sword system. But Lin Ming handed her another book while listening to the princess telling the story of how she learned to sword. The princess took the magic book from Lin Ming, looked at it but was surprised. Xing Chen, is it a magic book from the magic department? But soon, the princess restrained her surprised expression. I know, I will accept the inheritance of this book. The princess seemed to trust him immensely. Trust has reached the level of dependence and attachment. Lin Ming didn't know that he was actually the most important one in the princess's imperial legacy. The summoning method of the brave has almost exhausted all the resources left by the empire. I'll help you. Lin Ming's awakening to her use of the magic book altar. Unexpectedly, in an instant, the sky darkened, and the stars outside descended, surrounding the palace. Lin Ming was speechless, not knowing what level of power awakening this was. As soon as the main task is completed, the princess also opened her eyes at the moment when the reminder came from the 10,000 Realms continent. She looked at Lin Ming in surprise, and said, "Brave, I have obtained a magic inheritance. And it is the most powerful inheritance, which directly gave me the power of a sage. Sure enough, your guidance is the most correct." The princess seemed to be sure of the truth of the brave man's call, and she completely let go of her trust and dependence on him. Her star-like eyes looked at Lin Ming and told him, "I have the power of a sage, and I have also opened the legendary posture, which can already rival the leader of the Dragon Knights. Legendary posture Star Queen, incarnation of the Star Queen, possesses the power to manipulate the stars, move stars, fall, manipulate stars to move, and the Star Queen can use tens of thousands of stars in the star realm at her peak." Lin Ming also saw her legendary stance unlocked. It feels quite strong, and the bonus after it is turned on must be a level higher than the epic state. According to the princess, in order to defeat the leader of the Dragon Knights, it is estimated that the Sage Altar and the legendary posture are indispensable. Lin Ming did both, and the first main task was completed perfectly. But soon, Lin Ming heard that the princess issued another task to himself non-stop. "However, I can't do it alone, Mr. Brave, the Dragon Knights have more than just the head. Our reinforcements, the elves, have arrived. Among them, please choose the most talented elf to help him obtain the power inheritance of elf holy objects. Main task 2, find the most talented young man of the elves, contract and awaken him." Here comes the mission again. But the difference from the first one is that the first task is to find a suitable and powerful altar for the princess. The task this time is to find a suitable and talented awakener for the sacred object. Chapter 36. In front of the altar of the elves. Lin Ming was brought here by the princess. At this time, there were at least 1,000 elf men and women around, gathered in a camp. The young geniuses of our clan were basically brought here by me. On the altar is an artifact of our elves, the sunset bow. It can give our elves great power, but it can only be used every so often. We only have one chance to use it, and we have to use it for the most talented clansmen. The opportunity to choose is left to you, the brave and the princess. The people you choose will become your companions in the fight against dragons in the future." It was the son of the Elven King who spoke. Lin Ming glanced at his attributes. Epic flair. If you really can't make up your mind, the son of the Elf King may be a guarantee. After all, Lin Ming has helped the princess to awaken perfectly, and the head of the Dragon Knights has already been dealt with. Others deal with weaker enemies, so they don't need perfect awakening. But Lin Ming's pursuit is naturally not so bad. He still remembered that the background of this scene was obviously to fight against evil dragons. But the task is given until the Dragon Knights are defeated. Lin Ming can't be sure about his future, whether he will encounter the follow-up of this scenario task. In short, the start is more perfect, it is always right. Moreover, the son of the Elf King in front of him does not necessarily have the same type of arms as the altar. Once the status skills cannot be unsealed, the son of the Elf King will be weaker again, and he can fight an elite monster after all. To complete the task, the selected awakened person must have talent and compatibility. Sunset Bow is an artifact of the physics department of bow and arrow. There are many people in our family who are good at bows and arrows. As the son of the Elf King, I know them all well. If you have anyone you want to know, you can ask me. The son of the Elven King, like a guide NPC. Lin Ming nodded. In short, he looked at the altar, where they were setting the sun bow. That is the altar of arms this time. As a result, Lin Ming almost didn't yell at him. Soldier type, sun shooter. Rank, sage. Soldier type, scorching sun magic. What's the meaning? Pit me, right? Who told me that this altar is from the Department of Bow and Arrow Physics? For a moment, Lin Ming looked at the elf prince with strange eyes. The other party shouldn't be lying to him, but they don't know the specific attributes of their own artifacts. It's just that, in this way, the NPC of the elf prince has no effect. Listening to him praise the archery skills of the young people in the clan, he didn't get any useful information in the end. The conversations he triggered here are all pitfalls, designed to mislead people. Lin Ming started looking for someone on his own. Since the artifact of the elves once played a role, there must be some people in the elves who are compatible with it. In the end, Lin Ming's sight fell on the side of the camp's bow and arrow training ground. There was a long-eared elf girl grinding herbs, squatting on the ground, watching everyone train while grinding the medicine. Sir Lu. Talent, Legend. Soldier Preference, Sun Spell System. Legendary Stance, Queen of the Setting Sun, unlocked. Who is she? Lin Ming pretended not to see the name, and pointed to the girl. The elf prince glanced over there, with surprise in his eyes. That is the granddaughter of an elder in the clan, she is an excellent herbalist. But she has no talent as an archer. On the contrary, she can use some healing spells of the solar system, and has a certain talent in magic. Sunlight, spells. That's right, it's her. Lin Ming immediately made a decision on the princess. The Elf King's son looked even more surprised. But he didn't object, just glanced at the princess. The princess is even less likely to object. Lin Ming helped her awaken perfectly, and her trust in Lin Ming is now at its peak. Lin Ming does what he says. Several people came to the elf girl. Seeing the princess and the brave man approaching, the girl who was grinding the herbs hurriedly put down the things in her hands and wiped her hands on her clothes. After standing up, he bowed politely to them. "My lord princess, my lord brave man." When she learned that she had been selected as the inheritor of the sacred object, an exaggerated expression of "how did you choose me" suddenly appeared on her small face. Can I? The elf girl grabbed the corner of her clothes nervously and asked very unconfidently. Although she usually likes the handsome and heroic appearance of the clansmen when they shoot arrows. But she knows herself, she has no talent in physical combat at all. "You can, Mr. Brave has chosen you." The princess went up and held the elf girl's hand, encouraging her. Hearing this, the elf girl secretly glanced at Lin Ming. It seemed that he had acquired courage in him. In the end, the elf girl also awakened the holy object. At the moment of awakening, it was clearly dusk and sunset, but the nearby sky suddenly became scorching hot. The faces of the young elves were full of disbelief, and they couldn't believe this girl who usually had no sense of existence. It has even been recognized by the highest level of artifact. The elf girl also experienced the thrill of succeeding in pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Main task 2 is perfectly completed. At the moment when the reminder came from the 10,000 Realms continent, Lin Ming saw the legendary posture of the elf girl, and he also untied it. Legendary stance, Queen of the Setting Sun, incarnate as the Queen of the Setting Sun, use the scorching sun as an arrow, the sky and the earth as a bow, and burn everything. Even the sun can be played in the palm of your hand at the peak of the Queen of the Setting Sun day. Another perfect awakening. The task is stable. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and was considering whether to start asking for information about the enemy. The princess spoke again at this time. "Master Brave, our combat power has been basically guaranteed, but we are still short of a healer before we can defeat the dragon. Fortunately, the saint of the church has been waiting for us for a long time. She brought a seed of holy light from the church, which allows her to inherit the powerful power of holy light from it. Please help her to obtain this inheritance. She will be our last companion." Chapter 37. Main Task 3, Contract the Saint and help her awaken. Here comes a new task. Lin Ming glanced at his only 3 contract slots. He has no rank in this world. The contract column is fixed at only 3. 2 of them have been used. In other words, this mission is the last person who needs a contract before the battle. However, this mission is a bit strange. The previous tasks were either to find a suitable altar or to find a suitable awakener. The middle is full of pits, and it is quite difficult to complete. But the last task, fixed the character, fixed the altar, just help her awaken and it's over? It can't be that simple. Lin Ming suspects that there is something inside. Just thinking about it, Lin Ming, led by the princess, came to the church. There are a few nuns who are praying scattered in the church. Seeing Lin Ming and the princess approaching, a tall and slender woman in a white priest robe, with outstanding appearance and some heroic spirit, greeted her from the church. "Welcome, brave and princess." The woman's voice is gentle and contagious. The princess introduced Lin Ming to the side. This is the saint of the church. Her life was quite a legend. Born in the countryside, she was a candidate for the saint in the church. Then one day, I was inspired by the gods, my ability improved greatly, I quickly defeated other opponents, and sat on the position of saint. Facing the princess' praise, the saint replied without humility. "I'm not as miraculous as the princess said, I just fulfilled my duty as an envoy of God." As she spoke, she led Lin Ming and the princess to a statue in the church. In front of the statue stood a gleaming object. "This is the seed of the holy light of our church, something that can help people inherit the power of the holy light. I will ask Lord Brave to help you receive the inheritance later." The princess immediately answered for Lin Ming, "Easy to talk about." Lin Ming didn't speak. He glanced at the altar called the Seed of Holy Light with his probing technique. Soldier type, Holy Light God Sacrifice. Rank, Sage. Soldier category, Holy Light Department. Note, the altar is made of holy light and faith. If it is corroded by evil forces during awakening, it will collapse and disappear. The altar is all right. Lin Ming confirmed this. At the same time, it can be determined that there must be something wrong with the task, then the problem is probably in. Lin Ming looked at the saint. This saint is somewhat heroic, but to be honest, she doesn't quite satisfy Lin Ming's fantasies of holiness and gentleness for the saint of light. Lin Ming used a probing technique on her. Emola. Talent, Legend. Soldier type, Dragon Blood Goddess. Stage, Magician level. Legendary stance Queen of Calamity, from the power given by the Dragon of Sin traveling all over the world, enter the state of Queen of Calamity, you can use the karmic fire of the Dragon of Sin, this is the power that can bring natural disasters to all worlds, karma under fire, nothing can survive. The problem with the task has been found. Sure enough, it appeared on the saint. Undercover, hey? The dragon's men? Lin Ming complained in his heart, but he didn't show any abnormality on the surface. Don't worry about the inheritance of the holy light. I've been busy today. Let's take a rest. Lin Ming interrupted what the saint asked him to help pass on. He directly took the hand of the princess beside him, and issued an invitation under the eyes of everyone. Go to the bathroom together. Ah! The princess exclaimed and couldn't help covering her mouth, her face was immediately blushing. Even the saint could not help opening her mouth in surprise. What's the matter with the brave, playing so big in broad daylight? Let's go. Lin Ming couldn't help but grab the princess and leave without giving her a chance to resist. The elf girl behind her hesitated for a long time, and seeing that the person was about to leave, she also hurriedly followed. I just followed from a distance, I don't peek at what the princess and the brave man are doing. I am their companion and cannot be left behind. After several people left, the saint came back to her senses, looked at the place where they left with a sullen face, and said nothing. Outside. Master Brave, have you discovered something? After experiencing a short period of blank brain, the princess suddenly figured out something. Although she also guessed whether Lin Ming brought her out because he wanted to do bad things to her. At that time, should she agree or refuse? But she soon felt that Lin Ming couldn't play so flamboyantly. He suddenly proposed to leave. It should be something important. Well, I found that the saint has been polluted by the power of the dragon. Lin Ming was outspoken. The princess is the protagonist of the mission and the only one who will not betray him, so it doesn't hurt to tell her directly. After Lin Ming finished speaking, the princess showed the same surprised expression as when Lin Ming invited her to go to the bathroom just now. I didn't expect that saint to be contaminated with the power of the evil dragon. No wonder she was able to rise up and beat her competitors. The princess immediately believed Lin Ming's words. Immediately afterwards, she clenched her small fist. I'm going to sanction her. Anyone who dares to be contaminated by the power of the dragon will have to pay the price for their actions. She is at the magic level and has a legendary posture. Can you win for sure? Steady. Princess pinch waist. There is a big gap between a magician and a sage. Even if she uses the legendary posture, she can't beat my normal state. Elf, you protect the Lord, and I will deal with that saint. The princess went with her head held high, leaving the elf girl alone to protect Lin Ming. Seeing this, Lin Ming didn't ask the elf to help. Although the saint is a legend, her basic strength is too weak, not comparable to perfectly awakened princesses and elf girls. Soon, the sound of battle explosions came. Lin Ming turned his head and saw the church blown up. There were two figures inside. A person holding a small star meteorite in his hand is floating in the sky. The person with black dragon horns and dragon tail, who released raging black and brown flames, was buried in the soil. The saint has entered the Calamity Queen posture, but is still suppressed by the princess. It's just that the princess seems to be very afraid of the flames on the ground and dare not fall to the ground. Chapter 38. I have never done anything to be sorry for my status as a saint. Why are you attacking me? Lin Ming heard the roar of the saint under the ruins of the church. Just because I have the power of an evil dragon? I just want to do my part to defeat the evil dragon. I just want to destroy the seed of holy light, so that you have to choose me as your partner. I only did this one selfish thing, and I haven't even had time to do it. When I served as a saint in the church, I distributed everything I got to the common people, and I was only obsessed with prayer every day. I have always wanted to do only one thing, and that is to crusade against dragons. I didn't have the ability before, so I am willing to become like this. Why can't you give me a chance? In the ruins of the church, the saint roared angrily and helplessly. The princess in midair has a cold face. Just because you are contaminated with the power of the evil dragon, it is already the most regrettable thing for your status as a saint. Damn! The saint cursed. People who know this world have a deep obsession with dragons. It's like an abyss of evil. As long as it is contaminated with it, there is no room for explanation. Just look at the indifferent expression of the princess. Immediately, the saint stopped talking and did not explain anything to herself. He just raised the seed of holy light in his hand, and spoke concisely. I know, I won't ask for anything more, let me go. Or I'll destroy it. However, the one who answered the saint was the bigger and bigger stars and meteorites in the hands of the princess. Destroy it. Even if the church won't have this thing in a short time, it doesn't matter. We can invite other strong people, but those who are contaminated with the power of the dragon must be expelled. If you think about it, the church will support my decision. After the princess finished speaking, the saint's face was ugly. You madman! When the dragon is mentioned, you become as incomprehensible and irrational as it is. Let her go. A voice suddenly sounded in the arena, which stunned the princess in the sky and the saint in the ground. The princess saw Lin Ming, who appeared beside her with the elf girl. The coldness in her eyes dissipated immediately, and she hurriedly said with some worry. Master Brave, what are you doing? Get out of there, the flames are dangerous. Lin Ming didn't care about what the princess said, he controlled the distance, and just continued to say to the princess. Let her hand over the seed of holy light, and let her go. But, she touched the power of the dragon. Don't lose sight of the basics. The crusade against the evil dragon itself is the most important thing. We need the power that the seed of holy light can bring to people. In Lin Ming's words, there was an involuntary tone. There can be no problem with the seed of holy light. This is the altar of the third contractor. As for the former saint who was infected with the dragon, the mission didn't mention how to deal with her, so Lin Ming didn't bother to worry about it. Unlike people in this world, he has no obsession with dragons. As long as she returns the seed of holy light, Lin Ming will let her go, and Lin Ming will only take care of his own tasks. Oh well. In the end, the influence of Lin Ming's words prevailed, and the princess agreed to let the saintess go. The saint was a little surprised. Finally, she took a deep glance at Lin Ming and threw the seed of holy light to him. Leaving a sentence, "I will come back again," he disappeared in place. Lin Ming ignored her. "You come back, eh? I can finish the task in a moment and go." "Where are you coming back from?" The reason why Lin Ming is so sure is because he found the last contractor. It was a nun who fled outside the church very early. She watched the battle in the church trembling, broom still in hand. It looks like she was cleaning the church before the fight started. "The power of the seed of holy light is entrusted to you." Lin Ming handed the seed of holy light to the little nun. The nun didn't dare to accept it at first, but finally the princess encouraged her and accepted the inheritance. Onlia. Soldier type, holy light god sacrifice. Rank, sage. Talent, legend. Legendary stance, Angel of Salvation. In the state of Angel of Salvation, it gives Eliza a steady stream of vitality and magic power, increases the resistance of various attributes and states of our awakened people, and has the ability to grant the dead and the dead within a short time of death. Su Sheng's healing ability. The main mission 3 is completed. The 3 contractors are all in place. All are perfectly awakened sages with legendary appearances. On the day of the crusade against the Dragon Knights, Lin Ming didn't know how he lost. All he knew was that that day, he took 3 people to the residence of the Dragon Knights. Lin Ming himself didn't enter the arena at all. All I could see was the sky above the station, filled with stars, scorching sun and flames, and dazzling holy light. The sky is gorgeous. The ground is full of ruins. The station of the Dragon Knights was flattened. Lin Ming also completed the task with ease. Before those 3 people came back, Lin Ming stood where he was, looking at the sky that left a rainbow and smiled. Then, disappeared here. Congratulations on clearing the 6th floor of the trial tower. You get the black iron median altar X1. You get a part of the power projection of the princess, elf girl, and newborn saint, bronze upper rank. The trial scene disappeared, and Lin Ming returned to the trial tower. Obtained the reward for clearing the 6th floor trial. The following rewards are 3 one-time projection summoning symbols. Lin Ming took a look and determined that they were very powerful hole card props at the current stage. Because, although the projection only has a bronze upper rank, it can use the legendary posture. Of course, this is not the most important reward, but what makes Lin Ming most happy is the seemingly low-ranking altar in front. The altar on his body can be advanced again. First combine the 2 black iron middle altars rewarded on the 5th and 6th floors to the high position, and then combine the 2 black iron high altars you own. You obtained a new altar through synthesis. Two-tailed Frost Fox King altar. Rank, lower bronze. Awakened form, Frost Fox Demon, Two-tailed Frost Fox Demon, Three-tailed Frost Fox Demon, bronze upper rank. Things like altars are the hardest thing to get in the 10,000 Realms continent. Lin Ming is now a Z-level lord, but he has only seen the altar under the black iron and in the middle. The Wanja continent restricts it. It seems that it wants everyone to cultivate awakened people through strange things. Instead of directly letting the awakener awaken a very powerful unit, it's so easy to get something. Otherwise, the strange objects and map system operated by 10,000 realms continent would easily become chaotic and collapse. If it weren't for Lin Ming's talent for synthesis. The other lords wanted to see an altar of the bronze level, but they didn't know when they would have to wait. Chapter 39. Lin Ming's current altar is just ordinary monsters produced, and they have all reached the strength of the lower bronze. Extremely a unit of strength, he can mass produce it. Before I knew it, I had reached this point. There are many rewards in the trial tower, and what kind of things will drop in the next few floors? Lin Ming lay on the ground thinking. Then I felt soft under the head. Looking down, he realized that he was resting on a pair of long legs. It's a knee pillow for senior sister. You're awake. Lin Ming turned his face and saw the appearance of the senior sister reflected in his eyes. It seems that he was in a coma when he just went to do the scene mission. It was the senior sister who was taking care of him. I just went to the 6th floor of the trial tower. Lin Ming explained, then asked Shueqing Han. How long have I been asleep? It's not long, maybe a few hours. Yet. Lin Ming was puzzled. He was sure that he had spent more than one day in the scene mission before. This speed of time made him even more curious about where the trial on the 6th floor took place. Really a dream? Or is it a fantasy? Lin Ming thinks the characters in it are very real, and he thinks that those people are at least the remnants of people who once existed. Now that you've cleared the customs, don't think about it. Lin Ming stood up and patted his clothes. Next, there is a bigger challenge in the trial tower, waiting for him. The 7th floor of the trial tower is open. This 7th floor, on the ranking list, only 2 people have passed it. The 6th floor was originally supposed to be 10 bronze medians, but it was replaced by scene trials. The difficulty of this 7th floor will definitely not be lower. Soon, a huge figure formed in the combat space. The stature is as tall as a hill. It looks like a crown is on top of the head. The character position on the body is displayed as a positive character position. King of Ogre. Rank, Bronze upper rank. Bronze-ranked monsters are coming. Such a monster is also at the top of the food chain on the 2nd level map. Xiao Hongyu, use the epic state. Lin Ming ordered. This battle requires his awakened people to go all out. In an instant, the red moon was reflected behind Xiao Hongyu. A huge small iceberg pressed towards the Ogre King. However, the Ogre King just let out a roar, and with all his strength, using his body as a weapon, smashed the hill into pieces. The King of Ogre is the real bronze leader, already equal to Xiao Hongyu who uses the epic state. Su Jing and Sister and Xin help. Lin Ming commanded the 3 middle-level bronze awakeners who were barely able to beat the bronze upper level by 2 moves, and were in charge of fighting to prevent the Ogre King from getting too close to Xiao Hongyu. Xiao Hongyu, as a spell system, is not good enough for melee combat, and she can still hurt ogres from time to time from a long range. But the Ogre King ran away after being stalked by Su Jing and the others, but couldn't beat Xiao Hongyu, and the battle was quite uncomfortable for a while. The rest of Chen Yun and Queen Spider followed Xiao Hongyu to supplement the output. Looking at the Ogre King who was gradually accumulating injuries, Lin Ming muttered to himself. Just grind it to death like this, it's not a problem. In less than 10 minutes, the Ogre King finally died under the joint attack of Lin Ming's awakened people. And Xiao Hongyu also panted, and exited the epic state. This is her most powerful attack. Even if there is a return to blue in the red moon state, the blue is almost empty. Congratulations on clearing the 7th floor of the trial tower. You get odd treasure, trial tower and compass. Lin Ming's ears were extremely pleasant to hear the customs clearance reminder from the 10,000 realms continent. But this reward was indeed the first time he had heard of it. What is Kaibao? Lin Ming was talking to himself, but Shueqing Han was watching him all the time. The first time he asked a question, Shueqing Han listened to him. Kaibao, I've heard of it. Shueqing Han organized her words and continued. It seems to be more than 100 times rarer than strange things. Every strange treasure is unique in the 10,000 realms continent and has its own function. Even if it is a lord's family, a family can have at most one rare treasure, which is the treasure of the family. Quite precious. After Lin Ming heard it, he immediately took out the Kai-Bao he had obtained to see what functions it had. Kai-Bao, trial tower and compass. Can detect the location of the nearest test tower around it. This reward is a treasure with a long-lasting effect. With it, it will not be difficult to find the trial tower in the maps of later levels. You can ensure that you can go to the trial tower to harvest a wave every time you enter the advanced map. It's time for the 8th floor. Put away the treasures. Lin Ming's road to the trial tower is still going on. Standing in front of the console, Lin Ming was still thinking, after finishing this level, it is supposed to reach the highest level displayed on the leaderboard. It's just that I don't know if there is a 9th floor. The 8th floor of the trial tower begins. The trial began, and the 3 ogre kings with crowns gradually appeared in the battle space. On the 8th floor, as expected, there are 3 bronze masters. The strength of a full positive rank lord. It was not hit by a human at all. Lin Ming smiled helplessly. Looking at the 3 roaring ogre kings, Lin Ming waved his hand to tell Xiao Hongyu and the others to back off. On this level, Lin Ming didn't intend to let Xiao Hongyu and the others pass the level. So before entering the 8th floor, Xiao Hongyu was not allowed to rest at all, and resumed the epic state CD. Lin Ming directly ejected 3 projection symbols. Picked a bit, and then chose the one of the nun in the church. Although the nun's overall strength is very functional. But if it is used as a whole card, it depends on the aggressiveness. The nun has the weakest fighting ability. Lin Ming plans to use her first. The figure of the church nun formed in the battle space. She is just a projection with partial power of her body. It seems that he has no consciousness of his own, and only fights subconsciously. Lin Ming instructed her. Turn on your legendary stance and attack the 3 ogre kings. In an instant, behind the nun, a pair of wings with pure white feathers spread out. With a halo above his head, he stepped into the air, like an angel on earth. Raising his hand, the dazzling holy light filled the entire trial tower. After the holy light rose, Lin Ming only heard the painful wailing of the 3 ogre kings. But after a few seconds, their bodies and souls were all dissolved in the intense holy light. Even a nun who is not good at fighting, after turning on the legendary posture, raised her hand and instantly killed 3 of the same level. Chapter 40. Congratulations on clearing the 8th floor of the trial tower. Get the seed of strange object gluttony. Monsters are cleaned up. The projection of the nun also disappeared. However, I don't know if it is Lin Ming's illusion. He always felt that the nun gave him one last look. Is this the reward you got in the 6th floor trial? Shui Qinghan and the others witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They were very surprised by the strength that the nun showed. Especially her ability to transform. Legendary posture, that's it, it can actually raise your strength to that level. Shui Qinghan was deeply shocked by the abilities shown by the nuns. Lin Ming has seen it many times and seen missions, so it's no surprise. He took out the 8th floor reward and glanced at it. Wonderful object, seed of gluttony. Feed this object to the monster, and the monster will get a chance to devour a high-ranking monster. According to the completeness of devouring, you can get part or full strength of the high-ranking monster. Note, one-time strange objects are also unique in the 10,000 Realms continent. After the use disappears, the 10,000 Realms continent will give birth to new ones of this type. As soon as the gluttony seed was taken out, Lin Ming saw the Ice Queen's spider eyes looking over eagerly. As if saying to him, Master, I want that. Come and get it yourself. Lin Ming rolled his eyes, and didn't intend not to give it to her. He now only has the Icefield Queen Spider as a monster, and if he has monster-related wonders, of course he must feed her. This gluttony seed seems to have quite potential. If there is a chance for the queen spider to eat a powerful monster, she will just take off. The Icefield queen spider heard what Lin Ming said, and immediately crawled over and crawled in front of Lin Ming. He didn't dare to lift his head higher than him, and almost lay on the ground, taking the seed of gluttony from Lin Ming's hand. Immediately afterwards, the Ice Queen spider carefully carried this strange object in her bosom. With a happy look on his face, he was a little reluctant to eat. Silly! Lin Ming commented on his queen spider mount like this. The 8th floor of the trial tower passed. Lin Ming noticed that his ranking on the leaderboard had been promoted to the first place. The reminder of 10,000 Realms continent has also changed to this. Your reputation is spread among the monsters on the first level map, they are afraid of you. Monsters on the second level map, they respect your strength. I don't know what effect it will have. Lin Ming thought about it, but couldn't verify it. Because, after clearing the 8th floor, he still couldn't leave the trial tower. It shows that the 8th floor is not the end of the trial tower. And the 9th floor? Lin Ming glanced at the stairs leading to the 9th floor after clearing the 8th floor. That's good, which means he still has rewards to take. The things obtained in the next few layers cannot realize the strength, and it will be reflected slowly in the future. I hope that this last layer of rewards can directly increase his strength by a bit. However, the moment the console on the 9th floor was pressed, an ominous atmosphere directly enveloped the entire combat space. The source of this breath is the monsters generated in the 9th floor space. The black shadow is condensed and has not yet formed. The bento first has a character, echoed on the monster's head, and the fluorescent lights flicker. Onward ranking, silver ranks next. The monster on the 9th floor jumped directly from the 3 bronze upper ranks on the 8th floor to silver. Even if Lin Ming had to face 10 or more bronze leaders, he didn't want to deal with 1 silver. Finally, the figure of the monster solidified. Born with wings, it has a human form. A smooth skin with no hair. When Lin Ming and the others saw this monster, they felt an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Demon, miscellaneous blood. Rank, lower silver. A member of the top monster group demon, the pure-blooded demon of his demon family has the strength comparable to that of a giant dragon. The moment the mixed blood demon appeared, he rushed to the sky of the battle space with a strange smile. From his laughter, Lin Ming seemed to see an elder of the Soul Hall. Without further ado, Lin Ming took out the remaining 2 projection symbols. Silver-level monsters are not at all the existences that Lin Ming's awakened ones can deal with now. After a little hesitation, Lin Ming chose to keep the princess and use the elf girl. In the sky, on the opposite side of the demon, an elf girl stepped into the air appeared. After smelling the girl's natural breath of life that belonged exclusively to the elves, the demon showed disgust on his face. But soon, he couldn't get tired of it. Because the elf girl used the legendary posture. His posture changed suddenly, like a high-ranking queen, with the scorching sun rising behind him. The scorching sun shone in the combat space, making it too dazzling to keep one's eyes open. The legendary posture, the strength has been upgraded by 2 levels. The elf girl came directly from the bronze rank to the silver rank. Immediately, the devil screamed strangely. He sensed the danger from the elf girl, and turned around and ran away. The elf girl stepped forward and was about to catch up, when the demon showed cunning on his face, secretly gathered a fork, turned around and stabbed at the elf. The elf didn't care at all, his finger was a bow, and he pointed lightly. The setting sun above the head was like an arrow flying from the string, swishing towards the demon. With a bang, the entire trial tower vibrated continuously. The demon was submerged in the scorching sun explosion. The body was melted by the huge scorching sun, leaving no energy left. In an instant, a reminder came from Lin Ming's ear. Congratulations on clearing the 9th floor of the trial tower. You got a strange item, perfect awakening talisman. At the moment when the demon died, Lin Ming didn't have time to care about anything else, but was startled when he heard the reward from the trial tower. Immediately took out the reward and glanced at it. Wonderful object, perfect awakening talisman. After being used by the awakened person, regardless of the altar's awakening upper limit, the energy of the altar will be supplemented by the awakening talisman, and the potential of the awakened person will be fully utilized. Seeing this, Lin Ming understood that Xue Qinghan could finally wake up. Lin Ming's current altar has reached the bronze level. It is no longer the altar of miscellaneous hairs before, and it is difficult to move it for the time being. Even if a highly talented person comes, it will be difficult to skip a level, and an ordinary awakened person may fail to awaken. But legendary potential is legendary potential after all. The bronze altar is still not enough to realize the full potential of the legendary awakener. With this perfect awakening talisman, it will be different. Xue Qinghan can pass through this lower bronze altar, and finally awaken to a lower silver rank. Chapter 41. Congratulations on clearing all trials in the first level trial tower. A mysterious and unknown existence glanced at you. She noticed your arms, and she is in the same family as her. You have been noticed by a mysterious and unknown existence. Since Lin Ming cleared the 9th floor, news from the 10,000 Realms continent is still coming out. The new news was somewhat unclear, so Lin Ming didn't pay much attention. All he knew was that he was now firmly number 1 in the ranking list of the first level trial tower. Not only is it one level higher than the second place, but the customs clearance time also has a great advantage. The second place cleared the 8th floor in 37 minutes. It took Lin Ming 9 seconds to clear the 9th floor. The monster spawned in 3 seconds. Summon the elf girl in 3 seconds and start the legendary posture. With 3 seconds left, the demon escaped, attacked, and was killed in one go. It was so fast that Xue Qinghan and the others didn't react, and the blame disappeared. The figure of the elf girl also slowly disappeared. In the entire space of the trial tower, there is only the aftertaste of the elf girl's blow. The remaining high temperature made Lin Ming and the others feel like they were about to be roasted. The space of the trial tower also kept crackling, as if it was about to be destroyed by an attack that should not be tolerated by a trial tower above the first level. Fortunately, Lin Ming has cleared the level, and a portal to leave appeared in front of him, and Lin Ming left directly with the awakened ones. Outside the trial tower. Breathing the fresh air outside the tower, Lin Ming was in a happy mood. The tall tower standing on the side kept shaking, and finally the figure became dim and gradually disappeared from sight. Only a flat ice field was left in place. Lin Ming cleared the 9th floor at a time and used up the energy of the trial tower. If someone who hears about the location of the trial tower on this map comes back in the future, he will probably be disappointed. Lin Ming didn't care about them either. After refreshing his mood, he sat on his little spider. Go back to the altar. Lin Ming patted the queen spider on the back, and let the mount lead them back to their territory. After going back, it's time for the senior sister, God of War, to return. Along the way, Lin Ming found the monsters he encountered on the way, and turned around and ran away when he saw them. It's no longer the feeling of going out and meeting 9 monster nests besieging you. This is probably the effect brought about by being number 1 in the ranking of the first level trial tower. In front of the territory altar, Lin Ming gave Xue Qinghan the perfect awakening talisman. At the same time rubbing her little hands, he said to the senior sister earnestly. Sister, you have been with me for a while, and today is the time for you to wake up. You have to remember, if your awakening is developed later, you can't forget that this is an advanced awakening opportunity earned by everyone working hard. Before Lin Ming finished speaking, the senior sister covered her mouth. Don't say such things. The senior sister told him seriously. I am your awakened person, the one you saved. Even if there is no contract, I am willing to be the sword in your hand and exist for you. Lin Ming glanced at Xue Qinghan with a smile, but said nothing. But the senior sister shook her arm. It felt like someone had licked my palm. Shui Qinghan looked at Lin Ming speechlessly. I didn't even wash my hands, and you are not afraid of getting dirty. The senior sister took her hand back. Lin Ming replied indifferently. Senior sister's hands have been rubbed by me all day long, and I have already wiped them clean. 2. Shui Qinghan couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at the altar in front of him. Although she has always been confident in her talent, but in front of Lin Ming, she always doesn't believe in herself, fearing that she will disappoint Lin Ming. Until Lin Ming patted her on the back encouragingly, she gained some courage. The moment Shui Qinghan woke up in the sunny sky, suddenly it snowed. A vision from the sky, the legend awakens. Slices of invisible cold wind condensed into a substantial cyclone, and where the cyclone flew over, layers of ice condensed on the ground. The aura is solidified, and the position rises to silver. The moment Shui Qinghan opened his eyes, the ice on the ground immediately spread towards Fang Ping in the distance. After contracting for a long time, she finally got the power of arms. And as soon as he woke up, his strength came to the lower level of Bian. Bing Xian whizzed past, rolled up her cuffs, and on her arm, there was a dazzling silver word Jian. This is a ranking position that you can't see in the second level map that Lin Ming hasn't entered yet. It is also Lin Ming, the Z-level lord. The lower ranks of the lower ranks are the awakened ones that should be possessed. After Shui Qinghan's awakening, with her own power, the strength of the Lin Ming family's awakened members has been raised to a level that does not belong to them. Name, Shui Qinghan. Talent, Legend. Soldier type, Four-tailed Skyfrost Fox Demon. Rank, Lower Silver. Legendary stance Frost Queen, transformed into the form of the Frost Queen, possessing the power to control the ultimate ice of the Frost Queen in its heyday, can even freeze time, space, natural disasters, cause and effect, and root causes. Senior sister has awakened, and the round of Lin Ming's random killing is back. After the awakening ended, Shui Qinghan fell to the ground. The appearance has also changed, turning into a cold fox girl. After landing on the ground, the fox girl looked at Lin Ming and shook her furry ears. Lin Ming was a little moved. Senpai's appearance after awakening is so cute. And it's a four-fox demon. Lin Ming saw that there were so many furries, and immediately said, "Sister, tail. Touch your tail." Shui Qinghan was immediately speechless. He didn't agree or refuse, just turned his back. Told him to take care of himself. With Shui Qinghan's acquisition of arms, everything in the trial tower is completely over. On the first level map, there is absolutely no treasure that Lin Ming can dig. They found a way to the second level map, and went straight to the upper map of Icefield Valley. Along the way, the monsters that Lin Ming and the others encountered gradually became stronger. There used to be only one in Icefield River Valley, a bronze low-level monster that is basically rare. Also gradually took shape. Obviously, the nearby monsters are already the strength of the secondary map. It's just that these monsters in the second level map, seeing Lin Ming, didn't attack him like before. Instead, he turned a blind eye to his arrival. Lin Ming thought about it, and determined that this was still the influence of the ranking of the first level trial tower. The first level figure monster saw him, turned around and ran away. Level 2 map monsters will no longer take the initiative to attack when they see him. Chapter 42. Congratulations for entering the second level map, Icefield River. A reminder came from the 10,000 Realms continent, reminding him that he had arrived at his destination. Lin Ming opened the map and took a look. It was found that this second level map is several times larger than the first level map. At the same time, it is also divided into 3 zones. One is near the Glacier Valley where Lin Ming was born. Combined with some nearby first level maps, it becomes the edge area of the second level map Icefield River. In the depths, there is the area of the ice sheet and the Great River. At the same time, this is also the second level map, the zone where the 3 control rights are located. At the deepest point, there is a lake area connected to the Great River of the ice sheet. There exists this secondary map, the control of the only map master. The map is much wider than it was at level 1. This made Lin Ming hesitate, not knowing which of the 3 control rights he should grab first. Moreover, right now is not the time for him to choose. Lin Ming noticed that since he entered this second level map, he has been targeted by a group of tiger monsters. The original monsters on the second level map, because of the ranking list of the trial tower, should not pay attention to themselves. Then those tiger monsters should be the troops that some lord is investigating outside. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Lin Ming to be surrounded by a group of awakened ones. The visitor is not good. Shui Qinghan muttered to herself beside her. Lin Ming, I am the one who came. This group of awakened ones indeed looked proud and difficult to get along with. And among them is a mixture of half-orcs such as kobolds and murlocs. It is very possible that these guys are not only from a family of lords. The leader is a tiger man. After stopping Lin Ming, he walked out from a group of awakened people, and spoke in a dark voice. Look at the passage you walked through when you came, it is the new lord who rose from the first level map. Yes. Lin Ming looked innocent, and really answered the other party's words. It's as if they don't know what the other party wants to do. Seeing this, the tiger man sneered, and then told him. We are your seniors, the great lords who have survived in this second level map for more than 10 or 20 years, and the people under them. We stopped you, just to tell you something. We don't know about other maps, but in our Icefield River map, all new lords have to pay tribute. Contribute the treasure land resources you have on the first level map, 40% each time, and pay for 5 years first. Oh. Lin Ming nodded, and then asked. What if I have no money? No money? The tiger awakened sneered. If you don't have any money, then you'll have to take a beating. Let you remember to save some money next time. After speaking, he suddenly released his aura. With a strong aura, he actually has the strength of a bronze median. The other half-orc awakeners are also bronze inferiors. As the tiger people said, their lords are all old lords who have been around for more than 10 or 20 years on the edge or in the big river area. Even if it is not in this second level map, those top lords who have control. But they are also a bit stronger than the lords who are new to the second level map. In order to survive, they formed an alliance. Specialized in looting newcomers who just came to the map. Their leader is a lord who is working hard towards the Zay level. There is already an awakened person with the word Zay in bronze in his hand. On the entire Icefield River map, he can be regarded as one of the first-class lords. He will be the first awakened, plus a dozen or so extreme awakened assistants, to form a team to rob newcomers. With this lineup, no matter how strong a rookie comes, he has to kneel. Their team has dominated the entire Icefield River for more than 10 years, and they have never made a mistake. Newcomers who are disobedient and don't give money will definitely be beaten by them. Right now, it's just one of the countless times they taught newcomers. A few minutes later. Zay. Lord Zaja. The Khajiit awakened lay on the ground. Staring at his big eyes, he spit out such a sentence. There was a wail of ouch and ouch around, those extreme awakened ones had already been half buried in the soil. Lin Ming stepped on the tiger awakened's head, and when he heard his cry, he couldn't help but slap him. FK, you're so poor, you still want to imitate other people's eyes. Being killed by someone, you have no money to buy your life, do you know that? He dumped the robbery money bag handed over by the tiger people on the ground again, and it was already empty. Some things were already taken away by Lin Ming. But Lin Ming only harvested 7 or 8 top-grade black iron strange objects, and nothing else. Seeing him upset, the tiger awakened, who was afraid that he would directly kill people and steal goods, immediately spoke. You, don't worry. His attitude changed quickly. There's no way, this time he doesn't have eyes. He couldn't figure out why the person who came out of the road on the first level map was a Z level lord. That's the lord of the second level map control level. Which of their lords did not aim at this? However, the reality has smoothed their edges and corners, and it is difficult for them to reach that level no matter how hard they work. It is also because they know the meaning of Z-level lords, so they dare not resist at all. The Tigerman awakened hurriedly said. The resources in our hands are all the offerings we have received recently. Naturally, we don't have many resources. All the resources are in the hands of our Lord. However, we have notified our Lord, and they will soon bring resources to redeem us. Really? Then I can wait. Lin Ming heard that there were still resources to get, and immediately said that it would be okay to wait. Beside, Shui Qinghan looked at Lin Ming sitting next to the half-orcs who fell to the ground, holding the money bag snatched from them, looking like a villain. After a while, Lin Ming sat on a half-orc. Opposite him were several bowed lords. They really came to apologize to Lin Ming. It's impossible not to make amends, even if they want to seek revenge, they can't do it. Contains the first level lord, the control level lord of the second level map, they can't invite such a person. Even if they could be invited, who would go to war with a lord who was on par with him in order to stand out for them? Even though, in addition to the control level lords, other first-class lords of Icefield Dahi can have several awakened ones come out. However, these people of the same class, who are direct competitors with him, just waited to see their jokes, how could they help? Therefore, these lords chose to give money, calm down, in exchange for their awakened ones. Chapter 43. We called you here just to tell you one thing. I don't know about other maps, but in this Icefield River map where I came, all the old lords will pay me tribute. Contribute the treasure land resources you have on the second level map, 80% each time, and pay for 5 years first. Lin Ming said that he is very conscientious. They asked themselves to pay for 5 years, but they only asked them to pay for 5 years, which is fair. But the lords in front of them didn't think so when they heard it. 80%? We only asked you for 40%? You don't want to pay, do you? Seeing the expressions of these lords, Lin Ming immediately became angry. The half-orc lords hurriedly nodded in fright and agreed. No, no, we pay, we pay. Lin Ming didn't care what they were thinking, just told them. It's okay if you don't hand it in. If you want to escape to other maps, you can escape, but it's best not to be caught by me. After threatening these lords, tell them to go away. Lin Ming took stock of the harvest. A total of 140 top-grade black iron strange objects and 2 bronze strange objects. Not a lot, just a ransom. Those lords also don't have control over the second level map, so it's not bad to be able to hand over so much. Except for the rare items that they usually bully newcomers to grab. The main thing is that in the second level map, occasionally there will be 1 or 2 odd objects randomly brushed on the map. Although it is far from gaining as much as controlling a piece of treasure land, it is still very unstable, but it also feeds the lords of these second level maps. Now, Lin Ming can advance to another Z character bronze middle position in his hand. He now has 4 bronze ranks, leaving only Chen Yun and Queen Spider, who are still in the lower rank of bronze with the word extreme. After thinking about it, Lin Ming glanced at the poor Chen Yun. Finally decided to give the chance to the Queen Spider. No way, the Queen Spider served him as a mount and was loyal to him, and her contribution was far greater than that of Chen Yun. As for saving up to get promoted to a bronze position, Lin Ming had considered it, but seeing the amount, he didn't do it. During the Black Iron period, synthesis skills consumed very little strange items. After all, Black Iron was relatively weak. The lord who owns this kind of awakener doesn't even have a rank. But it was different in the Bronze Age, everything became official. During the ascension of bronze, 10 bronze wonders are needed. As for Zhongsheng, you need 50, and it is difficult to meet this demand before you have snatched the bronze treasure land. Bronze rises below silver, and 10 top-grade bronze wonders are needed. Lin Ming promoted the Queen Spider to become the bronze lower frost Queen Spider Queen. Her huge body circled around Lin Ming happily. Chen Yun looked aggrieved. Why, her status is not as good as a pet now. She was the one who came first, so why can the Queen Spider be in front of her? Why? Isn't it that it can be used as a mount for the Lord? It's not impossible for her, Chen Yun. Also, Chen Yun's face turned pale. Is it really necessary to serve as a mount for the Lord in order to get better treatment? Lin Ming finished advancing the Queen Spider. Among the lords who left before, suddenly a cat-human lord came back. Lord, for the sake of letting the awakened ones back in my family, let me remind you. 4 Z-level lords are not allowed to exist in the big river area of Icefield River at the same time, because there are only 3 control rights here. The other 3 Z-level lords will be wary of you and snatch their control. Even if I won't attack you now, it's hard to guarantee that I won't be able to resist in the future. The cat lord took a look at Lin Ming, turned around and left. It didn't seem to be really out of good intentions, just to disgust him. Let him also experience the feeling of being on tenterhooks all day long. But Lin Ming smiled and went up to lift the Catman Lord directly. Very well, you are right. In this case, in order to prevent them from coming to trouble me, I will trouble them first. Go now, look for them one by one. From your point of view, you know the 3 lords very well, and you should know the way to find them, right? Take me there, you come and be my guide, don't try to run away halfway. Hearing this, the cat lord suddenly burst into mourning. Wow, I don't want it. I'm just a small extreme level lord, I don't want to participate in your Z-level lords war. Contains high-level lords, not only the awakened ones have many more slots than them. The most important thing is that in their hands, there are 4 or 5 bronze medians that are invincible to extreme lords. In addition, Z-level lords may have more altars than them, and their power will be much greater than them. These miserable second-level map scavengers really dare not provoke them. The Catman Lord especially remembered that the last Z-level Lord War occurred in the Great River Zone. These extreme lords have been forcibly confiscated a lot of resources. Not only that, those who clearly supported the 2 Z-level lords were later liquidated by the big bosses of both sides. When the Cat Lord heard Lin Ming asking her to lead the way, he felt as if he wanted her to die. Do you dare to go? Lin Ming carried this little cat demon who was not as tall as his waist, feeling full of threat. The Cat Lord suddenly lost his temper. Okay, I'll go, can't I go? If you don't go, you will die now, but if you go, there is still a way to survive. The Cat Lord knows how to choose. But after the selection, she scolded herself for daring to come back just for the sake of a momentary pleasure. No, he was caught. Forced to become cannon fodder for the boss's battle. The Great River Zone, one of the 3 control locations. The so-called Big River Zone is on top of a wide river. Due to climate reasons, the big river has long been frozen, and the ice on it will not melt for thousands of years. Many of the Lord's territories are built on this. That's how it is right now. The only difference is that the construction of this territory is somewhat exaggerated. There are gorgeous flowers everywhere, as if you have come to a huge sea of flowers. There is a road in the middle of the flower sea, and the road is repaired like a garden. It leads to 2 castles, and behind the castle, there is a palace. The construction of the territory is completed to a high degree. Lin Ming was not surprised. Although ordinary people cannot take the initiative to log into the 10,000 Realms continent, the Lord can bring them in. Right now, the Lord here obviously regards the 10,000 Realms continent as the main world. He brought a large number of people from his original world to serve him as civilians, or to live here. Should I say it or not, this is the real territory right now. The lords Lin Ming encountered before were all focused on survival, and they didn't build their territories properly. Chapter 44. The Cat Lord also looked at the territory enviously. Pretty, isn't it? This is the territory of the flower demon. What? A beautiful flower demon? Where is it? The Cat Lord was silent for a moment, and told Lin Ming. The flower demon lord here is a man. Oh, you said this territory is beautiful, that's true. Lin Ming nodded, and then replied the words of the Cat Lord. After a pause, he added. It is very beautiful, but soon, it will be my territory. Who are you? At this moment, a beautiful flower demon quickly walked out of the sea of flowers. It's just that the flower demon's expression is not very good. Because there is a lord with a group of awakened people standing in front of their territory and commenting. I haven't had a lord for a long time, so I dare to have the courage. Since the lord of their family came to the Dehi area of this map, he became the lord of control. No other lord has ever dared to lead the awakened ones directly in front of their territory. Because this is Chi Kuokuo's provocative behavior. They brought the soldiers directly to their doorstep. Level Lord. When the flower demon swept Sujing and the others' arms, she understood. Because Lin Ming asked Sujing and the others to roll up their sleeves to fight in order to frighten the awakened ones who robbed them, and it happened to be seen by the flower demon at this moment. There was excitement in her eyes. Is the new advanced one here to grab control? Hey, it just so happens that our garden lacks some advanced nutrients. Forgot to tell you, the newly advanced Lord, our Lord has occupied this territory for more than 10 years, and the senior Lord. It just so happens that our Lord needs a record of defeating other lords, to promote ourselves. I think you are good. Regarding what the flower demon said, Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Especially the words of the newly advanced Lord. He likes the word new, it sounds young and full of potential. Unlike other lords he met, he always said where he came from. In fact, he really just advanced. I hope that Miss Flower Fairy can continue to stick to her vision after the battle is over. Don't use a look of astonishment and sudden realization again, saying where he is from, and what other maps he came from. At some unknown time nearby, no less than 10 awakened ones came. The opponent's support was quick, after all, this place was in the opponent's territory. Lin Ming scanned it with probing techniques. Wei Wei was still a little surprised. Hey? The 7 bronze ranks? The awakened ones are pretty good. Don't think that the flower demon lord has 7 middle bronze ranks, so why doesn't he concentrate on cultivating a bronze upper rank? That's because with the resources of cultivating 20 or 30 middle bronze ranks, it is not necessarily possible to produce a high bronze rank. The ratio of strange objects used by high ranks in synthetic talents is only 1 to 5, but in reality it is far more than that. After all, the synthetic talent can exchange 10 top-grade black iron strange objects for 1 bronze strange object. No one in the 10,000 Realms continent would do this. There are not dozens of black iron oddities, so don't even think about exchanging for a single bronze oddity. I like this territory very much, so I won't send too many awakened people there, so as not to damage my territory. Lin Ming looked at those awakened flower demons and waved to his side. Xiao Hongyu, come alone. Xiao Hongyu nodded, and greeted those awakened flower demons alone. There was no need for Lin Ming's command. The moment she went up, she entered the Red Moon state. Immediately, the surging energy that was like substance turned from her body into an aura, pressing down on the awakened flower demons nearby. For a moment, these awakened flower demons were a little overwhelmed and couldn't hold their heads up. Epic state skill, is an epic awakener. I don't know which flower demon shouted. Immediately, the resistance of the flower demons collapsed with this shout. That is a status skill comparable to leveling up. Contains as soon as the awakened one under the Lord is used, he will rise to the top of the bronze. What are they fighting with? At that moment, the flower demon awakeners showed fear as if they had encountered the top of the food chain. The flower demon who was arrogant in front of Lin Ming at the beginning couldn't help but murmured. It turns out that he didn't come to grab our control at all. His goal was the entire Great River region. Quick, do it, don't let her continue talking. Lin Ming felt that he was about to hear those familiar words again, so he hurriedly asked Xiao Hongyu to make a move. The overwhelming ice spells immediately swept towards the flower demons. The flower demons gritted their teeth, trying to use their strongest strength to try to resist. But it only blocked it for a while, and under the powerlessness of the follow-up, there was no continuation. What's the situation? The other side. The cat lord hid in a field of flowers, looking at the sky. She wanted to take advantage of the chaos and escape. In the war between two Z-level lords, she was killed and did not want to participate. The aftermath alone was enough to kill her. As a result, the desperate voices of the group of flower demons came, and the cat lord couldn't help but stop again, and came back to take a look. Looking at it, he discovered that the human lord who threatened him had only sent one awakened person to crush the entire territory of the flower demon. Who the hell is that guy? The cat lord was amazed, and then thought again. He is so powerful, he must not be a new Z lord. I see, he must be from another second-level map. I'm looking for a map where the control area of the Z level is not unified. His goal is the entire Great River region. The cat lord surprised the flower demons once. Lin Ming has already received the reward for this battle. Congratulations, Great Lord, you have won the control of a part of the second-level map Icefield River Great River. Your altar has been moved to the river area. You have obtained the bronze treasure, Chalcedony Flower Garden. Chalcedony Flower Garden, produce 20 chalcedony flowers every year. The bronze-level treasure land has a larger area, and its output has also increased. Lin Ming took a look at the strange objects of the flower demon lord, and found 37 bronze strange objects in total. This is the biggest strange item that Lin Ming has received since becoming the lord. Very good, with such gains, it is expected that if he takes control of the Dehi district again, he can rise to a bronze high position. Chapter 45. New control is in hand. This can also be regarded as a milestone for Lin Ming, the control of the first secondary map. The only pity is that in this fight against the flower demon lord, they failed to snatch back a few awakened flower demons. There is one thing to say, the flower demon awakener looks quite novel. It's a pity that plundering the awakened is an exclusive function in the deathmatch invitation. That thing cannot be opened in the 10,000 Realms continent, it is a special thing for the Lord to return to the original world. Battles in the 10,000 Realms continent do not have that function. On the contrary, in the territory of the Flower Demon Lord, there are many Flower Demon civilians left behind. Lin Ming sat in the palace of the former Flower Demon Lord and watched several Flower Demon girls dance for him. Also very happy. My lord, you have changed. Angzi next to him saw Lin Ming reclined on the throne, admiring other women dancing. Couldn't help but said to him. You start to become drunk and hedonistic, which you weren't before. Have you forgotten what kind of ambition you had before you came to the territory of the Flower Demon? However, Lin Ming looked at the dancing postures of the flower demons below, and said without looking back. Presumptuous, the Lord has fought a lifetime of battle, can't he enjoy it? Sister, she can't stand it anymore. An Xi blurted out. An Xin sat beside her in a daze. I thought I never said anything. Hateful. An Xi pulled her sister up and left. Let's learn to dance too. Let the Lord know that, sister, you are no worse than those coquettish flower demons. When those flower demons passed by, they were so frightened that they avoided them. They were a little overwhelmed. I don't know if he offended the awakened Lord. Lin Ming quickly ordered them not to stop. It's none of your business, keep playing music, keep dancing. In the end, it was the senior who pulled Lin Ming out. Don't know what to do with him, but anyway, an hour later, Lin Ming was on the right track to continue conquering the map. Before the second control territory of the Great River Zone. This is the territory of the ice leopard. In worlds other than Blue Star, there are also worlds dominated by monsters. These monsters are no different from the native monsters of the 10,000 Realms continent, but they can be lords. For example, the current owner of the territory is an ice leopard. Although his subordinates are not as strong as the flower demon. But there are also 5 Zay bronze middle awakeners. It can be seen from this that the entire Icefield River map, among all the second-level maps, is considered the upper reaches of the overall strength. Their controlling lords in the Great River Zone are all veteran lords with profound backgrounds. Many owners of the control rights of the second-level maps are still Zay-level rookies. There are many people going to this kind of map, which is more popular and has a brighter future. But in terms of Lin Ming's strength, any kind of picture is the same. As soon as the battle with the dire wolf awakeners started, Xiao Hongyu entered the Red Moon state. In an instant, he suppressed the opponent's 5 bronze players. The number of bronze medians that can be suppressed by the bronze median is more than 10. For Xiao Hongyu, this battle was quite simple. Coupled with the help of Sujing and the others, Sister and Xian fought very hard this time, letting Lin Ming understand the thrill of conquering, for fear that he would turn around and die drunk again. Within an hour, the dire wolf's territory was wrecked into ruins. There is no need for Shui Qinghan to make a move. She stood by Lin Ming's side the whole time, helping Lin Ming find out. With her around, even if something happens in the dire wolf's territory, there will be a silver-level awakener to take control of the situation. The battle for dire wolf territory is over. The settlement screen came from 10,000 Realms continent. You have obtained the Bronze Treasure Land, Frozen Flower Field. As Lin Ming gained another control, he also got a new treasure land. At this point, Lin Ming opened the map and saw that on the entire second-level map, half of the control rights had written his name. He also found the legacy of this Zay-level lord in the new Bronze Treasure Land. A total of 28 bronze rare items can be exchanged for about 28 bronze rare items in the synthesis talent. Taking out the previous inventory, Lin Ming now has 65 bronze level wonders on his body. It also has to be that these controlling lords are rich. How could Lin Ming have been so rich before, but this time he settled the 2 territories, he has this kind of assets. Come on, Chen Yun. Lin Ming first took out the fractions of 10 bronze wonders, and promoted his last bronze lower level awakener. Chen Yun walked up happily and accepted this advancement. At the end of the advanced stage, Chen Yun still wanted to learn how Xiao Hongyu happily came over to kiss Lin Ming when she first awakened. Please the Lord's favor. It turned out that Shui Qinghan was always standing by Lin Ming's side intentionally or unintentionally when someone advanced recently. Make it difficult to get close to Lin Ming. This little girl definitely did it on purpose. Chen Yun cursed in his heart. So far, the awakened under Lin Ming have all gotten rid of the word extreme. It came to the middle of the word Zay in bronze. And after completing the achievement of the Zay word ranking for all members, Lin Ming took out another 50 bronze wonders. The focus of this harvest is to advance to a bronze leader. After thinking about it, Lin Ming gave Xiao Hongyu the first chance to advance to the bronze position. It's not that he doesn't love Sujing anymore. Xiao Hongyu has an epic state, and the rank she displayed during the battle can be increased by 1, so naturally Xiao Hongyu must be promoted first. Lin Ming took the resources to Xiao Hongyu. When Xiao Hongyu received the energy in her body, she was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that I could continue to advance within a few days of awakening. Although watched many times before from Lin Ming awakened. But for the first time, I experienced that instead of slowly cultivating and absorbing strange things to advance myself, I was directly given new power by Lin Ming. Xiao Hongyu felt this feeling, it was amazing. Also very addicting. This feeling of getting something for nothing is so wonderful. No wonder the awakened ones under Lord depend on him very much. A few minutes later, Xiao Hongyu restrained her advanced momentum. The personal panel has changed. Xiao Hongyu. Talent, Epic. Soldier type, three-tailed frost fox demon. Strength, bronze top rank. Epic status, red moon. Ranking, upright. Chapter 46. Now, Lin Ming has 5 Zhe awakened and 1 Zhang awakened. There is also a higher snow chill. On the surface, he is also a lord who is at the Zhe level and is working hard towards the positive level. In the words of the novel, he is half a positive step. Just wait for another positive awakener to appear, and he will be the real positive rank lord. However, there is a little downside. It's a bit early to talk about the advanced level now, as the lord of the Zhe level, he still has a place to graduate. That's Lin Ming's number of awakened ones. It is a little lower than other Zhe level lords. Now, he only occupies 6 gift slots and 2 slave slots. Zhe, there are 10 quotas for these 2 fields. He now needs to fill up almost all of the bestowed fields in order to catch up with the normal Zhe level lord and the number of awakened people under his command. It's time to recruit a few awakened ones. Lin Ming squeezed his chin in thought. Calculating the time, I have been in the 10,000 Realms continent recently, climbing towers and playing maps. It's been a long time since I went out to visit the awakened. Moreover, his awakeners are still limited to Qing'an City, or the province where Qing'an is located. I heard that Xiao Chengcheng has visited other provinces. He should also do some more action. Are you planning to contract a new awakener? Xue Qinghan heard Lin Ming's troubles. Tell him immediately. I have contacted a few of my classmates in the training base before. Counting the time, I should have a reply by now. They all watched the death fight between you and Chen Long, and heard a lot about you. Some people are more interested in you. After Xue Qinghan finished speaking, Lin Ming's eyes lit up. People from the national training base? Does that have epic talent, the kind of provincial talent awakener you mentioned? However, Xue Qinghan shook his head. Provincial talent awakeners, I have been in the training base for 2 years, and I haven't met a few. Most of them are the top of the city like Sujing, but they come from the family of the awakened, and their background is better than that of the ordinary awakened. Lin Ming was not disappointed after hearing Xue Qinghan's words. Now that he understands the power of the epic talent, he naturally knows that it is not easy to get that kind of awakener. He just listened to Xue Qinghan's words, and felt a little bit apologetic for Sujing. It's a pity that Sujing didn't get into the training base. Xue Qinghan also nodded. People from aristocratic families can use resources to nourish themselves in advance, so that after the awakening of the arms, there will be a period of explosion, and the speed of practice will be faster. Compared with them, civilian awakened people will always have a big disadvantage. After saying this, Xue Qing paused, and spoke again. Actually, I'm not an awakened person who doesn't recognize provincial talents. When I became a lord, there was a provincial talent awakener who was willing to follow me. I hope I can contract her after I become a lord. It's just that I failed to become the lord later, and the awakened one took the initiative to cut off contact with me. After Lin Ming heard it, he felt incredible. So real. The world of the awakened is like this. Xue Qinghan nodded. It just seemed that she didn't care much about what happened before. Although she once failed once, she encountered many blows one after another. But then I met Lin Ming. Now she has become a silver awakened. Not as noble as the Lord. Xue Qinghan felt that all the things she had lost before had come back. Even Lin Ming gave her more. Do you want to see them? Xue Qinghan asked Lin Ming, thinking that Lin Ming looked down on them a bit. Lin Ming agreed. Of course I have to. How many top awakened people are there in the world? Naturally, it's worth my time to meet them. Lin Ming said that as many awakened ones with rare qualities come, he will contract as many as they come. One day, he will encounter the altar of the top-level unit that cannot be awakened with a non-rare talent or above. At that time, he should know how precious these highly talented awakened people are. Moreover, those few awakened ones, since they came from the training base, There must be some people who are familiar with the provincial awakened people in the base. Then you can ask them to help. Lin Ming's ultimate goal is, after all, a person with talent like Epic. Well, I'll go back now and ask them to meet tonight. Shui Qinghan asked what Lin Ming meant. She felt that since the decision was made, she would immediately go offline on the 10,000 Realms continent to make an appointment. Although Lin Ming hasn't finished the second level map yet. But the matter of the awakened person is more important. If it is preempted by others, it will be over. With the regulations of the 10,000 Realms continent, Lin Ming can't go down and snatch those schoolgirls that no one wants now. You can only compete with those lords for the awakened ones that are already on the market. Every second counts. Lin Ming also took Sujing and the others back to Blue Star to prepare. The first time he came back, Lin Ming took out his phone and found that he had also received a message. It is said that there is also a job fair at the school. The invited bosses are naturally this year's lords like Lin Ming and Xiao Cheng. And the awakened people who came to apply for the job were not only people from Qing'an No. 1 Middle School, but also some exchange students from other schools. Very good, for the awakened, although Qing'an No. 1 Middle School is not a graduation bag distribution, it also provides them with a chance to meet the Lord. They even exchange students with colleges and universities outside the city, and cross-apply for jobs. For Lin Ming, since he has become a lord, there is no shortage of opportunities to visit those awakened ones. I don't know how many awakened people want to see him but can't see it. The job fair is tomorrow. Compared to this, Shui Qinghan made an appointment faster. I've made an appointment for dinner tonight. She told Lin Ming. There are 4 people here, and 2 of them already have lords. They just heard about you and want to meet you and come to visit on behalf of their lords. The remaining 2 are interested in being contracted by you. You can choose to agree or reject them. Go and have a look. Lin Ming didn't talk too much. Shui Qinghan nodded, and told him. I'll be with you at night, and I can bring Xiao Hongyu with me by the way. She also participated in the training base. Although it was last year, as a senior at the base, many people have heard of her name. As for Sujing and the others, at most 1 or 2 more, otherwise he would bring more people than he met. Chapter 47. Qing'an, inside a small building. Miss Feng Yin, what do you think of my place? Xiao Cheng held a cup of tea in his hand. Facing the chief awakener who contracted to him a few days ago, he asked patiently. I ask myself that I am no worse than Shui Qinghan, and the resources you enjoy from me will not be worse than what Shui Qinghan once promised you. Since you have chosen my place, I will not wrong you. Being an awakened under Lord Xiao Cheng's hand, I will naturally live comfortably. Feng Yin also replied with a smile. The other party is also her lord no matter what, she can't say anything bad about the other party. At this moment, a servant hurried in and whispered in Xiao Cheng's ear. Lin Ming has returned from the 10,000 Realms continent, and someone has found his trail. He seems to be planning to go out for dinner, and he doesn't bring many people with him. Hearing the news, Xiao Cheng's eyes froze. Then holding the teacup in his hand, he chuckled. Lin Ming, the Extreme Lord. So what, does he know that I am also at the extreme level now? As soon as the words finished, Xiao Cheng squeezed the cup's hand, and with a little force, the teacup shattered into dust. But the tea in the cup spilled all over the floor and made his pants all over. Xiao Cheng and the servant were silent at the same time. The 2 looked at each other for a while, and Xiao Qinkei was suddenly furious. What are you looking at? Wipe it clean. The servant hurried to get the towel, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he cursed himself for not being able to react. Feng Yin next to him silently lowered his head and sipped his tea, pretending he didn't see what happened to them. Until the servant wiped the tea. Xiao Qinkei pretended to forget what he had just forced to pretend. Ask aloud. You said he didn't bring anyone with him when he went out. Yes, Do you want to take this opportunity and go directly to solve him? Not urgent. Xiao Cheng waved his hand, very cautiously. How can I say that he is also an extreme lord like me, and he is not so easy to deal with? We must first see how many main players there are among the people he brought out. Just send someone over there first, and try him out. Lin Ming went to meet Shui Qinghan's acquaintances, except for his senior sister, he only brought Su Jing and Chen Yun with him. Because Xiao Hongyu didn't want to be found by the Xiao family, she didn't go with Lin Ming and the others, and she went there alone after a while. Su Jing was considered a guard, and as for Chen Yun, she was the one serving tea and water. On the way, Lin Ming specially bought a maid outfit for Chen Yun and put it on for her. Let her not forget her duty as a servant. To tell you the truth, Chen Long's elder sister has long legs and a maid outfit, she really looks good. Chen Yun silently dressed in a maid outfit and walked behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming asked her to dress up like this, but she didn't dare to object. So, on the street, Lin Ming received a bunch of envious eyes. What year is it, and there are maids following when I go out? Xiao Cheng has returned to Qing'an. On the way, Shui Qinghan suddenly gave Lin Ming such news. Lin Ming replied not very concerned. Why, can he still pose a threat to me? No, but we still have to be careful of the Xiao family. The Xiao family is not an ordinary family, they are a family of lords. Shui Qinghan reminded. Then, the senior sister said again. Recently, I also received news that Chen Long's Chen family was destroyed. Hearing this, Lin Ming reacted. Who is so cruel that he actually did the thing of extermination? I heard that it is one of the lord's family. I don't know how the Chen family offended them and was directly exterminated. Now there are only 2 awakened families left in Qing'an. Shui Qinghan was quite emotional. It's a pity that I'm no longer at Shui's house, and I don't know the specific news. In short, we still have to be careful of these lord families, they are brutal and powerful. Lin Ming nodded approvingly. He also came from such a family. According to what Uncle Lin said before, their family is equally bad and transparent. It was terrible. Lin Ming shook his head, turned to look at Chen Yun. Have you heard what happened at home? Chen Yun was pressing down on the maid's skirt, feeling that it was too short. Hearing this, he replied absent-mindedly. I heard that, but my parents passed away a long time ago, and the relationship with the family is only a resource transaction. Now that I have a lord, this matter doesn't affect me too much. Speaking of which, there is no other way. Chen Yun seemed to have already seen it. In this way, Lin Ming no longer worried about her. Just at this moment, a person suddenly jumped down from the passing upstairs. He didn't say much, he held a knife in his hand, and attacked Lin Ming straightly. Strange, scary, passers-by have exclaimed. Su Jing calmly turned her head and took a look. Raising his hand, a burst of ice energy radiated out. I saw that the attacker wielding a big knife exploded halfway before rushing over, turning into pieces of ice. At this point, Su Jing turned around as if nothing had happened, and continued to protect Lin Ming. Lin Ming was speechless. He also wanted to say, hold your breath and ask why you attacked him. Because the first time probing technique just now showed that the opponent's strength is not weak, and the lower level awakened person with the word extreme in bronze. But I don't want to be accidentally killed by Su Jing. Forget it, since he was killed, it proves that the guy behind this person is also a rookie and will not pose a threat to him at all. He doesn't need to care about it at all. Lin Ming didn't care about it anymore. If he really wanted to care, he guessed after thinking about it for a while, it probably had something to do with Xiao Cheng who had just returned to Qing'an. Now, he has arrived at the place to eat. Xiao Cheng sighed. At this moment, he was frantically smashing tables in the small building. With a trace of scarlet in his eyes, he roared while smashing. Why is Lian dead? Impossible. I just let him try the strength of the awakened people around him. With his skill, it is enough to escape if he can't beat him. I deliberately sent a main force of awakened people who are only under Feng Yin. But why did he die? He rushed up, and before he could react, he was given a second. Why? Xiao Chang turned into 100,000 whys, chanting crazily while messing around in the room. The servants all around kept silent, not daring to touch his bad head at this moment. It wasn't until Xiao Chang was tired that he calmed down, holding his fist full of blood donations, and murmured grimly. Could it be that Lin Ming is not an extreme lord at all? Chapter 48. Box. Here, Lin Ming met several acquaintances from the training class that Shui Qinghan said. Lord Lin Ming. As soon as they met, several people bowed to him respectfully. Lin Ming nodded as a sign, and then opened his mouth, thinking he was kind and authentic. Sit, don't need to stand, I'm just an ordinary lord, you don't need to be so respectful in front of me. Several people smiled sarcastically. If you are an ordinary lord, then there will be no unusual lords on Blue Star. This year's extreme lord of the Lin family is talented enough to be the head of the Lin family in the future. Anyone who dares to take what Lin Ming just said seriously is really a fool. Several people are people who can go to the training base, and they have a good family background. They have also heard about Lin Ming's background. That's why they gather here. Although, everyone took Lin Ming's words as a joke. But no one dared to refute him. Instead, they cooperated with his performance and believed that he was an ordinary lord. When sitting down, each one became more reserved than the other. The buttocks are only half-seated, sitting upright. There is only one reason. I heard that the Chen family was wiped out. Some people should not offend. Lin Ming didn't care, he only saw the 4 people who had dinner together this time, all of them were girls. Perhaps Shui Qinghan knew that all the people he contracted with were girls, so he also called girls. But it is more likely that Shui Qinghan's only acquaintances are girls. In short, after being seated, Shui Qinghan helped to introduce. Of the 4, 2 already had lords. One of them is Shui Ling, who is from Shui Qinghan's family. Although Shui Qinghan and the Shui family are no longer in contact, after all, the 2 were classmates, but they still have a private relationship, which has nothing to do with the Shui family. Lin Ming didn't pay much attention to the other one. After all, someone else had a lord, and Lin Ming forgot about it after hearing it. These 2 people came to visit Lin Ming this time, Lin Ming guessed. One was secretly ordered by the Shui family to come and have a look. The other, the purpose is temporarily unknown. The remaining 2 were introduced by Shui Qinghan emphatically. They all come from the same family, and they are from the Lord family, the Lan family that controls the 3 southwestern provinces. Hearing what Shui Qinghan said, Lin Ming immediately looked towards them. These are 2 girls who look like the girls next door. Girls from aristocratic families have blood and look good. However, the 2 look different and have their own styles, so they are obviously not sisters. It is estimated that one is from the direct line and the other is from the collateral line. Seeing Lin Ming, the 2 girls also smiled sweetly at him. One of them introduced himself. I'm Lan Yueling, and I'm number 1 in Longzhou City in southwest Daxia this year. At first, I wanted to be number 1 in the province where Longzhou City is located. In our many years, there has never been a provincial-level talent awakener. Unfortunately, in the end I found that there was not much difference between myself and the people in other cities, and I didn't have the ability to get that position. As Lan Yueling spoke, Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, she is a rare quality awakener, and there is a big gap between her and epic talent. He had already seen the 4 people present with the probing technique, and they were all rare talents. At this time, another girl from the Lan family also spoke. She and her family are all people who come to ask for Lin Ming's contract, but she doesn't want Lin Ming to only pay attention to each other and ignore herself. So she hurriedly said, I'm Lan Ruo, and I'm also the number 1 in Wu Mao City in the southwest. Lan Yueling and I fought for the first place in that province, but both of us failed. This training base is indeed held in the country, and the members are all number one in the city. At the same time, Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh with emotion, looking at other markets, how normal it is, the market for rare talents is relatively stable. Look at this year's Qing'an again, what a group of demons dancing around. Su Jing was also born at the wrong time, so she got the 4th place. Both of you are from the southwest side, and it's a long way from Qing'an. How did you come to Qing'an to join me? Hearing what the two of the Lan family said, Lin Ming always felt that something was wrong. We have a shortage of talents in the southwest, and there are often no famous lords. Lan Yueling seemed to be more talkative than Lan Ruojian, and this time she explained again. That's why members of our Lan family, if they fail to become lords, usually choose to go to other regions to find an excellent support for themselves. After Lan Yueling finished speaking, Xueling, a member of Xue Qinghan's tribe beside her, suddenly smiled. Each family has its own characteristics. The characteristic of the Lan family is that the contract footprints of the awakened members of their family spread all over other families. For this reason, they have a good relationship with other lord families, and they are located in the southwest. After Xueling finished speaking, Lin Ming tasted it carefully. Suddenly, I felt that this Lan family was a bit like APP. If this contract is replaced by a marriage, maybe it will be more flavorful. Regarding Xueling's words, neither of the two girls from the Lan family responded. This is the news that everyone knows. It is true that the lords of their family are not very talented, but the awakened ones are very talented. Lin Ming is from the Lin family. Even though it is strange for the Lin family to cultivate disciples, they will definitely learn about their family in the future. But one thing must be made clear. Lan Yueling explained with a rather serious expression. Lan Ruo and I didn't come here at the request of the family. The family never asked us to do this. The two of us came here to admire Lord Lin Ming. Sometimes, the family will choose their own suitable awakened person to send to the outstanding lord outside. But that's not what we two came for. We have taken a fancy to Lord Lin Ming, and we are worried that if the family also takes a fancy and sends other people to contact you, the two of us will have no chance. That's why we hurried over when Miss Xue Qinghan said that you wanted to recruit awakened people. In short, if the Lan family really took a fancy to Lin Ming and sent other people over, they would really have to look for other lords. Because the Lan family would not put all their eggs in the same basket, so many disciples of the Lan family were not allowed to hide in the arms of a lord. They came early, and the Lan family would have nothing to say by then. Lin Ming waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care about it either. Xue Qinghan next to him also whispered to him. People from the Lan family are worthy of a contract. Their awakened people can be spread across all ethnic groups. In addition to their good talent, it is also because the awakened people trained by the Lan family are famous for their loyalty to the Lord and can be convincing. Chapter 49. Xue Qinghan strongly suggested that Lin Ming contract the two awakened members of the Lan family. Lin Ming made a promise to agree to the contract at the dinner table. Lan Yueling and Lan Ruo finally let go of the uneasy stone in their hearts, and their performance at the dinner table became a little more relaxed. Even Lan Ruo, who seldom talked before, has become more talkative. She was just too nervous before. The atmosphere became better, and Xue Qinghan chatted with their former classmates. However, Xueling's sudden words in the middle made the atmosphere quiet for a moment. Qinghan, have you heard that Feng Yin, who had a good relationship with you before, has made a contract with Xiao Cheng? Feng Yin. Xue Qinghan frowned lightly, she naturally knew who it was. But Lin Ming didn't recognize it, and his face was puzzled. The two of the Lan family were very good at observing words and expressions. Seeing that Lin Ming didn't know what was going on, Lan Yueling was the first to explain. Feng Yin is the one who followed Ms. Xue Qinghan before, hoping to be her contractor in the future. It's just that Ms. Xue Qinghan failed to awaken later, and they stopped contacting. Lin Ming remembered this. Shui Qinghan has mentioned such a guy. It is said that this person named Feng Yin took the initiative to cut off contact. Lin Ming also commented on her snobbery at the time. At this moment, Lin Ming patted Shui Qinghan on the shoulder. It's also a good thing that she and Xiao Cheng made a contract. It just so happens that I can avenge the revenge of the two of them together. Hearing this, Shui Qinghan smiled. I don't mind what that Feng Yin did, but I just feel that she went to Xiao Cheng's side, and Xiao Cheng's people are coming to trouble you again. The two of them didn't take Feng Yin seriously. Instead, as they talked, the two of them had a good atmosphere and cared about each other. The two of the Lan family were embarrassed to disturb the atmosphere. They don't think Lin Ming is arrogant. Everyone present knew that there was a gap between Lin Ming and Xiao Cheng. But no one took it seriously. Even Xiao Cheng was deeply feared by other lords of this generation. But Lin Ming is not in this range. He comes from the Lin family, a family of lords, and his background is no lower than that of Xiao Cheng. This time, you can only fight yourself. Lin Ming has at least proved his own strength, an awakened second Chen Long. Xiao Cheng hasn't made a move yet, so everyone here thinks that Lin Ming is better than Xiao Cheng. Only Xueling kindly reminded me. Although I also feel that Xiao Cheng is no match for Lord Lin Ming at all. But Feng Yin is a provincial talent awakener after all, and has status skills. This person, after you fight, you still have to pay attention. Shui Qinghan shook his head and said. Feng Yin is nothing. Compared to her and Xiao Cheng, as long as we are careful about the Xiao family, it will be a bit troublesome if the senior members of the Xiao family take action. After Shui Qinghan finished speaking, Xueling looked confused. Be careful what the Xiao family is doing. If the top executives of the Xiao family dare to do something, are the people above the Lin family all wooden? It is impossible for the Xiao family to send high-level officials to attack the younger generation. They will not be willing to go to war directly with other lord families. Xueling finished asking. Shui Qinghan's expression was even more confused than her. The Lin family? Which Lin family? What does it matter to them? The two puzzled Shui family stared for a long time. After a while, Xueling looked at Lin Ming who was drinking tea with her head bowed and silent. She seemed to understand something. So you didn't know he was from the Lin family? Xueling laughed, thought for a while and said. That's right, you left the Shui family, and you don't know the news between the family. However, I envy you very much. You can choose such a lord with a lot of background without knowing it, and you are so talented. Should I say that you are worthy of Shui Qinghan? No matter what aspect you are in, you are enough to make us envious. Xueling's words made Shui Qinghan look dull. After 2 or 3 minutes, Shui Qinghan looked at Lin Ming in a daze, and asked him. So you are, from the Lin family. Which Lin family? She knows now. There is only one Lin family that can be compared with the Xiao family. The Lord's family, the East Daxia Lin family. Lin Ming nodded without explaining. He was indeed from the Lin family, a noble family, and he confirmed this with Uncle Lin. Seeing Lin Ming admit it, Shui Qinghan said to himself in a daze. No wonder, you seem to be ignorant of the secrets of many aristocratic families. It turns out that you are from the Lin family. The Lin family also has its special features. They like to stock up their disciples, which is a test for them. But the Lin family will not allow their disciples to really encounter danger. If there is such a situation, they will secretly take action to solve it. On Sweking's cold face, she smiled wryly. I just said that with your talent, how could you not have any background, but I think that with your understanding of the world, you are indeed like a commoner. But if it's from the Lin family, then everything makes sense. Shui Qinghan fell silent. If Lin Ming was from the Lin family, then the Xiao family would indeed no longer be a problem. It's just that, in this way, the various problems she had been worrying about before had been resolved long ago after making the contract with Lin Ming. She thought it was unfortunate that she failed to awaken the Lord, but she didn't expect that she was actually very lucky all along. After learning that she didn't have to worry about Xiao Cheng and the Xiao family's affairs at all, Shui Qinghan suddenly relaxed in her heart. My heart is a little complicated. Xueling also continued to say at this time. That's why I said that Xiao Cheng will not be the opponent of Lord Lin Ming. They all come from the Lord's family. Xiao Cheng has Feng Yin, but Lord Lin Ming, don't you still have Shui Qinghan? Xueling smiled and couldn't help but say. Maybe this time, we can see the dazzling Shui Qinghan demeanor again. Shui Qinghan was silent, and shook her head after a moment. Lin Ming's men, Feng Yin doesn't need me to do it yet, other people will deal with her. Oh? Who is it? Xueling's heart skipped a beat. This time, the Shui family wanted her to inquire about the secret awakening situation of the most talented lord of the Lin family. With his talent, what kind of gifted awakener did he attract? Before Shui Qinghan had time to answer, there was a sound of pushing the door at the door of the box. Sorry, am I too late? Xueling and the others immediately looked at the door. But I saw a woman with fluttering long hair coming in from the outside. Seeing this woman, Xueling's face became surprised. Xiao Hongyu. That's right, it's Xiao Hongyu. Shui Qinghan didn't look at the door at all, nodded, and answered Xueling. She is also a provincial awakened person, and has made a contract with Lin Ming. She also has status skills, which are more than enough to deal with Feng Yin. Chapter 50. Xueling and the others certainly believed that Xiao Hongyu was a provincial talent. Back then, Xiao Hongyu had already shown a state of provincial talent. It's just that she lost inexplicably in the end, making the outside world's evaluation of her provincial level dubious. At the beginning, the Xiao family had been holding meetings to discuss whether Xiao Hongyu was really provincial. Later, Xiao Hongyu was just disappointed, she gave up the Xiao family who doubted herself, and left gracefully. The Xiao family has been looking for her since then. Unexpectedly, she unexpectedly appeared under Lin Ming. Xueling felt more and more mysterious about the lineup of awakened under Lin Ming. With a smile, Xueling greeted Xiao Hongyu who had just entered. I've always believed that you, Hongyu, are provincial. Now it seems that my vision was right. If you don't have a battle today, show us Hongyu's status skills. I have always heard about the magic of status skills, and that there are hidden illusions, but I have never seen it with my own eyes. Xiao Hongyu chuckled and did not refuse. It's just that she just released her aura, and she hasn't had time to adjust her status and activate her status skills. However, Xueling felt the suffocating aura in the aura, and said in amazement. Zay position. Since Xueling and the others knew that Lin Ming already had an awakened person, they became cautious again. At the dinner table, they couldn't let go of their chats, which made Lin Ming quite bored. In the middle, Lin Ming left for a while. Give them less pressure, go outside, and breathe some fresh air. But I didn't want to. When I turned around, I met one of the 4 girls at the previous dinner table. I don't know if he followed him down. Lord Lin Ming is very leisurely, and he does not forget to taste the environment when he is in the city. The woman said. Lin Ming thought for a long time before realizing that this person was called Wang Nan. One of the 2 female awakened who already had a lord. Wang Nan was standing beside him, complimenting him constantly. Master Lin Ming likes the air of our blue star? In fact, the quality of our air is much worse than that of the 10,000 Realms continent. Lin Ming is not interested in discussing air issues with her. Do you want to tell her what kind of air do you like? Simply ask bluntly. Why did you come to me on purpose? He had previously felt that the purpose of this person in front of him was unknown. Obviously having a lord, he also accepted Shui Qinghan's invitation. Regarding Lin Ming's question, Wang Nan smiled and asked. Master Lin Ming, do you have anything you want? Humans are fine too. Lin Ming didn't answer the call. Just say what you want to say. Seeing that he didn't intend to chat at all, Wang Nan was helpless. Thinking about it, Wang Nan didn't dare to offend him considering that the other party already had an awakened person. I had no choice but to simply state my purpose. I was also entrusted by someone. Someone wants to see you, Master Lin Ming. Who? Speaking of this, Wang Nan restrained the smile on his face. Looking at Lin Ming with a very serious expression, he told him slowly. Lu Xingqian, the undisputed #1 awakened talent in West Vietnam province. Lin Ming heard the word epic in Wang Nan's words. Immediately became interested. Seeing Lin Ming's interest, Wang Nan finally smiled again. He made a gesture of invitation to him, and said. She's actually in the box next to us, waiting for a chance to see you. Lead the way. Lin Ming instructed. The place Wang Nan brought him in was really next door to Shui Qinghan and the others, separated by a wall. Before Lin Ming went in, he was a little speechless. He didn't expect that someone was waiting for him right next door. After entering, Lin Ming saw a beautiful woman who was dressed in fashion and looked very beautiful inside. The woman is in her 20s, older than Shui Qinghan and the others, so she probably doesn't know them well. No wonder she has to rely on others to introduce her. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Lord Lin Ming. The moment Lin Ming came in, the woman stood up, stepping on high heels, looking very tall. As soon as he came up, he smiled and shook hands with Lin Ming. I'm Lu Xingqian, from the Lu family in southwest Daxia. I used to be the #1 talent awakener in Bai Mi province. Of course, recently, there is no new province one. Lord Lin Ming, have you heard of me? Lu Xingqian shook hands with him while talking. At the end, he playfully scratched Lin Ming's palm with his fingers. What do you mean, tease me? Not to be outdone, Lin Ming pulled her into his arms after pulling her to sit down. Lu Xingqian exclaimed, trying to avoid it. She leaned against Lin Ming's chest and heard him say. It doesn't matter whether you've heard of it, but it's the first time I saw you today. You really have the charm of a provincial talent awakener. Lu Xingqian was speechless. She didn't expect the other party to be so bold. She couldn't help looking up at Lin Ming, smiled and asked him. Lord Lin Ming also said that we met for the first time, but he just took advantage of me. Can I think that Lord Lin Ming is very satisfied with me and is ready to make a contract with me? I, Lu Xingqian, will not take advantage of others for nothing. Lin Ming put his arms around Lu Xingqian's slender waist, did not answer directly, but said. You mean, after I make a contract with you, I can take advantage of you at will? These words made Lu Xingqian dare not speak nonsense. She shook her head and replied. It depends on how we get along in the future. After a pause, she added. But now, I still have a tendency to admire Lord Lin Ming. After all, you can be promoted to the extreme position within a week of becoming a lord. You can be said to be #1 in the world. Small evaluation. Hearing Lu Xingqian's words, Wang Nan was a little anxious, hurried over, bowed her head and whispered something in Lu Xingqian's ear. Not long after, Lu Xingqian's complexion showed deep surprise. She looked at Lin Ming and asked him. You already have an awakened person. After asking, Lin Ming didn't wait for an answer. She hurriedly tugged on Lin Ming's shirt collar. Please let me see your chest. The Lord also has characters printed on his body. It's just that, unlike the words of the awakened ones, which are printed on the arms, the words of the Lord are printed on the chest. When Lu Xingqian heard this shocking news, she didn't care about the difference between men and women. She guessed that there must be more than one Zhe awakener in Lin Ming, and wanted to determine whether he had become a Zhe-level lord. The neckline was pulled down, revealing a glittering golden word Zhe inside. The silver character of the awakener, the gold character of the lord. Seeing the golden word Zhe representing the rank of the lord, Lu Xingqian's face paled with disappointment. Chapter 51. It turns out, it's really a Zhe-level lord. Lu Xingqian sat on the seat, muttering in a daze. Swipe your fingers across the golden word "Zai" on Lin Ming's skin, feeling like you're dreaming. It's been more than half a month since you became the Lord, and you've been promoted to the Zai position in half a month. No one before Lu Xingqian gave such an evaluation. People outside may not have heard of lords who have been promoted to the extreme in a week, but there are no lords in the history of the lord's family. But the lord who was promoted to Zai in 2 weeks, this lord family has never heard of it. Lin Ming lowered his head and looked at Lu Xingqian, who was lying on his chest, with his small hands constantly touching around the word "Zai." He didn't stop her, but said with a smile. The first time we met, Miss Lu Xingqian took advantage of me like this. Can I think that, Miss Lu Xingqian, you are also ready to be taken advantage of by me? Lu Xingqian was taken aback. It was only later that I realized how ambiguous this action was. She blushed, hurriedly withdrew her hand, and pulled Lin Ming's neckline up. The body leaning against Lin Ming's chest also moved away and sat upright. Lu Xingqian turned her head away, and shyly squeezed out a sentence. Sorry, I was too excited just now. There was a moment of silence in the box. But soon, Lu Xingqian couldn't help but speak again. Lord Lin Ming, is the sentence just said still valid? Hey? Which sentence? Contract with me, and I'll take it for you. Lu Xingqian turned her head and looked at Lin Ming again. Although he was still pretending to be calm, the smile had returned to his face. She looked at Lin Ming, her eyes sparkled uncontrollably. I suddenly regretted it. With someone like Lin Ming as the Lord, it doesn't hurt to take advantage of it for you. An excellent Lord like you is the dream pursued by all of us awakened. You are worthy of our admiration. Speaking of which, being contracted by you to enjoy your Lord's talent and resources is still an advantage for us. In just a few minutes, Lu Xingqian's attitude changed very quickly. She also made up her mind. She decided not to even face. Before, she only wanted to be contracted by Lin Ming. If the other party rejected her, she continued to wait for other talented lords to be born. However, I suddenly got the news that Lin Ming is already a Zai lord. Lu Xingqian's mood changed instantly. Must be contracted by him. Even at the cost of everything. Because there will never be a better lord than him. Lu Xingqian smiled at Lin Ming, but at the same time became anxious in her heart. Careless. I knew that when I first met, I should have been more humble. Please him earlier, and you will be done with his contract. How can it be like now, suddenly knowing that he is already a Zai rank, and the heart becomes hot, but the other party has not yet agreed to contract her. Lu Xingqian felt very tormented. Such a big sweet pastry was placed in front of her, but she was not her lord. If the other party rejects her later, she will cry to death in the future. Mr. Lin Ming, what do you think? Seeing that Lin Ming hadn't replied to her, Lu Xingqian asked cautiously. At the same time, she winked at him, crazily implying that he made a contract with herself. As a provincial awakened person, she didn't hold it anymore, and she didn't intend to lose face anymore. Facing a lord with such talent, being contracted was considered a success. Lin Ming nodded. After all, this was the first time that an epic awakener came from a family and found himself in the real sense. That doesn't count for Xiao Hongyu, she has already left the Xiao family. Shui Qinghan is the same. Epic awakened, plus a family brand, such a person came all the way to find a contract with him, which can be said to make Lin Ming more face. Lin Ming didn't intend to make it difficult for her. Pulling Lu Xingqian again into her arms, she said. Miss Lu is so proactive, of course I will give you a chance. Your talent is the pinnacle of the province, and it naturally meets the requirements of my contract. I am willing to contract you. After Lin Ming finished speaking, Lu Xingqian was relieved. This time she lay obediently in Lin Ming's arms, without saying a word. She leaned against Lin Ming's chest and looked up at him, even wrapped her hands around Lin Ming's neck, and said to him very affectionately. Then from now on, you are my lord, don't regret it. We can also be regarded as a family relationship. You are my reliance, and my talent and strength as an awakened person are all for your use. Lin Ming naturally agreed, and then pinched Lu Xingqian's fair face. Lu Xingqian smiled, not paying much attention. Knowing Lin Ming's abilities, and the fact that he is already her lord, her psychological defenses were instantly removed. After all, at this time, as her lord, Lin Ming couldn't resist anything she wanted to do to her. Lin Ming probably understood Lu Xingqian's character, smiled, and hugged her, letting her feed him a glass of imported wine. Lu Xingqian signaled to Wang Nan with her eyes, and then she quickly exited the room and closed the door of the box. After a while, Lu Xingqian tidied up her clothes, was dragged by Lin Ming, and returned to Xue Qinghan's room. Seeing the awakened person brought back by Lin Ming, Xueling and the others were startled again. Willow Heart Orange. Although Lu Xingqian was not of the same generation as them. However, there are very few provincial awakened people among the Lord's family. So they all know the name of every provincial awakened person. Seeing that Lin Ming brought another provincial awakener, Xueling, and the others not only complimented him, but also complimented him. I used to think Lord Lin Ming would be able to defeat Xiao Cheng, but now it seems that Xiao Cheng is nothing. Xiao Cheng only has one Feng Yin, but the depth of the awakened under Lord Lin Ming is unfathomable. As Xueling and the others were talking, Lu Xingqian also took a seat, and then noticed Xiao Hongyu next to her. Naturally, she also knew about Xiao Hongyu and Xiao Cheng. Seeing Xiao Hongyu, she couldn't help showing a rather interesting smile. I didn't expect you, Hongyu, to be an awakened under Lin Ming. If Xiao Cheng found out, Lin Ming would not only protect Xue Qinghan, but also contract you directly. I don't know what expression he will show. After Lu Xingqian finished speaking, everyone present was also quite gossip. Quickly, I heard that Lord Lin Ming and Xiao Cheng will go to the recruitment meeting of Qing'an No. 1 Middle School tomorrow. At that time, we will be able to see his expression. Xiao Hongyu also said helplessly. Don't make fun of it. When I was at Xiao's house, I was very annoyed by Xiao Cheng who chased after Maya all day long. I left Xiao's house, maybe I didn't mean to avoid him. Now, I really don't want to see him again. Chapter 52. The next day, Lin Ming went to the recruitment meeting in the school. This conference, it can't be said that there are huge crowds, but it is also full of people in the field of vision. Qing'an No. 1 Middle School invited highly talented awakeners from at least 7 key colleges and universities in the province. While showing the lords from your own school, use the lords as a selling point to attract students from various colleges and universities to communicate and introduce known lords to each other. Of course, the lords they can guarantee to know are Lin Ming and Xiao Cheng. As for whether these people can have the opportunity to contract, it depends on their luck. In the past, at the annual recruitment meeting, there would still be 1 or 2 awakened people, and the invited lords would contract to leave. Xiao Cost doesn't want to participate in this recruitment meeting. This is something that the civilian lords participated in. Although there were many people in the recruitment meeting, the city's top leaders had already been selected away, and he still looked down on the remaining awakened ones. He likes to be in other provinces and visit those who are famous and awakened. And to participate in the recruitment meeting, you have to bring your own awakened person, which can be regarded as a display, and it can also be regarded as protecting yourself in public. Lords of aristocratic families rarely show themselves like this. Everyone's awakened are secret, and they preserve each other's strength. The families of the major lords often play games with each other to explore the details of the awakened people under the genius lords of each family. Xiao Cheng naturally didn't want to take the initiative to expose himself. However, this recruiting meeting has Lin Ming. It doesn't matter if he exposes himself, he can also see Lin Ming's background as an awakener. It belongs to the self-explosive type 1 for 1. The more he knows, the more he can know whether he can beat Lin Ming or not. Is there any hope at all? The back of the playground. There are 2 pergolas built here. In one of them, Xiao Cheng brought people there early. Behind him, followed by 3 awakened ones. Some of the 3 awakened people rolled up their sleeves, and on those arms. Bear, nothing. Because Xiao Cheng was relegated. Yesterday, one of his 3 bronze underlings attacked Lin Ming and was killed in seconds. Xiao Cheng fell from the extreme level lord on the spot. This is also the reason why most of the lords are more than the master training 3 awakened ones. Because if one dies, one will be dropped. At that time, the extra gift slot due to relegation will become unstable. If there is instability, there is a risk of explosion. The awakened cannot break away from the contract, and will only be destroyed along with the contract. Xiao Cheng is like this now. He originally had 5 fully awakened people yesterday, but one died at Lin Ming's side, but because of Xiao Cheng's relegation, the contract collapsed and another one disappeared. Now that Xiao Cheng's awakened person returned to the 3 of them, the contract was stabilized. Last night, Xiao Cheng was so angry that he couldn't sleep at all. He looked pale during the day, but still pretended to be fine, and brought the awakened ones to this recruitment meeting. The purpose is to see Lin Ming's awakened. Lin Ming brought someone here. Behind him, there are a dozen people. It formed a sharp contrast with Xiao Cheng who only brought 3 people. The momentum made the chaotic recruitment meeting quiet down. Xiao Cheng scolded his mother in his heart, but he also sat up and looked behind Lin Ming. At this moment, Wang Hao whispered into Xiao Cheng's ear and said to him, "That quiet girl is called Su Jing. She was the one who knocked out Lian yesterday. Based on the strength she showed yesterday, it is estimated that she has a position. She is the awakened person that Lin Ming mainly trains. The pair of sisters are an Xi and an Xi, who once dealt with Chen Long. We guess that they are also the awakened ones that Lin Ming is training. How many people are the awakened people he focuses on training?" Xiao Cheng slapped Wang Hao on the head. For Lin Ming, focusing on training means the Z level. Xiao Cheng really didn't want to believe that Lin Ming was already a Z level lord. Wang Hao didn't dare to refute, so he could only continue to tell Xiao Cheng that he knew the information about the awakened Lin Ming. "That beautiful woman is called Lu. Of course I know she is Lu Xingqian." This time, before Wang Hao finished speaking, Xiao Cheng slapped him directly. "Lu Xingqian, the provincial level of the Northwest Lu family." Xiao Cheng spoke word by word. After a while, his expression was gloomy. "This woman, why is she Lin Ming's awakener? No wonder I couldn't see her when I went to visit her." Then he moved his eyes and continued to look at the awakened person behind him. However, at this glance, he couldn't move his eyes away. There was blood in the eyes. "Xiao! Xiao!" Wang Hao next to him pointed at the woman behind Lu Xingqian, and hesitated for a long time. Before he could say the last 2 words, Xiao Cheng kicked him on the ground. "Lin Ming! I'll kill you!" Xiao Cheng stood up with a roar, and rushed towards Lin Ming involuntarily. Fortunately, Wang Hao desperately hugged his leg on the ground. "Don't be impulsive, brother Xiao, you are not your opponent." With so many people watching, it would be embarrassing if he was pushed to the ground and beaten later. Lin Ming just took the awakened person to the pergola and sat down. Turning around, he saw Xiao Cheng next door, yelling at him like a mad dog, and someone on the ground stopped him from rushing over. "What are you crazy about?" Lin Ming sat down from the pergola for no apparent reason. He waved to Xiao Hongyu smoothly. When Xiao Hongyu came over, Lin Ming pulled her over and asked her to sit beside him. Xiao Hongyu snuggled up to him obediently. Recently, Lin Ming has promoted her a lot, and Xiao Hongyu was at the time when she fell in love with Lin Ming. Giving him a hug is just the norm. When he is happy, he will kiss her, and when he is unhappy, he will even spank her. When Xiao Cheng saw this scene, he was immediately furious. He worked so hard, and made enemies with Shui Qinghan everywhere, for what? It's not for the elder sister he liked. Unexpectedly, someone robbed the house when he turned around. Xiao Cheng's throat was sweet, and he passed out on the spot. The awakened ones at the recruitment meeting whispered among themselves. Why did this lord go crazy and faint? Is he sick? At Lin Ming's place, Xue Qinghan was a little disappointed when she saw that Lin Ming didn't call her, but took Xiao Hongyu's hand. But she also knew what was going on today, so she didn't care about it. She just glanced at the awakened people under Xiao Cheng next door. Over there, a girl was also looking at her. Just seeing her, the girl immediately turned her head unnaturally. The dazzling temperament on her body has not changed. Feng Yin thought silently. Even now, she thinks that she has no difference in status from Xue Qinghan. But on Xue Qinghan, the more she looked at it, the more she felt a pressure like an abyss. What kind of strength is Xue Qinghan now? Chapter 53. Feng Yin couldn't see through Xue Qinghan's strength. Turning his head, he saw only the lord of his family who had gone crazy and passed out. Feng Yin couldn't help but supported his forehead and sighed. I don't know whether I was right or wrong when I chose to betray Xue Qinghan and make a contract with Xiao Cheng. Xue Qinghan also turned her head. With a calm face, seeing Feng Yin again, Xue Qinghan didn't feel any disturbance in his heart. The recruiting session will start soon. The awakened people lined up and came to Lin Ming for an interview one by one. But Lin Ming didn't meet everyone. He sat behind the awning and used probing techniques to scan people. In front, the staff and the awakened people in his own family were in charge of reception, and he collected piles of materials and information. Only very occasionally, to save everyone's face, Lin Ming would go up and talk. Most of the time they are resting. The reason is that there are more than 1,000 people who are talented, and their grades are not bad, but among them, there are only 1 or 2 awakened people who have really reached the rare quality. How could there be so many top cities, and they were basically snatched away by the lords of other cities? At noon, Lin Ming was facing the sun, chatting with a little girl who was awakened. This time he chatted a little longer. 10 minutes had passed, and this was the first time he had talked with an awakened person for so long today. Perhaps it was Xiao Cheng who was on the side who also discovered this. He didn't know when he appeared by Lin Ming's side. He slapped the table with a bang, making everyone look at him. The awakened person you have taken a fancy to, I have also taken a fancy to it. Xiao Cheng opened his mouth and said to the two of them lightly. He had been awake for a long time, and Lin Ming didn't show up much all morning, and he didn't even have a chance to trouble Lin Ming. Now that he finally saw Lin Ming, and intends to make a contract with an awakened person, Xiao Cheng naturally did not intend to let go of this opportunity to find trouble. How about you compete fairly with me? Xiao Cheng Chong talked to Lin Ming and the little girl. He really wanted to contract an awakened person. After all, there was a catastrophe yesterday, and the number of awakened people was not enough. As for Lin Ming's vision, Xiao Cheng knew that even if the opponent was an enemy, he had to say that he had a good vision. Whether it is Su Jing, Sister and Xi, etc., they can be well trained by Lin Ming, and there must be a reason for their good talents. Xiao Cheng thought of it this way, asking Lin Ming to help him choose the awakened one is not a profit. Not only can he snatch Lin Ming's person, but he can also get an awakened person with good talent. Lin Ming couldn't help but feel a little strange when he heard Xiao Cheng say that as soon as he came up. You want to make a contract with her? Why, you haven't completed the contract, and there are no regulations anywhere. I can't interfere. No, just plug in. Lin Ming gave the girl a strange look, and then threw a probe at her. Talent, normal. No matter how you look at it, she doesn't look like she has any talent. I just saw that the girl was beautiful and spoke nicely, so I couldn't hold back and kept chatting with her. Why did Xiao Cheng want to make a contract with her as soon as he came up? Xiao Cheng's vision shouldn't be too bad, right? Lin Ming glanced back at his other awakened ones. All are rare starts. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's certainty, the girl had said in a chat with him just now that she didn't have a good talent score, so she came to the recruitment conference just for fun and to travel. He almost thought that there was something wrong with his probing technique. Seeing Xiao Cheng, the girl subconsciously took a step back. She remembered the Mad Lord. Seeing him suddenly appearing beside her at this moment, she couldn't help but backed away. Xiao Cheng glanced at her, then said, "Don't hide from me either. Since I said that I want to compete with Lin Ming fairly, I will naturally give you the resources to satisfy you." These words made the girl back up and stop for a while. Although she said that she was only here for tourism, it would be great if she could really contract with the Lord. Lin Ming didn't speak, because he didn't intend to fight Xiao Cheng at all. But Xiao Cheng didn't think so. Seeing that the two of them were silent and ignored him, he thought they had reached a verbal contract. Lin Ming was very confident in their relationship. Suddenly, Xiao Cheng gritted his teeth. He took out a scroll and slapped it on the table. "Equal contracts scroll, have you heard of it?" Lin Ming hadn't heard of it, but it didn't prevent him from using the detection technique to see what it was. Ancient contracts scroll. The history of Wanja continent in Blue Star is also very long, otherwise it would not have developed a family. And in ancient times, there were times when powerful contractors were above the lords. At that time, it was this thing that was signed by the awakened person and the Lord. It can protect the interests of the awakened. There is no such black slave as the modern contract. Only later, this thing disappeared from the 10,000 Realms continent. After all, the strong ones are still lords. They have strength and influence, and they don't allow their status to be challenged, and quickly destroy this kind of contract scroll. Unexpectedly, Xiao Cheng still had a copy in his hand, which was probably obtained by the Xiao family. "I am willing to provide you with resources. At the same time, we will not trouble each other. You only need to help me fight some battles within your ability. These can be signed into the contract." Xiao Cheng also tried his best to beat Lin Ming once. Xiao Hongya behind Lin Ming has already made him crazy and lost his mind. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to sign such a contract, which was a slave to him as a lord. When girls hear it, is there such a good thing? Quickly put forward some conditions. The two reached a consensus and signed the contract directly on the spot. After the contract was over, Xiao Cheng turned his head and glanced at Lin Ming proudly. It turned out that Lin Ming was no longer here. Not far away, Lin Ming seemed to have a new goal, talking and laughing with another beautiful girl. Xiao Cheng gritted his teeth. After a while, he couldn't help but sneer again. "Ha, just pretend to be calm. I've already taken away the awakened contract you're interested in. If you want to find a suitable candidate, it won't be so easy." Here, Xiao Cheng made a contract with a girl. When he returned to Wanja to awaken her and fed a lot of resources, he realized that she had no talent at all. It was too late for Xiao Cheng to repent, and it was very smart for the girl to run away after taking all the resources in his contract conditions every month. But on Lin Ming's side, he did find another awakened person who could make a contract. It was the new girl who was talking and laughing with him. Name, Ning Piaopio. Talent, rare. Chapter 54. After 2 days out, Lin Ming harvested 3 rare awakeners and 1 epic. The gift field came to 9 people, leaving 1 vacant. The number of awakened people has reached normal levels. Others may have more slaves, but Lin Ming has participated in 2 few death match, so there are more slaves. As soon as the recruitment meeting was over, he returned to the 10,000 Realms continent. Awaken the awakened first. As soon as they came here, Lu Xingken, the Lan family, and Ning Piao Piao looked at the control on the 2nd level map with happy faces. The future looks promising. But when they saw Lin Ming's bronze altar, they became astonished. This is too much. A bronze altar is not something that a 2nd level map lord should have at all. Even if it is placed on the 3rd level map, it is estimated to be the master level of the map. They don't know very well, and they don't understand at that level. Give the 3 rare awakened the arms. The nearby ice field was blowing cold again, shrouded in an ice field. Rare quality awakener, awakened bronze altar, after awakening, can still be 1 level higher than the altar level. Lin Ming once again won the middle position of the 3 bronze characters. Then came the point of this awakening. I'm so nervous, my lord. Lu Xingqian put her arms around Lin Ming's arm. She clearly said she was nervous, but her face was full of excitement. Since this woman knew Lin Ming's strength, she gradually became more active than Lin Ming. Lin Ming pinched the flesh on her slender waist and told her, "Relax, I'll give you a massage and you won't be nervous." Hiss. Lu Xingqian took a breath, and felt Lin Ming's hand down. Seeing that Sweking and others were staring at her, Lu Xingqian hurriedly ran away. "My lord, I will wake up first, and I will let you massage later." Lin Ming still used the ability to bestow arms on her first. In an instant, powerful energy erupted around Lu Xingqian, far surpassing the awakening of the Lan family and Ning Piao Piao. The cold wind kept raging. Lu Xingqian kept her eyes closed, digesting the power in her body, and her awakening took a lot of time. Lin Ming knew that the epic awakener had to awaken her status skills, so naturally it was not as fast as the rare awakener. That's right, Lu Xingqian's unit is also in the magic department. Lin Ming's unit altar is suitable for her, and can help her unlock her status skills. Perhaps because of the relationship between women, the awakened people Lin Ming met were more prone to spells, and it was rare to see the power melee type. Suddenly, the cold wind shrank. It was Lu Xingqian who controlled her power. The awakening was about to be completed. Lin Ming took advantage of this time to check her personal panel with probing. Willow Heart Orange. Talent, Epic. Soldier type, 3-tailed Frost Fox Demon. Rank, Bronze upper rank. Epic state, Heart clarifying state. Enter the state of clear heart. In this state, the energy in the body can be perfectly mobilized, and it has a spell attack mode without singing and charging. At the same time, the magic affinity is greatly improved, and the spell damage and magic recovery speed are greatly improved. Ranking, Upright. Lu Xingqian, as an epic awakener, naturally awakened to the highest level of troops that can be awakened by the lower bronze altar, jumped 2 levels in a row, and reached the upper bronze level. On the arm, the silver character representing the position of slowly formed. Lin Ming has his second positive bronze-ranked awakener. In addition, Shueqing Han, who is higher than the word. Lin Ming had just been promoted to the Z-level lord not long ago, and he advanced again without feeling anything. A surge of energy surged into Lin Ming's body. The power of the positive stage is very strong, and Lin Ming, like Lu Xingqian and the others this time, closed his eyes to help adjust the power changes in his body. Not long after, the big golden characters on his chest changed. Lin Ming opened his eyes and saw his new information bar. Lin Ming. Order position, positive. Contract column, 0/30. Gift column, 9/15. Slave column, 2/15. He just selected a few awakened contracts and assigned them to the arms. Unexpectedly, within a day, his field was upgraded again. After that, I am afraid that I will run on the road of the contract awakener again. Lin Ming shook his head helplessly. But anyway, that's not something he hasn't thought about yet. When he returned to the 10,000 Realms continent this time, he made up his mind to take down this second-level map first. Next to her, Lu Xingqian had also finished her awakening. After landing, she clutched her arm and kept stroking it. Obviously, as soon as she wakes up, she will be able to get a positive ranking. She likes it very much, and she can't put it down. Lin Ming walked up to her, saw her happy face, and asked her, "Do you like this word?" "Of course, this is the happiest time I've ever been." "Really, since I like it so much, I'll help you draw a few more on your legs later. After Lin Ming finished speaking, Lu Xingqian blushed and gave him a blank look. Then he said to him, "It's not impossible, it depends on whether your senior sister Xue Qinghan will allow it." Lin Ming turned his head and shouted to Xue Qinghan, "Sister! I'm going to practice calligraphy in my room tonight. Don't come in and disturb me." Xue Qinghan is helping the two awakened members of the Lan family to adapt to the power. Hearing this, she glanced at Lin Ming suspiciously. "Practice handwriting? Well, then I won't sleep in your room tonight." Lin Ming took Xue Qinghan to rest together in the 10,000 Realms continent or during the few days back to Blue Star. Xue Qinghan didn't refuse, or she really wanted to. "I've been with Lin Ming during the day, but I can't see him at night, so I miss him." Without Lin Ming tonight, Xue Qinghan had no choice but to know that he couldn't pester him every day, so he agreed to Lin Ming's request. Although Xue Qinghan didn't know why Lin Ming suddenly wanted to practice calligraphy, but practicing calligraphy is also a good thing, it can cultivate one's self-cultivation. She agreed. After getting the answer, Lin Ming immediately whispered to Lu Xingqian. "Did you hear that?" The senior sister agreed. "Don't even try to run away tonight." Lin Ming patted Lu Xingqian's shoulder meaningfully and left. Lu Xingqian was left alone, her face was as red as dripping water, and she stood there with her head bowed. After the awakening was over, Su Jing and the others helped the newcomers get used to the power, and the excitement that everyone had just awakened gradually calmed down. Lu Xingqian didn't dance as much as before, because she might be injured tonight, and she was worried that she would need to lie on the bed to recuperate for several days. Seeing that everyone has calmed down, Lin Ming also decided to start another journey, using battles to adapt his newly awakened people to the 10,000 Worlds continent. The target this time is the Great River Zone, the last of the 3 control rights. When he knocks this down, he will be sitting on the entire river area, can look forward to the deepest icy lake area, and challenge the master of the map. Chapter 55. Why did you catch me again? It was the Cat Lord who said this. Today she is in her own territory, eating hot pot with dried fish and singing, wondering if the bad guys are not here for the past 2 days, so she is letting herself go. In the next second, someone grabbed the back of the neck and lifted it up. Then she was taken away. When she found out that it was Lin Ming who took her away, the Cat Lord also got the news that she was going to lead the way again. The Cat Lord suddenly became bitter. "Let me tell you first, the last control territory in the Dehi district is very mysterious. I only know that it is the territory of the Batman. As for the strength of the awakened people inside, no one has seen it. Because I heard that everyone near that side died. There are some tricks in that place, and the pressure on people is no less than that in the Ice Lake area." Lin Ming said without wanting to hear. "Don't talk nonsense, just tell me if you know the way." "No. Lead the way." The Lord of the Cat people brought him to the territory of the Bat people. Plants that absorb light are planted here and there, and the entire territory is built to be very dark. Lin Ming approached here, only feeling groggy, a little drowsy. The sense of night is too strong, it is worthy of being the territory of Batman. However, at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt something in his heart. He reached out and picked up the Cat Lord's neck again, stepped back slightly, and avoided the surprise attack of a black shadow. As a Z-level Lord, Lin Ming also has a Z-level combat ability. It is impossible for someone to sneak attack him. Soon, Lin Ming saw what the raiding shadow was. The guy spread out a pair of wings in the air, revealing a half-human, half-bat body. Obviously, this is an awakened Batman Lord. Night Batman. Rank, Middle Bronze. Ranking, ZZ. Good guy. As soon as he got close to the other party's territory, the other party directly attacked without even saying a word. And it is still the main force of the faction. The control lord of the second level map non-map lord must also be at the Z level, no more. It was the first time Lin Ming encountered such an overbearing lord. In the past, when you went to other people's territory, if you said less, the other party would say harsh words. While Lin Ming was thinking, the Batman attacked again. Su Jing waved her hands and used ice to block him, but she didn't want to see another black figure jumping out from the side, making Su Jing unable to react in time, and took 2 steps back hastily, losing her snack. At this time, black shadows sprang up all around, and Lin Ming immediately knew that the enemy's support was coming. Since they chose to attack him, they definitely wouldn't just send one awakened person over. But when all these shadows appeared, Lin Ming felt a little surprised. Hey? So much? Lin Ming counted dozens of Batmen, all of them awakened. Although most of them are very low level, it is black iron. But let alone a lord of the Z rank, it is impossible to contract and enslave so many awakened people even if they go up 1 rank. Shui Qinghan said. We may encounter other worlds, similar to the existence of family. Under normal circumstances in the 10,000 realms continent, lords cannot bring in other lords and awakened people of other lords. This will prevent everyone from clumping together, otherwise it will make the strong world stronger and the weak weaker. But it can bring ordinary people. When an ordinary person logs into the 10,000 realms continent once, his login location will be marked. When he becomes the Lord, log in next time, it will be the same place. You can use this method to raise a group and fight together on the same map. Usually the Lord's family likes to use this method to cultivate family members, or to pass on important maps in the family. After hearing this, Lin Ming understood the reason why there are so many awakened people. Because there is more than one Lord of the Batman clan here. It's just that there is only one Batman Lord in Z, and the others are all newly trained miscellaneous fish lords. Just at this moment, a burst of laughter came from the side, making Lin Ming look over. He saw a Batman who was much taller. This Batman seems to be of better blood, with golden hair on his head. He must be the Z Batman Lord. Het, aristocratic family, I have heard this term not only from the population of the whole world. The Batman Lord said. It seems that many different worlds are using the word family. But the Batman Lord said, but changed his voice. But I'm not from a family yet. I am the prince of a royal family in the Batman world, and the other lords in the territory are just here to do odd jobs for me. Human Lord, do you dare to invade the territory of a prince? Have you thought about how you will die? Batman is arrogant. But Lin Ming thought about it, if he was also a prince, he would probably be more arrogant than him. It's just that the Batman is short and frustrated right now, it's really hard to remind people of the grandeur of the prince. In the darkness, Batman seemed to see Lin Ming's contemptuous eyes clearly. He was immediately furious. Human, you not only dare to step into the prince's territory, but also dare to look down on me. Very good. Then I will give you the most magnificent way to die. Nurcha, you do it, unlock your strongest power for me, destroy them, let them experience the taste of despair. The Batman Lord finished. There was a Batman with huge wings and a body that was about to catch up with a wild beast. From the sky, his figure did not look like a Batman at all. Epic status skills. Lin Ming saw through the opponent's whole cards, and Lin Ming was really surprised this time. For the first time, he encountered an epic level awakener in the 10,000 realms continent. Ordinarily, before the 3rd level map, there should be very few such existences. But thinking of the identity of the other party, Lin Ming was relieved again. It is understandable that the family dominates a world, and it is understandable to contract an epic awakener. Lu Xingqian, you have just awakened, so I will leave this enemy to you to practice. Lin Ming spoke. The current Batman was originally in the middle position of bronze, but the state of opening is comparable to that of upper bronze. Similar to Lu Xingqian's normal state, Lin Ming is very relieved. Naturally, Lu Xingqian would not refuse. Takong came to the opposite of the Batman and summoned the ice spell with his hand. Batman's epic state seems to be very crazy, regardless of Lu Xingqian's movements, he just rushed towards Lu Xingqian like an arrow from the string. However, with a bang, Batman's indomitable progress in the epic state in the past seems to be ineffective this time. He was thrown straight to the ground by an ice spell. Even though he resisted many times and wanted to rush into the air again, he was controlled by a large amount of magic ice under Lu Xingqian. The expression of the Batman Lord next to him also changed drastically at this time. No, this power is wrong, this is definitely not the Zhe order. You have a positive awakener. Chapter 56. When the Batman Lord realized that Lin Ming had a positive rank awakener, a momentary panic appeared on his face. But soon, he calmed down. So what if there are positive level awakeners? After Nurcha enters the night madness state, his combat power is the same as positive level. Nurcha, don't pretend to be dead on the ground. Hurry up and break through her spell blockade. Accompanied by the roar of the Batman Lord, the Batman awakened on the ground screamed, bursting out with strength, and finally broke through Lu Xingqian's ice seal. He entered the night maniac state. His strength and speed increased greatly, and his strength was not much different from Lu Xingqian's, and he would not be unable to fight back because he was always suppressed by Lu Xinbang. However, Lu Xingqian smiled slightly when she saw the Batman break through her spell. She didn't give Batman any face, seeing that she couldn't take down Batman awakened for a while, she simply entered the state of clear mind. In an instant, her eyes changed. Every bit of the world is observed into her heart, and she is controlled by her mind, as if she has become a ruthless spell-casting machine. Lu Xingqian raised her hand, and several ice spells rolled straight towards the awakened Batman. On the way, the icy aura was brought up, causing the entire nearby ground to freeze. The aura is condensed, and the silver step is revealed. Lu Xingqian, entering the state of Chensin, the strength that exploded, is now the existence of the lower rank of Bian. Your awakened one is also an epic. The Batman Lord was amazed. This time, his face was far less calm than before. He panicked for a moment, as if he saw death in Lu Xingqian's body. At least, his epic Batman awakened is dead. Being crushed by Lu Xingqian by a level, he was easily blasted into pieces of ice. Without the epic awakened, the Batman Lord's other awakened are not even Lu Xingqian's single-handed enemy. Wait until Lu Xingqian returns to normal state. In situ, only the Batman Lord was left. Lu Xingqian also specially reserved the other party to humiliate Lin Ming. So Lin Ming looked at Lord Batman and asked him, "Is there any other means? Usse, you are a prince, you can't just do this." After hearing his words, the Batman Lord turned pale. After a while, he gritted his teeth and sneered. "Means? Oh, there really is one. It was a mistake for your awakener to return to normal. If she waits to enter the state skill for the second time, how long can she erupt? You try this for me." After all, Lord Scorpion threw out a lottery. This talisman is very familiar to Lin Ming, the projection talisman. The moment the projection talisman shattered, a night bat monster slowly formed. Night King Bat Demon. Talent, Epic. Rank, Bronze Top. Epic State King of the Night State, condense the darkness, enter the state of the Night King, all power is blessed and supplemented by darkness, and the physical strength is inexhaustible. I also have a Bronze Top position. Although it's only a one-off, but I'm in my prime form, can your awakened one who has used a state skill once beat me? The Batman Lord seems to see the hope of his own life. However, Lin Ming looked at him calmly, seeing his last arrogance, couldn't help but sigh. Do you know, why does my awakener dare to directly cancel the epic status? Because the survival card in your place is nothing here in the nest. Lin Ming shook his head, this time he didn't want to continue fighting with the Batman Lord, so he directly ordered Shui King Han. Senior sister, you can come directly this time. As soon as Shui King Han made a move, he brought up a piece of frozen land. Starting with the normal strength of the silver level, the Batman Lord was stunned. The night bat monster, like a little chicken, was pinched in the air by Shui Qinghan's big frosty hands condensed with ice. The night bat struggled frantically, and even used the epic state. But silver is a hurdle. Even with the addition of epic status, it is hard to say whether it can win the real silver. Shui Qinghan made a move, which even brought out a hint of a foreboding gesture. The magic power emanating from this thread directly made the big hand of Bing Shuang squeeze and explode the night bat. Boom! Night bats bloom in the sky like blue fireworks. The Batman Lord looked up at his last hole card, and it disappeared in an instant, leaving him speechless. Finally he laughed instead. Bian, ha 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 ha, Bian, I suddenly met Yuyan on the Earth level map. I'm not wronged. Moreover, if the Batman Lord felt right, just now Shui Qinghan erupted with an aura as terrifying as Yuanan. Even above the epic, it is something that their Batman world has never had. How can this kind of monster be beaten? The Batman Lord laughed, unwilling to face the terrifying power just now, and chose to solve himself. Of course, the kill was settled on Lin Ming, who was the main attacker. You gain control of the Great River Zone. You have obtained the Bronze Treasure Land Floating Woodland. At this moment, Lin Ming not only received a reward reminder, but also received a lot of benefits. Because of the value of the Batman Lord, if you add it up and convert it, there are more than 60 bronze wonders. As expected of a prince. There are more than 60 strange things in the hands of others, and it is not enough to train the bronze lower rank to the middle rank. But Lin Ming can directly use synthetic talents to make the middle bronze rank advance to the upper bronze rank. The person who enjoys advanced this time is Su Jing. Su Jing is beautiful, as Lin Ming's first awakener, she can always feel that Lin Ming has not forgotten her. Immediately afterwards, she was promoted to the Zheng position, becoming Lin Ming's fourth person with the strength above the Zheng position. As a result, there are more than 3 people in Lin Ming's bronze rank and above, and his qualifications have also got rid of the positive rank Lord Rookie. Once the Batman Lord is eliminated, Lin Ming, who holds 3 control rights, has unified the Tianhe area. The entire Daihe area is all his territory, even if there are other lords in it, they must rely on him to live. The Catman Lord next to him was trembling. This is the first time in the map of the Great River Zone that it has been unified. The Batman Lord also had this strength before, but he was worried about attracting fear and attacks from the Map Lord, so he had been accumulating strength and did not act rashly. After all, he is also a member without strength. Lin Ming is indeed the only one who can recklessly unify the Great River Zone. The Cat Lord began to think about whether he had treated this Lord too casually before. Is it still too late to kneel and lick? Chapter 57. To celebrate our victory in the Great River Zone, champagne will be opened tonight. Please take a good rest. Although he has not won the entire second level map, this does not prevent Lin Ming from opening champagne at halftime. With his strength, it is impossible for accidents to happen. Lin Ming has also changed his place of residence now. The former villa area of the Chen family is now his. Tonight, everyone opened champagne, drank a little, and their faces were more or less upbeat. Xiao Hongyu leaned on Lin Ming with her strength, and replied. Lord, can you help me tidy up the house today? I've been away from Xiao's house for a long time, and I've been quite lonely all by myself. Can you give me some advice, and see if I can add something to my house, so that I can have a more restful rest? Xiao Hongyu put her head on Lin Ming's shoulder, and said that she didn't know what to decorate the room. It felt empty in the room, which made people feel empty. Actually, don't be too obvious about the hint. Her room lacked nothing but one person. Lin Ming reached out and touched her long hair, comforting her softly. Tomorrow, let's have a good discussion about 17 tomorrow, and put something in your room. It's okay to discuss until dawn. However, not today. Tonight he will practice calligraphy, self-cultivation, and self-cultivation. As he said that, Lin Ming took a special look at Lu Xingqian. Feeling her gaze, Lu Xingqian trembled with the hand holding the cup, as if she understood why he was looking at her. So Lu Xingqian poured the cup vigorously into her mouth, intending to make herself drunk. Xiao Hongyu was obviously very happy when she heard Lin Ming explain that she would help her tomorrow. She didn't care about Lin Ming's push for a day, as long as he agreed to Xiao Hongyu, she would be happy. Not to mention that after leaving the Xiao family, even when her parents passed away when she was in the Xiao family, she has been working hard alone. This is the first time she has found support, and the feeling of peace of mind fascinates her. She also wanted to cuddle with this man for a while longer like Shui Qinghan did. After the dinner party, everyone left one after another and returned to their respective rooms. Lu Xingqian also passed by the door of Lin Ming's room in a daze, and she deliberately took her steps lightly. However, Lin Ming came out and pulled her in before he walked 2 steps through the door. Lu Xingqian was melancholy, but did not resist. Although she was shy, she was just inexperienced, and it wasn't that she didn't want to come. Otherwise, he would not pass by Lin Ming's door, but just avoid it. Seeing Lin Ming, Lu Xingqian simply let go, and said with a smile. Lord Lin Ming has given me so much power, is he planning to charge interest? Are you scared? That's not true. For someone as outstanding as you, my lord, I hope you will like me more. The next day, Lin Ming led the awakened people on the road to conquer the lake area. For this expedition, the heart lamp was absent. She was slightly injured and was temporarily unable to stand up and fight. On the way to the lake area, everyone looked calm and walked silently. Many people didn't know what happened yesterday. Only Shui Qinghan, following Lin Ming on the way forward, suddenly said to him in a low voice. You said you practiced calligraphy, and the result is like that. Lin Ming was taken aback for a moment, knowing that he still couldn't hide it from Shui Qinghan. In fact, it is not hidden. It's just that, last night, Lin Ming was not by Shui Qinghan's side, she was not used to it, so she couldn't help but go to see if Lin Ming had a good rest in the middle of the night, and help him cover the quilt. As a result, she went, and she came back again, and then she didn't close her eyes all night. Lin Ming couldn't help smiling, and asked her. Yeah, sister, why don't you try calligraphy with me next time? Shui Qinghan was speechless, but did not refuse. Anyway, they often rest together, even when they are camping at the 10,000 Realms Dalu, Shui Qinghan is by Lin Ming's side. Not bad at all. On the way to the lake area, Lin Ming kept teasing Shui Qinghan. Shui Qinghan has been proud all her life, she blushed all the way before hearing this. It's really rare for a senior from Lengqing to be blushing. And Shui Qinghan was soft on him, no matter what he said, he would not blame him, which really made Lin Ming like it. They didn't stop until they came to the lake area. Lin Ming also narrowed his eyes. Next, is probably the biggest challenge he has ever encountered. It cannot be said to be a challenge. Before Lin Ming's strength, everything is a paper tiger. Without difficulties, it is not a challenge. It can only be said that it is the most powerful enemy. Because, the master of the map of the second level map must be the first rank lord. The right to control the big river area is at the Z level. With a positive level awakener, a lord of half-step positive level would probably be able to dominate over there. And when it comes to the master of the map, it must be a true positive level stronger than any half-step positive level lord. Lin Ming released more than a dozen two-tailed frost fox kings and entered the lake area to check the situation. It was found that the ice sheet lake here did not freeze. The bottom of the lake is cold water, which can adapt to the temperature of the ice sheet. And the lord who can establish a territory here is naturally a guy from the lake. The ruler here is a Murloc leader. This was told to him by the cat lord captured by Lin Ming. The Murlocs here are very extraordinary, they don't seem to have the blood of sea monsters. The cat lord told him. Lin Ming patted her on the head in relief, thinking that she was enlightened. Lin Ming didn't say a word when he went to the lake area this time, and the Cat Lord waited for him to lead him the way. The Cat Lord also seems to know Lin Ming's strength, knowing that he must challenge the Map Lord. At the same time, the treasure was placed on Lin Ming. Lin Ming wins the master of the map, and she will prosper. Otherwise, she may die without a burial. If he had just met Lin Ming before, the Cat Lord really didn't think he would be successful. But after seeing that Lin Ming was unstoppable, the Cat Lord no longer doubted his strength. I have met a big boss, and the opportunity to make a fortune is here. As long as you bet in advance, you will always be favored by the boss. The risk of failure is nothing, what to do now is not dangerous. There are crises everywhere in the 10,000 Realms continent, and she has seen this kind of risk a lot. But as long as it succeeds, it will be great. Even if Lin Ming doesn't do her any favors, she can pretend to be a tiger and surprise the situation in the second level map. Life is much more comfortable than now. Chapter 58. Lin Ming was thinking about how to take the position of the master of the secondary map. The current territory is different from what Lin Ming encountered in the past. Because it's at the bottom of the lake. If you want to use mana to breathe underwater, it will consume a lot of energy. There is such a huge lake that stretches as far as the eye can see, and you have to find a way to go to the Murloc territory. Of course, you can also blow up the lake directly to lure the Murloc Lord out. Anyway, it's not difficult. Just when Lin Ming was planning to directly blow up the lake, the calm water surface of the lake suddenly became turbulent. A dark shadow floated underwater, and something swam over. That thing was very fast, and after a while, a waterway appeared on the surface of the lake. There are two halflings swinging fish tails, accompanied by singing, emerging from the lake. Only then did Lin Ming see that the two monsters in front of him, with human bodies and fish tails, seemed to be mermaids from legend. No, it's the mermaids, Lin Ming has detected their panels. Mermaid. Rank, middle bronze. Ranking, position. Two monsters of the Z rank in the middle of the bronze appeared. Su Jing and the others immediately became vigilant, as if they were about to make a move. But he was stopped by Lin Ming. Looking at the information, the other party is not their enemy this time, the Murloc, nor is it an awakener at all. It is a native monster of the 10,000 Realms continent. Original monsters also have rankings, the only difference from the awakened ones is that they have no talent evaluation. Talent is something uniquely endowed by the Myriad Realms system to the awakened, and state and posture skills are its derivatives. Original monsters don't have them, they only have bloodlines. Monsters with good bloodlines are naturally powerful, but awakened people with good bloodlines. Born with the same strength as others. In the later stage, it depends on talent and resources to develop a difference. Not to mention this, the reason why Lin Ming didn't attack these two original monsters was not because they were beautiful, but because they didn't have any malice on them. Dear Trial Tower Lord, we have heard your name for a long time. Just as Lin Ming thought, the two mermaids bent down to him as soon as they appeared. The humble feeling and the routine words made Lin Ming smell the mission. The two Murlocs bent down and continued. We heard that you intend to deal with the Murloc Lord here, and we will help you later. Lin Ming laughed out loud. Why? Just tell me what you want from me. Even the ranking rewards in the Trial Tower did not say that he would get help from monsters when he encountered monsters. The most is to make the monster fear and respect him a little. Right now, these two mermaids are talking nicely, but they don't know what they are planning in their hearts, and they are probably using him. When Lin Ming said this, the two mermaids looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and simply told the truth. To tell you the truth, the princess of our tribe has been taken away by that ugly Murloc for a long time. The Murloc's subordinates are so powerful that we can't save her. Waiting until now, you are here, you are a well-known lord in the Trial Tower, you can definitely help us save her. Please help us. Lin Ming shook his head. Have been kidnapped for a long time? It's hopeless. I must have children. Why don't we just prepare the wedding banquet? It's still too late. Lin Ming's words made the cheeks of the two mermaids tremble. But he didn't dare to get angry when he asked for something, so he could only explain. No, the princess is the most powerful person in our area, even the Murloc Lord only imprisoned her. Oh? From what I hear, this mermaid princess should be the boss of the entire Icefield River map. I'm at a loss. As a boss, how could I be caught by the Lord? Back then, the Queen Spider was also the boss. Think about how imposing she is, leading the countless ice spiders in more than 1,000 ice caves. Although it is now reduced to someone's mount. But can the Murloc Lord and Lin Ming be the same strength? The mermaids are still saying. And in the hands of the princess, there is a strange item that can create a protective barrier of crystal bubbles, so that the Murlocs cannot approach. It's just that the princess has the power to defend, but she can't escape. Kaibao? The appearance of this thing made Lin Ming interested in helping. This is something thousands of times more precious than wonderful item, and it can only be encountered by rewards above the 7th floor of the trial tower. If you can rescue the princess will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Please don't rush to refuse. We can find a way to take you to see the princess first. You can talk to the princess first. The two mermaids were talking. Lin Ming thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Can. He has already made a small calculation in his heart. The two mermaids didn't know what he was thinking, but when they heard his promise, they quickly showed joy and said to him. Please come up, we will take you down to find the princess. The two mermaids were talking, and each spit out a bubble, which can help people walk underwater without stress. There were only 2 bubbles, and Lin Ming only brought Xue Qinghan alone, so he followed the two mermaids. A mere mermaid territory, Xue Qinghan alone is enough to deal with it. After moving underwater for an unknown amount of time, Lin Ming was brought to a palace. There are 2 Murloc awakeners guarding the front of the hall, with bronze in the middle. Before Lin Ming could make a move, one of the 2 mermaids beside him took off the shell and greeted her enchantingly. The 2 Murloc awakeners rushed over immediately as if they saw an old acquaintance. Not long after, Lin Ming saw those 3 people and wondered what they were doing behind the rockery. The front of the palace was empty and there were no guards. Lin Ming was speechless, thinking that the mermaid really sacrificed too much in order to save the princess. At this time, another, of Li Zhao, mermaid urged him. Hurry up, in 10 minutes, the guards will return to where they were, we only have this time, go in and meet the princess. Several people hurried into the palace. In the stone prison in the temple, I saw the mermaid princess who was imprisoned in it. Frost mermaid. Rank, bronze top. Ranking, upright. You are Lord Lin Ming. The princess saw Lin Ming through the window of the stone prison, and hurriedly swam over to Yi. Lin Ming also saw a face that surpassed human beauty and was almost as beautiful as Xue Qinghan's. It's just that the face is huge. The Murloc princess is a monster after all, with a body length of at least 3 or 4 meters, comparable to the queen spider. Her human body part is naturally much larger than normal humans. The mermaid princess is surrounded by a huge crystal bubble, which seems to be her Kaibao. Defensive Kaibao, Lin Ming wants it. Chapter 59. Kaibao, the life bubble of the Mermaid King. The Mermaid King, who was blessed by the sea dragon, was transformed into the essence of life after death. Using the energy charge of an awakened person or a monster can open a shield for a long time, and the strength of the shield depends on the charging energy. In short, whatever strength of energy this thing is charged with, it can defend against any strength of attack. If Xue Qinghan activates the legendary posture and recharges it with energy, the world will be able to go. The mermaid princess caught Lin Ming's sight. Gently stroked Kaibao on his neck with his hands. She hesitated, then said. Lord Lin Ming, are you interested in this thing? It was originally a relic left by my mother, and it is something I cherish very much. But as long as you can take me out of here, out of the clutches of that ugly murloc, I'm willing to give this to you." The mermaid princess spoke truthfully, with anxiety in her tone, as if she wanted to escape from here for a long time. As a mermaid, what she longs for most is freedom and singing. Being imprisoned in a stone room every day is simply as good as killing her. The mermaid princess's fishtail 660, kept slapping the ground. It seemed that she was going crazy with anxiety. She waited anxiously for Lin Ming's reply. Meeting Lin Ming was an accident, and she hopes to continue this accident and get help from him. As long as it would get her out, a relic, she gave. But Lin Ming shook his head. This shaking of the head scared the mermaid princess. "You don't want this treasure." The mermaid princess was a little flustered. But soon, she changed her words. "I shouldn't guess your mind, since you don't want this." The mermaid princess thought for a while, and made another condition. "I can give you a precious treasure map, which is a treasure left by our tribe from ancient times. The treasure in that map is said to be related to the legendary dragon monster. It is a sea dragon. What do you think of this? I can choose one of my 2 treasures for you." Lin Ming didn't speak, but this time he shook his head again. The mermaid princess was dumbfounded. "Neither this nor that, so what do you want?" Apart from these 2 things, she really didn't know what more precious things she could come up with. Looking at the silent Lin Ming, the mermaid princess tried to ask. "Then may I ask Master Lin Ming, what do you want? I'll try it when I get out, and see if I can get it for you." Lin Ming sighed in disappointment with her words like a white wolf with empty hands. "You're not enlightened enough, Xiaomei." "What the hell is Xiaomei?" The mermaid princess was speechless and told him after a while. "I have a name, Lord Lin Ming, and my name is Sally." "Of course I know your name is Xiaomei." Lin Ming nodded as a matter of course. His confident look made the mermaid princess a little suspicious. Did she really forget her name? Her name is actually Xiaomei. No, it is absolutely impossible, such a rustic name as Xiaomei, how can it be worthy of her? The mermaid princess decided not to entangle this issue with Lin Ming. Instead ask. "I don't know Lord Lin Ming, what did you mean when you said that I was not enlightened enough?" "It means Xiaomei, you are at such a time, you want to send me away with 1 or 2 odd treasures, and you dare to ask me to choose. My name is not Mei. My name is Sally. But what I want to save is Xiaomei. My name is Xiaomei. I am Xiaomei." The mermaid princess changed her tone quickly this time, saying that she just forgot her name and "I am really sorry." In this regard, Lin Ming commented with satisfaction. "That's right, Xiaomei, you've awakened a little bit, Bev. Now the mermaid princess seemed to understand what Lin Ming meant by enlightenment. She tries to ask. "So the rest of my awareness is not enough, because I should take out my 2 treasures to you, are you willing to save me?" "No." Lin Ming still shook his head. Immediately afterwards, he asked the mermaid princess a question. "That murloc imprisoned you here, why?" "He naturally took a fancy to my beauty and strength, and wanted me to be his concubine and monster slave." "Humph, he thinks beautifully. So what he wants is you, and you want me to save you, so naturally you have to pay the same price as what he wants." Lin Ming stated slowly, and at the end, he revealed his wolf ambition. The mermaid princess was dumbfounded. She understood that what the Murloc Lord wanted was her, and if Lin Ming saved her, what Lin Ming wanted was also her. How could the mermaid princess understand Lin Ming's ambition? As long as the mermaid princess becomes his, the 2 treasures in her hands will naturally also belong to him, and he doesn't need to choose at all. Facing Lin Ming's request, the mermaid princess stayed for a while. After reacting, she blushed a little. "Hey? But, how could this be, we just met." The mermaid princess covered her cheeks. The reaction was completely different from the previous one when he faced the ugly Murloc who said he wanted her. This time the protagonist was changed to a handsome human being, and the mermaid princess immediately felt embarrassed and didn't get angry at all. "Why are you blushing?" Lin Ming looked at the mermaid princess in a daze, and told her. "I just want to contract you to be my monster. I don't intend to marry you back like that Murloc." "Ah? Is that so?" Xiaomei was slightly surprised, then a little disappointed. But soon, she noticed that Lin Ming was looking at her strangely, so she hurriedly explained. "It's like this. When I was in the tribe when I was a child, my mother would often tell me the love story between the mermaid princess and the handsome human prince. Once in our tribe, handsome humans were very popular among the tribe, and I have always yearned for it. So when I heard you say that just now, I couldn't help but think of the story my mother told me before, and I brought some of it into it, sorry," said the mermaid princess. In her eyes, if Lin Ming came to save her, wouldn't he be like a handsome human prince? This was something she had dreamed of when she was a child, so she accidentally looked forward to it. Lin Ming couldn't help complaining. Why is it still a mermaid from a fairy tale, not a monster? Chapter 60. Seeing the innocent look suddenly revealed by the mermaid princess, Lin Ming smiled softly. "Of course, if you have a chance to become a human in the future, it's not impossible." When the mermaid princess heard this, she couldn't help turning her head away, and became a little arrogant. "I haven't promised you yet." "Real?" Lin Ming looked at the mermaid princess in the stone prison with an unabated smile. After estimating the time, he said. "It's almost there, the Murloc Lord should get the news of my invasion. If you don't want to follow me, then I can only leave on the spot. In the future, you may die alone here, or the Murloc Lord will find a way to get rid of the strange things on you. Xiaomei, you don't want to spend your whole life with a poor Murloc in the future, do you?" "Misunderstanding. Zhu zhu." Lin Ming smiled heartily and gave Xiaomei the right to choose freely. When Xiaomei heard this, she shivered in fright. Mainly the laughs are horrible. The mermaid princess hesitated. The reason why she was imprisoned was that she didn't want to recognize others as the Lord, but now Lin Ming made the same request as the Murloc Lord. It is not impossible to consider. The mermaid princess thought about it carefully, and finally came to such a conclusion. The opponent is good looking only a little bit, the main reason is that the opponent is capable, and the ranking of the trial tower is a lord. The first person in all ages. Known as the Lord Genius of the entire first and second level maps. If it wasn't because she was imprisoned, if she met Lin Ming outside, she might be inviting Lin Ming to meet her now. Her clan can be regarded as being close to humans, so even though she is also a boss, the mermaid princess's aggressiveness is far less than that of bosses on other maps. After thinking this through, the mermaid princess couldn't help but whispered. "It's not impossible to be a slave monster in your territory. But I hope you don't really treat me like a slave." Hearing what Xiaomei said, Lin Ming immediately shook his head. "Of course not. I also have other slave monsters, who live very well here. If you don't believe me, wait for you to go out, you can ask her. She is really living a good life, being treated as a mount by me every day, she is too late to be happy." Lin Ming thought to himself. But the main reason is that the queen spider is rather stupid, and takes pleasure in serving him as a mount, and often drives him all over the map to have fun. The mermaid princess hesitated for a long time, finally nodded and agreed. "All right then. Come and make a contract with me." "Congratulations! Obtained the second level map, the boss favorite of the Icefield River map. She wants to be your slave monster, do you agree?" He said that Lin Ming would make a contract with her, but in fact, the mermaid princess took the initiative to send him an invitation. She felt that since the other party had other contracted monsters, he must not be a bad person, and he also had monster companions to accompany him. "Now that you have decided to make a contract with the other party, then take the initiative." However, when the prompt appeared, a voice sounded at the entrance of the main hall. "I want to see who dares to break into my territory, and dare to snatch the person I like. A murloc with a fish head and a human body walked in. Behind him, a dozen awakened ones followed scatteredly. Don't look at these murloc monsters looking funny, but their strength is really not weak. Lin Ming glanced at it, and found that 5 short murlocs, not half as tall as himself, actually all had the actual experience of the upper-level bronze. This is the strength of the master of the second-level map Icefield River. It looks inconspicuous, but it is a genuine positive rank lord. But after Lin Ming finished watching, he turned his head back as if nothing had happened, and stretched out his hand to make a contract with the mermaid princess. Seeing that the murloc lord was coming, the mermaid princess also panicked, and rushed forward, waiting eagerly for Lin Ming's contract. I was afraid that I would have to face that horrible murloc later. Seeing this scene, the murloc lord's eyes were tearing apart. Stop! Stop it! But no one listened to him. In front of his face, Lin Ming contracted his beloved Xiaomei to become his own slave monster. The murloc lord suddenly burst out with his positive momentum, roaring madly. Kill them! Kill them for me! If you can't get it, destroy it. You are talking about the current murloc lord. After Xiaomei made a contract with Lin Ming, she smiled at Lin Ming and broke the stone prison. It wasn't that she couldn't break the stone prison before, but once the stone prison was broken, the murloc lord would definitely be alarmed. It has his magical breath on it. Now, the mermaid princess has her own contracted lord, and she is not afraid of that murloc anymore. At worst, she will live and die with her lord. She stood in front of Lin Ming, using magic to control the surging water. Xiaomei wants to do her part for Lin Ming and come out to help him fight the murloc lord together. However, Lin Ming patted her on the shoulder. You don't need to do anything, just get ready and drive me out later. Now, let me show you the strength of the real peak lord and the awakened ones cultivated. Shueking Han. Shueking Han got Lin Ming's permission and instantly understood what he meant. The senior sister didn't say anything. The breath around her body suddenly expanded. The water flow in the entire lake, affected by her aura, instantly formed a huge eddy. The positive rank murloc awakeners who rushed over just now were immediately blocked by this vortex. At this time, Shueking Han's appearance also changed. She was still the same, but her pupils gradually turned to ice blue, and streaks of ice and snow wrapped around her body, forming a blue robe of ice and snow. Shueking Han's face became even more glamorous, and a crown of ice and snow appeared on the top of her head. The moment she put on the crown, Shueking Han carried an incomparable chill, like the Frost Queen coming into the world. With a wave of her hand, an inconceivably cold ice flew out of her hand, freezing the vortex above her head, and freezing the cold water in the ice-filled lake that had not frozen for thousands of years. The entire murloc lord's territory, starting from Shueking Han's feet, spread out in an instant, turning into palaces of ice and snow. The murloc lord and his awakened ones turned into ice sculptures under the ice palace. Immediately afterwards, it was crushed by Shueking Han's palm, and it burst into pieces, and the group was wiped out inexplicably. As the ice sculptures of the murlocs cracked, the murloc territory that had become the ice and snow palace also shattered little by little. Immediately, Su Jing and the others on the shore could only see the vicinity of the murloc territory in the lake, and the water suddenly sank. The surrounding cold water crazily surged into the center, forming a spectacle. The lake was low, and the mermaid princess who saw Shueking Han's strength was so stunned that she couldn't speak. Still Lin Ming patted her on the shoulder. What are you looking at? Take me up there. After that, Lin Ming rode on the mermaid's back, and directed her to leave Hudaguang before she could react. Chapter 61. Alright, water mounts get. Lin Ming rides a mermaid. Her huge body and her back, which is wider than that of a human being, are just enough for Lin Ming to ride. You don't have to worry about going underwater anymore. Lin Ming was carried by the mermaid princess, watching her swing her fishtail and bring herself to the shore of the lake. On the way, the mermaid princess glanced at him and wanted to say, "How can you ride so skillfully?" But in the end she didn't drive Lin Ming out. Forget it, he is his own lord now, so what's the big deal about giving him a ride? The mermaid lord didn't say a word, and carried him silently, and opened the treasure very carefully on the way to prevent the cold water pouring in from hurting him. Obviously Lin Ming's strength is no worse than hers. The mermaid lord is probably the type who will become very selfless after dating. After coming to the shore of the lake, Lin Ming and the mermaid princess appeared beside everyone. Shui Qinghan had already recovered her posture, standing at 257 and waiting for him. Seeing Shui Qinghan, the mermaid princess covered her mouth. She didn't forget that it was this terrifying woman who turned a piece of territory into shards of ice with a wave of her hand. Being able to cultivate this level of awakened people, it's no wonder that Lin Ming was able to climb to the top of the first level trial tower and become an unprecedented latecomer. In other words, since I became a monster contracted by him, I am also very promising in the future? The mermaid princess looked at Lin Ming with bright eyes. I don't know how far he will bring himself, but it will definitely be unimaginably powerful. Mom, I'm developed. Xiaomei thought so in her heart. As for Lin Ming, he couldn't care about others at this moment, because after he solved the Murloc Lord, the prompt interface of 10,000 Realms continent was swiped again. Congratulations! Take control of the frozen lake area. Congratulations! You have successfully become the map master of the second level map Icefield River. Congratulations on obtaining the best bronze level treasure land water coral group. Congratulations on obtaining the right to use the black iron upper altar in the ice lake. You become the master of the second level map, and the barrier between you and the third level map disappears. To this day, Lin Ming is before Zhou Yu, who is about to become the Lord. Finally successfully cleared the level 2 map and became a level 2 map master. He also succeeded in becoming a positive rank Lord. Putting it on Blue Star, which has at least 1,000 years of history as a Lord, is also a proper high-level strength of the aristocratic family. And this battle provided Lin Ming with 6 top-grade bronze wonders. Lin Ming gave an Xin the opportunity to advance. The only pity is that my younger sister failed to advance with her elder sister this time. In order to awaken Angzi, Lin Ming is still short of about 4 top-quality bronze wonders. Lin Ming's positive position, there are 5 in total, 4 people and 1 monster. There is also Shui Qinghan who surpasses the positive position. The newly obtained black iron upper altar is the frost leopard altar. Although it cannot be synthesized with the bronze altar, it is the melee physical altar that Lin Ming is currently missing. If you need to contract an awakened person with a physical preference, Lin Ming has it, and you can be prepared. After packing up these rewards, Lin Ming murmured. The goal of the stage has been completed again, and the next step is to look around for the second-tier trial tower. You can go back to Open Champagne and have a good rest for a few days. Lin Ming doesn't plan to consider the third-level map before clearing the customs tower. It is said that in the Lord's family, the third-level map is almost the top-level map. Lin Ming still has to go to the second-level tower to gather a wave, and it is estimated that he will be able to dominate the third-level map. Next to it, the mermaid princess knew that she was going to follow Lin Ming, and she was talking to the 2 mermaids who rescued her. From now on, this map will be handed over to them. The Cat Lord stood there obediently, ecstatic in his heart. Lin Ming has become the master of the map. Not only that, the 4 control rights of the entire second-level map are all in his name. She is not Zhuangfei, the lord of the entire second-level map now knows that she is working for Lin Ming, and she instantly becomes an existence that no one dares to provoke on this map. Help me collect the tribute. Lin Ming warned the Cat Lord. Just as he was about to log off, but he didn't want to be next to him, the mermaid princess pulled him back. Lin Ming looked back and saw Xiaomei handing over a crystal ball. It was the one on her neck, a relic of her mother. Only then did Lin Ming remember that he had said before that he wanted this thing. The mermaid princess obviously still remembered that she would dedicate this thing to him as soon as she returned from her contract with him. Lin Ming now thinks that the mermaid princess is actually stupid, like the queen spider, and she doesn't want her at all. Anyway, wearing it on the mermaid princess, Lin Ming can use it at any time. I just don't know if the monsters are as simple as the two of them, which makes Lin Ming want to contract more monsters. Seeing Lin Ming's refusal, the mermaid princess pouted, as if she was still a little dissatisfied. Lin Ming said, "The other one, I'm more interested in map treasures. If I remember correctly, from Xiaomei's description, the treasure in that map seems to be much higher than this rare treasure." Hearing Lin Ming's question, the mermaid princess was a little reluctant this time. "Actually, I don't want you to go to this treasure map." Reluctant, but obediently took out a map and handed it to Lin Ming. Then explained to him, "Because the place recorded on this map is very dangerous. This treasure map has been kept in our ethnic group for many generations. When our ethnic group was very powerful, we never got the treasure on the map. It is said that all the mermaid warriors who have been there have not been able to come back." Lin Ming listened to Xiaomei's reminder, and when he took the map, he also received a reminder from the 10,000 Realms continent. "You found a hidden map. You have obtained the transmission book of the 4th level special map Sea Dragon Lair." "What the hell, level 4 map?" Lin Ming almost threw out the treasure map in his hand again. He hasn't touched the 3rd level map yet, so where can he get the 4th level map? But on second thought, the special map is different from the normal map of 10,000 realms. There are no lords there. If there are only original monsters, as long as you hide from the boss and elite monsters, it is not impossible to investigate secretly. Take a look at the treasure inside, what exactly it is. After passing the 2nd level trial tower, check the strength, and then decide whether to use this thing to see. Lin Ming temporarily put away his things. Off the assembly line, open the champagne villa. Everyone is very happy tonight. In 1 month, from the black iron to the bronze top, the extreme position to the positive position, let Lin Ming become the master of the 2nd level map. This is a record that no one will believe. We are all witnesses and participants, so we are naturally happy from the bottom of our hearts. The banquet is over. Lin Ming shrugged off Angzi and pulled him to the room, and watched a movie with the 3 sisters at 0.5. He first went to Lu Xingqian's room to see how Lu Xingqian's injury was doing. Give her a massage and maybe she'll get better sooner. Naturally, Lu Xingqian yelled in pain and pushed him out. There's no way, Lu Xingqian is not well yet, so I can't receive him. Lin Ming also guessed, and went to accompany Xiao Hongyu as agreed. As a result, as soon as the door was opened, Lin Ming felt someone hugging him from behind. Smelling a pleasant smell, Lin Ming skillfully judged that it was the ear. He couldn't help laughing. "Didn't you ask me to look at your room for you? Are there any missing additions? How should I look at it?" Xiao Hongyu's voice sounded from behind. "But, the missing person has already arrived." Lin Ming suddenly laughed in a low voice. "So that's what you meant by calling me here. So Lin Ming is not polite. Xiao Hongyu today is just like Lu Xingqian yesterday." Chapter 62. On the other hand, it was about the same time. Xiao Cheng was sitting in the villa, unable to sleep with a headache. The awakened ones that were snatched from Lin Ming are almost at the same level now. It can be said that Xiao Cheng lost all his pants. All the resource allocation in his hands was messed up, and many contract plans were on the verge of bankruptcy. Xiao Cheng didn't know how long it would take before he could return to the extreme level. If he can't get back to the extreme level, he doesn't even have the qualifications to look up to Lin Ming. Xiao Cheng was so drunk that he was paralyzed by his recent upset mood. He looked at a deathmatch invitation letter on the table. This is what he prepared to prescribe to Lin Ming after he knew that Lin Ming had robbed Shui King Han, whom he wanted to take revenge on. At the beginning, he thought of 10,000 ways to make that life worse than death. It's a pity that he left the province for a trip in the middle, and he didn't expect to come back again, so he didn't have the courage to drive this thing. You still remember, not long ago, the time when his main awakener was caught by the opponent's awakener while waving his hand. Xiao Cheng stared blankly at the invitation letter on the table. From Lin Ming, I thought of his elder sister Xiao Hongyu, who is 17 and doesn't know what she is doing now. Then he wanted to go back to Lin Ming, and now, the idea of revenge on Lin Ming had occupied his mind. Xiao Cheng gritted his teeth. He felt that he could only rely on himself in this life, and that there might be no hope for revenge. Although he has reached the top in the circle of young lords, no one outside is not afraid of him. But Lin Ming was the only one who was not inferior to him in status or talent, and Xiao Cheng had nothing to do with him. A little desperate, Xiao Cheng let out a deep breath and made a call. On the opposite side, after 2 beeps, a clear female voice came. "Hey, this is the Guardian." Hearing this voice, Xiao Cheng heaved a sigh of relief, and then said hoarsely, "Do me a favor, make a contract with me, and kill Lin Ming." There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then a little coldness. "Are you crazy? I am the protector of the next patriarch of the Xiao family, and I will only contract with the next patriarch. You have already been designated as the next patriarch by the family. It's just a candidate, and I'm not qualified to negotiate a contract with me." The woman's words were sharp, and she showed no mercy even to someone of Xiao Cheng's status. Xiao Cheng didn't care. He knew the position of this woman in the Xiao family. Guardian of the house. In layman's terms, the Blue Star family has studied the 10,000 worlds continent for thousands of years. The product of a bug found. A 24-hour guard invitation letter is needed, a reward that Lin Ming had received in the trial tower. The specific way to cultivate this kind of awakened person is to find a lord from the lord's family to train. Then send the awakened ones who are extremely talented. After he has trained the awakened person to the peak, he will use the 24-hour guard scroll to sign the awakened person to another lord. At this time, kill the original lord of the awakened one. After 24 hours, the contract of the awakened person returned to the original lord and found that the original lord was dead. It will be invalid, and those who are extremely awakened will become no one from then on. You don't have to die with the original lord, and you can make contracts with other lords again. But because it is extremely difficult to cultivate awakened people in this way, the props and molding conditions are all rare in the world. Even in the great families, there is only one person in each family. That is the existence of the next patriarch protector. They have the power of a family of lords and patriarchs who are awakened. World class. Responsible for contracting the next patriarch and protecting him as the previous patriarch. When he becomes the head of the family, the strength of the guardian will not be outdated, and he will be the main awakener of the head of the family. Because of this, Xiao Cheng knew that the opponent definitely had the strength to deal with Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Xiao Cheng said to the woman opposite in a hoarse voice, "I know you have high vision and still don't recognize me, but it doesn't matter. When I get rid of Lin Ming, I have Feng Yin, and if I grab Shui Qinghan and others, will I still be unable to be the head of the family? Or, do you think there are any young people comparable to me in the current family? I advise you to realize this as soon as possible. Only when I am in the Xiao family will there be hope." After Xiao Cheng finished speaking, there was silence again, as if he felt that what he said was true. But after a while, the woman replied decisively, "No, the family will not allow me to make a contract with someone in advance." Xiao Cheng also said, "Then you sign a 24-hour guard contract with me and be my awakener for a day. I accidentally got this from a family of awakened people. They were pregnant with their crimes. I asked someone to destroy them. Just this time, help me solve Lin Ming's trouble, and you can go back and be your protector." After Xiao Cheng finished speaking, it took a long time for the other party to reply with 2 words. "All right." Hearing this, Xiao Chongchong heaved a sigh of relief, his mood became happy, and he felt that he had found a way to deal with the enemy. Ching'an, an apartment in a certain community. Uncle Lin woke up from his sleep. Opening his eyes suddenly, he looked to the side, the mobile phone flashing a message. Uncle Lin 297 opened the message and got information that a certain woman from the Xiao family left the family and went to Ching'an. Uncle Lin frowned. Thinking about it, he called a woman from the Lin family. "Hey, this is the guardian." On the other end of the phone, the exact same words as those in Xiao Cheng's hand came. But the voice was different. The voice on Uncle Lin's cell phone sounded a little more lively. Hearing that the woman from the Lin family connected, Uncle Lin also said, "The protector of the Xiao family has come to Ching'an, and he is going to attack Lin Ming, so come and help him." After saying this, the woman from the Lin family on the other end of the phone said, "But, Uncle Lin, I am the protector of the next patriarch of the Lin family. In theory, I cannot help anyone other than the next patriarch." Uncle Lin chuckled. "Do you think there is anyone in the Lin family who is more suitable for the next head of the family than Lin Ming?" The woman of the Lin family was silent for a while, and then she had no choice but to reply. "Okay, I'll go, but if you need a temporary contract, you'll have to pay for the temporary guard voucher." Tonight, in Ching'an, an unknown place, undercurrents are surging. Someone came to Ching'an. Others were injured tonight and were bedridden the next day. Chapter 63. Lin Ming's awakened had dinner this morning, but Xiao Hongyu didn't come. Su Jing and the others didn't understand the problem of people asking for leave in turn, wondering whether these people were too slack recently. Lu Xingqian, who had already come back for breakfast, showed a look of astonishment. She probably knew what was going on, and cast a reproachful look at Lin Ming at the dinner table, but didn't say anything to him. She felt that she was not Shueqing Han, and it was not her turn to take care of these matters. Just be an obedient contractor honestly. After hastily eating breakfast, Lu Xingqian was afraid of being seen by others, so she went back to her room early. It didn't take long to find Lin Ming coming in to find her. "My lord didn't go to Xiao Hongyu, why did you come back to me?" Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lu Xingqian put her chin on his shoulder and leaned against him to ask. Lin Ming hugged her and replied, "Xiao Hongyu is still resting." Hearing this, Lu Xingqian couldn't help but rolled her eyes. "She is still resting, so I don't need to rest." Lu Xingqian hesitated, thinking whether to throw Lin Ming out or try. As a result, Lin Ming's expression seems to be very unexpected. "I just came to ask about your physical condition. Someone asked me to make an appointment with the Lord to fight to the death. You will definitely need to take action when the time comes. It turns out that you seem to be resting well." It was almost noon when Lin Ming started to discuss the death match with Lu Xingqian. "Xiao Cheng and I have had a grudge for so long, and I have been waiting for his invitation to a death match. I can't help it, little lord. I'm short of resources, so I'll just wait for him, a rich brother from a family, to give me a treasure." In the end, I waited for a month, but he just didn't make any moves. I was really pd off. He didn't have any sense of responsibility for asking someone to trouble him. Lu Xingqian was speechless. There were too many things she wanted to complain about, and she rushed to her brain, which made her not know how to complain. She asked feebly, "Then why don't you take the initiative to use the invitation letter for him?" Lin Ming shook his head. "I don't want to waste my own." Lu Xingqian wanted to laugh, but couldn't, so she said to him, "Anyway, he finally asked you out. When is the time? I'm worried that Xiao Hongyu and I won't be able to make it." "It's not a big problem, he asked me out today, at least postpone it until the day after tomorrow." Xiao Hongyu and Lu Xingqian are the only two epic awakeners in Lin Ming's hands so far. This is the main force among the main forces, only Yu Shueqing Han. When the time comes, Lin Ming wants them to show off. After all, the duel between him and Xiao Cheng was definitely a worldwide contest. Letting Xiao Hongyu and Lu Xingcan make a move at that time can be regarded as sending a signal. There are 2 provincial-level gifted awakeners, come to me, I have trained them so well, why don't you other people hurry up? At this moment, Lu Xingcan held the phone, saw some news, read the news headline. The number 1 genius of the Lin family vs the number 1 genius of the Xiao family, who is the number 1 lord of the younger generation. Lin Ming heard such an urgent and shameful news headline, so he also lay down beside Lu Xingcan, looking at his mobile phone screen. Above, dazzling is all about the fight to the death between him and Xiao Cheng. Seeing this, Lu Xingcan couldn't help feeling. I just took a day off and didn't pay much attention to the things in the circle. I didn't expect to see so many messages for me today when I checked my phone after listening to what you said. Besides, at first glance, it is something written unilaterally by Xiao Cheng. He is considered a genius, but how can he compare with you? Lu Xingcan tilted her head and glanced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming also nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Cheng spent a lot of money on this campaign to force me to submit. He bought news headlines about the awakened Lord family. It's probably not cheap. Uncertain. Lu Xingcan said. You two are the focus of the Lord's family, especially you. Having said that, Lu Xingcan couldn't help but leaned over and rubbed his cheek. Every time she thinks of the power he brought to her, and the feeling of rapid increase in strength, she is elated. If it continues like this, she will become a super awakened person with a long history. Thinking of this, she couldn't help liking Lin Ming to death. The other party was kind to her, handsome, and talented. Sometimes, Lu Xingcan didn't know how to repay him. But after a while, Lu Xingcan suddenly remembered something. But we all know that Xiao Cheng is not as good as you, and he is definitely not your opponent, so why did he dare to invite you to a death match and create so much news? He must have found some whole cards. What cards can beat you? Lu Xingcan didn't believe it. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but asked Lin Ming again. Do you want me to ask the Lu family to help you find out? I feel that Xiao Cheng dared to ask you out this time, he must have got something amazing, and we can't be careless. The Lu family is also a family of lords, controlling several provinces in the Central Plains. Lu Xingcan is an awakened member of the Lu family's direct line, and has more say in the family. Lin Ming shook his head. No, I'll just ask the Lin family. If you really want to find out the news for me, then go and find out who else is a provincial-level talent awakener who wants to be a contract lord. Speaking of this, Lin Ming felt emotional. It's too difficult, provincial talent, how come it's up to now, only 2 of them have been contracted? Lu Xingcan rolled his eyes at him. Are you an awakened person like me and Xiao Hongyu, are you a huxi, a cabbage on the side of the road? In each family, there is at most 1 epic that can provide outsiders contracts, and the remaining 1 will be specially cultivated and left to the family head. No matter how much it is, it depends on luck, whether the background of this family is enough. Speaking of which, your Lin family also has epics, why don't you go to your Lin family? That's right, what about their Lin family's epic? Lin Ming remembered that some time ago, Uncle Lin also said that an awakened member of the Lin family would come over soon and offer him a contract. It's been a month, man. No, go to remind the sleepy uncle. Lin Ming thought about it and decided to meet Uncle Lin in the afternoon. On the one hand, it was to urge that his Lin family's provincial awakeners should be delivered. On the other hand, that is to ask Xiao Cheng about it. Chapter 64. Lin Ming originally planned to go to see Uncle Lin in the afternoon. But one couldn't hold back, and stayed with Lu Xingcan until night. It was already midnight when he went out. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Uncle Lin was awakened by the sound of the door opening. He looked at Lin Ming, who appeared at the door with a confused face, and wiped the gum from the corner of his eye. He glanced at the clock hanging in the living room again. I still remember that at noon during the day, Lin Ming came to him and said that when it was almost 2 o'clock, he would go home and ask him about something. As a result, Uncle Lin waited until midnight. Uncle Lin checked the time and suddenly realized. So it turns out that quick 2 o'clock does not refer to 2 o'clock in the noon, but 2 o'clock in the middle of the night? He was mistaken. Lin Ming coughed in embarrassment. To bother Uncle Lin at such a late hour, he said directly. I came here just to ask why there has been no news from the awakened members of our Lin family. Recently, I've been annoyed, I've been advancing, and the number of awakened people contracted has not been able to keep up with the expansion of gears. The geniuses in our province have been searched by me several times, and they are basically clean. There are also awakened people from other families who have come to sign with me. But why don't our Lin family come here? Uncle Lin was a little silent, sat back on the sofa, took a sip of water to suppress his shock. 977 told him after a moment. You said this mainly because the most important awakened person I found for you is now abroad, scrambling for health resources. If you get it, after she comes back to make a contract with you, the speed of practice will be at least 10 years, and she will be able to make rapid progress. Hearing what Uncle Lin said, Lin Ming was helpless. Scramble for a fart of healthcare resources, I raise awakened people, I don't need that, let her come back quickly. She will know when she comes back, what is the real rapid progress. For Lin Ming's words, he nodded his head. I see, I will tell her about this. After urging the delivery, Lin Ming was relieved, and then continued. The day after tomorrow will be a fight to the death between me and Xiao Cheng. He doesn't know what he has won, but he seems to be very confident in defeating me. I know that, but the one who helped him is not a thing. Uncle Lin paused halfway through his speech, as if he felt that something was wrong, so he changed his words and said. Anyway, she is indeed not an opponent that the younger generation can take over. Lin Ming immediately answered and said. So I'm here to ask, BHDD, Uncle Lim. Lin Ming took out the 24-hour guard contract coupon he had obtained in the trial tower. Put it in front of Uncle Lin. It means to ask Uncle Lin to sign it the day after tomorrow. With Uncle Lin's ability, it is enough to deal with Xiao Zhiju and Xiao Cheng's heart. But Uncle Lin didn't understand what he meant. Just seeing the contract coupon he provided, I thought of the person I arranged for Lin Ming. That's it. Uncle Lin also accepted the contract and promised. Okay, leave this to me. Although the two of them didn't mean the same thing, they both gave each other a smile of I understand what you mean. Afterwards, Lin Ming turned and left. After Lin Ming left, Uncle Lin sent 2 messages. One of them asked someone to come and get the contract coupon. Another. Foreign. A young girl, sitting in a hotel suite, receives a message. She opened it in a hurry, and after the first glance, she was a little silent. It says so. Lin Ming said that you are scrambling outside for a fart of healthcare resources, come back quickly, and he will let you know what a rapid progress is. The little girl scratched her head, thinking to herself, how can young people nowadays speak so rudely? It must be Uncle Lin, he changed the description too much to make these words sound so strange. Uncle Lin is still the same. The little girl thought about it, and then replied. I will be able to go back in the near future. When the time comes, I will go to the family to talk about it, and then I will go to Qing'an. On the other side, Lin Ming returned to the villa again, it was already daylight. Senior sister has woken up and is preparing everyone's breakfast. Getting up early is a habit she has developed since she was in school. She is the kind of good student who obeys the rules. In addition to not going to school often. Of course, that's because she taught herself directly in the family. She wakes up every morning, cultivates her body and mind, and learns the knowledge of the 10,000 worlds continent. In Lin Ming's eyes, she is an incomprehensibly good student. But Lin Ming didn't give her the chance to cook this breakfast. Sister, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep in the room, you stay with me. Lin Ming has been busy during the day and stayed up all night at night, and now he wants to sleep for a while. By the way, find a pillow to sleep more peacefully. Shui Qinghan is such an existence, the cool breath on her body makes people feel comfortable. Seeing that he was not in good spirits, the senior sister took him back to the room, stroked his head, and coaxed him to sleep. When he was dreaming of gentle country, Xiao Cheng kept staring, waiting almost to death. Tell me, Lin Ming, why hasn't he agreed to my death match invitation? Xiao Cheng pulled an awakened person and asked. That awakened person is Wang Hao from Qing'an No. 1 Middle School. Hearing this, Wang Hao guessed. Maybe he has returned to the 10,000 Realms Continent Raiders map? No time for now. Hearing what Wang Hao said, Xiao Cheng nodded immediately. That's right, he must have spent every minute and every second on the 10,000 Realms Continent to achieve what he is today. Speaking of this, Xiao Cheng couldn't help showing a hint of ridicule. There are so many beautiful awakened people in Lin Ming Kong, even my elder sister has signed a contract, but she only knows how to live on the 10,000 Realms Continent. He deserves to be single for the rest of his life. Wang Hao immediately smiled and nodded in agreement. It's just that Xiao Cheng and Wang Hao smiled and couldn't help laughing. Xiao Cheng secretly cursed bad luck, feeling more and more like a clown. But soon, he was slightly taken aback, and smiled again. He finally got back to me. Lin Ming agreed to my invitation to a death match, and the time is agreed on the day after tomorrow. Wang Hao tried to ask. Then, let's contact the Lan family now, saying that the death match venue is ready. Xiao Cheng nodded without rebuttal. The fight between Xiao Cheng and Lin Ming was impossible even if he wanted to keep it low-key. He and Lin Ming represent the future of the Lord's family, and they are the future's top combat power. At that time, all the Lord's families will pay attention to this death fight, and even send high-level officials to watch. Since the influence is so great and all the Lord's family must participate, the organizer will definitely be held by a member of the Lord's family. This time, the aristocratic family that took over the host of this death fight was the Lan family. Chapter 65. This death match will be organized by the Lan family, and they will go to the Lan family's territory. Lin Ming wakes up at night. Holding the phone, leaning against Shui Qinghan, got the news. Shui Qinghan next to him also nodded. It's nothing unexpected. After all, it's a fight to the death between you and Xiao Cheng. At that time, there will be many high-level officials from aristocratic families. The specifications should be larger. It's normal for a lord's family to take the initiative. And the Lan family is a family that relies on good relations with other families to gain a foothold in the lord's family. Of course they won't miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of this death match conference, they will probably send a large number of highly talented awakened people, and in the name of serving the conference, distribute these awakened people to the hands of people from various families. Strive to sign a few more tribesmen, so that the relationship between them and other lord families will become closer. After Lin Ming listened, he asked a familiar question. Are there any provincial talented awakeners? Shui Qinghan was speechless, wondering if he was in a daze, thinking about those provincial awakened people outside all day long. Obviously, there are already 2 of them in his family, and adding her is not enough to satisfy Lin Ming's big appetite. Shui Qinghan could not help reminding Lin Ming kindly. The provincial awakened members of the Lan family will not give away directly like this. Give it, and give it to the future home class A11. For this death match, it is estimated that there will be no service from their provincial talent awakeners, but don't worry. As long as you participate in enough death fights held by the Lan family, sooner or later you will lure their families epic out. Shui Qinghan had long expected that Lin Ming would never stop in this life. There will definitely be more death fights involved, a Xiao Cheng, it's not the end of him yet. Lin Ming admired Shui Qinghan's wisdom. When Xiao Cheng's matter is over, Lin Ming is ready to take action against the previous generation of the Xiao family. In the middle of the night, Lin Ming got on the plane and set foot on the road to the Lanjia territory with the awakened ones. The death match venue prepared by the Lan family this time is a rather huge clubhouse. Inside the guild hall is an open space at least as large as several courts, which is specially used for the awakened lords to fight. Surrounded by several towering hotels. Standing on the top floor of the hotel, you can have a panoramic view of the battlefield below, which is specially used to watch the battle. Judging from this proficient arrangement alone, it is not the first time that the Lan family has prepared this kind of death match. Lin Ming was standing on the top floor of one of the hotels, looking down silently. This trip, he was somewhat disappointed. Because the Lan family sent him to lead the way, the two people who were familiar with the venue were Lan Yueling and Lan Ruo. But is it these two that Lin Ming wants? He needs other awakened members of the Lan family who have not been contracted by him. It's a pity that the Lan family loved the world and didn't assign him more contractors. On the other hand, from the awakened members of the Lan family who accompanied the senior members of other families, they saw two rare ones. Lin Ming was so envious. If it wasn't for Shui Qinghan who pulled him, he would have kicked the high-level officials of the aristocratic families aside, chatting with the sisters of the Lan family about life and the ideals of the awakened. Because at that time, all eyes were on those who were awakened from the Lan family. I didn't pay much attention to those senior members of the aristocratic family. He only knows those people, who are now living on the top floor of this hotel just like him. For example, at this moment, Lin Ming saw a head protruding from the window of the penthouse suite next door. A woman with a beautiful appearance, but her skin is brown, and her appearance has a hint of wildness. The few girls he has seen have different styles. The woman apparently also saw him who was also blowing the wind. Startled, the other party looked at Lin Ming for a moment, surprised that he was handsome and young. She couldn't help but winked at him and blew him a kiss. Lin Ming was surprised, it was the first time he saw such a hot-tempered person. Just as he was considering whether to go out and kill her alone, a pair of arms around his neck wrapped around his neck. Don't pay attention to those dubious women. Xiao Hongyu pulled Lin Ming back and closed the window. Only then did Lin Ming remember that he made an appointment to accompany Xiao Hongyu tonight. He didn't care about the strange woman anymore, and went back to the room with Xiao Hongyu. But when the woman saw him disappearing from her field of vision, once the window of the hotel was closed, the inside could not be seen from the outside, she immediately yelled, feeling a little regretful. The next day, Lin Ming and Xiao Hongyu went out. On the way, Lin Ming asked her by the way. How is your body recovering? Is there no problem in today's death fight? When Lin Ming said this, Xiao Hongyu couldn't help showing a hint of helplessness. What do you think? Didn't give me time to rest. Then you came to see me yesterday. That's because I feel that the root cause of this fight to the death lies with me, and I want to make it up to you. Hearing what Xiao Hongyu said, Lin Ming couldn't help feeling helpless. You are like this, if Xiao Cheng finds out, I don't think there is any need to fight to the death, he will be so angry to death. Xiao Hongyu smiled. It's because he is always blindly wishful thinking. When my parents passed away, I was already in trouble. He also provoked a lot of people because of me. The people who did it didn't dare to ask him to come to me. At that time, I had a headache and really wanted to die. Later, I simply left Xiao's house and disappeared, and I suddenly felt a lot easier. Lin Ming also comforted her. This death match is over, and you'll be a little easier. Soon, Lin Ming joined Shui Qinghan and the others. With his awakened people, Lin Ming came to the vast death fight field below. On the opposite side, Xiao Cheng had been standing there waiting for him for a long time. As the initiator of the death match, Xiao Cheng has been looking forward to the opening of this death match countless times. Because he had no hole cards before, Xiao Cheng was more anxious than anyone else when he finally found the hope of solving Lin Ming. Early in the morning, I brought the awakened ones here. Shui Qinghan's grievances, Xiao Hongyu's grievances, and the pitiful awakener, he will avenge these vengeances together today. Death fight begins. The two entered the venue, and the reminder of the invitation came as promised. At the same time, Xiao Hongyu passed Lin Ming, passed in front of him, and floated to the center of the battlefield. She told Lin Ming, "This battle, I will come." Seeing this scene, Xiao Cheng almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. With red eyes, he looked at the figure in the middle of the death match field, which appeared opposite him. He couldn't help but speak. "Clan sister, do you really want to be like this?" Xiao Hongyu on the opposite side looked calm, nodded, and replied, "This battle is the beginning of my farewell to the past. From now on, I have nothing to do with you and the Xiao family." Chapter 66. Xiao Cheng looked across. He still didn't want to believe the fact that Xiao Hongyu was willing to take the initiative to fight against Lin Ming for the sake of Lin Ming. But now that things have happened, Xiao Cheng said, "I see, clan sister. But, as long as I win, you will come back." After Xiao Hongyu heard it, she really wanted to reply, "If you win, I will find a way to bring Lin Ming run with me." But on second thought, Xiao Cheng couldn't possibly win. How could he win against Lin Ming? Xiao Hongyu ignored him. Lin Ming couldn't help but smile when he heard it, and said to Xiao Cheng, "Very good, very ambitious. Gg, I don't bully you either. When Chen Long and I fought to the death, I only sent one awakened person on the field. It's the same with you this time." With hearty laughter, the senior executives of the family on the top floor of the hotel heard 350. The brown-skinned woman who once had a relationship with Lin Ming looked at Lin Ming with an unexpected expression. "It turns out that he is Lin Ming." Then her face showed satisfaction again. "It looks like the first person in the future family, at least arrogant enough." In the arena, Xiao Cheng's expression was a little unnatural. In the past, he was the one who was arrogant about others, but today he suddenly changed roles, and he was a little uncomfortable. But in terms of everything that the person opposite has, today is indeed not his fate. Xiao Cheng endured it, just sneered, and said clearly, "Do you really think that you can beat me by just one awakened person? I know that you are highly talented, and now you are Zaya Lord. In terms of war, it is impossible for me to win you. It's only better than an awakened person, and I also have a super talented awakened person in my hand." Xiao Cheng called Feng Yin, and let the woman enter the stage. The moment Feng Yin fluttered into the arena, an aura gradually exuded from his body. Extreme position. Lin Ming was taken aback, thinking how powerful it was. When Xiao Cheng said it, Lin Ming couldn't see what word was written on the sleeved arm of the other party. But hearing what Xiao Cheng meant, he thought he was also an awakened person of Zay level. The result is only extreme bit. Xiao Cheng ignored his contempt and explained to him. "You also know that Feng Yin is an awakened talent at the provincial level, Shui King Han, the awakened person who once followed you. Although she is not from a family, she is indeed a provincial level talent awakener who is rare among ordinary people in 100 years. 1. Such a provincial talent awakener, I will never waste her talent. There have been countless provincial-level talent awakeners who failed to acquire status skills because they didn't awaken the right type of troops, wasting their talents in vain and regretted their lives. But I took a rare unit-biased test card from the Lord's family from the Xiao family, and awakened her the most suitable talent for her. Use status skills, Feng Yin." The moment Xiao Cheng gave the order, Feng Yin's aura suddenly rose, and her whole body was surrounded by melody. In an instant, as Xiao Cheng said before, Feng Yin's strength has indeed been raised to the Zay position. Moreover, the silk sounds floating around her made people feel like they wanted to sleep. Su Jing next to her shook her head, using energy to dispel the drowsiness, and said to herself suspiciously, "What kind of army is she?" Lin Ming stood beside her and replied, "It's a nightmare." Lin Ming has seen Feng Yin's message. Feng Yin. Talent, Epic. Army preference, Psychic spells. Arms, Nightmare. Rank, Lower Bronze. Epic state, Unconscious voice state. After entering the epic state, sound filaments will be emitted unconsciously around the body. Passive sound filaments can transmit spiritual attacks, and at the same time can greatly strengthen the strength of spiritual magic. Ranking: Extreme. How should I put it? The strength is not strong, but the talent makes people greedy. On Xiao Hongyu's side, after seeing Feng Yin's aura, she frowned disdainfully. If you only have this strength, then don't blame me for not holding back. In the next second, Xiao Hongyu showed an extremely strong ice aura. Just the aura field shattered the sound filaments formed by Feng Yin's talents. Feng Yin was shocked and accidentally fell into the air. Because she felt that her strength, which had been raised due to entering the state skill, was empty again. She couldn't control it well, and directly smashed to the ground. Xiao Cheng obviously also saw this scene, and his face was full of disbelief. Xiao Hongyu, relying on the radiance of an aura, broke Feng Yin's epic state. Your awakener is stronger than Zaybit. Xiao Cheng screamed strangely. How could he not see that Xiao Hongyu could use such a fairy method? It must be because of her strength that she had already crushed Feng Yin. He crashes right away. This shouldn't be. How could you have a way to advance to the positive rank within a month? I've never heard of such talent as you. The word positive not only spread to the ears of the awakened people behind Xiao Cheng, it made them look fearful. It even reached the ears of those high-level family members, and the audience was in an uproar. But after Xiao Cheng collapsed, he yelled out even more frantically. But even if it's positive rank, you don't want to beat me easily. Feng Yin, use this for me. Xiao Cheng threw a necklace at Feng Yin. The moment this necklace came out, Feng Yin hadn't had time to use it yet. The senior executives of the Xiao family on the top floor of the hotel suddenly became panicked. Xiao Cheng, he's crazy. How dare you steal the township treasure of my Xiao family? That's the only rare treasure in my Xiao family. Lin Ming in the battlefield also saw the attributes of the necklace clearly. Kai Bao, Fairy Queen's Blessing Necklace. Only used by the magic department, within half an hour after using it, the rank will be increased by 1 rank. Only available for units below gold. Can only be used once a year, or use gold to recharge with 5.4 wonders. Odd treasure. Lin Ming almost laughed out loud when he saw this rare necklace. He took back what he said before that Xiao Cheng would be so irresponsible to find trouble. Xiao Cheng, he really is Lin Ming's boy Guan Cai. Although I don't know where Xiao Cheng obtained such an extremely rare item as a rare treasure, it presumably came from his family. But none of that matters. After the death match, the winner is entitled to deal with the loser. In other words, this necklace is now his Lin Ming's. Xiao Cheng still doesn't know what Lin Ming thinks, but for this battle, he really prepared everything that should be prepared. He also bet everything on him. If he wins, everything Lin Ming owns will become his. If he loses, he will be doomed forever, and the family will no longer tolerate him. Chapter 67. Feng Yin got the necklace, immediately used it and absorbed its power. Soon, her aura rose. At this moment, her normal strength reached the height of an awakened person. Then it stops abruptly. The blessing necklace can only forcibly provide the level of magic power, no matter how much Feng Yin's body can bear it. This is also the reason why Lin Ming's synthesis also requires a flesh essence. Feng Yin became the temporary Zai position, and then used her state skills to enter the state of unconscious voice. This is the second time she has used status skills today. After struggling for several days, she was weak for several days, and she also listened to Xiao Cheng, and she had to take Lin Ming down today. It can also be regarded as her own proof of the choice of leaving Shueqing Han. At this time, Feng Yin's level of strength has reached the height of conquering ranks. Seeing her current strength, Xiao Hongyu also felt difficult. Under her normal state, she would definitely be able to defeat Feng Yin, who was full of piles, but this was too time-consuming and did not conform to Lin Ming's previous arrogance. Xiao Hongyu felt that she had to be responsible for her lord's 17 words, and she couldn't slap him in the face. So, in the next second, Xiao Hongyu also used the epic state skill. The moment when the faint red moon rose from behind her, there was a layer of ice on the ground of the battlefield under Xiao Hongyu's feet. Jian character, the solidified aura of the silver steppe. In such a huge open-air battlefield, the temperature began to drop crazily. At the same time, Xiao Cheng also saw Xiao Hongyu's strength rising. Status, skills. This time, Xiao Cheng was in a daze, not surprised, but said softly. Clan sister, you are indeed a provincial talent awakener. Xiao Cheng was in a complicated mood. The birth of this scene made him not know what expression to show on his face. Clan sister finally proved herself. But the elder sister of the clan stepped on him, Xiao Cheng, and proved herself. While Xiao Cheng was in a complicated mood, Xiao Hongyu broke Feng Yun's status skill again with her skyrocketing strength while using the status skill, and drove her into a ruin made of ice. Feng Yun is no longer able to quit the state skill this time. Using status skills twice, she starts to enter a weak state. In this state, it is hard to say whether her strength is 10% or not. At least several days of cultivation will be required before she can slowly recover her fighting power. And Xiao Hongyu walked towards Xiao Cheng in mid-air, and slowly raised her hand towards him, with cold ice forming on her hand. Xiao Cheng looked at his sister, who seemed to be a king in the world. Suddenly he laughed in a low voice. Seeing the critical moment when Xiao Hongyu was about to take his life, Xiao Cheng looked at Lin Ming instead, with a calmer expression than before. Lin Ming, do you think you have won now? Lin Ming also looked at Xiao Cheng, quite strangely. Otherwise, do you think you will win? Xiao Cheng didn't speak, but laughed loudly, and suddenly shouted into the air. Xiao King I. Don't come out to protect me yet. Don't let my thoughts go to waste. Xiao Cheng turned over his last hole card. It is also the strongest hole card in his hand. Compared with this hole card, the front is all pediatrics. A woman appeared in the sky. The awakened ones are older than Lin Ming, at least 25 years old, with a mature body and a cold look, similar to Xue Qinghan but more majestic than Xue Qinghan. She stood in the sky without saying a word, but it made the senior executives of the aristocratic family on the top floor of the hotel feel a pressure in their hearts. The Xiao family. Protector, Xiao King II. How did this woman appear here? People other than those who are not awakened under the Lord can't enter and leave the duel arena. Could it be that Xiao Cheng has become the next patriarch of the Xiao family and made a contract with her? It is impossible for the Xiao family to choose the next patriarch so early. At least they have to observe the other party's growth into the second generation. In other words, this Xiao Cheng used the guard coupon. Although the senior members of the aristocratic family were not in the same room, they all showed shock on their expressions. To be able to meet the protector of the Xiao family here. Lin Ming is going to die? Although he is young, he still has positive rank awakened, but Xiao King II is a terrifying woman. Is the Xiao family going to start a war with the Lin family? The younger generation is fighting, dare to let the guardians in. It's over, their feud is over, this Lin Ming is a positive rank. If he dies here, the Lin family will definitely fight to the death with the Xiao family. The aristocratic family felt the battle and suddenly became excited. Only the senior member of the Xiao family who came with Xiao Cheng had a pale face. It was only then that he found out that this Xiao Cheng not only stole the treasure of the clan, but also invited the protectors here. The Xiao family is going to be in big trouble this time. Below, Xiao Hongyu was a little startled when she saw the proud woman flying higher than her. She used to be from the Xiao family, and she knew all about Xiao King I's strength and legendary experience. Even so, knowing that she might not be able to beat the opponent, Xiao Hongyu still fought hard for Lin Ming. The huge hurricane carried a large number of ice thorns and swept towards Xiao King which was almost her full strength. But facing her full blow, Xiao King Ai looked indifferent, and didn't even move. The hurricane dissipated in front of her. Her 173 control of energy has been counted to the extreme. Seeing that Xiao Hongyu suffered a loss and the protector of the Xiao family showed up, Shui Qinghan immediately went up to help. But was stopped by Lin Ming. He has seen it, the woman above is in the silver position. It's just the norm, if you use your skills, it's gold. It's useless even if Shui Qinghan is gone. Shui Qinghan bit her lip, she actually wanted to help Lin Ming, even if she was facing the protector of the Xiao family. Relax, that woman will be dealt with naturally. Lin Ming smiled, his calm expression relieved Shui Qinghan's heart. In an instant, it occurred to Xiao Chengneng that Xiao Cheng could have the protector of the Xiao family, and Lin Ming came from the Lin family. How could her lord come without any arrangement? Lin Ming also looked at Xiao Cheng at this time. Do you think you have won? His words made Xiao Cheng choke. The joy just now is gone in an instant. Lin Ming can be so calm, Xiao Cheng has to doubt that he has the experience to resist Taoists. Xiao Chenji thought, Lin Ming is so young, it is impossible to have the means to deal with the guardians, so his power can only come from the Lin family. Thinking of the Lin family, Xiao Cheng's face turned ashen suddenly. Damn it, you shouldn't have brought the Lin family's protector too. Chapter 68. Guardian? Lin Ming didn't know who the guardian of the Lin family was. I don't know if it's Uncle Lin. So Lin Ming didn't refute Xiao Cheng's words. He just waved his hand and said in the air. Uncle Lin, protect me. In an instant, a surge of energy shook the surroundings, and someone seemed to come through the space and stood in the space above Lin Ming. It also seemed to be standing there from beginning to end. Because of the energy fluctuations around it, it disappeared in an instant and lost its trace. Sensing that someone appeared, Lin Ming immediately raised his head to say hello. Forest. Uncle Lin. Just halfway through the greeting, Lin Ming realized that there was a woman above. Uncle Lin, when did you change your gender? Lin Ming complained suspiciously, making the woman who was protecting him in the air stiffen. After a while, the woman looked down at Lin Ming and told him. I'm not Uncle Lin, the woman across the way doesn't need Uncle Lin to do anything, just let me help you. Lin Ming let out an "oh" and nodded. Of course he knew that the woman who came to help him in the air was not Uncle Lin, he was just joking. Even if Uncle Lin really had a **X change, he shouldn't be so young and beautiful. The new girl in the air, after explaining to Lin Ming, turned her gaze to Xiao King Ai who was facing her again. She was about to make a move just now, but she heard Lin Ming shouting at him from below. Sister! What's your name? Is there any lord you like? Add me a V letter first, and then call, don't wait until the fight is over, just play and disappear. The woman's cheeks twitched. But thinking that the person below is the well-deserved number one among the young people of the Lin family, there is a high probability that he will be the next lord and will become her future master. She couldn't help being patient and told Lin Ming. I didn't bring my mobile phone. If you want to contact me, you can just go to Uncle Lin and ask for it. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction, and didn't bother her anymore. However, at the same time, the upper echelons of the family on the top floor of the hotel had another blow at this moment. The protector of the Lin family, Lin Yasai, she also appeared. Sure enough, it's impossible for the Lin family not to have heard the news that the Xiao family's guardians are leaving. Their guardians are also here. This is exciting. The high-level people originally gathered here, just intending to take a look at the disputes of the younger generation of lords. Unexpectedly, two guardians jumped out. Fight to rise to the top, battle between guardians. There are not many opportunities to encounter this kind of battle. The aristocratic family always likes to hide the top awakened people, for fear that everyone will see through all their details. Now, the two guardians, who are awakened with top strength, are about to fight, and everyone is holding their breath. Outside, Lin Yasai met Xiao King Ai. As the world's first class, even top-notch awakeners, they didn't strike at the slightest disagreement, but were on guard against each other. Seeing that the situation was a bit stalemate, Lin Yasai spoke first. The two of us are almost a few years apart in age, and we were considered awakened people who came out of the same period. Looking at the friendship of the same generation, let's fight with all our strength. How about we each take a breath at the end? This is also good for dealing with the next thing. If you agree, go to space to fight with me. After Lin Ya finished speaking, Xiao Qing'ai, who had been silent all this time, finally responded. When she faced Xiao Hongya before, she just defended and did not fight back. She seemed to be afraid of touching Lin Ming. It was difficult for the Lin family to explain, so she was hesitating. Now that Lin Yasai came out, she naturally couldn't help it. Xiao Qing'ai was the first to disappear in place, seemingly agreeing to Lin Yasai's outer space engagement. When Lin Yasai saw this, he quickly followed. The two disappeared from everyone's sight and went to fight at a height where they could not see. Lin Ming and the senior members of the aristocratic family felt a little regretful that they could not see this battle. You can only see the changing color of the sky, half red like fire, half dark like abyss. After everyone waited for a while with anticipation, it seemed that the battle had been fierce and there was no news. Lin Ming simply sat down from the field. He didn't know what was going on above and when it would end. Instead of waiting, it's better to do something interesting. So, he waved Xiao Hongya back. Stop standing there, are you tired? Come and sit down. Lin Ming patted his leg. Xiao Hongya was startled, her face flushed. After she sat down, Lin Ming stroked her long hair and said to him. Thank you for your hard work, this battle requires you to use the epic state, and in the end, you will face an aristocratic guardian. Xiao Hongya smiled. Isn't there a fight? After speaking, he rested his head on his chest and rested in peace. On the opposite side, Xiao Cheng looked at them, so angry that he bit his lip. But he couldn't do it. At this moment, even though Xiao Qing'ai and Lin Yasai had left, they were still under the surveillance of those two guys. Once you make a move, it will attract a thunderous blow from above. It's hard to say whether there will be life or not at that time, so we can only talk about it after the two of them finish. So Xiao Cheng was tortured for more than half an hour. Until 40 minutes later, with a boom, the two fell from the sky to the ground. After the energy mist dissipated, Lin Ming could clearly see the current situation of the two guardians. They were all panting violently, covered in blood, and trembling a little when they stood on the ground. Really fight with all your strength, leaving only one breath. It's just that the breath of these two people is also an existence that can kill Bian. After their battle ended, Lin Yasai walked towards Lin Ming. I can only help you here, we can't lose our lives here. Xiao Qing'ai's side won't attack you anymore, but she wants to take Xiao Cheng away, and I can't stop her. We have fought here, and we have even used the secondary state skills. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid, De Zhao, will either be me or she will stay here. It's not worth it. The implication is that Lin Ye's words are telling Lin Ming that this fight to the death may end in a draw. Xiao Qing'ai also thought so, and was already persuading Xiao Cheng to confirm the draw. In a death match, as long as two people confirm the draw reminder at the same time, both of them can exit safely, but very few people do this. Lin Ming laughed when he heard Lin Yasai's proposal, and asked. What if I go ahead and finish them off? Lin Yasai was a little surprised when she heard Lin Ming say this. Of course it's okay. If the Xiao family gets angry, the Lin family will help you. But do you know? That woman Xiao Qing'ai, even if she is only left with one breath now, at least she still has the strength of the middle silver. Lin Ming didn't answer, at this moment he has turned his head decisively. Opened his mouth and ordered. Shui King Han, ready to enter the legendary posture. Chapter 69. It is impossible for Lin Ming to let Xiao Cheng go. Because he knew that if Xiao Cheng left this time, he would definitely make trouble for him next time. It has to be done once and for all. Moreover, the reason why Lin Ming let Shui Qinghan enter the legendary stance was to use all his strength to fight the Taoist of the Xiao family. It's because he wants the protector of the Xiao family. It's too late, but it's fast. As soon as Lin Ming issued the order, Shui Qinghan exuded a substantive air of arrogance, and almost subconsciously carried out his words. In an instant, the ice blue color went straight to the top of the clouds. The sky has become a little blue. Although they didn't dye the sky directly like Lin Yasai and Xiao Qing'ai before, they still chased after them. Feeling this breath, Lin Yasai beside her, eyes widened. Xiao Qing'ai was trying to persuade Xiao Cheng to give up this fight to the death. She can't help him solve Lin Ming this time, so it's better to stop here. If it continues, she can no longer fight with Lin Yasai, the risk is too great. It's not guaranteed, the Xiao family will not have a next head protector in the past few decades. Xiao Cheng gritted his teeth and was about to nod. Xiao Qing'ai suddenly turned her head, and at this moment, she sensed a life-threatening aura. But it was still too late. In her current state, her reaction was very slow. 823 When she turned around, she was already pushed into the sky by a soaring icicle. Shui Qinghan drove the icicle and rushed into the sky with her. She seems to have learned from those two badly, and she likes to fly higher and higher when fighting. Immediately afterwards, the ice picks all over the sky rushed straight at Xiao Qing'ai, and gave her a bath. In the end, a shattering ice fist slammed into Xiao Qing'ai's body. At the moment of the collision, the fist shattered, and Xiao Qing'ai fell towards the ground like a streamer. Shui Qinghan has been in her normal state, and it is said that her posture and combat power have been raised by 2 levels. Her current strength is really the top of Bian. Those 3 attacks just now were all blows with her full strength. She knew Xiao Qing'ai's horror and couldn't give her a chance, so Shui Qinghan tried her best. And Xiao Qing'ai was directly stunned by these 3 blows. Who am I, where am I, and why is there a combat history comparable to her normal? In Lin Yasai's current state, she couldn't make such an attack at all. A thought floated through her mind, and by the time she realized it, she had already landed on the ground. A big hole was smashed out. She spit out a big mouthful of blood. Listening to the crackling sound coming from her body, there was only a cold feeling left in her mind. It's over. Before losing consciousness, Xiao Qing'ai only saw a man standing beside her, looking at her with meaningful eyes. At that moment, many thoughts welled up in Xiao Qing'ai's heart. She is now in a one-day guard contract relationship with Xiao Cheng, and she will be his awakener until tomorrow. If Xiao Cheng loses, Lin Ming can deal with everything about Xiao Cheng. He can also deal with her, Xiao Qing'ai. In the worst case, Lin Ming uses the slave contract on her. The contract between her and Xiao Cheng was only for 24 hours, but the slave contract was printed, but there was no inheritance of 24 hours. This thing is only permanent, and one seal is permanent. Xiao Qing'ai thought of all these. But she had no solution, because immediately after that, her brain went blank and she lost consciousness. Activated the state skills twice in a row, and then attacked with all his strength from King Hanbian's top position. She fainted, of course. At this moment, the senior executives of the aristocratic families on the top floor of the hotel looked confused. By a silver awakener? How could he have a silver awakener? No matter how bad Xiao Qing'ai's condition is, she must have the strength of the middle rank of silver, right? That person's awakener can knock her out 3 times. What kind of awakener is this? Silver upper rank? This Lin Ming, what kind of talent can he rise like this? Congratulations on your victory in the death match. You have obtained the right to dispose of everything related to Lord Xiao Cheng. Next, the verdict of Wanja continent rang in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming made all the awakened people in Xiao Cheng lose their ability to resist. Just now he slapped Xiao Cheng into the ground with another slap. successfully obtained the victory judgment. Chu Jojo. Rise. Next, it's harvest time. The coolest thing about the deathmatch invitation letter is that it can be used on the awakened ones of the defeated ones on the enslavement contracts that could only be used on monsters in the 10,000 Realms continent. Lin Ming directly threw a contract at Xiao King Ai. Whether she agrees or not, the overbearing slavery contract directly replaces the 24-hour guard contract on her body. Don't be someone else's 24-hour awakener, just come and be a permanent one for him. The moment the contract was drafted, he and Xiao King Ai shone with the light of a successful contract. This time, the high-level eyes of those aristocratic families were all stared at. He wants to enslave Xiao King Ai. Crazy, really crazy, how dare he attack the Xiao family protector, that is one of the top awakened members of the Xiao family. It's over, really enslaved. What the hell is the Xiao family doing? A woman with Xiao King Ai's strength and talent, if they don't want it, they can give it to me, but she was contracted away by a young man for nothing. Even though the senior members of the aristocratic family admired Lin Ming's talent before, now that he forcibly gave Xiao King Ai to the contract and left, they were heartbroken. That is the protector of the Xiao family. There is only one lordless top awakener in the entire Xiao family. They were all scolding the Xiao family for what they were eating, they could even lose the guardians. But I don't know, Xiao Cheng and Xiao King Ai didn't consider that it would develop like this beforehand. Even if the Xiao family knew in advance that Xiao King Ai would come, they would not have guessed the result. How did they know that the guardians of the Lin family were also here? Come and come, Xiao King Ai won't lose, taking Xiao Cheng to secure a draw, and retreating safely is still very stable. But who would have thought that Lin Ming, who has been the lord for less than a month, already has the power to threaten Xiao King Ai? It was because they never considered this point. Xiao Cheng and Xiao King Ai lost everything. Lost directly to Lin Ming, a family protector. Right now, Lin Ming squatted down and looked at Xiao King Ai who was lying unconscious on the ground. The mouth is crooked. He himself did not expect that such a big gift would be reaped in the end of this fight to the death. From today onwards, the protector of the Xiao family will become Lin Ming's awakened one. For such a strong awakener, Lin Ming couldn't put it down for a while. He even couldn't help thinking in his heart, Shui Qinghan shouldn't be so ruthless, she won't break it, right? These are the awakened ones of their own family. Chapter 70. Xiao King Ai. Talent, Epic. Soldier type, Fallen Spirit. Rank, Silver upper rank. Epic state, Ripple strike state. After entering the epic state, the physical fitness has been greatly improved, every attack will print ripples, and the ripples will cause a shock effect. Each layer of ripples has a part of the strength of the original attack damage, and the strength gradually decays outward with the number of ripples. Ranking, Rang. This is Xiao King Ai's message. Not to mention the strength, Lin Ming has heard of the fallen spirit in school, and it seems to be the lower rank of the fallen angel, corresponding to Xin Ling, the lower rank of the angel. It's a relatively well-known weapon. Lin Ming nodded secretly. No matter how you look at it, Lin Ming is very satisfied with Xiao King Ai now. I just don't know if she will be satisfied with herself. But it doesn't matter, let's not look at what contract Lin Ming signed her. You really gave Xiao King Ai to the contract. Lin Yasai was still standing there. Everything that happened just now made her a little unbelievable. She stared blankly at Xiao King Ai who was unconscious on the ground. Unexpectedly, this old opponent, in the blink of an eye, contracted the lord earlier than himself. The members of the Lin family made a contract with the protectors of the Xiao family. When the news got out, other aristocratic families laughed their teeth out, and the Xiao family was so angry that they gritted their own teeth. Lin Ming looked at Lin Yasai, smiled and asked her. Are you jealous? As a member of the Lin family, I did not contract with the protectors of the Lin family, but contracted with the protectors of the Xiao family. Are you unhappy? After hearing Lin Yasai's words, she smiled wryly. Where, you have the ability to get the Xiao family's guardian contract, increase your strength, and the strength of our Lin family, I am too happy. But the problem is that the Xiao family is probably going to start a war with us directly. There are too many things involved for a guardian. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Is it troublesome? It's not bad. Lin Yasai shook her head and told him. The battle at the top of the aristocratic family is like Xiao King Ai and I just now. We will not fight to the death. Everyone will stay on the line. Otherwise, we will lose far more than just one guardian. After all, our Lin family is no weaker than the Xiao family. In the end, it turned into fighting and squabbling, ceding some compensation to each other. It was okay to hear Lin Ye's words, and Lin Ming immediately felt no psychological pressure. Accept Xiao King Ai's biggest reward. Lin Ming turned around and got Xiao Cheng's rare treasure. It was Xue Qinghan who picked it up for him, and when it was handed to him, Xue Qinghan told him that this thing is the treasure of the Xiao family. Lin Ming feels average, mainly because he can only use it once a year, and this year's number has already been used up by Xiao Cheng. The strange item for charging is far from the level he can get now. In short, Lin Ming put it away first, and it will definitely be used in the future. Then, Lin Ming went to help Xiao Cheng lose his talent as a lord, and handed him and his awakened people over to Xue Qinghan and the others who had grudges. However, when he turned his head, Lin Ming almost bumped into someone. After taking a closer look, I found that the person who walked up to him was Feng Yin, another awakened person under Xiao Cheng. Feng Yin lowered her head and her body was still trembling. She used the epic state skill twice, and the period of weakness was terrible for her. But she still braced herself and walked in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't know what she wanted to do. As a result, snap! Feng Yin lay down on the ground in front of Lin Ming, crying and said to him. Please don't treat me like you treated Xiao Cheng. I want to be your awakener. I can do anything for you. I am willing to dedicate everything to you. I beg you to make a contract with me. Feng Yin still has some brains, knowing that Lin Ming will not let a person with strength go back unless he is contracted by Lin Ming. And Lin Ming, looking at Feng Yin with his head on the ground, really didn't know what to say. How should I put it? He feels that Feng Yin is a girl. Snobbery? Actually, it's not that exaggerated. When she followed Xiao Cheng before, she didn't do anything with her talent or ask for more resources. He didn't even express his yearning for other lords, especially Lin Ming, who was better and obviously a better choice. She would still do what she should do, and help Xiao Cheng fight, and she did her best. It's just that when she encounters key choices, she will prefer better ones. In the current situation, she will desperately try to survive. Lin Ming can't say that she has done anything wrong. Lin Ming couldn't help hesitating for a moment. As if aware of Lin Ming's hesitation, Feng Yin tightly held the hand on the ground, and she told Lin Ming. I didn't mean to betray Xue Qinghan. I was born in a poor family, not a commoner, but a poor family. Everything from childhood is not a good memory. Until I later became an awakened person, a highly talented awakened person, everything changed drastically. I couldn't lose it all, and I was afraid of losing it all, so I desperately climbed up. At that time, Xue Qinghan would only become an obstacle for me, so I gave up on her. If I hurt her, I can apologize to her and you, and I can do whatever you want, but I don't want to become like Xiao Cheng and the others. Hearing this, Lin Ming turned to look at Xue Qinghan next to him. Xue Qinghan happened to be here. After she heard it, she tilted her head, thought about it and said. It doesn't seem to be hurting me. I asked her for help and she just ignored me. At that time, no one could help me except you. After Xue Qinghan finished speaking, Feng Yin also seized this opportunity and said. I will not betray you. As long as you make a contract with me, I will not do anything to sorry you. When I was with Xiao Cheng, I was always fine, and I never did anything excessive. You made a contract with me and gave me this opportunity. I will definitely work 10,000 times harder than with Xiao Cheng. After all, you are at least 10,000 times stronger than Deshan. Feng Yin had already started talking nonsense. In order to please him, he really said anything. Lin Ming turned to Shui Han. Do you think it's possible to make a contract? After all, she has had a bit of grievance with you, so I won't make this decision. Shui Han nodded. I think I can make a contract with her. After all, her talent is there. Shui Han only had talent in her eyes, and no personal grievances. She only thought about what to say to Lin Ming. Chapter 71. Since you said so, then I will also contract Feng Yin. Lin Ming didn't object to the contract with Feng Yin either. This guy hasn't done anything too extreme, his nature is okay. Moreover, when he contracted Xiao Qing'ai just now, he seemed to be inflated, thinking that he would be invincible with a guardian. But if you think about it carefully, there are actually very few epic awakeners under him, too. With Taoist protector Xiao Qing'ai, the total number of epics is only 3. Thinking about it this way, the current Feng Yin looks much more palatable. Shui Han was right, after all, epic talent. Lin Ming still chose to make a contract with Feng Yin, bringing the number of his epic awakeners to 4. Thanks, thanks. Hearing that Lin Ming was willing to keep her, Feng Yin kept thanking Lin Ming while wiping 897 her snot. Lin Ming glanced at her unseemly appearance, shook his head and said to her. Get up, from today onwards, you are my awakened person, do things for me well, and I will observe you. I will. Lin Ming told Feng Yin, and when she heard her murmured agreement, she put her on hold temporarily and asked her to ask her awakened ones about his affairs. Lin Ming, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Cheng's property in the 10,000 Realms continent. This guy is still a level 1 map master. It's a pity that Lin Ming already has a first level map controlled by him, and Xiao Cheng's one can't be earned by him. But after being robbed, Lin Ming couldn't get it, and the control directly changed back to a state of no owner. Lin Ming was extremely disappointed by the scattered oddities, not even a top-quality bronze oddity. Forget it, if you can get Xiao Qing'ai, everything else will be a gimmick. Thinking so, Lin Ming prepared to pack up his things and leave the battlefield. At this time, Lin Yasai walked over from behind him. Lin Ming couldn't help asking. Where did you go just now? Why did you suddenly disappear for a while? There is a senior member of the Xiao family who wants to trouble you, probably someone who came with Xiao Cheng, I will help you solve it. Aren't you injured? Not such a powerful person. Lin Yasai said it to him, and after Lin Ming heard it, he judged that he should be able to solve it himself. At this time, Lin Yasai said to Lin Ming again. I gotta go. The trouble you caused, I want to report back to the family, so that the higher UPS can make preparations. Lin Ming listened and couldn't help laughing. Understood. Before you left, did you specifically tell me that you regarded me as your future lord? Lin Yasai was taken aback. She didn't think about it. Ordinarily, a guardian like her should not get too close to young people. There was no young man worthy of her approach either. But after thinking about it, Lin Ming is different. With his strength, at his age, he has cultivated an awakened person who is a threat to his rank. What's more, the other party has now contracted the protector of the Xiao family. She is at least at the same level as the protector of the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Yasai gave Lin Ming a friendly smile for the first time, and told him. If my predictions are correct, you may really be my future lord. Hey? So frank. What I say is the truth. Lin Yasai smiled, expressing that she recognized him. Lin Ming's talent is beyond reproach, and now that he has the strength, it is absolutely impossible for anyone in the Lin family to take away his position as the next patriarch. Lin Ming couldn't help asking her. Then you see, you also think that I will be the next patriarch and your future lord, so why not make an appointment with me now? After hearing Lin Yasai's words, she was quite helpless. This really doesn't work. The aristocratic family's determination of the next patriarch is not so hasty. There will be an observation period, a trial period, and other procedures. Later, there will be meetings, ancestor worship, etc., and finally the contract protector. The family will not allow me to make a contract with you in advance. Lin Ming shrugged. Okay then. 17. If you can't make a contract with Lin Yasai, there's nothing you can do about it. But when he contracted with Xiao King Ai, the two are similar. In the end, he couldn't help but said to Lin Ya, who was about to leave. Then I hope we will meet again next time. I am already the appointed next patriarch, I can make a contract with you. Good. Lin Yasai smiled slightly, and then turned to him. Then you have to be careful, before you are appointed as the next patriarch, don't let anything happen to you. Just finished speaking, Lin Yasai couldn't help but shook her head again. No, you now have Xiao King Ai as your awakener, and she will protect you. With her, an awakened patriarch protector, you won't be so prone to accidents. After Lin Ya finished speaking, she bid farewell to Lin Ming. Lin Ming also asked Xiao King Ai to be carried on his back, and the group left the battlefield. Lin Ming returned to the hotel, originally planning to pack up and leave directly. He robbed the protector of the Xiao family, worried that the liars of the Xiao family would come to trouble him. Now, the protector of the Xiao family has not yet awakened. Shui Qinghan also used a status skill once. Lin Yasai also bid farewell to herself. Lin Ming's hands are at a time when the combat power is not sufficient, and it is not suitable for fighting with people who are too bloody. But as soon as he returned to the hotel suite, Lin Ming saw Uncle Lin sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Seeing him come back, Uncle Lin only gave him a thumbs up, as if he had seen all his performance just now. I also know that he robbed the Taoist of the Xiao family. Uncle Lin put everything he wanted to say on his thumb. Then he left Lin Ming's suite without looking back. It seems that only 4.7 came to tell Lin Ming that he is always here, so there is no need to worry about the Xiao family coming. Lin Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. With Uncle Lin around, it's safe, there's no need to rush back. Then carefully let the Queen Spider put Xiao King Ai on the bed, for fear of breaking the precious Xiao King Ai. After that, Lin Ming and his awakened people helped to check Xiao King Ai's injuries. It was found that she was seriously injured, and her internal organs, flesh and blood were all destroyed. But for Xiao King Ai, who is in the top position in Bian, her body has been recovering on her own, and she will almost wake up tomorrow. The problem is actually not that big of a deal. Knowing this, Lin Ming let her have a good rest alone, and let the others go back to her room, so as not to disturb Xiao King Ai's rest and recovery. Chapter 72. In the evening, Lin Ming went to find Xiao Hongyu. Because Xiao Hongyu completely cut off the relationship with Xiao's family, Lin Ming was worried about her condition, so he went to see her. As a result, Xiao Hongyu said to him, "It's pretty cool." "I don't mean last night, I mean." "Who told you that?" Xiao Hongyu gave him a gentle look before explaining. "I mean, I'm actually very happy to get rid of the Xiao family. I have been working hard to get my parents' names back to the Xiao family, but now I feel that it is unnecessary. Since the Xiao family has cut off our family's status, it's better for me to break up with them as soon as possible. There is no need to keep trying to get my parents' names back. I will become more famous than the Xiao family, and make my parents' names more honorable than returning to the Xiao family. All of this is up to you, my lord." Xiao Hongye blinked at Lin Ming. She knew that if she wanted to complete this achievement, she would inevitably need Lin Ming to help her advance. After hearing this, Lin Ming patted her shoulder meaningfully. "Don't worry, you have worked so hard for 17 years, and I will naturally give you a reward worthy of you." He heard Xiao Hongyu spit on him. Lin Ming didn't stay with Xiao Hongyu much today. Because Shui Qinghan suddenly asked him to do something, he asked him to come to the suite where he lived. Lin Ming was a little surprised what the senior sister asked him to do. In the past, the senior sisters rarely took the initiative to find him when he was not around, because the senior sisters knew that he was busy, but they would stay with him all the time when Lin Ming was around. The most sensible person. Lin Ming opened the door and came to Shui Qinghan's place, but he didn't see Shui Qinghan's person. Where is senior? As he thought about it, he found Feng Yin sitting on Shui Qinghan's bed, not knowing what he was doing. So Lin Ming went over and asked her. Why are you here? Feng Yin replied in a somewhat vague tone. Shui Qinghan asked me to come here. Shui Qinghan asked him and Feng Yin to come here at the same time, but he didn't come. What does it mean? Lin Ming was wondering, and suddenly found that Feng Yin lowered her head in embarrassment, covering her face with her long hair, as if she was particularly shy today. Lin Ming thought for a while, and suddenly understood. He couldn't help but looked at Feng Yin and smiled, and asked her. So that's what Shui Qinghan wanted me to mean. When Feng Yin heard that he finally understood, she couldn't help shrinking her neck. At the same time, he explained to him in a low voice. Shui Qinghan said, I am a person who has a history of abandoning people, or an awakened person who was betrayed by other lords to your branch. So, if you want to get training from you in the future, you need to pay first. After Lin Ming heard it, he nodded deeply. Since the senior sister said it, then there is nothing I can do. Sister Shui was an excellent and smart person when she was studying, and I still have to listen to her advice. Mischievous. Although the last laugh was a bit revealing, but Lin Ming also tried to use the senior sister's method to tie up Feng Yin. The next day, Lin Ming's awakened breakfast party was held on the first floor of the Blue House Hotel. The awakened person who asked for leave today is Feng Yin. After a hasty breakfast, Lin Ming left. His first task today was to wait for Xiao Qing'ai to wake up. Then persuade her to face reality. He left the whole morning to Xiao Qing'ai. And Xiao Qing'ai did not disappoint him. Near noon, there was a sound from Xiao Qing'ai's bedside, and Lin Ming hurried over. Xiao Qing'ai moved her fingers, a lot of memories flooded into her mind, and Xiao Qing'ai regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she first saw a man's face. The other party said to her, just waking up in a gentle tone. You are awake, the contract is successful, you are now my awakener. Sure enough, he was, contracted. Xiao Qing'ai recalled what happened before, but she was not surprised. Rather, she would be really surprised if the other party didn't take that opportunity to make a contract with her. Xiao Qing'ai didn't speak, and quickly closed her eyes again, choosing to remain silent. Lin Ming thought she didn't want to talk to him, so he said. You don't need to deliberately ignore me, you should also know what contract we signed. I'll ask you to dance for me on the hospital bed later. It's useless for you to resist, so why don't you just take the initiative to dance for me? Lin Ming's words made Xiao Qing'ai helplessly open her eyes again. She opened her mouth slightly, and spit out a few words with a very hoarse throat. No, on purpose. I was just so tired and needed a break. For the time being, I don't want to think about anything. Xiao Qing'ai's words and reaction this time let Lin Ming know that he misunderstood her. She was just too hurt to speak. Xiao Qing'ai just woke up, but it wasn't that she was healed. So Lin Ming smiled and said, misunderstanding, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding, and told her to take a good rest. Xiao Qing'ai closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Seeing that she was still unable to communicate, Lin Ming secretly left. After Lin Ming left, Xiao Qing'ai didn't open her eyes again, as if she was really tired and was resting. Of course, there are also some reasons. After she wakes up and finds out the current situation, she might as well put it in a mess. I am a Dao protector of the Xiao family, but because of a miscalculation, I was picked up by people from other aristocratic families. What to do? The contract is over, what else can she do? It is better to sleep when you encounter difficulties. Xiao Qing'ai closed her eyes, and it took a long time. Until it was almost dusk, Xiao Qing'ai seemed to have noticed something, and 497 suddenly opened his eyes and looked aside. At the windowsill, a person came over there at some point. The person who came was Uncle Lin, but Xiao Qing'ai didn't recognize him. She just felt that this person was quite powerful. Even in his heyday, he was no match for him. Who are you? Xiao Qing'ai asked hoarsely, listening to the voice. The state recovered a little. Uncle Lin didn't care about her vigilance, and just replied a little casually. Let me see if the Dao protector of the Xiao family he contracted with is reliable and can be used by him. Hearing this, Xiao Qing'ai turned her gaze back without answering. But Uncle Lin smiled and asked her suddenly. At that time, why didn't you use the third state skill? With your ability, you won't be overwhelmed, and you can use the third state skill, even at the cost of your life. But it's better than being enslaved by people from other families, right? Why work so hard? Xiao Qing'ai murmured this answer. She stared blankly at the ceiling and murmured. In the Xiao family, I'm also the tool of the next lord, and now I have the most. But it's just a different lord as a tool. What's the difference? Why do you have to work so hard for this? Uncle Lin was silent when he heard the words. There are rumors that the former Lord Xiao Qing'ai was hunted down by the Xiao family was her best friend. Now, judging by her mental state, the rumors should be true. From that genius, he became a marionette. Chapter 73. Since they are all tools, why do you want to help Xiao Chang like this? What's wrong with him? Uncle Lin asked such a question again. I don't know if Xiao Qing'ai has accepted her fate, but she also knows everything. Xiao Chang is the most likely person to become the next patriarch of the Xiao family. I cannot refuse him, and I have to think about my future. Uncle Lin laughed when he heard that. You also know how to think about your own future. You don't completely regard yourself as a tool as you imagined. Now that I know how to think about my future, I can rest assured that you are now Lin Ming's contractor, and this is something that cannot be changed. Since this is the case, then forget about those things in the past and start again. You are a smart person, I believe you can see these clearly. Now, for you, please your Lord Lin Ming, and you will have a future. After Lin Chu finished speaking, he disappeared into the room. What should be said, he had already said for Lin Ming, so he waved his sleeves and left gracefully, hiding his merit and fame. Xiao Qing'ai was left alone in the ward, unable to sleep with her eyes open. She also understands what the other party said, but she has experienced so much in the Xiao family and paid a lot to become a guardian. Now let her abandon these things and suddenly become a contractor of a young man from the Lin family, she still feels weird in her heart. The only thing that made her happy was that the young man was a bit strong. The legendary awakener under silver. Xiao Qing'ai spoke softly and pondered. With her ability, she has already seen the details of Shui King Han. Legendary awakeners, also known as national awakeners, have not been seen in Daxia for several years, so they are called legends, which can only be seen in legends. It was also the first time Xiao Qing'ai fought against such an awakened person. Strong, for her age. I don't know how it was cultivated. In this regard, Xiao Qing'ai is actually very satisfied with Lin Ming. As the Lord, he has nothing to say, it's just that the way Xiao Qing'ai met him was a bit wrong, which made Xiao Qing'ai's heart a little complicated. At this moment, Lin Ming didn't know that Xiao Qing'ai had been thinking about him, thinking about this and that, and had been entangled all day long. When he came out from Xiao Qing'ai's place at noon, he met Lu Xingqian. The first time Lu Xingqian saw him, her gaze revealed a trace of resentment. Lin Ming wondered. Why are you looking at me like that? Where do people dare? Lu Xingcan exaggerated and showed a look of grievance. I have entrusted everything to you, my lord. Recently, I have been thinking of you all the time. How could I show disrespectful eyes? It's just that a certain lord has been with others for the past 2 days and never came to me again. I suddenly became a person no one wants, and my eyes are often sad. Please understand, my lord. Lin Ming was silent for a while, remembering that he had been with Xiao Hongya for the past 2 days, so he asked. Would you like to go on a date with me? When Lu Xingcan heard this, her eyes lit up. Where are you going? Lin Ming thought for a while before saying. Go to the 10,000 Realms continent to find the trial tower. Lu Xingcan blurted out and said to him. What a straight guy. Having said that, Lu Xingcan did not refuse, came over and hugged his arm, and said affectionately. Let's go now, I just have time. Seeing the vitality on Lu Xingcan's face, Lin Ming logged into the 10,000 Realms continent with her. Although Lu Xingcan said that she was a straight guy when she came to Wanja continent for a date, she really came and had a good time. Lin Ming also found that all the scenery here is far better than Blue Star. The natural scenery of the ice field, as well as the magical animals and plants, made Lu Xingcan pull him here and there, and gradually deviated from the search route. Lin Ming is lucky that he has the ranking buff of the trial tower, and the monsters don't attack him, which makes his date go smoothly. In the evening, Lin Ming and Lu Xingcan found a hot spring on the ice field and soaked comfortably for a while. He looked at Lu Xingcan in a daze for a while. There is one thing to say, the lineage of the woman of the aristocratic family is really impressive. Especially Lu Xingcan was the best among them, no matter in appearance or figure, it was so perfect that no flaws could be picked out. In this taste, Lin Ming can only say that he can't stop. Lu Xingcan looked back at him, seeing that he was staring at her, she couldn't help but smile. Lu Xingcan swam to his side and whispered in his ear. Lord, there seems to be no one around here, not even a monster. Hey? What do you want? I'm here to see Lord, you have been looking at me, so I plan to satisfy your thoughts. Lin Ming tilted his head. I don't know if he has this idea, but since Lu Xingcan mentioned it himself, then he can have it. Lin Ming and Lu Xingcan came out to look for the trial tower this time, and they didn't make any progress until the 3rd day. A mark appeared on the strange treasure that probed the position of the test tower. Lin Ming put Lu Xingcan in his arms and thought to himself. This is the first time I know that finding the trial tower is such a tiring thing. In the past few days of searching, my body is really getting worse day by day. Leaving the 10,000 Realms continent, Lin Ming went to call his awakened ones together. In the past few days, Lin Ming returned to Qing'an with the awakened ones, taking advantage of the spare time of looking for the trial tower. Except for Feng Yan's new injuries and old injuries, and his strength has not recovered, Xiao Qing'ai has already recovered a lot. On the way, Uncle Lin brought Lin Ming some medicines for wounds, asking him to heal Xiao Qing'ai's injuries as soon as possible, saying that the woman could help him gain resources that were unimaginable before in the 10,000 Realms continent. Wang Zhao, Lin Ming also thinks so, this time the 2nd level trial tower, it is estimated that she will have to help her pass the level alone. Get ready, log into the 10,000 Realms continent, we are going to fight the 2nd level trial tower. At this moment, Lin Ming came across to Xiao Qing'ai who was reading a book, and patted her on the shoulder. Xiao Qing'ai nodded in agreement while flipping through the book. Lin Ming thought for a while, handed over the teacup he had just drank in his hand, and said to Xiao Qing'ai, drink the water. Xiao Qing'ai didn't say anything, but took the cup, raised her head and drank the water, and finally returned the empty cup to him. In the past few days, Xiao Qing'ai has been like this. Cherish words like gold, don't take the initiative to talk to him, but follow all his orders. Probably she hasn't found a way to get along with Lin Ming and the others. Take it easy. Lin Ming is not in a hurry, as long as he has this combat power, he can use it immediately. Chapter 74 Xiao King Ai is an awakened person so big, it is no problem to help him clear the second level trial tower and the third level map. After Lin Ming led the awakened people back to the 10,000 Realms continent, Xiao King Ai and Feng Yin followed behind the group like transparent people. Seeing this scene, the happiest person is Chen Yun. She is finally not the bottom of the list. Ha ha ha, I have to let you two newcomers bear the hardships I have experienced before. Just when Chen Yun thought so, Lin Ming waved to Feng Yin. Come here, I'll give you an upgrade. Hearing this, Chen Yun Junchen. Why? When Feng Yin heard Lin Ming's words, she ran over in a hurry, for fear of making the Lord unhappy. The past few days have made Feng Yin deeply imprint the words fear and obedience into his heart. Lin Ming also felt that she had a hard time. In the past few days, people have been looking for him, Lin Ming, every day. When Lin Ming entered the room, he found that the person inside was Feng Yin. It is estimated that it is Shui Qinghan's senior sister's work again. So Lin Ming recently found the trial tower with Lu Xingqian during the day, and accompanied Dao at night. There is no time for Feng Yin to rest for a day. I don't know if the senior sister is deliberately torturing Feng Yin, or if she doesn't know much about such things. I didn't know that Feng Yin was injured on the first day, and he was in pain all the time. In short, after the past few days, the fear of 823 entering Lin Ming has been imprinted in Feng Yin's heart. She paid a lot, Lin Ming no longer made it difficult for her, and directly helped her to advance. The full level-up power surged in her body. Feng Yin only felt that she had entered the weak period of epic skills twice, and the pain from Lin Ming's wounds all disappeared at this moment. When Feng Yin opened her eyes, she only felt the powerful force zone in her body. She entered the Zai position. Feng Yin immediately clenched her small fist excitedly, and then desperately thanked Lin Ming. Thank you, Lord. Lin Ming touched her smooth long hair. Work hard, and after 2 days you get used to this power, I will give you a positive rank. When Feng Yin heard this, she became even more excited. He didn't know if he had any resentment towards Lin Ming before, but she only knew that from now on, there was no negative emotion towards Lin Ming in her heart. If she can get what she wants most, nothing else matters. After Feng Yin finished her promotion, she still couldn't calm down in her heart. Although after joining, she had heard that her lord could, bhbh, help her to upgrade, but after she really experienced it, that wonderful and unbelievable feeling remained in her heart. I don't know who the lord is who can do this step. And Xiao King Ai was also thinking. Xiao Qinbei is not wronged at all. Not only that, but the Xiao family, who had a grudge against Lin Ming, was in trouble. She can see far. Xiao King Ai felt that Lin Ming's future would not be limited to Blue Star. I may also follow him to soar into the sky. Xiao King Ai smiled wryly, feeling that she should continue to be obedient. No matter what happened before, she will definitely not regret doing so in the future. The map where the second level trial tower is located. It took some time for Lin Ming and others to rush to this trial tower. This map is called Bingling Mountain. The trial tower stands at the peak of the deepest part of the map. As in the case of the first level trial tower, Lin Ming saw the domain of the map master of Bingling Mountain around this trial tower. It's a group of bird people. Seeing Lin Ming, he brought the awakened people over, and a birdman awakened came towards him. Lin Ming frowned, realizing that the matter was not simple, and walked in front of everyone. Aiming at the birdman, Lin Ming spoke directly. Who dares to approach my territory, does not know that this trial tower and its surroundings are all mine. Take your lord and your companions and hurry up, or don't blame me for doing it. After Lin Ming finished speaking, the awakened birdman looked confused. What a preemptive strike! But soon he sneered. I don't know where you got the confidence to be so arrogant. But have you ever thought that our Lord can control this second-level tower in the 10,000 Realms continent, and how many positive level second-level map masters have been solved in the process? Lin Ming also sneered. Then have you ever thought that I can be so arrogant? How many guys like you, who don't take ordinary positive level lords seriously? Birdman snorted coldly, not listening to him at all. In the 10,000 Realms continent, the word struggle is highlighted. He knew he couldn't talk to Lin Ming, so Tian Lu went straight to it. With a long cry, the Birdman went straight into the sky, rolled up a piece of smoothie, and then he looked at Lin Ming mockingly. Let me show you something that you haven't seen before, and it will make you deserve to die. As soon as the voice fell, the Birdman's momentum suddenly exploded. The aura in his body suddenly exudes a strength that does not belong to his positive rank. Epic state. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, thinking about it. No wonder he just took a glance and found that there were only 5 positive level awakened people around. This number can only be considered ordinary among positive level lords. All of these can occupy the 2nd level trial tower, and it turns out that there is an epic in it. At this moment, the Birdman who has entered the epic state is proudly. How about it, do you know how to be afraid? I don't think you have heard of the ability to raise the strength of an awakened person by 1 level. I'll give it to you in person, so that you can learn more before you leave the 10,000 Realms continent forever. Lin Ming shook his head. I think what is your whole card? How about it, let me show you something you haven't seen before. Shueking Han. As soon as Lin Ming signaled, the senior sister immediately cooperated with his performance. In the next second, Shueking Han flew up, and his physique and aura changed directly. The surrounding land gradually froze, and the territory and companions under Birdman quickly turned into ice sculptures. At this scene, the Birdman screamed strangely. Jian is a silver awakened. Also, it can also increase strength, and it's not just 1 level. Impossible. This is only the legendary posture skill. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ming interrupted him. I don't think you have heard of the ability to increase the strength of an awakened person by 2 levels. I'll give it to you in person, so that you can learn more before you leave the 10,000 Realms continent forever. Immediately afterwards, Halal started. Before the storm, the Birdman awakened only felt his own weakness and helplessness. Before he died, he finally understood why Lin Ming was so arrogant. Chapter 75. The Bird Lords are relatively wealthy, and Lin Ming got 14 top-quality bronze oddities from them. 14 coins are enough for him to be promoted to a lower rank of Jian Wordbian. 5 bronzes can be promoted, and 10 bronzes can be promoted to silver. Lin Ming didn't say anything else, and directly slapped the reward to Xiao Honger. Still the previous routine, Lin Ming should give priority to improving the epic with a higher return rate. It is also an epic, and the promotion comes first. So Xiao Hongyu seems to be Lin Ming's favorite now. Xiao Hongyu exclaimed, but still hadn't reacted, her physical strength skyrocketed. Just like Shueking Han awakened that day, Xiao Hongyu's advancement also covered the ground under her feet with a thick layer of ice. Just when Xiao Hongyu was promoted to the lower position of Jianbian, Lin Ming's strength was also rising rapidly. He has advanced to the rank of Lord. This is a bit strange. Obviously in his impression, he only used synthetic talent to improve Xiao Hongyu, a simple awakened person. After thinking about it carefully, oh yes, there is also Xiao King Ai. I enslaved her, a finished awakener, for a long time to come, and the number of awakeners needed by Lord Lin Ming to advance can be reduced by 1. Lin Ming. Rank, Stream. Contract column, 0/40. Gift column, 9/20. Slave bar, 5/20. This is Lin Ming's information panel today. The field seems to be empty, there is no way, he has become a lord too soon, and finding a good contractor is a job that takes time, and Lin Ming's synthetic talent cannot be synthesized. Anyway, recently at least the slave bar is not as empty as it used to be. Becoming the lord of the Jian rank, Lin Ming no longer exclusively pursues collecting strange objects, but specializes in advancing to the rank of G unawakened ones. Let's raise everyone to positive level first. A bowl of water has to be leveled, and everyone is working hard for him. In the case that it is guaranteed that there is no way to increase the rank of the Lord, other awakened people can increase their ranks on average. After all, Lin Ming has no shortage of top awakeners now, and one more position is really nothing to him. First of all, Lin Ming used the extra strange things before, and Xiao Hongyu used the rest to advance Angzi, so that their sisters could meet at the main stage. Then he walked into the second level trial tower, ready to try to fish for resources. The appearance of this second level trial tower is no different from that of the first level tower. It's just that it is surrounded by magical fluorescence, and it seems that the energy is far higher than that of the first level tower. Lin Ming glanced at the need-to-know stickers posted at the door, and then glanced at the leaderboard of the second level trial tower. This second level tower seems to be more difficult. Not to mention the 9th floor, no one even passed the 8th floor this time. 2 are 7 floors, 3 are 6 floors, and the remaining 5 are 5th floors. The previous Lord level was too weak. Lin Ming pretended, and led the awakened ones into the trial tower. Lin Ming sighed with emotion at the familiar battle space. Then opened the trial, press the console. The first floor of the trial tower is open. In the battle space, a black shadow monster is quickly generated. The monster has no feet and floats in the air, as if it had no entity, and its face is very blurred. Trial Tower Monster, Grudge. Rank, Bronze Top. After Lin Ming read the information, he understood that this was a monster of the same spirit system as Feng Yin's succubus. It's just that the resentful demons at the moment are more inclined to the undead camp, and Feng Yin's dream demons are probably inclined to the hell camp. The enemy has only one positive level. It's not too easy to solve this. Without the use of epic awakeners like Xiao Hongyu and the others, Lin Ming directly let Sujing and Sister and Xin try their hands. Recently, Lin Ming's main fighting force has always been awakened people with epic qualities such as Xue Qinghan and Xiao Hongyu. Sujing and the others have few shots and the enemies are not strong. I just took advantage of this time to climb the tower and exercise them. Congratulations! Pass the first floor of the trial tower. Obtained, Extreme Bronze Rare Item ×5. Under the siege of Sujing and the others, the resentful demon quickly fell. Lin Ming felt that he hadn't fought such an easy battle for a long time. Recently, I met 2 or 3 guys with whole cards. Although the dishes were still the same, it gave him a little excitement and surprise. Now looking back at this kind of positive level monsters, this sense of stability is actually quite good. Lin Ming received the strange object of the bonus level. First of all, take a photo of the strange object to his beloved Queen Spider. The mount has advanced again. Then, he entered the second floor of the trial tower. 3 shadowy grudges spawn opposite Lin Ming. This time, the Queen Spider was added to the gang fight. Newly advanced people naturally have to learn to adapt to power. This time it became 4 on 3. Thinking about it, Lin Ming asked Lu Xingqian and the others to suppress the formation again, mainly to train newcomers. He held back for a while until he saw that an Xi and the Queen Spider had adapted to the positive level of power, and then let them finish off the monster completely. Congratulations on clearing the second floor. Obtain the Best Bronze Wonder Item X10, Deathmatch Invitation Letter X3. The resources are rich again, and Lin Ming directly mentioned Chen Yun and Lan Yueling, one of the 2 members of the Lan family, to the front rank this time. Chen Yun was ecstatic. A grinning expression appeared on his face immediately, forgetting the unhappiness he had just had. As for Lin Ming, the number of positive level awakened people in his hands has reached 8. I'm about to graduate, and there are only 3 people left to achieve the full, positive, level of strength. The trials continue. However, the welfare level of the trial tower is over. Lin Ming knows exactly what the next level of the trial tower is. Sure enough, when he started the trial on the 3rd floor, a grudge appeared on the opposite side of the battle space. 10 positive monsters. In fact, for the positive level lord's current position, 10 positive level monsters are not invincible. As long as you develop more of them. But that is only the top positive level lords can slowly collect resources to do it. But Lin Ming is not included in the calculation, he is not a positive rank lord anymore. Facing these 10 monsters, Lin Ming asked the positive level awakeners to go up together, and then Shui Han, who was lower than Bian, led the battle in person. This time, he didn't let the epic awakeners turn on their status for a second, mainly to train the awakened's actual combat ability. After all, unlike last time, this time, with Shui Han in the legendary posture and Xiao King I's 2 whole cards, he can pass the 9th floor of the 2nd level tower. In the battle space, the mental impact of ice and grudges flew around. There were more than 20 people or monsters. There were so many of them. Lin Ming was dazzled and had a headache. After the commotion, Su Jing and the others took a few breaths, and the resentful demons were successfully cleaned up by them. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd floor. Get the best bronze wonders X20, 24-hour guard coupon X1. Nothing new has been dropped for the time being, Lin Ming is a bit regretful. But these 20 strange things just meet Lin Ming's needs for perfect graduation at the positive level. Lin Ming first took a glance at the rising silver, and needed 10 silver wonders, that is, 100 top-grade bronze wonders, which was far from enough. Well, let's graduate from main rank first. Chapter 76. After raising all the awakened ones to the positive level, there are still 5 top-grade bronze wonders left in Lin Ming's hands. If you fight again, you should be able to get promoted to Jian. As for the essence of flesh and blood, this is the most indispensable thing in Lin Ming's hands. Every time he hits the control right, he will drop a bunch. The essence of flesh and blood in his hand is enough for everyone to rub a barbecue. Lin Ming walked to the 4th floor. After coming up, he looked expectantly across the combat space. If the prediction is good, this floor should be silver-ranked monsters. On the 3rd level map, the lords are at least the positive level lords whose main force is the bronze upper rank. The 2nd level trial tower is naturally based on the positive level, and strives to help these lords who have just come out of the 2nd level map to improve their strength. The 4th floor trial is open. Following the reminder from the trial tower, a black shadow 280 slowly formed opposite Lin Ming. He saw a monster with a cloak covering his body, unable to see his face clearly, and riding a skeleton horse. Undead Knight. Rank, lower silver. A silver-level undead monster is already considered a high-level undead. The monsters in the tower seem to come from one school, and the one he came here is a trial tower of the undead school. Xiao Hongyu. Lin Ming directly called Xiao Hongyu, who had just advanced to the Jian position, to deal with this undead knight. Shui Han also went to help. Although the undead knight was inconspicuous in appearance, the moment he appeared, a strong breath of death emanated from the entire tower. It made Lin Ming and the others feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. This situation is very similar to the situation when I encountered the mixed blood demon in the 1st level tower. Probably after the silver stage, the impact of the materialization of the aura. The death power of the undead knight corrodes a land of death when it steps on the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Hongyu's silver level frost ice is not weak, and can seal his corrosive power of death with ice, but sometimes the ice will be blown away by the full power of death. The fight between the 2 silver-ranked guys was huge and the scene was spectacular, but it couldn't create a shocking ripple in the battle space. The protection strength of the 2nd level trial tower has been greatly improved. In the end, with the help of Shui Han, Xiao Hongyu won relatively easily. Congratulations, you have cleared the 4th floor of the trial tower. Obtained the best bronze wonder item X10, and the best bronze healing system wonder item area 201. This time, materials that have never been seen in the 1st level tower are dropped. Lin Ming first gave Lu Xingqian the top-quality bronze wonder, so that his two former epic awakeners were all promoted to the lower rank of Jian Wordbian. Then look at the introduction to the bronze healing system wonders. It was found that this thing is very important, it is a strategic material. Only top-grade strange objects have functional branches. Like those top-grade strange objects obtained by Lin Ming before, they all belong to the top-grade strange objects of the energy material system. As for the plant-type top-grade bronze wonders right now, when advanced energy is absorbed, the healing power contained in them can only be converted into the energy of an ordinary bronze wonder. But directly release the healing power on the awakened person, and one stick can help the silver awakened person to recover from certain injuries. 3. Able to get rid of the low-level awakened silver who has opened the epic state twice, eliminate the weak state, and continue to open the next day. 10 roots, on the spot to weaken the lower-level awakener of silver, so that he can open it twice more that day. Of course, for middle-level and high-level awakened people, there will be 3 times and 3 times. The wonder that Uncle Lin used to heal Xiao King Ai's injuries was a top-grade silver-level healing wonder. Xiao King Ai, who directly put Bian in the position, recovered in a near-death state. Right now, Lin Ming just doesn't have a healing unit, and this kind of strange thing is extremely precious to him. Moreover, even if he has a healing unit, he can't cure the weak state after the epic state is opened, unless it is the level of healing ability of angelic creatures. After putting away these healing wonders, Lin Ming continued to climb the tower. This time, it's the 5th floor. On the opposite side of the battle space, 3 undead knights surrounded by the power of death appeared. The 3 Jian Word Silver low-level monsters are equivalent to the power of a Jian level lord. Lin Ming is easy to fight if he is in the state, and there are so many people with state posture under him, his strength and combat power far exceed that of the Jian level lord. But there is no living person here, and the monster in the trial tower is not its own body and has no consciousness. He pretends to force no one to watch. It's better to train soldiers. Shuezialiu, 3 words of Bian low-level awakeners were the main attackers, and a dozen positive level awakeners assisted them, fighting a battle that was obviously difficult. 10 minutes later, Lin Ming's awakened finally got rid of the 3 undead knights. Congratulations on clearing the 5th floor of the trial tower. Obtain the Black Iron high-ranking unit altar ×1, the best bronze curse type strange item ×10. The new altar has arrived. Lin Ming didn't say much, and synthesized it directly, and combined it with the altar of map generation. Then upgrade your Fox Demon altar to 1 level. You get the Bronze Median altar. 3-tailed Frost Fox King altar. Rank, Middle Bronze. Awakened form, 2-tailed Frost Fox, 3-tailed Frost Fox, 4 Sky Frost Fox. The bloodline of the Fox King's monster is obviously lower than that of the Fox Demon. With the same 3 tails, the Fox Demon is 1 level higher than the Fox King. Lin Ming looked at the altar and commented. In short, his altar can awaken silver level awakeners at the very least. Congratulations! As for this curse type strange item, Lin Ming glanced at it. Curse type wonders, the appearance is the same as the top grade energy type wonders, which can attract monsters, but will temporarily weaken the combat power after eating. A curse type strange item can cut down a level of awakened lower silver. The 3 directly made him like opening the epic state twice. If you eat 10 sticks, you basically don't need to live. For silver, the middle and upper positions still have to be tripled. 3.7 This thing still depends on how it is used, but few people dare to continue eating it after eating as fast as 1. But 1 or 2 can still deceive others to try. Lin Ming put away the rewards and finally walked to the 6th floor of the trial tower. This floor was the floor he was most looking forward to when he came to the trial tower this time. I don't know if he will start a new event when he enters this time, or will he return to the last trial scene and continue the next stage of the task. With curiosity, Lin Ming pressed the console on the 6th floor. The 6th floor trial is open. This layer is a scenario-based trial. E*14. It is detected that you have an event that is in progress. It is detected that the event still exists. Automatically entering the trial event Princess Dragon Slaying. Chapter 77. You are in an unknown land, and you met an inspirational dragon-slaying princess. You and her experience selecting companions, fighting side by side, and together you defeated the Dragon Knights, and established a preliminary friendship. A few months later, the power summoned by the princess finally got the attention of the dragon. He dispatched 2 of the 4 heavenly kings under his command to solve this little trouble factory that might threaten him in the future. The final task of the scene, within 3 months, eliminate the 4th succubus king and the 3rd vampire king who are attacking. The notification sound from the 10,000 Realms continent gradually ended. Lin Ming woke up from the gloom. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming immediately saw the princess's star-like pupils. And that flawless face, so close to him, looking at him. Lin Ming blinked. Without further ado, he leaned forward towards the bright red mouth. At that moment, the princess' eyes widened. It was as if he hadn't expected the brave man to act like this. After waiting for a while, she suddenly reacted and left in a hurry. Brave! Brave, you, why did you come over suddenly? The princess wanted to tell him not to be so reckless, she would be angry. But the other party is a brave man, she can't get up at all. The other party helped her so much for free, in fact, even if he didn't care about him and didn't help him to fight the dragon, the princess would have nothing to do. The summoned Lin Ming was free. The princess only snorted, and pretended to tilt her head to show that she was losing her temper. Lin Ming rubbed the corners of his face and thought about it seriously. Looking at the reflection of the princess, she will get angry and lose her temper. She is a real person with flesh and blood. It's not some cold NPC and remnants. This trial scene somewhat makes people doubt whether it is a real place. On the lips, Lin Ming said to the princess. Misunderstanding, I saw you in front of me when I woke up, and thought you wanted relatives. The princess was stunned by Lin Ming's words, then she blushed and muttered in a softer voice. No, no. He even heard a guilty conscience from the princess' words. Lin Ming was taken aback, thinking she wouldn't be told by him, right? Before he asked aloud, the princess immediately raised her head, mustered up her courage and put on airs. And, moreover, speaking of it, you were the brave one who appeared next to me first. I was dealing with official business, and suddenly I saw you resting at the table. I was worried that you would catch a cold lying on the ground, so I leaned over to have a look. I just saw your face that I hadn't seen for a long time, and I would be stunned. Hey? I was teleported to the palace last time again? Lin Ming turned his head and saw a table full of documents. It seemed that it was indeed the place where the princess worked. It seems that this palace is temporarily the teleportation point for him to log into this scene, and he will come back here every time he completes a follow-up mission. When the princess said this, she puffed her mouth over there, and asked him with an unhappy face. Speaking of which, Master Brave, where have you been these past few months? That day we finished the crusade against the Dragon Knights, and you disappeared. I thought you abandoned me, thinking that I was a woman with too many troubles, so I left. That's not true. Lin Ming's eyes flickered. From the princess's words, he knew that this trial scene was still working without him. The probability of being a world formed by the remnants of old people is already very low. The most likely possibility is that this is the real world. It's just that the time is not right. He returned to the 10,000 Realms continent, not as long as the past few months. Lin Ming first comforted the princess and patted her on the head. Didn't I hear that you've encountered new dangers, so hurry back. As soon as Lin Ming said that, the princess immediately nodded happily. That's right, I knew that the brave man would not abandon me. By the way, princess, have you heard of the 10,000 Realms continent? What kind of place is there? Is it the world where the brave man came from? Tell me about it. When the princess heard this, she immediately crawled to the ground and moved to Lin Ming's side, her eyes filled with anticipation. She didn't seem to have heard of the 10,000 Realms continent at all, but she was very interested in stories related to the brave and wanted to hear them. Lin Ming thought about it. He didn't tell her about the 10,000 Worlds continent, but told her about Blue Star. The princess listened with gusto and snuggled up to him, forgetting the time already. Until a maid's voice sounded outside. "My lord princess, the knights of the temple are already urging you, may I ask if you have found the brave man?" The princess just woke up from the story. She covered her little mouth and exclaimed. "Oops, I was fascinated by Yang's experience and forgot the business." Lin Ming watched the princess pat himself on the head amusedly. "This is the first time I have seen an NPC who forgot to issue a mission." After tidying up, the princess hastily told Lin Ming what she originally planned to say after seeing the brave man. "Brave, after you disappeared, we still encountered many attacks from the minions of evil dragons. 750. But because of your perfect awakening for me and my two companions, we still persisted by relying on hard power. But now, a new threat has come again. This time, the evil dragon even sent 2 of his 4 heavenly kings, who are almost the 4 most powerful people in the world except the evil dragon. Fortunately, our recent achievements have been recognized by the Knight Organization Temple, and the Knights of Justice are also willing to help us and become our companions. It's just that if they want to get help from their strongest knights, they need to test your vision, Mr. Brave, to see if they have the legendary ability. Otherwise, the strongest knight in the temple will think that we have no hope of defeating the dragon, and she will leave to continue protecting the last piece of pure land for human beings, and send other knights to follow us. Triggering of the main task, please find the most powerful one among the many Templar knights, and make a contract with him. Here comes the Knight Tank Shield." Lin Ming wanted to say before that the princess and the others are a mage and an archer. Oh no, they are 2 methods and 1 shepherd. Doesn't even have a close combat, can this be played? Now, finally came a Knight Tank. This group, too. Chapter 78. The Lord should have the vision to see through the strong. Otherwise, if you can't estimate the enemy's strength, and blindly provoke others, you won't be able to survive in the 10,000 Realms continent. This time the main task is to test the eyesight of a lord. Lin Ming blinked. He likes this kind of task best. Led by the princess, Lin Ming went with her to the camp where the Templars were. It's just an empty school field, a group of knights with only muscles in their heads. They have been here for a long time, and they haven't built a camp well. They just practice swords every day. Before communicating with the group of knights, the princess stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lin Ming's ear. "Need I remind you, which is the strongest of them all? Although you have not seen the strongest knight since you came to this world, I know her very well." Seeing this, Lin Ming also lowered his head, deliberately bit the princess' ear and said to her. "No, you still can't trust my ability." The princess felt a pain in her ears, and gave him a wronged look, thinking that brave men like to bully her. But why don't you hate it at all? Is it because she has been wandering since she was a child, and no one has played with her? At this moment, the brave man accompanies her to fight against the dragon, and occasionally jokes with her, and she just feels warm. "Well, you are the best." The princess blushed and praised him. When Lin Ming heard it, he felt a little uncomfortable with the straightforward words of the princess. In the school grounds, Lin Ming approached to observe these knights from the temple. They ignored themselves and the princess. It seemed that as soon as they entered the school grounds, the mission test began. If you take a closer look, you can see that these knights are obviously powerful, but they only practice basic sword skills and sword moves. The key is that no breath leaks out. It seems that everyone is performing, waiting to see what kind of unique vision Lin Ming has. In fact, if you are a person with rich battlefield experience, you can find some differences if you carefully distinguish these basic swordsmanship. so as to infer which person has the innate strength that others can't match. But Lin Ming was too lazy to observe one by one. There were hundreds of these knights. He first glanced at the more conspicuous knights in the school grounds. One is the middle-aged knight in the middle of the school field. He looks special, he has been guiding others, he is older, like a leader. Lin Ming has long been familiar with the routine of this mission, and knows that this middle-aged knight should be the guarantee for the main mission. He took a look at the exploratory technique, and sure enough. Epic talent, Earth Knight. The Earth Knight corresponds to the magic guide level. A sage like a princess should correspond to a Sky Knight. Not even Sky Knight, you're not the one I'm looking for. Lin Ming turned to look at others. Under a tree, Lin Ming found a more conspicuous person. That person was a girl, dressed in a knight's attire, but she didn't practice swords, but lay down under a tree and fell asleep. He is very master-like, and generally only the top masters will sleep when everyone is working hard. It's just that Lin Ming glanced at her panel and rolled his eyes. Rare talent, knight. The dishes have to pick their feet. Lin Ming couldn't help but say to the girl in the past. How do you sleep at your age? The girl woke up sleepily, and before she could answer, the princess next to her whispered to him. This one is the daughter of one of the founders of the temple, who controls the economy of the temple, and her family is very rich. As soon as Lin Ming heard it, he pushed back the girl who was about to stand up to greet her. It's okay, I was reckless, so you have a good father, you go ahead and sleep, I'll ask someone to bring you a blanket later. Lin Ming stood still and looked at the other knights again. This time he turned on the probing technique, and the conspicuous knight was judged by him as not the person he was looking for after only being swept away by him. Finally, he set his sights on an inconspicuous corner. There was a heroic woman, sweating profusely. There is only one trick to practice, that is chopping. Every stroke is just right, but there is no vigor or brilliance, just repeating mechanically. Just like a knight trying clumsily. Lin Ming hurried over. When the female knight slashed down with her sword, Lin Ming reached out to catch her sword edge. Sure enough, there was no extraordinary breadth or strength. Lin Ming didn't care, just took a look. This woman in a black gym suit and no armor asked her. Sister, what's your name? You look so beautiful. As soon as the princess came over with him, she heard Lin Ming say this, and she was so angry that the princess stepped on him. But when the princess turned her head to look at the female knight, she couldn't help covering her mouth in surprise. The female knight stopped the sword in her hand. Shaking the ends of his hair, wiping the sweat off his face, he glanced at Lin Ming, a little powerless to complain about the frivolity of the brave. She just asks. Why did you choose me so quickly? There are so many knights in the school field, and many of them are conspicuous. I should be quite ordinary. Lin Ming took a look at her bodysuit, with her arms and waist exposed, the sweat on her abdomen was very bright under the bright sun. No, you are actually very conspicuous, because you are the least dressed in the audience. Lin Ming didn't say that either, and just answered jokingly. Because of your clumsy and hard-working temperament, I was moved. I am willing to turn around for you. Unexpectedly, the female knight laughed directly, and he stretched out his hand to Lin Ming. Very well, you have passed my test, brave man. Your thoughts are the same as mine, no matter how clumsy a knight is, as long as he works hard and sweats, he is the strongest. Ah! Lin Ming was dumbfounded. What, he was just joking, how could he be recognized by this woman? Also, is the test point of this mission, Manos, like this? It feels a little tricky. Seeing the female knight's sincere smile and offering him a hand, Lin Ming was too embarrassed to refuse, so he shook hands with her. The hand of the female knight is very warm, no matter how strong a woman is, her hands are soft. It's a testament to our friendship. The female knight said very friendly, because Lin Ming said just now, she didn't care about his frivolity at the beginning and told him. I am the number one knight in the temple today, you are very appetizing to me, Mr. Brave, and I am willing to protect you with the sword and shield in my hand. Lin Ming was speechless, he only heard that the knights were very stubborn, and now he felt that the female knight's thoughts were weird, stubborn, and willful. Congratulations on completing the main task 1 perfectly. In any case, the task was completed perfectly, and it also won the female knight's approval and a certain degree of favor. Chapter 79. The moment the female knight became a companion, Lin Ming made her a contract. At the same time, the princess celebrated and said, "Great! Knight Dirna is the number one knight in the world, possessing the strength of the last of the 4 heavenly kings under the evil dragon. She is an intermediate sky knight. Here comes the breakdown of the power system." The princess also explained to Lin Ming at the same time. The 3 perfectly awakened people, me and the elves, are only sages at the beginning level, while the 4 heavenly kings under the evil dragon are at the middle level. This elementary and intermediate level should be the lower and middle ranks of the 10,000 realms continent. With Dirna, we can already deal with the 4th succubus king, but this time the person attacked by the evil dragon also has a sage and high-ranking vampire god. So, next, the Lord will help us choose energy materials and help us absorb advanced. You get the main task too, choose the right strange objects, provide them to the princess and her companions to practice, and let each of them make progress before the attack comes 3 months later. The task this time is to choose a strange object. Each person can only absorb one of these things in the body. High-level strange objects have high energy absorption efficiency, while low-level strange objects are a waste of time. Picking things is not a problem for Lin Ming, he only wonders about one thing. Will the difficulty of the final mission be too high? The last time he came, he fully awakened the princesses and the others. Why is his strength so far behind the final mission of the second stage this time? For someone else, without a perfect awakening, this follow-up mission is simply useless, right? Then, how did the people on the leaderboard who cleared the 6th floor not get the final mission of the second ring? No, they might not have passed the second ring at all. Lin Ming suddenly remembered what Kilometer said to him today. Because he gave everyone a perfect awakening, they were able to survive now, until his second coming. In other words, if it wasn't for Lin Ming who could give them all a perfect awakening, and put them on the other side, the princess and the others would have been unable to hold on and died. If he is dead, naturally there will be no second ring ultimate mission. The other guys on the leaderboard who cleared the 6th floor simply opened a new scene. Only he, who inherited the follow-up of the previous scene, continued to attack. If you want to enter the final mission of the second ring, not everyone can do it. Thinking of this, Lin Ming got a headache. So, this time, I must complete all the tasks perfectly. Otherwise, he would not be able to see his cute little princess when he came back after the 3rd level trial tower. Master Brave, this is the energy item we collected. Hooray! The princess and the female knight came to Lin Ming with 2 sacks on their shoulders. In front of him, they all fell to the ground. For a time, the entire ground was covered with colorful novelties. All are wonders. Lin Ming looked at the ground thoughtfully. Pick and choose, there are quite a few sage-level wonders. Lin Ming used synthetic talents to experiment with the amount they need to consume to advance. Finding these is probably enough for them all to advance to a higher level. Raising all of them to 1 level after the perfect awakening is likely to be the perfect completion condition for the final mission of the second ring. The only problem is, the meaty essence is missing. Lin Ming didn't want to wait a few months and let them slowly absorb it by themselves, not to mention absorbing it by themselves, the conversion rate of his synthesis was not as high. So Lin Ming asked the princess. While I was away, the corpses of those dragon minions you killed, are they still there? According to what the princess said, a sage or a strong person at the Sky Knight level will maintain a certain amount of activity after death and gradually weaken. Lin Ming tried to see if he could make one out of these. The princess nodded immediately, and told him that in the past few months, they had killed 3 evil dragon minions, all of whom were junior sages. Including the leader of the Dragon Knights, the corpses of a total of 4 people are purifying the altar, and the new saint is responsible for removing the dragon's power from the corpses to prevent it from leaking out and endangering the world. Lin Ming went over to see that even with the power of the dragon, part of the essence of flesh and blood was preserved for the corpse. In the end, only a complete essence of flesh and blood was made, and it could only be synthesized to the middle level for the princess. It's broken, the essence of flesh and blood that he can't use up in 10,000 realms is not enough in this world. Do you want the dead body of the strong? The princess seemed to have noticed Lin Ming's troubles, and after returning to the palace, she told him intimately. If so, we can take the initiative to attack the dragon's other minions. At present, there are still 3 minions of the evil dragon, relying on the power of the evil dragon to dominate one side and do evil. They just happened to be. The princess automatically ignored why Lin Ming wanted other people's corpses. Evil sacrifice? Impossible, even if there is a sacrifice, it is a sacred sacrifice. In the eyes of the princess, the brave man is already a god who came to save her. Otherwise, what is his ability to help him improve his strength in just a moment? The princess looked at Lin Ming with admiration in her eyes. I feel that he is much more powerful than those brave men in the legend, and her brave man is the only and strongest in this world. Lin Ming agreed to the princess's plan to support war with war. Today, their team has 4 sage-level fighters, one of whom is middle level, and it is more than enough to take the initiative to attack. The princess's first goal is a sage on the mage's tower. He used to be the imperial teacher. Later, in order to survive, he turned to the evil dragon and made an indelible contribution to the collapse of the empire. At that time, the princess was so red-eyed that she crushed the national teacher to death with a higher level of strength. Later, most of the crusades were guys from other tribes who took refuge in the evil dragon, and there were also elves. During the journey, Lin Ming found a problem. It seems that there is still a melee missing. The knight is more of a meat shield, and the 3 long range, relying on her to resist, may not be able to hold it at critical times. The most thought-provoking thing is that after Lin Ming came in this time, there are 5 contractable fields for personal information. He only used 4, and the task did not ask him to be a contractor. When I came for the first time, the 3 available slots were all contracted. That is to say, this time, there is a person outside the mission who needs to be discovered by himself and make a contract. Who is it? Lin Ming subconsciously remembered the Black Saint who once fell for revenge. Although she didn't fight the princess at that time, the princess had been beating her all the time, but her heroic appearance, and the name of her unit, looked a lot like close combat. No way, but she is only at the magic level? Lin Ming was silent. I still remember when the Black Saint said that she would come back again. Lin Ming still wanted to complain, "You are coming back, I have to leave." Unexpectedly, time has passed, and he came back again, leaving the Black Saint to fulfill her promise. Lin Ming felt a little embarrassed. However, no matter what he thought, he didn't see the Black Saintess, but he encountered an unexpected person during the crusade a few days later. Hehe, I didn't expect that you guys are really brave, daring to take action against the subordinates of the great evil dragon. A female voice came from everyone's ears at the same time. But no one was seen around. The female knight reacted immediately. Be careful. It's spiritual magic. She is the 4th succubus king under the evil dragon. Everyone raised their vigilance in an instant, and released their means one after another to find out where the other party was. At this moment, Lin Ming fell into a daze. Because he saw this sick person in his mind. How should I put it, it's a bit too much, his mind sea is not the real sea, why is he wearing a bikini? But after Lin Ming stared at it for a long time, he realized that it was not what he thought, it was just 2 pieces of thin armor. Pretty much anyway. The succubus suddenly came with a smiling voice, "Bye, Does it look good? Hee hee. Don't laugh, little blackie. Lin Ming always felt that her laughter sounded like someone who could lay eggs. The succubus couldn't see his thoughts, but shook his head regretfully while looking at him. What a handsome little guy, what a pity, how did he become a brave man? Otherwise, follow my sister. My sister will ensure that you are popular and hot in this world, and you will be a jerk that no one dares to mess with. Lin Ming was startled when he heard that, and immediately asked. Then do you think I still have a chance now? Succubus was also taken aback by what he said. After a while, he giggled and said. A thick-skinned handsome guy, my sister also likes it. It's a pity, Master Evil Dragon wants you to die, and I dare not disobey, otherwise I will be very happy to take you away. Lin Ming gave her a disdainful look. If you don't dare to disobey it, then what a fart, come on, I really want to experience the killing methods of the succubus, I heard it's all. Before he finished speaking, the succubus gave him a blank look and interrupted his words. Sister has never done that kind of thing, how to kill you, of course. Having said that, the succubus paused. The face that was still full of smiles a second ago suddenly became ferocious. Master Evil Dragon personally bestowed the power, asking me to enslave your consciousness, lock it in my body, and imprison you forever. The succubus figure suddenly turned black, like a demon, devouring towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression did not change. The succubus thought he had given up the resistance, and laughed on the spot, seeing that the mouthful of dragon power was about to devour him. Eat his consciousness and imprison him in his body. A yin-yang magic circle suddenly appeared on Lin Ming's body. The magic circle was reversed, and the power of the evil dragon on the succubus suddenly faded away in the opposite direction. The succubus, who was ferocious and invincible just a second ago, suddenly made a snap. He knelt down to Lin Ming on the spot. The small face of the succubus was startled, and suddenly became full of coldness and panic. Master Evil Dragon's power has been transferred, what's going on? Lin Ming ignored her. I just glanced at my Myriad Realms continent prompt. Warning! Around you, a power originating from an unknown existence has been discovered. This power is malicious to you, please leave. The maliciousness of the unknown existence triggered the gaze left by an unknown existence on your body. The unknown existence who once paid attention to you looked at you through time and space. She discovered the source of the malice opposite you, and she seems surprised that you have met this kind of thing at this stage. She is satisfied with your growth and decides to keep you. The news ends here. It is the reminder that Lin Ming saw when he met the succubus. So he was so calm just now because he knew that nothing would happen to him. Lin Ming also thought about it for a long time before he understood what was said above. The malicious unknown existence refers to the evil dragon boss behind this world. The unknown existence who had paid attention to him was the reminder he had received when he ranked first in the trial tower. If I remember correctly, she is a Fox clan, so she is close to him, and she has taken a fancy to her. Regardless of these things, Lin Ming finds it difficult to explore. Right now, he only knows one thing. Congratulations! The succubus failed to enslave you, and became your monster. You unlock the slave slot in a different world. Awakened people and slaves from different worlds cannot be brought back to the 10,000 Realms continent. Lin Ming looked at the succubus who still had an unbelievable expression on his face. Why, haven't you figured out the status quo yet? Hearing his words, the succubus body trembled, and then remembered the consequences of the failure of enslavement, and couldn't help but tremble. I was wrong. The succubus said dryly. Just now I spoke too loudly, it's all my fault. Lin Ming sneered, picked her up, put her on his lap, and beat her. Master Evil Dragon! Imprison me! Call yourself sister! Call me big brother! Big brother! Crack, call me master! Owner! Crack, call me BA! After 10 minutes, her voice became hoarse, and Lin Ming let her go and told her. I warn you, from now on, don't let me hear about Lord Dragon again. The succubus chick nodded like pecking rice. Yes, he's a bug. It's clear about the situation. There is no other way, she knows who she is messing with now. Although it was an accident to become Lin Ming's monster, but the result has been formed, and she has to recognize it. If you don't accept your fate, you will be beaten, she has already experienced it. Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction and asked her. What's going on? Why did that evil dragon specially give you power to deal with me? The succubus wondered. You are a brave man, shouldn't it be right to deal with you? In this world, the brave is a very powerful existence, and the evil dragon must be afraid that you will threaten his life. Lin Ming didn't speak, always feeling that things were not that simple. He still remembered that in the introduction of the Black Saint, it was mentioned that the evil dragon seemed to have come from the 10,000 realms, and he didn't know if the 10,000 realms meant the 10,000 realms continent. Coupled with the series of reminders from Wanja continent just now, it made Lin Ming suspect that it should be because of the relationship from the 10,000 realms continent that the evil dragon is eyeing him. Chapter 80. What is the origin of that black dragon? Lin Ming still asked Succubus. After all, that thing was his last boss after a few rings. But the Succubus shook his head. I don't know, but when it suddenly appeared on the mainland, it destroyed the empire and almost ruled the entire continent. As for his appearance, I have never seen him, he is very mysterious, probably only the guy who is the head of the 4 heavenly kings has seen him. The succubus didn't know, Lin Ming gave up. Anyway, after a few rings, he has fully grown and is not afraid of anything. Let's go back. Lin Ming first left the spiritual world with the succubus. Outside, the princess and the others were anxiously calling for Lin Ming, and they were relieved when they saw that Lin Ming had returned safely. It can be seen that the 4th heavenly king next to Lin Ming immediately showed vigilance again. Don't worry, I subdued her, she won't hurt us. The princess believed Lin Ming's words, but the elf and the others couldn't help being wary of the succubus. This guy is under the evil dragon, and he has killed many people. But Lin Ming said that she was just a tool to deal with the dragon, and everyone reluctantly accepted it. The succubus smiled, and in order to show her loyalty, she took everyone to a dungeon. A strong human being who was about to die was imprisoned here. After being defeated by the evil dragon, he fed the power of the evil dragon, and then imprisoned him, trying to infect him. His peak strength is the same as that of the succubus, but he is about to be tortured to death at this moment. It just so happened that this strong man volunteered his flesh and blood essence, so that Lin Ming could advance the female knight. Before he died, he wanted something more valuable. Thus, the princess and her companions finally successfully completed the goal of successfully advancing to the 1st level. Main task 2 completed. At the end of the 2nd mission, Lin Ming suddenly came to his senses at the end of this mission. That is to say, there should be only one lord in this world, so the awakened ones should also only have the princesses they have contracted with. But why? Many strong men under the evil dragon also enter the status or posture skills. Lin Ming thought that the evil dragon was also the lord, but later found out that it was not. Because all people with his power get the same posture or state, women are called disasters, and men are called sins. The most important point is that all those who have obtained the power of the dragon show that they have no lord. Only then did Lin Ming understand that the black dragon simply distributed its power to them. There is no contract, and it is purely controlled by its own strength. This is an important point. Because this shows that the black dragon is not a lord, but a monster. Knowing this, Lin Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Monsters are much easier to deal with than lords. Even monsters can be enslaved. Brave. Our strength has almost improved, and we can already fight the remaining vampire king. The final task of the scene, defeat the 2 heavenly kings, 1/2. Lin Ming was still thinking about something, and the princess suddenly issued a task for him. Lin Ming felt very uncomfortable, thinking that the princess would know how to make me a tool person. Lin Ming was so angry that he went to the spiritual world and beat up his tool man succubus. But this time, she seemed to be smarter. She knew that being beaten would hurt, so she deliberately teased Lin Ming, but she pretended to be aggrieved, so that Lin Ming could not bear to do it. But he underestimated Lin Ming, and finally let his pain change in another way. Blood loss. Succubus thought tearfully. Originally, he planned to let the succubus lead the way to defeat the last vampire king. But because of her temporary injury, it was delayed for a day or two. Fortunately, in the end, they still embarked on the road of the times. This crusade went quite smoothly. The female knight and the vampire are both high level, but Lin Ming has shepherd and magic support. In the end, the third heavenly king under the evil dragon was about to die. But at this step, an accident happened. Ha 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 ha, you all have to be buried with me. Do you think that Master Evil Dragon sent me here to conquer you without any consideration? Before the vampire died, he yelled frantically. I got a reward. A reward from Lord Dragon. That's the ultimate fire on Lord Evil Dragon, it's completely different from this little flame on us. It's the origin version of the fire of sin. The vampire piously pulled out a bottle and opened it. At first, it was just a little light. But at the moment when the flame was released, the flame exploded suddenly, shooting up into the sky like a black dragon. The vampire king was instantly devoured by the fire of sin. Then, the entire monster camp, the entire plain, turned into a sea of flames. The princess and the others hurriedly avoided, they felt the threat of death from the fire body, this is not the power they can deal with now. But Huohe ignored them at all. At the moment when the sea of flames formed, there was a flaming black dragon in the center, which rushed towards Lin Ming directly. It seemed that the target of the flame from the very beginning was for him, and there was no one else in his eyes. The moment the princess saw the flames rushing towards Lin Ming, she almost went crazy. Brave! No, I'm going to save the brave. Don't go there. You won't come back. We can't all die here. There is no fear in the brave man, he is not afraid of the flame at all. Lin Ming stood in the middle of the sea of flames and saw the scene where the princess and the others were making noise. Before the whole person was swallowed by the fire dragon, he saw the princess who was reaching out to him being taken away by the female knights. The next moment, Lin Ming disappeared in the black fire dragon lord. And Lin Ming, after entering the fire dragon, naturally nothing happened. To tell the truth, he is not afraid of the fire. The mysterious yin-yang magic circle on his body has already lit up, and the fire of sin can't hurt him at all. Moreover, even if he dies and his consciousness returns to the 10,000 Realms continent, the mission has been completed anyway. Lin Ming thought, or just take this opportunity to die and end the mission. Suddenly, he saw the flames in front of him separate a little bit. Lin Ming thought it was a princess, but only saw a woman in black armor rushing towards her. She seemed to be able to control the black fire a little bit, and she didn't want to hurt her. She rushed straight to Lin Ming, then protected him, and said, "Walk." Lin Ming was dragged away in the black fire. I was stunned. What's the situation? I want you to save me. Let me go back to the 10,000 Realms continent. But the woman couldn't help saying that she must save him. After Lin Ming saw her side face clearly, Lin Ming was startled. Hey? Isn't this the Black Saint? I haven't seen him for several months, but she actually came back to look for him? And jump out to save him as soon as he comes back? Lin Ming didn't know what the Black Saint was thinking. He only knew that his final mission was completed, and the 10,000 Realms continent didn't remind him to go back. Lin Ming decided to see the situation before talking. Therefore, along the way, Lin Ming didn't say a word, and let the Black Saint engulf himself out of the flames, and walked towards an unknown direction. The journey seems a little far away. Lin Ming was surprised that this guy wanted to save her and take her so far, and she didn't say where she was going or what she wanted to do. But in line with the principle that the enemy can't move, I can't move, Lin Ming didn't say anything, and slept comfortably in the arms of the Black Saint. She flew very steadily and Lin Ming slept soundly. In the middle, I also dreamed that I was eating steamed buns, and I took a bite. Then, the Black Maiden, who felt the pain, shook him awake. Arrive! The Black Saint said this to him, but her eyes were a little forced to be calm. But when she looked forward, her complexion really calmed down, even revealing a hint of sadness. Lin Ming looked in the direction of her gaze suspiciously, only seeing a scorched land. This used to be the village where I lived when I was a child. Beside him, the voice of the Black Saintess came to explain. When I was 10 years old, the men of the evil dragon attacked, and I was the only one who survived, and was later rescued by the disaster-suppressing church. Lin Ming looked at the Black Saint. I saw her look full of memories, and also saw the sadness on her face after she told this story. Lin Ming was silent. In all fairness, Lin Ming didn't regard the Black Saint as an enemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her go. The Black Saint also said to him at this time, "I'm telling you this just to tell you that the two of us are not enemies, and I don't want to be enemies with humans. Others regard me as a companion of the evil dragon and want to crusade, but you are willing to let me go, I think you may be able to understand me." Lin Ming smiled and asked her, "I understand you, tell me what you want me to do." The Black Saint was speechless. I don't know if he answered so quickly and so casually, if he really understands himself. I always feel that he doesn't at all. But she intends to impress Lin Ming with sincerity. Lin Ming is not from this world, and his hatred for evil dragons is not so deep-rooted, only he can regard himself as a companion. So the Black Holy Goddess spoke very seriously. "I hope you make a contract with me, and treat me like a princess." At the same time, Lin Ming received a reminder from the 10,000 Realms continent the moment the voice of the Black Saintess fell. "Congratulations! Trigger the hidden mission, the fifth companion. Note, this task will greatly affect the task chain. This task may help you trigger unknown and mysterious rewards." Black Saintess, is she really a teammate? Is it really the fifth one who left the contract field empty this time? Lin Ming felt a little surprised, but it made sense when he thought about it, because he knew no one else. The task of the Black Saintess is actually easy, only the contract is enough, and there are no other accidents this time. It's just that a series of preconditions are required before. You need to let the Black Saint go, you need to survive the Black Fire and meet her. At this moment, Lin Ming is just standing with the Black Saint, which is a bit hard one. Lin Ming stretched out his hand to the Black Saint. "Okay, let's make a contract then." The Black Saint was startled again. It seems that Lin Ming did not expect Lin Ming to agree to himself so easily. He really chose to believe me? The Black Saint bit her lip, a little touched. She was frightened by the power of the Black Dragon for so long, and it was the first time she met someone who could face her power calmly. The Black Saint took a deep breath and calmed down before holding Lin Ming's hand. In an instant, the light of the contract emerged from the two of them. The contract ended, and the Black Saintess heaved a sigh of relief, but Lin Ming frowned and asked her a question. "Why do you have the power of arms on your body?" Lin Ming has been wondering about this for a long time. Ordinarily, since the evil dragon is not a lord, he cannot bestow arms. The arms of the Black Saint should be human kind. Just like the succubus, her unit is succubus, and the unit of the vampire king is vampire. Hearing Lin Ming ask her this, the Black Saint nodded immediately. "You come with me." The Black Saint took him to the cave below the mountain next to the ruins of the village. Approaching the inside, the Black Saint pointed to a dark object and told him, "The power in me is actually continuously stolen from this thing. But on my own, I can't get its full power. I hope you can help me awaken." Lin Ming saw what the Black Saint was pointing at, but fell silent. "That is an altar." The familiar patterns and styles are obviously the altar of the 10,000 Realms continent. This is the first time Lin Ming has seen this thing in this world. Obviously, the altars of this world are not books and holy things. The classic Myriad Realms continental altar right now makes Lin Ming sure that it is definitely not something that originally existed in this world. Lin Ming used probing technique on it. Mysterious and unknown altar. The altar that fell from all worlds together with the dragon of sin. The former owner of the altar has encountered an accident. Now, you who are the first to find it, can occupy it. The black saint next to her told Lin Ming. It's amazing. It seems to have the power to suppress dragons. I just absorbed the energy it leaked before, so I can suppress even the black fire of evil dragons. Even, because of its power, I can completely control the power given to me by the evil dragon, without being affected by the evil dragon. It should be the arms related to the power to control the dragon, so that they have such power. After hearing what the Black Saint said, Lin Ming also made a judgment, and it was also written on the panel of the Black Saint that the awakened unit of this altar is called Dragon Blood God G. In short, let's use the altar first to help the Black Saintess fully awaken. Her current unit is completely in a half-baked state. Chapter 81. Lin Ming is preparing to awaken the Black Saintess. But when he touched the altar, a prompt popped up from the 10,000 Realms continent. You are trying to occupy the altar, do you want to continue? Before getting the altar, the 10,000 Realms continent would not ask him if he wanted it. If there is an altar, put it directly in his pocket. Now, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon. I'm afraid there is nothing wrong with this altar. But Lin Ming is not a person who is afraid of problems, but he is stubborn. He clicked directly to confirm. The next moment, Wanja continent suddenly displayed several reminders. This is generally only when a major event occurs, the situation will appear. Lin Ming hastily opened the prompt and glanced at it. Congratulations! You have obtained a powerful altar. This altar has been bound to you, and can be used in 10,000 worlds continent. You have obtained an altar with a mysterious origin. This altar has destiny, and you need to bear its responsibility. Mysterious changes have taken place on your body. After returning to the 10,000 Realms continent, unknown rewards will be triggered. This altar is not exclusive to this trial scene, but it can be used by him back to the 10,000 Realms continent. This is also the first time for Lin Ming. I heard that there is something that can bring out this trial scene. He checked the information of this altar to see what was so special about it. Dragon Blood Goddess Altar. Rank, not fixed. Using a dragon blood, according to the strength of the Dragon Blood Master, determine the strength of the awakened person after awakening. After using dragon blood, the awakened person can inherit the dragon type of the Dragon Blood Master. The awakened of this unit, the talent skill will be changed to the Dragon Man state and the Dragon Posture 7000. The normal state of the awakened person after awakening is 2 steps weaker than the Dragon Blood Master. Awakening requirements, epic and above awakened. Just looking at the altar, Lin Ming couldn't understand it. But at hand, there happened to be a black saint who gave him an experiment. Lin Ming then said, "Awakening requires a dragon's blood, do you have it?" As a result, the black saint nodded, and really took out a bottle of blood. Yes, this is the dragon's blood that was stored next to the altar when it was discovered earlier. It should be left over from the original owner of the altar. Kaibao, blood of the black dragon. Lin Ming was surprised. This dragon's blood is indeed a good thing. It has no clear function, but it can be directly recognized as a rare treasure by the 10,000 Realms continent. It should be a relatively important dragon's blood, like blood essence. Come to think of it, it must have many effects. Lin Ming is directly used to awaken the Black Saint. In an instant, the blood of the black dragon in his hand disappeared. As for the Black Saint, a dragon's cry came faintly from inside her body. In the next second, with the awakening of the Black Saint, the sky darkened, and the destructive breath of the black dragon came. As for Lin Ming, he also saw the changes in the panel of the Black Saint in front of him. Emola. Talent, Legend. Soldier type, Dragon Blood Goddess, Black Dragon. Rank, Sky Knight level. Giant Dragon Stance, Black Dragon, incarnate as a black dragon with the power to destroy dragons, possess all the strength of a real black dragon, and become a giant dragon species at the top of the food chain in the 10,000 Worlds continent. Understood. This altar can turn people into dragons by drinking the blood of dragons. This effect is a bit buggy. The only pity is that this altar can only be used by Epic, and after Epic is entered, there is only one dragon form. I don't know if the awakened people of this type of arms can surpass the strength of the Dragon Blood Master under normal conditions, and whether it is possible to force the dragon posture. Also, the reminder said that when he obtained this altar, he took over some destiny. I don't know exactly what he wants him to do, maybe he won't know until he returns to the 10,000 Realms continent. I'm awake. At this moment, the Black Saint opened her eyes and told Lin Ming. The power of the black dragon in my body was eliminated after the altar was fully awakened. Lin Ming nodded, he saw it, because the talents and abilities of the Black Saintess had all changed. Thinking of her dragon posture, Lin Ming immediately asked her. Become a dragon for me to ride. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon rider? But the Black Saint was a little speechless when she heard his words. I feel that the brave man is a little too open. The action when she fell asleep before is, and the request to her now is also. It's nothing to just change into a dragon and show him. The Black Saint felt that she would not fight for the time being, and she used up her posture skills once today. The power is that Lin Ming helps her awaken, even if Lin Ming says he wants to see it every day, the Black Saint can show it to him. But if you say you still want to ride, it would be impolite. You can see Lin Ming's expectant appearance. The Black Saint seemed to see a man's yearning for riding a giant dragon and soaring into the sky from him. She opened her mouth involuntarily, but she couldn't say the words of refusal after all. The Black Saint said helplessly. Okay, just this once. The Black Saint came to the flat ground and used the dragon posture. Immediately, a black dragon that somewhat obscured the sky appeared in front of Lin Ming. It took Lin Ming a while to jump onto the back of the black dragon, and the dragon in the 10,000 Worlds continent is too big. When Lin Ming caught up, the black dragon took off slowly. Under the blue sky, the black dragon took Lin Ming to soar in the sky. Lin Ming sat on the back of the black dragon and felt very comfortable. And the black dragon narrowed its eyes. The Black Saint enjoyed this moment very much, flying in the sky with Lin Ming behind her. Freedom and companionship, isn't that what she was after before? In the church before, although she met the altar, no one awakened her, and her strength was low, so she could only use the power of the evil dragon. At that time, she handled everything carefully, for fear of exposing herself, and her relationship with the people around her was also full of hypocrisy. Now, with Lin Ming's help, it's the first time she can break free and enjoy herself so much. The dragon's eyes of the Black Saint turned around, not knowing what to start to calculate. After Lin Ming returned to the ground, the Black Saintess also accepted the dragon posture. Come here. The Black Saint pulled him and took him to find a small house on the ruins of the village. The Black Saint led him in and said to him, "This is the place I built after I became a saint, based on my childhood home. It's also the only asset I have left behind after being a saint for so many years." Lin Ming listened to what the Black Saint said, but he didn't pay attention to her words. He just watched the Black Saint lead him into the room, and then locked the door 3 floors in and out. Lin Ming asked her, "What are you doing?" The Black Saint looked at him calmly, but she was also calm. "You will live here in the future, and I can satisfy you with everything you want." "What do you mean, take care of me? But you can no longer go to the princess and the others. From now on, you will only have me as a contractor." The two of us will fight the dragon together. She is still a sick girl, and she is the only one allowed. Lin Ming shook his head. You can join forces with the princess and the others. No, I can't. They won't allow a person who has used the power of the dragon to be a companion, even if I have discarded that power. During the few months you have been away, I have also found some people who have already see through. The Black Saint refused very decisively. After a pause, she added. Also, I will not allow my people to be used by others. Well, Lin Ming thought that the Black Saintess only cared about the princesses after hearing what she said before, but when it came to the latter, she was still a coquettish girl. Lin Ming replied. I can stay for a while. In short, let's help her advance to a higher level before leaving. After that, the Black Saint went out to collect strange things during the day, and came back to be with him at night. After the strange things were enough, the two of them started to go out together to find the essence of flesh and blood. The dragon's minions are almost taken care of by the princess and the others, and it is very difficult for Lin Ming and the Black Saint to make progress. Within half a month, they traveled almost half of the continent. Lin Ming also sat on the black dragon to see that this world has been destroyed by the evil dragon. There are ruins and desolation after being burned by the flames everywhere, and there is no village where human beings can survive. It is said that it is concentrated in one piece. Staying in this apocalyptic environment every day, Lin Ming and the Black Saintess will inevitably feel cuddled with each other, and something will happen. There were 3 days in between when I didn't go hunting. They continued on the road until the 4th day, luckily found the essence of flesh and blood they needed, and the Black Saint also won. Finally got together the resources to help her make an advanced step. I gotta go. In the afternoon, back to their hut, Lin Ming told the Black Saint the news. The Black Saint frowned after hearing this. Why, I didn't make a son yesterday. No, nothing to do with that. Lin Ming interrupted her, and then looked to Wanja continent for a hint. The prompt tells him that he will be teleported away in a few minutes. He wanted to stay with the Black Saint for a few more days, but it was gone. I can only say to her. In short, I will come back, don't be reckless and trouble the dragon alone, wait until I come back and talk about it. After saying that, Lin Ming disappeared in place. When the Black Saint went to look for him in astonishment, she found that there was no one in the surrounding area except her. Congratulations on clearing the 6th floor of the trial tower. At this moment, Lin Ming finally returned to the trial tower in the 10,000 Realms continent. However, the prompt from the 10,000 Realms continent got stuck. Rewards being settled. This can also get stuck. I have never done this before. Is it because the Wanja continent server is about to close down and run away recently? Just as he was thinking this way, prompts in red text suddenly popped up in front of him. It was detected that you were in the trial scene and took away the Lombok relic. You automatically inherit the title Inheritance of the Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord, Lord of the Giant Dragon, the #1 Dragon Lord in all worlds, you will gain the respect of good dragons and the hostility of evil dragons. Awakened people have a certain degree of suppression on dragon creatures. In the future trial tower trials, it is more likely to appear dragon-related rewards. You automatically inherit the destiny of the Dragon Lord. You need to replace the original Dragon Master to fight against the undesistered 10 in the world, the Dragon of Sin. Is this the price he paid for taking away the altar of that unit? It doesn't seem to matter, even if the 10,000 Realms continent doesn't mention it, his final ring boss in the trial scene, I remember it was called this, and it was mentioned in the panel of the Black Saint. Whoring an altar with unlimited potential for nothing. Blood earned. Lin Ming thought happily. As a result, he couldn't be happy again when he saw the prompt from Myriad Worlds. The unknown being who is following you is not happy. She thinks you should not be the Dragon Master, but the Fox Master. How do I know how to become a Fox Master? Lin Ming felt that this old fox who paid attention to him was a bit unreasonable. But soon, he felt relieved again, because the reminder had a follow-up. But she knows that inheriting the Dragon Lord. Can't blame you either. The Fox Master has not yet been born, she hopes that you can grow up as soon as possible and be the first one. She is a kind fox, willing to admit the existence of the Fox Master. Lin Ming scratched his head, feeling that the upper layers of the 10,000 Realms continent were not easy to mess with. Such a big Dragon Master died, his bones were not cold, and his relics were still picked up by Lin Ming. Waste 1. Lin Ming thought to himself, with such a powerful altar, any dragon blood can transform into any dragon, even the sinful dragon, all the dragons are for my use. It can all die. Lin Ming complained, not very worried about himself, because he is not on the side of the dragon after all, unlike the Dragon Master who is alone, he has a hook and a big fox to help. 3.3. After reading these news, Lin Ming put away the panel of 10,000 Realms continent. The reward for the 6th floor trial was replaced by the title of Dragon Lord, and he has no other rewards to check. The only thing that is gratifying is that he is ranked 3rd in the leaderboard of the 2nd level trial tower. Turning his gaze back to the viewing tower, Lin Ming saw that his awakened ones were all sitting and resting in place. He only found out when he inquired that it was almost a day before his consciousness went to the trial scene. This time I stayed inside for a while. Lin Ming stood up from Shueking Han, clapped his hands, cheered up his awakened ones, and continued to attack the 7th floor. Let's let go of everything that happened on the 6th floor for now, and he will encounter it again in the future. As for the new altar, he is already thinking about going out to find the epic awakener at a later date. If the dragon's blood is concerned, he doesn't know if the next few floors will drop. Doesn't the Dragon Lord have a buff that increases the drop of dragon items? 7th floor. Lin Ming pressed the trial tower console. A tall monster-like undead knight appeared opposite Lin Ming and the others. The strong air of death exudes ominousness. Death Knight King. Rank, Silver Median. This is a necromantic knight wearing a crown, with a dazzling silver character on his head, which means that he has the ability to rank in the word. This time, Lin Ming directly made Xiao Hongyu, who had just advanced to the lower rank of Jian Wordbian, enter an epic state. In terms of strength, Xiao Hongyu is already on the same level as the Necromancer Night King. With the help of so many awakened people, they were able to defeat the opponent enough. Chapter 82. Congratulations on clearing the 7th floor. You get Dragon Lord's exclusive treasure Dragon Blood Pump. After the trial on the 7th floor, Lin Ming got a rare treasure related to the dragon. Kaibao, Dragon's Blood Pump. Special treasures for dragon masters of all ages, specially used to extract dragons from the opponent's body after the battle is over. It can be regarded as the special martial arts of the Dragon Lord. Since it is a special item for the Dragon Lord, it has not been obtained after returning to the 10,000 Realms continent, so it is waiting for the next Dragon Lord. Now Lin Ming has cleared the trial tower with more than 7 floors once, triggering the rare treasure reward, and the first piece of Wanja continent threw this rare treasure to him. This is estimated to be the Dragon Lord of all dynasties. After having the title of Dragon Lord, the first must-have minister. That's good, he didn't know how to extract dragon blood before. After winning the battle, others may not necessarily give you blood. This dragon blood is likely to be essence blood, and I don't know how to draw it. The synthesis function also draws the essence of flesh and blood. Lin Ming is thinking about finding a way, and there is a way. Next level. What Lin Ming most hopes to encounter is ready-made dragon blood. Because it is also difficult for him to find the dragon now. The 8th floor trial is open. The difficulty of this level of trial has reached a level of silver, equivalent to the strength of a lord. You do it, Shueking Han. Lin Ming told the senior sister. Although it is not impossible to let everyone except the two thighs go up. Now his two major epics, Xiao Hongyu and Lu Xingqian, can fight with when they are in the epic state. But Xiao Hongyu will become weak again, so there is no need. Xiao Hongyu is weak, what will he do these few nights? Lu Xingcan can't bear it all by himself. Following Lin Ming's instructions, Shui Qinghan entered the legend state. The trial tower space quickly froze. The 3 undead Night Kings braved the power of death, and the skeleton 17 horses they rode roared uncomfortably, as if they sensed the crisis. But their master obviously didn't know what fear was, and rushed towards Shui Qinghan crazily with the power of death. The strong power of death disappears at the touch of Shui Qinghan's ice. Shui Qinghan has entered the legendary posture, and her strength is 1 level higher than that of the silver-ranked undead knight Wang Qiang. The 3 silver ranks are in her hands, and they are just a few levels of ice spells. In the end, the 3 undead knights were engulfed by the ice and turned into pieces of blue ice. Congratulations on clearing the 8th floor. You have obtained a Kai Bao Perfect Awakening Talisman. This thing again, the Perfect Awakening Talisman for Shui Qinghan's awakening last time. He now has the altar of the Dragon Lord, and it seems that there is no shortage of such things. But Lin Ming thought about it again. The old fox reminded himself not to forget the fox's identity. Lin Ming's fox family altar should be kept, this thing might come in handy in the future. Lin Ming put the talisman away. Then he looked at the entrance of the 9th floor and rubbed his hands expectantly. It's the last level, whether you can drop a dragon's blood, it all depends on this level. If he loses it, he will find the newly awakened one. Entering the 9th floor, Lin Ming suddenly discovered that the battle space on this floor was vast and terrifying. Lin Ming frowned slightly, realizing that things were not simple. In a space of this size, what kind of huge monster would he face next? I'm afraid it's not the kind of monster he just thought of, but it will soon become reality in front of him. The moment he pressed the console, the entire ground of the battle space was gradually shrouded in a huge shadow. Shui Qinghan and the others looked up one after another, only to see a bone-covered figure slowly forming above their heads. Just a shadow of the monster's head covered the ground under their feet. Lin Ming looked at the huge bone mountain figure and cast the exploration technique. Bone Dragon, body. Rank, silver upper rank. Although there are very few texts on the panel, Lin Ming still feels a little pressure from the words "be in superior position." Because, this is the level of Shui Qinghan's open posture, which is comparable to the normal strength of Xiao Qing'ai, the protector of the Xiao family. With just a body, there is a silver rank. Lin Ming reckons that the real bone dragon must be a gold rank monster. It seems that the dragons all start at the gold level, and the bone dragons are almost the weakest dragon species among them, and they can also have gold strength. While Lin Ming was thinking, the bone dragon roared in the sky. Xiao Qing'ai immediately stood in front of him, looked at the bone dragon and said solemnly, "Stand back." Lin Ming was taken aback. I thought to myself that I haven't spoken yet, but you are so proactive. Don't be that Xiao Qing'ai who cherishes words like gold and never takes the initiative to speak. Xiao Qing'ai didn't think too much about it. Facing the threat of the bone dragon, although it was just an empty shell body that lost the power of death and had no consciousness, it was also the body of a dragon species. It takes her full strength to deal with it steadily. After all, Xiao Qing'ai still recognized Lin Ming as her lord in her heart. She said cautiously. Let me deal with this guy, although I can't understand your ability, you can train the awakened ones to this level in a month. But it's too early for your awakened ones. After Xiao Qing'ai finished speaking, Lin Ming nodded happily. He originally prepared the 9th floor for Xiao Qing'ai. After receiving Lin Ming's response, Xiao Qing'ai got up and flew into the air, and came to the opposite side of the bone dragon. There is a hole in the bone dragon's eyes. This body has no spirit body, it only sees people and attacks. The moment he saw Xiao Qing'ai, a breath of death dragon sprayed towards her. The huge energy field formed by the dragon's breath made the second-level trial tower shake. It seems that the strength limit that the second-level trial tower can withstand is around the upper level of silver. Xiao Qing'ai was not in a hurry, facing the bone dragon's body, she still acted very calmly. Taking a deep breath, she went straight into her own ripple state. In an instant, Xiao King Ai's physical strength rose to a terrifying level. She went straight to meet the dragon's breath, and plunged into it. The substantial death force couldn't hurt her body. Rushing out from the dragon's breath, Xiao King Ai punched the bone dragon. Immediately, layers of ripples spread out from her fist, and the bones of the bone dragon that touched it shattered piece by piece. From point to surface, the bone dragon's keel body exploded into pieces, scattered into bone fragments and fell down one after another. With a long roar, the bone dragon was directly punched by Xiao King Ai from the air to the ground. It hit the ground of the battle space with a bang, and the entire trial tower shook violently, becoming more and more unstable. Lin Ming became more and more satisfied with Xiao King Ai. He is worthy of being the protector of the Xiao family. After entering the epic state, she has the standard gold level strength, and can even fight a real bone dragon. Now it's nothing to her to just deal with a body. After the bone dragon landed, there was no chance to take off again. His skeleton long wings were removed by Xiao King Ai 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, and from this moment on, the dragon roar of the bone dragon gradually became weaker. After struggling on the ground a few times, and wrestling with Xiao King Ai for a few rounds, the bone dragon's huge head crashed to the ground, and there was no movement. The only remaining spirituality in the dragon's body was completely dispersed by Xiao King Ai, completely lifeless. Congratulations on clearing the 9th floor of the trial tower. You have obtained the rare treasure bone dragon blood. The monsters in the trial tower are not real. Lin Ming has dragon blood now, but he can't get the dragon blood of the bone dragon right now. But the reward for the 9th floor still gave him the blood of the bone dragon, and it was worthwhile for him to deal with the body of a bone dragon. Lin Ming glanced at the white powder in his hand, which was called dragon's blood. He was speechless and didn't know how to complain. The trial tower was shaking non-stop at the moment. Lin Ming hurriedly put away the dragon's blood, and hurried away with the awakened one. Under the trial tower, Lin Ming and the others looked at the tall tower that gradually dissipated in front of them. Xiao King Ai stared blankly at the rank of the last dissipated tower tablet on the ground. Lin Ming's name is first written on it. It was much more terrifying than the second-ranked 7th floor. She was a little dazed, and said to herself, "It's the first time I've seen someone on the trial tower list in reality, and it's still number 1. Lin Ming was beside her. Upon hearing her words, he smiled and asked her, "How about, is there an excitement of meeting a celebrity? And this celebrity is your own lord?" "Maybe." Xiao King Ai couldn't deny it. At this moment, Lin Ming also looked at the trial tower tablet and asked her, "Speaking of which, isn't your family capable of cultivating Dao protectors? Why don't you see young people from your aristocratic family leading the Dao protectors to the trial tower to rank?" Xiao King Ai glanced at him and told him, "Do you think that all young people can contract me? In our aristocratic family, generally only after growing up to the 2nd generation of parents, are we qualified to be contract guardians. It's because the 10,000 Realms continent has restrictions on lords. In addition to the restriction that senior lords cannot contract young awakened people, several permanent contracts are also reviewed to prevent any lords from getting stuck in any bugs. Normally, depending on the growth rate of the lord, the upper limit of the awakened person that can be contracted is also different. It means, a lord with good talent, contracting to a high-level awakened person can be regarded as the effect of your talent, but a lord who usually advances at an average speed, suddenly gets a powerful awakened person, Wanja continent will think that you must be stuck with a bug, and will not agree your contract is established. Xiao King Ai's words made Lin Ming a little confused. This 10,000 Realms continent is so real? Where did our ordinary lords offend it? Does it have to rely on G to get powerful awakened ones? What is our ordinary lord? Xiao King Ai gave him a blank look before telling him. The 10,000 Realms continent has always been like this, seniority is nothing to it, only highly talented lords are its favorites. At least in the history of Blue Star, it is only possible for a contract protector to succeed when he grows up to the age of the second generation, but you are different. Based on your advanced speed, Wanja continent has probably revoked your contract review, so you can contract as you like. I was in the death match field at the time, and when I saw your lord rank, I knew it. I can't lose that death match 960. If I lose, I may never return to Xiao's house. I didn't expect it to be. At the end of Xiao King Ai's speech, she shook her head, as if she didn't want to do stupid things a while earlier. Listening to Xiao King Ai's narration, Lin Ming understood that the lords of the 10,000 realms continent had developed relatively normally, and he was a special existence. Instead, I remembered something. He thought of the Dragon Lord mission he had inherited. Perhaps, the 10,000 realms continent deliberately did not give powerful awakened people to ordinary lords, and reserved them for highly talented lords. It needs these highly talented lords, like the Dragon Lord, to help it fight against natural disasters in all realms. Ordinary lords can also get out of the strong, but the number is not as good as the highly talented ones. Before the ranking tablet disappeared completely, Lin Ming asked one last question. If it is to train a lord with old qualifications and never go to a new map, can he make it to the top? Lin Ming considered for a long time. Deathmatch, guard. The props in this world of the guard coupon cannot be used in the 10,000 realms continent, and the powerful awakened ones are also restricted. This is the only way for ordinary lords to get on the list. Xiao King I told him. There is also an age limit. After a certain age, you can't play low-level towers. Just like older people can't contract younger awakened ones, the 10,000 realms continent does not allow lords to use qualifications grab resources. The darling of the 10,000 realms continent is indeed only a highly talented lord like me. Lin Ming nodded in understanding. Then check the receipt. The second level tower ranks first. In the future, the monsters on the third level map will respect him when they see him, and they will not attack him normally. Moreover, after winning the first place, the old fox began to peek at him again. You are number one in the trial tower again, and I am very happy to pay attention to your unknown existence. She killed a few powerful monsters and threw a big feast to celebrate you. What about the banquet? Give me something to eat? Lin Ming looked at the reminder from Wanja continent, his teeth itching with anger, and he understood that the old fox was just for him to eat. He didn't know how powerful the so-called powerful monster, Meatball was. But there might be the dragon blood he wanted inside. In the future, I have to find a way to pick out some of the old fox's things and let her bring some dragon blood for herself. I can't help her restore the glory of the fox demon in vain. Lin Ming closes the prompt of Wanja continent and prepares to go offline. After passing the second level trial tower, the next step is to prepare to conquer the third level map. Before that, he was going to contract a new awakener to come back. After all, with the dragon blood of the bone dragon in hand, Lin Ming wanted to try the ingredients of the new altar. Chapter 83. Lin Ming left the 10,000 realms continent. Back home, I received a text message from Uncle Lin. Because you have contracted with the guardian of the Xiao family, the Xiao family has been active recently, and Xiao Cheng's father intends to ask you to fight. What do you think? The young ones came and the old ones came. Lin Ming had expected it. But there was no surprise, it was nothing if he abolished Xiao Cheng. The main reason is to rob the protectors of the Xiao family. The Xiao family will never let it go. If Xiao Cheng's father does not come this time, other members of the Xiao family will come. It's just that his son was abolished, and he was the first to be pushed out by the Xiao family. Lin Ming called Uncle Lin directly. Hey, Uncle Lin, Xiao Cheng's father asked me to fight, what benefits can he promise me? He is too lazy to do things that are not beneficial, but he has been very busy recently. Uncle Lin thought about it and asked him. What do you want? Just take a piece of dragon blood, or an awakener with a talent above the provincial level. Then he is probably gone. Uncle Lin told Lin Ming. Xiao Cheng's father is not the first generation of high-level officials in the Xiao family, so he is not qualified to use all the resources of the family. 11. But you can win him, ask him to pledge his life, and then help you find things like dragon blood within a limited time. After hearing this, Lin Ming thought about it and thought it was not impossible, so he asked Uncle Lin. Will he agree? He is mortgaging his own life, wanting to fight with you. If he loses, he is willing to spend any resources. Hey? If you lose, you will be killed directly. He is so confident. Lin Ming suddenly became interested. He should know that I contracted their Xiao family's protector, right? Does he have the confidence to deal with Xiao King II? Lin Ming's recent performance can be said to have stole the limelight. The Lin family has finished his trial and assessment, and he can learn about the situation of the Lord's family to his heart's content. Lin Ming also found some information from the Lin family recently. It is learned that the second generation of the Lord's family, that is, the father's generation, are mostly at the positive level, and they certainly do not have the capital to deal with the guardians. The next head of the family is the second generation of the clan, and they are also the protectors. To them, the strength of the protectors is naturally superior and surpasses them by a lot. Among the lords of the family, only a few first-generation lords have the possibility of winning the guardian. Thinking about it, you can see how powerful the deist is. Xiao Cheng's father dared to fight him, but he didn't know what the idea was. As a result, Lin Ming heard Uncle Lin tell him. Xiao Cheng's father doesn't intend to compete with you, he wants to compete with you to cultivate awakened people. Lin Ming asked Uncle Lin. Then it's not a deathmatch invitation, is it? What kind of contract is he going to use? He used the awakened 1v1 contract. Uncle Lin told Lin Ming. But you can't use any of the two of you who are awakened to sign the contract. His plan is, the two of you go to Lan's house together, choose one of the awakened ones, make a contract, train them, and whoever has the highest training power will be the winner. In order to support this competition, the Xiao family gave the Lan family a lot of benefits, and they also agreeing that the two of you will choose the awakened person from the Lan family. This is good. Lin Ming was about to contract a new awakened person, so the Xiao family contacted the Lan family for him and sent the awakened person. Lin Ming suddenly felt that although he came from the Lin family, the Xiao family gave him more. If the Xiao family didn't want him, he would have wanted to join the Xiao family. But why does he think that he can beat me by training? Lin Ming began to guess Xiao Cheng's father's cards. Lin Ming's speed in cultivating awakened people is well known, and it doesn't matter what level he is now. Xiao Cheng's father dared to compare himself with this, and he must have something to rely on, not just because he has more resources as the second generation. Uncle Lin had already grasped the situation, he told Lin Ming directly. He dared to ask you out like this because he knew an awakened person in Lan's house. The awakened member of the Lan family called him a brother when he was young. His name was Lin Ming. He was a candidate for the guardian of the Lan family. It's just that later, the lord controlled by the Lan family got a little out of control and killed him ahead of time, which caused Lin Ming not to grow to the height he should have. The Lan family originally wanted to keep Lin Ming and change to a lord to raise him, but later someone else took the position of guardian, and Lin Ming was shelved. Xiao Cheng's father probably reached an agreement with this Lin Ming, and directly used this awakened person who has a rank to compare with you. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Isn't this pure cheating? Let him play with the truth to understand. He asked. That Lin Ming, what calendar is it? Jian has the word Bian, and it also has status skills. Uncle Lin replied, and then asked him. Do you want to reject him? Or prolong the training cycle, delaying him for a year or a half? Lin Ming directly refused. No, my suggestion is to finish the contract and compare it that night. Uncle Lin was a little silent, but he didn't ask any more questions. Lin Ming has this confidence, so he believed in Lin Ming. Okay, then go and reply to him now. The Lan family should invite you to their house in the next 2 days, and choose to wake up and hide. Lin Ming hung up the phone. Originally, out of boredom, I wanted to find Xiao Hongyu or Lu Xingken. As a result, at the corner of the corridor, I felt like I was being pulled. Lin Ming turned around and saw Shui Qinghan's familiar face. The senior sister said quietly. Who are you going to? Lin Ming immediately changed his mind. Of course I'm going to find you, senior sister. Hearing this, the senior sister nodded, regardless of whether he really thought so before. But since he said so now, Shui Qinghan naturally took his arm. Then come with me. The senior sister took him straight to her room. But on the way, Shui Qinghan still did not forget to glance at him, and said with a charming expression. Recently, when it gets dark, people who can't see you always make me feel that you are avoiding me. Nothing, I'm worried that I'll teach you badly, senior sister, so you won't find me. Lin Ming smiled, looking at Shui Qinghan who was so perfect that he couldn't bear to be profane. Sometimes, when he sees a senior, he will understand how those people in the school regard her as a goddess. But Shui Qinghan said to him with some dissatisfaction. Is there anything they can do that I can't? That's not it, maybe the senior sisters are here, and the senior sisters are doing better than them. Lin Ming approached the senior sister's face and couldn't help teasing her. Shui Qinghan's neck blushed a bit, but she didn't retreat, but nodded earnestly while blushing. I can try. The senior sister is so proactive, Lin Ming naturally couldn't let her go, and immediately hugged her and said. Okay, then I will teach my sister a good job these few days. In the past 2 days, Lin Ming hasn't been out of the room much. On the 3rd day, people from the Lan family came to invite Lin Ming and informed them that they could go to the competition venue. The awakened members of the Lan family were already on the way to gather. Lin Ming led the awakened ones back to the land of the Lan family. I have been here once before, and Lin Ming stayed in the hotel arranged by Lan's family this time, so it can be said that he is familiar with it. The Awakened's talent show didn't start. On the first day Lin Ming stayed in the Lan family hotel, he first logged into the 10,000 Worlds continent, playing on the 3rd level map while waiting for the awakened members of the Lan family to arrive. This time, Lin Ming's prestige was much higher than last time when he came to the Lan family's territory. He is the lord who has contracted a guardian. This time, the top provincial awakener of the Lan family will definitely come to visit him, so he doesn't have to take the initiative to find him. Myriad Worlds continent. This time, Lin Ming simply searched for the 3rd level map near the Bingling Mountain where the 2nd level trial tower is located. In the end, he arrived at a main level map called Duangu Mountain Range. Lin Ming originally wanted to explore the map to pass the time before the awakened draft began. I didn't start many battles, and my heart was not on this map. As a result, the lord in the map made him anxious. This is Lord Kurt's territory. The new lord goes to another map. Otherwise, you need to pass Lord Kurt's trial before you are eligible to stay here and join Lord Kurt's forces. Lin Ming didn't know how many lords he had met, so he told him so. In short, as soon as I entered this map, I encountered several mobile territories, leading the citizens to patrol the entire fringe area. It seems that they are all workers for the purpose of this map. All lords who come to this map will either join them and work for the lord of the map, or be expelled. Otherwise, you will be attacked. Lin Ming was sitting on the head of the lord who drove him away just now. Looking at the hundreds of Snow White Fox King monsters under his command, they broke through the enemy's territory and cleaned up the enemy. Today, Lin Ming's altar is already a bronze altar, and the number of units he can have has been doubled. His median bronze altar can already have 3,000 fox demons. It's just that only one can be generated every day, and if there are more, you need to feed strange things. Lin Ming lost a few top-grade bronze wonders, and got a 3-tailed frost fox king with a median of 1,000 bronzes. Jian is in the middle of the word bronze, placed among the monsters in the third level map. It may be a small elite. But if it is used to deal with the subjects and arms of the lords in the third level map, it is crushing. At this stage of the lord, no one can have the same bronze altar as Lin Ming. Lin Ming assigned 200 or 300 fox kings to investigate the situation in the nearby territories, and he took 700 or 800 fox kings to help him, specifically to clean up the enemy's territory. Along the way, the fox kings helped him clean up at least 6 or 7 pieces. They are a group of useful tool foxes. Of course, it was because the lords here were too unfriendly to fight with so many territories. Everyone is the master of the map. The master of the map here controls this map so well? Have all the lords here been used by him? Lin Ming was a little impatient. A group of lords in the fringe areas bothered him very much. These guys are not very luscious. In order to survive on the third level map, they will use almost the same resources. Unlike when they are the masters of the map below, they still have enough energy to use them slowly. When Lin Ming was upset, Shui Han, who was always by his side, told him, "We may have encountered a map controlled by other world family. The lords in the map can be highly unified, and only the lord's family can do it." Lin Ming nodded, he also guessed this. "It's kind of interesting. It's troublesome for me. It seems that I have to teach them a lesson before I go back to participate in the Lan family's draft. To let them understand, the aristocratic family has to keep a low profile, otherwise the whole family will be destroyed once it is destroyed." In the past, Shui Han was speechless for Lin Ming being such a villain. But today's snow is cold, the reaction is a little different. After hearing Lin Ming's words, she only smiled lightly, hugged Lin Ming's arm, and said in a gentle voice that she had never heard before. "Li. Okay, I'll help you teach them a lesson." In the past few days, senior sister has been very clingy for some reason. Holding Lin Ming's arm and following him every day, Xiao Hongyu and Lu Xingkan couldn't get close to him. Lin Ming touched Shui Han's head, and felt that the current senior sister also has a special flavor. Then play 2 control rights first to play. Lin Ming opened the map. Ruingu Mountains. This level 3 map, first of all, is some small peaks in the fringe area. Lin Ming is here now, and has cleared many lords. Then there is the mountainous area, which contains 3 holdings. The master of the map is in the center of Xingu Mountain. Lin Ming summoned his group of fox kings, starting from the control of the mountain range, and fighting down one by one. First comes the first control. Lin Ming discovered that this is a centaur territory. Centaur, the map master of this map may be an elf. Lin Ming heard that in the 10,000 Realms continent, many elves would find centaurs as their vassals. So that guy named Kurd is probably an elf. Lin Ming glanced at the strength of the centaur territory. The general control rights of the third level maps are controlled by the lords of the Jian level. This centaur lord has at least 6 or 7 Jian level awakened people, and his strength is not bad. Xiao Hongyu, you go and deal with their awakened, and his territory will be handed over to the Fox Kings. Lin Ming gave the order. Without Lin Ming's specific instructions, Xiao Hongyu directly activated the Red Moon state, and the awakened people in the Centaur territory floated away. At the same time, the White Fox Kings also rushed to the Centaur territory. The two sides attacked at the same time, and the place ruled by the Centaurs was smashed to pieces.